Ancient 1 Chapter 1206 to Chapter 1260. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "Little girl, you are too serious. I should be the one thanking you for saving me." Narcissus's face was flushed, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was the shyness of a young girl who had just awakened to love. Xianxia couldn't help but worry, but when she thought that her brother didn't intervene, she didn't think too much. The most awkward one was Li Yunxiao. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart, as well as a kind of throbbing. Xianxia waved her hand and removed the light screen, saying, "Let's go. You two go to the forest of the sea." Narcissus was stunned and said, "Auntie, aren't you coming with us?" Xianxia smiled and patted her forehead, saying, "You two can go. I will bring them back to the Eastern Sea Imperial Palace and deliver my brother's decree. You two will not be stopped along the way. Moreover, with your strength, there aren't many in the four seas who can threaten you, except for the royal family." Water deity said reluctantly, "All right." Xianxia looked at the cultivators around and said, "Come with me." She turned around and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in the sky in a few breaths. The cultivators of the Eastern Sea clan didn't dare to stay. They all turned into light and followed closely behind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Only Li Yunxiao's group, Bo Yuqing, the Mu brothers, and the three from Thousand Leaf Island were left on the sea. Among them, the Mu brothers and Thousand Leaves Island were the most depressed. They had put in so much effort, but there was no result. Bus said sourly, "TSK, little brother is amazing. You actually got the daughter of the sea monarch. No wonder you don't like the girls of Thousand Leaf Island." Li Yunxiao smiled, "Elder, you must be joking. I will definitely visit Thousand Leaf Island when I have time." Bus said shyly, "I don't believe it. With such an innocent girl following you, how could you think of us?" Li Yunxiao said seriously, "Granny you, please don't joke. Please tell me the truth about Xianxia's death." Bus' face changed in embarrassment, and she asked doubtfully, "Are you really Li Huaqi's cousin?" Li Yunxiao smiled and nodded, "He is a very important friend of mine. Xianxia's death was a great blow to him. I hope to understand the reason behind it." "Impudent little brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet, and I'm your old friend." Bus smiled shyly and scolded, but her expression quickly calmed down. She said, "If you want to know the truth, I welcome you to Thousand Leaves Island on behalf of Fuyao Holy Palace. The strength and methods that Li Yunxiao displayed made by you extremely interested in him." Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled tenderly. She said, "My lord, you always say that there's always someone better than you, and there's always someone better out there. I always thought that the Fuyao Sacred Palace was the sky of the heavenly martial arts realm. Today, after seeing young Master Yunjiao's magical power, I finally understood what my lord meant. I hope that I can ask young Master Yunxiao and Sister Narcissus to teach me a thing or two in the future." "Ah? Me? Are you talking about me?" Water deity responded and asked hurriedly after she regained her senses. "Hee, little Sister Narcissus is really interesting." Xianxia covered her mouth and smiled, but then she winked and winked at Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. He said, "Don't teach me a thing or two. The Fuyao Sacred Palace's sacred body is so strong that even Li Huaqi, one of the 10 Emperor Wu, doesn't fancy it. If you ask me to teach you a thing or two, aren't you just looking forward to seeing me get beaten up?" "Haha, little brother, you are really humorous." Bus smiled shyly. She said, "Although this trip was in vain, I got to know such an interesting little brother like you, so this trip wasn't in vain. I hope that I can see you get beaten up on Thousand Leaves Island." The three of them laughed. "Bua we day." Seal with her hand, and the three of them turned into a beam of light that soared into the sky. They disappeared on the horizon. The Mu family's brothers put away their puppets, and their faces turned ashen. The two of them were serious in speech and manner. Mu Yitong said, "The Mu family is also very happy to get to know you." After throwing down this sentence, the two of them also performed their divine abilities and disappeared on the sea. Li Yunxiao looked at Bo Yuqing and said with a smile, "Brother Yuqing, are you still not leaving?" Bo Yuqing's expression changed, and he said, "Li Yunxiao, is the agreement from before still valid?" Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and he said mockingly, "Agreement? Are you referring to recommending me to go to the Rainlands, or did you just watch from the sidelines and have nothing to do with it? Bo Yuqing said a little awkwardly. That day, my injuries hadn't healed yet. You were indeed the best candidate for the trip to the Rainlands. As expected, you completed the mission excellently. Just now, if I hadn't stabbed Guangxian, how could you guys have controlled the whole situation? As for that Dragonhead's matter, I indeed wanted to stay out of it. After all, no one wants to provoke that extraordinary power. If it were you, I'm afraid you'd do the same. Li Yunxiao said, what you said is true, at least you're a real villain. His gaze turned cold, and he said, but my agreement has also increased the price. Bo Yuqing was a little annoyed, but he still suppressed his emotions, and said through gritted teeth, say it. Li Yunxiao said, serve me for 3 years. Bo Yuqing's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, dream on. If it were you, would you be willing to serve someone else for 3 years? It's more like I'll promise you 3 things. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, all right, then 3 things. Bo Yuqing looked at his smiling face, and his heart immediately sank. He knew that he was being tricked again. At their level, one thing was already more important than the sky, and they might even risk their lives to accomplish it. If he promised 3 things, it was basically no different from being loyal to Li Yunxiao. But the words that he said were like water that was spilled. He gritted his teeth, and said, fine, you win. But you have to use spirity power to remove the Agarine calamity in my body now. Li Yunxiao said, I already tried my best last time, the Agarine calamity is too strong. Wait until I step into high-level Emperor Wu, then I'll help you try again. Bo Yuqing's expression became gloomy. It was equivalent to him agreeing to 3 things for an unknown future. No one would be happy about it. Li Yunxiao sneered, what, you're afraid that I won't live to step into high-level Emperor Wu? Humph, fine. You're also considered a person with great fortune, I'll promise you. Bo Yuqing thought about it again and again, but still agreed. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, that's right, you're a smart person, you naturally understand that cooperation is beneficial for both sides. There aren't many people in this world that can help you, and I'm one of them. I'm going to the sea forest now, are you willing to come? Bo Yuqing shook his head, and said, it's better to avoid trouble. I've left the continent for many years, and I'm already very unfamiliar with the changes on the continent. I'll go back first. If you need me to do hard labor, call me at any time. He threw a jade pendant to Li Yunxiao. It was a communication item, exactly the same as Ningqiue's. Since that's the case, then be careful. Li Yunxiao thought for a while, then took out a jade pendant and placed it on his forehead. He recorded some information in it, then threw it to Bo Yuqing, and said, there are some things that are very important to you in here. I don't wish for you to die for no reason. That way, I'll have one less fighter. Bo Yuqing revealed a confused expression, and he placed the jade pendant on his forehead. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He blurted out, this information, is it true? Li Yunxiao said, without a doubt. Bo Yuqing's expression became very ugly. He grabbed the jade pendant and crushed it, and said, I understand, thank you. Li Yunxiao nodded, and he didn't stay any longer. He asked Bin Sun and the others to return to the Universe God Monument, and at the same time, he asked Fan to come out. He and Narcissus stepped into Noah's Ark, turned into a beam of golden light, and headed for the sea forest. They didn't meet any obstructions along the way, and with Narcissus having the coordinates of the sea forest, they arrived at the center of the East Sea after about a month. After Li Yunxiao swallowed a great amount of natural treasures that he had collected from the palace, he made a breakthrough to 6-star Emperor Wu. On this day, the battleship leaped out of the space and appeared in the sky above a sea. There was a huge whirlpool below, and looking down from 10,000 meters above the sea, it looked like the navel of the sea. Narcissus explained, this whirlpool passageway is the place where the 4 seas connect. We can go to any of the seas, and at the same time, we can reach the sea forest. Li Yunxiao and Yifan looked down. The whirlpool was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom, and it was pitch black. What surprised the two of them was that the sea wasn't a dead zone, and there was a large number of sea creatures living there. However, they were all low-level existences, and they didn't have any intelligence. Li Yunxiao said, let's go down. Yifan changed his hand's seals, and the entire Noah's Ark turned into a beam of golden light, shooting into the navel of the sea. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with splashing sounds of seawater. Very soon, it became dark, and they couldn't see anything. A golden light appeared in Narcissus' eyes, as if she could see through the surrounding darkness, and she was pointing out the coordinates. Noah's Ark shook in the pitch-black space, and as if it had shattered a mirror, it dashed out from the endless darkness. Splash! A brand new world appeared before their eyes. Wow! It's so beautiful! Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. Under the azure sky, there were floating white clouds, and a few of them were colorful. It was as if the world had been cleansed by the rain. Patches of towering ancient trees extended far into the distance. It was a verdant and glistening green. Spiritual chi was like light and elegant silk, intertwining in the air and constantly rising and spreading. Yay! I'm finally back. Narcissus jumped up happily, clapped her hands, and shouted, Father, Mother, I'm back. Her voice spread far and wide. Very soon, there was a response. Several rays of light flew over, and turned into 3 figures, all of them had extremely young faces. One of them said with a smile, Junior Sister Narcissus is finally back. Where's Lord Demon Shark, why didn't he come back with you? His gaze swept across Li Yunxiao and Yifan, and his eyebrows raised imperceptibly. Narcissus's excited expression suddenly dimmed, and she cried sadly, sob sob sob, Demon Shark is already dead, sob sob sob. What? Dead? What's going on? That person was taken aback, and then his face showed anger. Who has the guts to actually dare to kill Lord Demon Shark? The aura on his body spread out under the shock and anger, and it turned out to be the realm of 8 stars Emperor Wu. He even glanced at Li Yunxiao and Yifan, intentionally or unintentionally. Narcissus whimpered for a while and didn't know where to start. Demon Shark's death should be blamed on Li Yunxiao and Bo Yuqing, but Li Yunxiao was now her friend and not an enemy, and Bo Yuqing was also Li Yunxiao's friend and not an enemy, so this debt couldn't be settled. Another person said, Junior Martial Sister Narcissus, don't worry, we can slowly report this to Master, but these. 2. The last person also said unkindly, Junior Martial Sister Narcissus, the sea forest is the heart of the 4 seas, a sacred place, not just anyone can casually enter. Narcissus wiped away her tears and turned into an angry look, do I need to ask the 3 of you who I bring in? The man who revealed his cultivation smiled lightly and said, Junior Martial Sister Narcissus, we, the Huaxiao, have received orders to guard the entrance of the sea forest, so we indeed have the responsibility to stop outsiders from entering. But since it was you who brought them in, then there's definitely no need to check, but did Junior Martial Sister inform Master? I'm afraid Master won't be happy if he knows. Narcissus said, I'm going to see Father Emperor right now. The Huaxiao said, that's great, but let these people stay for now. After Junior Martial Sister reports to Master, I will let them in. Narcissus was furious and shouted, no. They want to follow me into the palace to see Father Emperor. A trace of darkness flashed in the Huaxiao's eyes, and his gaze towards Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao became even more unfriendly. Sorry Junior Martial Sister, the responsibility of guarding the sea forest is great, I really can't neglect it. Narcissus wanted to argue, but Li Yunxiao stopped her and said indifferently, Narcissus, you go in first, don't make things difficult for this 8-star Emperor Wu great expert. He was extremely intelligent, how could he not see that these 3 people were deliberately making things difficult, and he could also guess the reason behind it. He purposely emphasized the 3 words great expert, as a response to the Huaxiao's demonstration of his cultivation. Puchi. Narcissus couldn't help but laugh, and said, what kind of great expert is he? He's just an 8-star Emperor Wu, he's nothing compared to Big Brother Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao slapped his forehead helplessly. He knew that once he said those words, he would be in trouble. As expected, the Huaxiao's entire face turned pale white. The fury in his eyes threatened to burn him into ashes. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 people behind him revealed expressions of schadenfreude, a hint of playfulness at the corner of their mouths. Haha. Junior Sister Water Deity was right. My skills as a transformation cultivator are not good enough. This year, I'm 29 years old, but I'm only an 8-star martial emperor. In order to not lose face for Master, I would like to ask this brother Yunxiao to give me a few pointers. Hua Xiao flicked his sleeves and his aura rose to the peak of 8-star. He glared at Li Yunxiao with a frosty look on his face. What are you doing? Stand down. Narcissa screamed and hurriedly stood in front of Li Yunxiao, glaring at him. The more she did so, the angrier the Hua Xiao became. His pale face turned red as he growled, Junior Sister Narcissus, how long have you been out? Don't be fooled by this pretty boy. Let me tear off his true face. Narcissus said coldly, you're the one who's been fooled. Get out of my way. The Hua Xiao's face darkened, Junior Sister Narcissus is too stubborn. Take her back to the Ocean Emperor Palace to rest. Yes. Her two companions stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. One of them laughed coldly and said, Junior Sister Water Deity, your identity is incomparably noble. Those toads out there are always racking their brains to befriend you. Let senior brother Hua Xiao expose their true colors. The two of them moved forward and wanted to take Water Deity away. Narcissus was shocked and looked up. The great ingenious sword appeared in her hand and she was about to swing it horizontally. Let me do it. Li Yunxiao said softly. His figure flashed and stood in front of Narcissus. Humph, you're quite agile. One of them sneered. Originally, it was just a small grappling technique. But seeing that the target had changed, it immediately turned into a sharp claw. Sharp blades spun out from his fingers like a small whirlwind, pressing down from the sky. Li Yunxiao put two fingers together. Lightning shot out from his fingertips and gathered into an egg-sized ball of lightning. He pointed it at the whirlwind. As it spun, a ring of stars appeared around the ball of lightning. It was like the rotation of a celestial body. A huge electric field spread out. Before it even landed, it had already suppressed the opponent's whirlwind power. Those blade-like sharp blades instantly melted and disintegrated. Moreover, under the interference of the electric field, that person's palm was directly electrocuted. Traces of electricity appeared and crackled. Bang! That person sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to retreat in horror, but it was too late. Thunder Art! Li Yunxiao shouted. The ball of lightning instantly hit the center of his palm. Under the flash of lightning, that person's arm was directly penetrated by the electricity. Boom! Ah! Under the flash of lightning, that person let out a scream. He was directly hit and flew out. His whole body fell toward the endless ancient forest. Ah! Damn it! The other person screamed. He did not dare to be careless. A cold light flashed in his hand. A bright saber appeared. A stream of true essence was poured into it, and it turned red. The surrounding spirit chi also shrank, as if it was instantly sucked out by the saber. Fire saber. A red light flashed in the sky, and a black crack appeared in the sky. Whoosh! The saber slashed down without any hindrance, and Li Yunxiao was cut in half. That person was overjoyed. His eyes instantly widened. The figure that was cut in half gradually turned into light and disappeared in front of him. Li Yunxiao appeared behind him in an instant. He picked up a hammer and smashed it down on his head. Boom! Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and gathered in the hammer. It enlarged several times, and finally hit the top of that person's head. Ah! A cry even more tragic than the previous person sounded. Then, a charred black body similarly fell into the endless forest. The power of the lightning was controlled by Li Yunxiao to be within a certain range. After sensing that the other party's life force was mostly gone, he stopped. He only heavily injured the two of them. Hua Xiao didn't move from start to end. But the chill in his eyes became more and more intense. He said sternly, "You dare to hurt my Ocean Imperial Palace's people. You've got guts." Li Yunxiao raised his brows and said in surprise, "Didn't you ask me to give you some pointers? Are you purposely setting a trap for me to fall into?" Hua Xiao was so angry that his chest felt stuffy. He said angrily, "Fine. Then come and give some pointers to me, a mere 8-star Emperor Wu." There was a murderous intent in the depths of his eyes, but he didn't have that kind of contempt from before. It was just that Li Yunxiao's 6-star Emperor Wu's strength was there for all to see. It wasn't enough to arouse his vigilance and fear. He opened his mouth wide, and part of his face demonized. When he opened his mouth, it was the size of half a watermelon. He directly spat out a ball of silver flames. Not only did it burn with flames, but it also carried an extremely strong metal attribute slashing force. And? Li Yunxiao revealed a curious look. The power of that ball of flames wasn't strong. But when two types of elements fused together, its power suddenly increased by several times. He raised his hand, and with a grasp, he grabbed the cold sword of frost in his hand and directly slashed it down. Pfft! A sword intent slashed across, and when it slashed on that flame, it actually gave out the sound of metal clashing. But it still instantly split the flame apart. What? Hua Xiao was shocked. Although he didn't expect this move to injure his opponent, he didn't expect Li Yunxiao to break it so easily. Narcissus at the side coldly said, "Big brother Yunxiao, there's no need to show mercy. Let these frogs at the bottom of the well know the vastness of the sea and the sky." Hua Xiao flew into a rage and roared, "Junior sister Narcissus. Are you from the Sea Imperial Palace, or are you an outsider?" Narcissus pursed her lips and muttered, "Of course I'm from the Sea Imperial Palace. I'm not like you outsiders, arrogant and condescending." Good. Hua Xiao was about to explode from anger. He roared madly, "Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Junior sister, you forced me to do this." He roared, and his whole body directly demonized. A spiral pattern appeared on his forehead, and a horn slowly grew out. His skin rippled like the waves of the sea, and scales slowly grew out, covering his whole body tightly. His eyes emitted an ominous glint, and turned into two rays of saber chi. Narcissus suddenly cried out, "Be careful of his tail." Li Yunxiao had been coldly watching the changes in his body. After all, the other party was a peak 8-star martial emperor expert. Even without water deity's reminder, Li Yunxiao could sense the arrival of a dangerous aura. A black shadow flashed in the sky, and with a paw sound, it struck down like a whip, causing sparks to fly in the sky. Li Yunxiao turned into lightning, and retreated a few meters, dodging the attack. Hua Xiao was furious. If it wasn't for Narcissus's warning, his opponent wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack. "Need a woman to remind you, are you still a man?" Li Yunxiao sneered disdainfully, and said, "Having a woman to remind you is also a kind of strength." "What, you're not satisfied?" Yeah. Bastard." Hua Xiao gritted his teeth, and the scales on his body almost flipped up. His whole body flashed in the sky, and disappeared. Narcissus said in shock, "He's the descendant of the fiercest clan in the sea. Any part of his skin is comparable to a 9th-tier profound weapon." Although Li Yunxiao was vigilant, he didn't panic at all. His cold sword slashed at a strange angle to the left. The sword slashed through the void, and a pitch-black fist appeared. Bang! The sword slashed at the fist aura, and Hua Xiao was sent flying. The grayish-black fist aura and the light-green sword chi intertwined, and continuously corroded each other. Hua Xiao was shocked. His explosive power was equivalent to teleportation in a short distance. Ordinary people couldn't catch up to his speed, but Li Yunxiao's sword slashed elegantly and calmly, as if he had already seen through it. Could it be that Junior Narcissus gave me a hint in secret again? Once he thought about it, his thoughts uncontrollably spread out. Only the Bo clan's eye of truth could see through his speed so easily. Instantly, the flames of jealousy burned in his heart, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Hua Xiao was about to explode in anger, when his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that his rock-solid fist, under the attack of the cold sword, had a bloody wound, and the wound was still expanding. What? Hua Xiao was shocked. When he was in his demon form, even a 9th-stage Xian weapon would not be able to hurt him. But at this moment, under the pressure of the sword chi, it had not even touched the wound from his fist, but it had already left a bloody mark. This had never happened before. If that sword had hit him directly, Hua Xiao could not help but shiver. He was proud of his physical body and had never been afraid of any Xian weapon. But now he could not help but feel fearful. He said angrily, "First you relied on a woman, now you rely on a Xian weapon. Aren't you ashamed? If you're a man, fight me fair and square." Li Yunxiao was speechless. He laughed and scolded, "What kind of lousy theory is that? Do you want me to fight your demon body with my bare hands? Is that fair and square? Does the sovereign of the seas only look at talent and bloodline when accepting disciples and never consider intelligence? How dare you disrespect my master? Die. Huaxiao shrunk his body slightly and suddenly twisted his waist with great strength. His left leg kicked out like lightning, directly aiming at Li Yunxiao's throat. The air instantly exploded with a bang, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. He grabbed the hammer with his left hand and swung it down. The hammer's body rippled with countless electric sparks. Boom! The hammer directly hit the tip of Huaxiao's foot. The electric sparks spread along the tip of his foot. But they only spread for half a foot before they all disappeared. The scales on his body had an extremely strong defensive power. Even if the electric sparks were to extend and penetrate, he could still block them. Li Yunxiao's eyebrows twitched. He was obviously a little surprised. Humph. Go to hell. Huaxiao's face flashed with a trace of malevolence. His body shook again and a black shadow flashed by. His tail swung over. At this moment, Li Yunxiao was holding a saber in one hand to suppress his fist light, and a hammer in the other to block his leg force. He could no longer afford to split his attention. In order to prevent him from escaping, he increased the strength of his punches and kicks, suppressing him. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently and transformed into the golden Bodhidharma form. The thousand-year overlord saber slashed down at the tail. Bang, 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 bang. The blade slashed across the tail, sending sparks flying. The chemical cultivator's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the three-headed, six-armed man in shock. He was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his tail, as if he had been bitten by something. He couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" Looking back, he saw a huge bug lying on his tail, hugging it tightly. On that terrifying face, its mouth seemed to have two knives in it, constantly biting. Although the scales on his body were extremely strong, the continuous bites still quickly injured his flesh. He hurriedly swung his tail in pain, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of them. He raised his tail in anger and was about to throw a punch with his left hand. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "You dare to be distracted in this situation? Are you looking down on me?" As expected of the 8-star Emperor Wu. He formed a seal with his hands behind his back and a golden light shone brightly. The heaven and earth seal condensed in his palms and a golden light streaked across the sky, directly pressing down on the cultivator's face. Ah? The cultivator was shocked. He hurriedly changed the direction of his left hand and punched towards the seal. Boom! The punch shattered the heaven and earth seal, making a sound like a mirror breaking. His punch directly landed on Li Yunxiao's palms. Pa! Li Yunxiao's palms turned into claws, and his 10 fingers hooked onto the cultivator's arms. You! The cultivator of the Hua clan was shocked and anxious. Li Yunxiao revealed a cold expression. His eyes turned into blood moons, and an extremely strong spiritual energy rippled out from his eyes, forming a spiritual storm that directly attacked. Ah! The cultivator's tail felt a sharp pain, causing him to scream again. At the same time, the spiritual storm swept over and blasted him inside. Ah, ah, ah. The cultivator's face twisted. He felt like countless needles were stabbing his brain, trying to rush in. He gritted his teeth. Blood seeped out of his orifices, but he ignored it. He knew very well that this kind of spiritual attack was extremely powerful. If he lost control of his beer, he would be severely injured, and the consequences would be irreversible. However, his arms and legs were all suppressed by Li Yunxiao, and there was a big worm on his tail. He was completely at his wits' end. He could only defend his beer and spiritual sea as his last line of defense. Tisk! Li Yunxiao snorted disdainfully. His remaining 2 arms formed a strange seal. The head at the back of his head widened its eyes, opened its mouth, and spat out a dragon language. Boom! The dragon language contained boundless dragon might. The power of the dragon breath from the Archaeosaurus surged out and shook the cultivator. The last line of defense in his beer and sea of knowledge collapsed in an instant, and the spiritual storm rushed into his mind. His mind was in severe pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and lost consciousness. Li Yunxiao retracted all his arms. The giant corpse puppet also turned back into the 1,000-year overlord saber and returned to his body. The cultivator's face was covered in blood. He fell from the sky just like that. Just like his two companions, he fell into the boundless ancient forest. Narcissus clapped and laughed. Big brother Xianxia is so powerful. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant in the future. Xianxia was speechless. He said, the three of them are extremely talented. It's rare to have such achievements at such a young age. But it's also because of this that they are so arrogant. Plus, they were taken in as disciples by your father, so they are even more arrogant. Narcissus said, Big brother Xianxia is younger and stronger than them. But he can be down-to-earth and not arrogant. Big brother Xianxia is still the best. Yi Fan laughed. Everyone who knows Big brother Xianxia says he is powerful. But I think that the cultivator underestimated his opponent too much. If he had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have lost so easily. Xianxia praised, Yi Fan, your eyesight is getting better. Your future achievements won't be below mine. Yi Fan stuck out his tongue. He laughed. I was just saying it casually. Big brother Xianxia, don't mind me if I'm wrong. I'll be satisfied as long as I can have half of Big brother Xianxia's strength in the future. Xianxia said seriously, you don't need to undervalue yourself. You have a pure martial Dao heart. Plus, you're the owner of Noah's Arkansas. It's impossible for you to be ordinary in the future. But you must remember not to underestimate any opponent. Yes. Remember Big brother Xianxia's words. Yi Fan straightened his body and stood at attention. Hee, the peerless Emperor Wu and the owner of Noah's Ark have come to visit. Sorry for not going out to meet you. A melodious voice came from afar. It was indifferent and emotionless. Imperial Father. Narcissus cried out in joy. She waved her hand towards the distant sky as if the other side could see her. She said loudly, I'm back. Xianxia's body shook. He exclaimed in surprise, see Emperor Braun. The voice ignored Narcissus and continued indifferently, my three good-for-nothing disciples can't welcome the two of you. Let me do it myself. His tone was filled with indifference and a hint of anger. Narcissus was startled. She hurriedly said, Imperial Father, it was them who provoked and attacked first. Humph, your Imperial Father isn't blind. Suddenly, there was a force that seemed to tear water deity apart. She let out a cry and was pulled several meters away, disappearing in an instant. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. He endured it and said, thank you for saving me before. Since the sea forest doesn't welcome me, I'll see you again. He turned around and was about to board the warship to leave. Stop. The Sea Emperor's voice was cold, my sea forest doesn't allow you to come and go as you please? Xianxia said in a deep voice, it was Narcissus who brought me here to light the 7-star lamp to save Mother. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to come here? He was also dissatisfied. Kindness was kindness, but since the other side didn't want to see him, he didn't want to stay. The voice was still cold, humph, didn't you do everything you could to come here that year? Xianxia's body trembled. He said in shock, what did you say? Haha. Don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your identity, army defeating Emperor Wu Gufeiyang. The voice laughed loudly, I'll be waiting for you in the Sea Imperial Palace. The matters of your past life and this life, let's end it today. Yi Fan was shocked, Big brother Xianxia, you are really the peerless Emperor Wu Gufeiyang? When Bo Yuqing said this last time, he was skeptical. Now that even the Sea Emperor said the same thing, he couldn't help but believe it. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He nodded lightly and said, I am Gufeiyang. The reason is too complicated, it's hard to explain in a short time. Wow. No wonder Big brother Xianxia is so powerful. Yi Fan said excitedly, you are the idol I've always admired, Lord Gufeiyang. His face was full of excitement, his face full of worship. He almost took out a pen and paper to ask for an autograph. Xianxia's expression became gloomy. Although he knew the power of the Eye of Truth, he didn't expect the other party to be able to see through this. What, are you afraid? The voice laughed softly. Hee. Since Lord Sea Emperor invited me, I have to come even if I'm afraid. Otherwise, if you chase me to the ends of the earth, with my current strength, won't I be killed in a second? Li Yunxiao responded indifferently, then walked forward, 1,000 miles with each step. Yi Fan also hurriedly put away Noah's boat and followed closely behind. His pace was also very fast, so he wasn't left behind by Li Yunxiao. Just like that, the two of them walked into the distance, the space under their feet constantly shrinking, the sky receding. After a cup of tea's time, a lush green field appeared in front of them. Spiritual energy gently hit their faces, converging into a trickle, dripping on their faces and skin. It was incomparably moisturizing. Li Yunxiao looked around, then slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, revealing Tsutsumi, and walked in a strange direction. After a few steps, the scene in front of him changed greatly. The clouds and mist dispersed, and a huge island floated on the sea. There were vaguely palaces embellished on the island. Although they didn't show their true appearance, there was a pressure that came out of nowhere. The island was full of towering ancient trees, which were even bigger than the ones they had seen before. It was obviously a relic that had existed since ancient times. Yi Fan said in surprise, "The forest of the sea is indeed one of the lost spaces. With the current environment of the realm of heaven martial arts, it is impossible for such giant ancient trees to grow here." Lost spaces? Even if they are, they must be useless lost spaces, Li Yunxiao said in a low voice. Li Yunxiao said softly, "If there was an opportunity to become a god here, there would have been a god-state expert appearing a long time ago. You actually managed to find the entrance. It seems that water deity has told you all the secrets." The Sea Emperor's voice echoed. He was speechless. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. Back when they were searching for the ruins of the East Sea Palace, they had encountered this kind of strange prohibition. Narcissus had unintentionally mentioned that it was exactly the same as the one in the Ocean Imperial Palace, which was why everyone remembered it. But even if he explained, the Sea Emperor wouldn't believe him. So, he didn't need to explain, so he flew toward the giant island with a smile. When he stood in the sky and looked down, he found out how big the island was. Under the shadow of the giant trees, small buildings could be seen. They were layer upon layer, and many small buildings were built on the giant trees. Li Yunxiao looked down for a while. Those trees seemed to have hidden powerful restrictions, but they couldn't block Tsutsumi's power. He saw the main palace and flew down. He flew very slowly. This was one of the most powerful places in the world. Even though he was arrogant, his strength was limited, so he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. They landed on the open space in front of the palace. Not far away, there was a giant lotus platform, which looked exactly the same as what I heard. In the center of the open space was a towering statue. Under the light, it was difficult to see the statue's figure, let alone its face. Yi Fan closed his eyes and said in surprise, "It hurts my eyes." Li Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the statue without any fear. He could vaguely see the statue's angular features, solemn appearance, and benevolent face. He thought to himself, this should be the first ancestor of the Bo family, Lord Sea God. The two of them immediately walked towards the main hall. The entire island was silent, and only the sounds of insects, fish, birds, and beasts could be heard. The pillars of the hall were over 100 feet tall, and there were all kinds of patterns carved on them. Many of them recorded some ancient information, including carvings of various true spirits. Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that there were many characters depicted on the pillars. The characters were extremely strange, but he could tell at a glance that they were all incomplete ancient Maha characters. Basically, every character was missing a certain stroke. Big brother Yunxiao, Yi Fan also cried out in shock. He had a certain understanding of the ancient Maha characters, so he naturally knew how magical they were. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, "The ancient Maha characters represent the laws of heaven and earth. Every character is the embodiment of the laws, condensed from the energy of heaven and earth. It's impossible for these reliefs to carve the shape of those characters, so they're lacking strokes. So that's how it is." Yi Fan's shocked heart gradually calmed down, and he continued to look at the reliefs one by one. Li Yunxiao roughly swept through them, and there were actually more than 2,000 characters. His heart couldn't help but tremble, and he muttered to himself, "This kind of law characters, how many are there in total? there are a total of 3,000 characters, representing the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. See, Emperor Bronze's voice came from the main hall, and both of them were greatly shaken. It was as if they were under a kind of ancient sky, looking at the sky full of laws appearing in front of them. It took a while for them to recover from the shock. Li Yunxiao said, there are a total of 2,640 characters here. Yi Fan exclaimed, it's just missing 360 characters. The Sea Emperor's voice slowly came, the remaining 360 characters are the general outline of the ancient Maha scripture. It has been lost for a long time. Li Yunxiao's heart shook, and an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. There were many ancient Maha characters in the Great Divine Technique and the Great Divine Evolution Technique that weren't here. Could it be that the lost 360 characters were with him? He swallowed his saliva, and said, Lord Sea Emperor, do you know the origin of these ancient Maha characters? The Sea Emperor didn't hide anything, and said slowly, this is a big secret in the realm of heaven martial arts, but it has been passed down in the Sea Imperial Palace for a long time, so there's no harm in telling you. This scripture was written by a powerful existence called Ancient God Maha, who comprehended the 3,000 laws of heaven, and condensed them into characters in the void. In the end, he wrote a nameless scripture, and later generations called it the Ancient Maha scripture. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan were extremely shocked. They hadn't expected to hear such a secret. Li Yunxiao was even more shocked, and he said, Lord Sea Emperor, do you mean that this ancient Maha scripture was originally a scripture? The Sea Emperor's voice came, and he said, yes, it was a scripture that talked about the 3,000 laws of heaven and earth. However, this scripture's power was too strong, and no one could read it. Moreover, when it was born, it conflicted with the world, and in the end, it was destroyed by the world's power, and turned into countless fragments that scattered in the world. The world's power of the realm of heaven martial arts? What's that? Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked, as it was the first time he had heard about the world's power. The Sea Emperor said, the world's power is everywhere, and it's invisible and formless. In the past, the Cyan Violet Palace of the Taishu Jade Palace bombarded the ancient Maha scripture for 3 months, and in the end, the scripture was destroyed, and turned into countless fragments that scattered in the world. Li Yunxiao was extremely shocked, as there were records of the world annihilation divine thunder in the ancient books, and it was described that even Ao Chungkong's indestructible golden body would be annihilated if he took a blow from it. It was bombarded continuously for 3 months. What kind of concept was that, and what kind of powerful existence was ancient God Maha, who was able to create such a miraculous thing? Even the so-called divine realm couldn't have such power. Could it be that the divine realm wasn't the end of the martial path? 2 words flashed faintly in his mind, divine path. The Sea Emperor seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and he said with a smile, indeed, even a divine realm expert can't be so powerful. Above the martial path, there is an even more attractive path, and that's the divine path. This is the origin of the ancient Maha character, and since then, ancient God Maha disappeared from the realm of heaven martial arts, and no one knows where he went. Li Yunxiao licked his shriveled lips. The ancestor of the Sea Imperial Palace was a divine realm expert recorded in history, and the Bo family had been in the 4 seas for countless years, and they hadn't suffered any calamities, so it wasn't strange for them to have this information passed down. In fact, the entire realm of heaven martial arts might not even have as many inheritances as the Sea Imperial Palace. Yi Fan didn't dare to breathe too loudly, as Yianqian's notes seemed like child's play compared to this information. Li Yunxiao said, could it be that after that, no one else gathered the 3,000 great ways of rules? The door in front of the palace, which was originally dark, and couldn't be seen inside, started becoming bright, as if the sun had just risen, and it illuminated the earth. A magnificent path appeared under their feet, and it led straight into the palace. In the magnificent Sea Imperial Palace, a man with a kind face, solemn and imposing sat upright. He looked at the 2 of them with a smile, and said, come in. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan stepped inside one after the other, and apart from the golden path under their feet that led to the throne, the scenery on both sides was hazy, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Li Yunxiao used Tsutsumi's move, and looked to the 2 sides. He saw a purple light emerge from the haze, and it bounced back into his pupils, as if he had been slightly pricked by a thin needle. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. That restriction could unexpectedly directly counter the eye technique, and it was simply unheard of. He couldn't help but feel a little competitive, but he remembered that this was the Sea Imperial Palace, and he had to respect the owner of this place. Since the owner didn't want him to see the scenery in the palace, he wouldn't force him. The Sea Emperor didn't expose his thoughts, and said with a smile, after that, countless experts went to search for the 3,000 ancient Maha characters. At that time, there were still many God Realm experts, and they finally gathered all the characters. But unfortunately, no one knew the order of the arrangement of these ancient characters, which meant that no one could assemble them into a complete ancient Maha scripture. It was also in that era, because many experts randomly assembled these characters, they created a large number of magical powers, which have been passed down to this day. The Sea Emperor's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Li Yunxiao with a deep meaning, and said, although they are all divine arts assembled from the ancient Maha characters, the closer they are to the original meaning of the ancient Maha scripture, the more powerful they are. At that time, there were 4 publicly recognized as the strongest divine arts, and they are known as the scriptures closest to the original meaning of the ancient Maha scripture. 2 of them are the Great World Deity Technique and the Great Divine Evolution Technique that you cultivate. Li Yunxiao's body shook, and his eyes burst out with a sharp light. He was immediately on guard, and his yuan energy filled his body, ready to attack at any time. The Sea Emperor smiled, and said, don't be surprised. You can reincarnate, and this is the miraculous effect of the Great Divine Evolution Technique. Since the World Deity Steel is in your hands, then you naturally have the Great World Deity Technique. Li Yunxiao didn't dare to relax his vigilance, and he said coldly, you called me here, could it be that you have the intention of coveting these 2 divine arts? The Sea Emperor's smiling face twitched, and he was silent for a while. In the end, he sighed, and said, if it was 5 years ago, I would really have this intention. But now, these 2 divine arts are no longer of much significance to me. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said, is it related to the 7-star lamp? The Sea Emperor's face flashed with pain, and he nodded, and said, yes, it is. The 7-star lamp has already consumed too much of my yuan, and my martial cultivation has also fallen, and it will be difficult to recover. What? Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan were both shocked, and they naturally understood what falling in cultivation meant. The path of martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current, and if you don't advance, you will fall back. Once you fall back, there is no hope for you to take another step forward in this life. The Sea Emperor was somewhat speechless, and he smiled bitterly, and said, unless the 4 divine arts are gathered, and the 3,000 ancient scriptures appear for me to comprehend, there is nothing I can do. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan were speechless, and they naturally understood how painful it was for a martial artist to fall back on the path of martial arts, let alone Braun, who stood at the peak of the entire heavenly martial arts realm. My situation is the sea forest's biggest secret. I hope the 2 of you can guard it for me. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause a storm in the 4 seas. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled. The Sea Emperor's position in the 4 seas was like a god. Could it be that he also had ill intentions? He thought about how Guang Fa and Guan Yuan dared to openly turn against each other. It seemed like the 4 seas weren't peaceful either. Don't worry. Since Lord Sea Emperor has spoken, we will definitely guard it. However, there's one thing I don't understand. The Grand World Divine Art and the Divine Art of Great Evolution are 2 completely different divine arts. Why are they the closest to the ancient Maha Sutra? The Sea Emperor smiled. There's a story called The Blind Men Touching the Elephant. 4 blind men touched the elephant's trunk, ears, legs, and tail. Although the shapes are different, they are indeed a part of the elephant and are the closest to the real elephant. As for the other divine arts, they didn't even touch the elephant's shadow. Li Yunxiao suddenly understood. I understand now. If the 4 divine arts are gathered, can the complete ancient Maha Sutra be restored? The Sea Emperor smiled. Do you think that the elephant's trunk, ears, legs, and tail will be the complete elephant? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly. It seems that my thinking is too simple. The Sea Emperor's expression turned solemn. The ancient Maha Sutra is a heaven-defying item that can directly trigger the world's power to destroy it. It's not something we can pry into. It's already a great fortune for you to have the grand world and divine art of great evolution. Li Yunxiao asked, Lord Sea Emperor, do you know where the other 2 divine arts are? The Sea Emperor smiled. The other two are the Sun Scripture and the Absolute Beginning Scripture. The Sun Scripture has always been in my Bo clan's hands. As for the Absolute Beginning Scripture, I have some thoughts but I'm not sure. Although I don't covet the two divine arts in your hands, I hope to borrow your power to complete the 3,000 characters. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Could it be that the Sea Emperor Palace has the true characters of the 2,640 remnant characters carved on the pillars outside? If this was true, then this wealth was simply astonishing. According to the information revealed by Yuan Gaohan, the number of ancient characters that sanctuary and deity transformation sea cultivators had mastered was only a few hundred. The Sea Monarch chuckled and said, "I'm not afraid of anything. The Sea Monarch Palace does have the word truth, but I can't fully grasp it." Li Yunxiao was greatly shocked in his heart, and his voice trembled as he said, If the power of these ancient characters is completely grasped, what kind of existence would it be?" He finally asked the question he wanted to know the most, is it still possible to step into the divine realm of 10 directions under the sky? Sea Emperor Bron's expression became somewhat solemn, and he changed the topic. Do you know what is after the peak of 9 stars? Li Yunxiao said without hesitation, before the end of martial arts, transcend mortality and enter sainthood. The Sea Emperor nodded, you're half right. After the peak of 9 stars, it is true that one will transcend mortality and enter sainthood. However, that is not before the end of martial arts, but after. What? After the end of martial arts? Li Yunxiao was greatly shocked. After the end of martial arts, isn't it directly into godhood? The Sea Emperor said in a deep voice, a long time ago, it was indeed like this. After the end of martial arts is the divine realm of 10 directions, which directly enters godhood. However, it has been too long since a godly state expert appeared under the sky. When a person's cultivation rushed to the peak of 9 stars, he still continued to advance and break through. At this time, he has already exceeded the scope of martial arts, but he is unable to cultivate to godhood, so a new realm appeared, and that is transcendence and sainthood. He raised his eyes and looked at Li Yunxiao. When you were at your strongest in your previous life, you should have also stepped into the realm of transcendence and sainthood, right? Didn't you notice that the power that transcends everything is very different from ordinary martial arts? Li Yunxiao recovered from the shock and smiled bitterly. There is indeed a difference, but I have always thought that it is a change in the Yuan Qi before breaking through to the godly state. In other words, it is an accumulation process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. The Sea Emperor said, it is not surprising that you have this kind of thinking. Under the sky, there is still a chance to become a god, but it is extremely harsh. For example, if you can restore and master the ancient Maha scripture, then no matter how the world changes, it will not be able to stop you from becoming a god. Li Yunxiao was silent. He knew that the Sea Emperor would not so easily reveal such a secret. After all, it was related to the ultimate dream of countless experts for tens of thousands of years. As for the restoration of the ancient Maha scripture, it was simply impossible. He said, if I complete the words on the pillar outside the hall, can Lord Sea Emperor tell me what you know about the path to godhood? The Sea Emperor smiled, you can't complete it. The missing 360 words are distributed among the 4 divine arts. You can only complete 180 words. As a reward, I can let you choose 500 words from the pillar to comprehend. Li Yunxiao's heart was moved. 500 words was not a small number. If he could completely comprehend it, the benefits would be immeasurable. The Sea Emperor chuckled, you don't have to rush to answer me. You can take your time to think about it. His eyes gradually lit up and became a little fiery. Young Master Yunxiao, can you show me the 10th rank divine fire now? This was the first time that his originally calm face had such a big change. It proved that he could not conceal the extreme joy and excitement in his heart. Li Yunxiao nodded and did not hold back any more. He formed a seal with one hand and a phoenix mark appeared between his eyebrows. Then, an ancient chirp rang out and a thumb-sized flame flickered between his eyebrows. True Phoenix Flame. The Sea Emperor cried out in surprise. His face was full of joy, but then he carefully stared at the flame and gradually frowned. Li Yunxiao said, what, this flame is not enough. The Sea Emperor said, this is indeed the true Phoenix Flame, but this flame is injured. Injured? Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. When he had obtained the true Phoenix Flame, he had directly received the information contained within. The divine flame phoenix had indeed been severely injured in the battle with the black flame evil soul. He couldn't help but be astonished. The Sea King could even see this? The Sea Emperor nodded and said, yes, and this flame is a little strange. It seems to have been modified by an external flame? His face was full of doubt. Strange, what kind of flame in this world can cause the true phoenix flame to change? Li Yunxiao could not help but be convinced. He said, the Eye of Truth is indeed the strongest divine eye in the world. This true phoenix flame has absorbed a little of the Ice Fiend heart flame. The Sea Emperor's expression changed greatly and revealed a look of shock. He suddenly said, so that's how it is. No wonder, he muttered to himself for a while before saying, it's a pity. If I could absorb a little more, perhaps this divine flame could repair itself. Li Yunxiao's eyes moved. The divine flame between his eyebrows gradually extinguished. He said, could it be that this flame can't light the 7-star lamp? The Sea Emperor said, unless you can stay in the Sea Imperial Palace for a long time and look after the divine flame. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. This was clearly an impossible condition. The Sea Emperor smiled, fine, as a reward for helping me, I will repair your 10th level divine flame. What do you think? Li Yunxiao said, it would be best if I could repair it. Although he did not know the difference between repairing it and the current one, it would definitely be more powerful. The Sea Emperor said, the Sun Scripture has always been the Sea Imperial Palace's secret cultivation method. In order to cultivate this divine art, my ancestor once obtained a strange item called the Worldly Furnace. There is a large amount of fire element vital energy inside that can nourish the divine flame. My eldest disciple, Gu Hong, just came out of seclusion. You came at the right time. Li Yunxiao asked, how long will it take to repair the divine flame? The Sea Emperor said, that depends on your control over the divine flame. There has never been such a precedent. I don't know either. Follow me. The Sea Emperor's figure gradually faded like the moon in the water. He turned into a ray of light and shot out of the palace. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan finally realized that the Sea Emperor in front of them was only a projection. His real body was probably still guarding the 7-star lamp. The two of them immediately following the ray of light that traveled across the entire island. The island was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It seemed to be familiar with the auras of these cultivators. The 3 rays of light passed by without panic. It was quiet and peaceful. Soon, they arrived at a corner of the island, facing the endless deep sea. The Sea Emperor's projection appeared. He walked in front of the deep sea and gazed down. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan looked down as well. They saw that the sea in front of them was crimson red. Rolling waves of heat hit them in the face. Yi Fan said in shock, this is a true sea of fire. The crimson waves kept crashing against the shore. Every time they hit, the temperature was extremely high. It was as if they were exposed to the sun. The Sea Emperor said, the worldly furnace is below here. It was suppressed by the ancestor with 10,000 years of ice. Li Yunxiao asked doubtfully, can this furnace only hold one person? The Sea Emperor said, of course not. You mean my eldest disciple, Gu Hong? A strange expression appeared on his face. He said, it's best if you don't meet him. Wait until the divine flame is repaired and the 7-star lamp is lit. Then you can leave. Li Yunxiao didn't understand. Why? The Sea Emperor said, because Gu Hong is deeply in love with Narcissus. It has been a long time, and Narcissus is now in love with you. If Gu Hong knew, he would definitely kill you. Li Yunxiao sneered. He naturally wouldn't take this to heart. However, he still felt strange. If you want to restrain someone, can't you control your disciple? The Sea Emperor sighed. As the Sea Emperor, I rule the 4 seas. There are many difficulties that I can't help myself. Within the 4 seas, other than the royal family, there are many powerful S-rank existences. However, what people don't know is that other than these, there are also some races left behind from ancient times. Because they live alone in the deep sea for a long time, they are very little affected by the changes in the world. These races' strength even surpasses the S-rank marine race. They aren't inferior to my Bo family. Li Yunxiao was shocked. The world was so big. It seemed that there really wasn't everything. Could it be that Guhong came from an existence that surpasses the S rank? The Ocean Emperor nodded, that's right. I had no choice but to accept him as my disciple back then. He is cruel and ruthless. I have always hoped to teach him, but there was little success. On this island, I hope you can avoid him as much as possible. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, if he doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't provoke him. After that, he turned into a ray of light and fell into the crimson Red Sea. The Ocean Emperor smiled bitterly, knowing that Li Yunxiao was not someone he could afford to offend. He sighed, I just hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Yi Fan smiled, don't worry, big brother Yunxiao knows what he's doing. He was secretly surprised that the Ocean Emperor's temperament seemed to be different from the rumors. It was said that he once commanded the 4 seas and besieged the sanctuary. He was invincible, but now he seemed like a kind elder. The Ocean Emperor glanced at him and smiled, the owner of Noah's Ark, Yi Fan, your ancestor Yi Nantian once visited the sea forest. It's also recorded in the ancient books. Are you willing to take a look? Yi Fan was shocked, there's such a thing? Alright, bring me there. The Ocean Emperor smiled. The two of them turned into light again and disappeared. Somewhere in the sea forest, under the cover of the giant forest, on a protruding hillside, Hua Xiao sat cross-legged. Sparkling and translucent light dots floated up from his body like fireflies. He was channeling his divine technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy to heal his wounds. Hua Xiao, suddenly, a soft voice was heard. There was no one around. Hua Xiao's eyes widened. He seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice. His entire body trembled and his face showed fear. Eldest senior brother, the voice said leisurely, you've been in isolation for too long. Do you still remember me as your eldest senior brother? Hua Xiao's face turned pale. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. He forced a smile, but it was uglier than crying. Eldest senior brother, why do you say that? Hua Xiao congratulates eldest senior brother for coming out. Humph, you know it very well. The voice was extremely dissatisfied and said coldly, if you still don't come out, junior sister Narcissus will probably fall into your hands, right? Hua Xiao's face turned pale. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, no, how could I dare to compete with eldest senior brother? He was the only one on the hillside, waving his hand as if he was talking to himself. How dare you quibble? The voice shouted coldly, and waves of murderous intent spread out. Ah! The Hua Xiao suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech, and directly flipped backwards, his hands continuously slapping his body, as if there was something tearing and biting his entire body. Eldest senior brother, please spare my life. I know I was wrong, please spare me, eldest senior brother. Hua Xiao desperately begged for mercy. He suddenly knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed. He wailed, I won't dare anymore. Please spare my life, eldest senior brother. The voice said coldly, what did I tell you before I went into seclusion? Anyone who dares to hit on junior sister Narcissus will be killed without mercy. I didn't think you would dare to embezzle. No, I didn't. Hua Xiao didn't dare to forget eldest senior brother's teachings. Even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to have any ideas on junior sister Narcissus. Hua Xiao continuously kowtowed, his body trembling like a sieve. His body had long been demonized, and scales covered his entire body. There were countless si sounds, as if he was being bitten by something. Humph, seeing that your bloodline and aptitude are the best of the best, and that it's not easy for master to choose a disciple, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, there won't be a next time, there definitely won't be a next time. Hua Xiao continuously kowtowed, and continuously muttered, thank you eldest senior brother for showing mercy, thank you eldest senior brother for showing mercy. His body faintly floated with countless filaments of light, floating in the air. Only then did the si sounds on his scales gradually stop. The empty space in front of him shook, and a white-clothed man slowly walked out, standing with his hands behind his back. He expressionlessly raised his right hand, and those hair-like rays of light intertwined and slowly gathered in his palm, finally turning into a piece of unpolished jade, which he put away. All right, stand up and speak. You're a 7 feet tall man, yet you kneel and kowtow at the slightest provocation. None of Master's disciples have any backbone. Yes. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Huaxiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, returned to his human form from demonized state, and carefully stood up. Gu Hong said, Speak, who are the two brats that came with junior sister Narcissus, and what is their relationship with junior sister? Huaxiao hurriedly said, Junior sister Narcissus didn't say a word to me. Gu Hong's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Huaxiao's entire body trembled, and he stuttered, No, but I feel that junior sister Narcissus and that boy called Li Yunxiao seem to have an unusual relationship. At the end of his sentence, his voice was as soft as a mosquito, and his body trembled violently, afraid that the eldest senior brother in front of him would vent his anger on him. The hillside was dead silent, without any sound. Huaxiao only felt as if he was exposed to the scorching sun, and was a little dizzy, as if he was about to suffer a heat stroke, but he didn't dare to faint, and forcefully held his body up. Hee. After a while, Gu Hong's expressionless face suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth. Huaxiao saw that he wasn't angry, and raised his spirits, saying that Li Yunxiao's strength isn't simple. He seems to only be a 6-star Emperor Wu, but he can actually fight me to a draw. Oh? A draw? Gu Hong turned around, his eyes like knives, coldly stared at him, and said slowly, Are you sure it's a draw? Being stared at by him, the Huaxiao felt as if there was a dagger on his back, and his entire body felt extremely uncomfortable. Only then did he blush. I'm slightly inferior. If I can only fight to a draw with trash like you, then what's the point of me showing up? Not worth playing around. Gu Hong snorted, turned around and took a step forward. His entire body instantly turned into countless green threads, and disappeared before his eyes. The Huaxiao hurriedly lowered his head, and didn't dare to make a sound. After waiting for a long time, making sure that Gu Hong had gone far away, he then dared to slowly raise his head, but his face was full of malevolence and extremely twisted, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Pa! He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles and the air exploded. He said coldly, Li Yunxiao. If I can't get junior sister Narcissus, then don't even think about getting her. Ha, this pervert has come out of isolation, I want to see how you die this time. Under his twisted face, he revealed a cruel smile, as if he could already see Li Yunxiao's tragic end, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. After Li Yunxiao rushed into the Scarlet Sea, he continuously swam downwards. The entire sea was deathly silent, and there were no living creatures. It was obvious that they couldn't survive in such a harsh environment. After sinking for a few thousand meters, that burning sensation that was getting stronger and stronger suddenly changed, and the temperature started to drop. He focused his eyes, and looked towards the endless bottom. Indistinctly, there was an azure-blue radiance, and it was like a warm and glowing gem. That should be the 10,000-year frigid ice, and the heaven and earth furnace should be under that ice. After confirming this, Li Yunxiao's body flashed, and he directly teleported down. In the time of 2 breaths, he arrived above a huge floating ice. The floating ice wasn't at the bottom of the sea, but suspended in midair. It had a radius of 10,000 meters, and it was just like a huge object. Li Yunxiao flew one round around the huge ice, and finally found an entrance. He dived in, and there was actually a short spatial passage inside. At the end of the passage, an intense heat wave blew over, and Li Yunxiao's indestructible golden body released tens of thousands of rays of golden light, automatically protecting his body. Li Yunxiao was shocked. How strong was the fire energy that could trigger the indestructible golden body to automatically protect his body? The golden light around him was quickly swallowed up by the glaring light, and a space appeared in front of him. It was filled with blazing lava, and lava flowed everywhere. It was as if he had arrived at the center of the earth. Lava and heat waves continuously surged out from below, and sparks flew everywhere, like a monster sticking out its tongue. Under the influence of this environment, the true phoenix fire in Li Yunxiao's body seemed to have sensed something, and it started to become restless, as if it wanted to break out of his body. Furthermore, when Li Yunxiao sensed it slightly, an overwhelming amount of fire element origin surged over, and directly seeped into his skin, causing rays of white light to appear. This place had almost completely cleared out the other four elements. This kind of natural wonder was undoubtedly the best place for fire element cultivators, or for refining weapons, better than any cauldron. A fiery light flashed between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows, and there was a chirp. It was the cheerful sound of the phoenix fire, and it directly manifested in the form of a phoenix in the air, dancing in the air with extreme excitement. Through his senses, he indeed found that the fire phoenix was continuously absorbing the power of the lava, as well as the fire element origin energy here. In that case, I'll lend you a hand. He formed a hand seal, and a fire creation art came out, and hit the lava. Boom! A large ball of flames rushed up, like a volcanic eruption, and directly swallowed the phoenix. The phoenix struggled a few times, and its entire body suddenly expanded by 3 or 4 times, and it absorbed even more quickly. Seeing that it was effective, Li Yunxiao continuously formed all kinds of runes with both hands, directly blasting into the surging lava, from which fiery red halos shot out. These halos stacked on top of each other, forming a huge wreath. Several beautiful runes lit up, floating in the air, constantly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. This was a formation that could amplify the power of fire, and Li Yunxiao arranged it to automatically absorb and operate. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged next to the pillar of fire, quietly cultivating. Inside the Sea Emperor's palace, Braun and Yi Fan were flipping through ancient books. Suddenly, Braun's brows wrinkled, and he sighed. Yi Fan was a little stunned. "Lord Sea Emperor, what's wrong?" A respectful voice came from outside the palace. "Master, I've come out." Braun said, "Come in." He closed the book and formed a seal with his hand. The entire space changed and the two of them appeared in the main hall. Gu Hong's figure appeared in front of the main hall and slowly walked in. Each step was very light and graceful. Only when he arrived in front of Braun did he kneel down on one knee and say, "Master." Yi Fan looked at the man in front of him. He was dressed in white and had a handsome face. His appearance was extraordinary and there were 2 red spots on his eyes that extended to his chin. At the same time, the aura he exuded contained traces of evil. Braun's gaze retracted from Gu Hong and there was an indescribable expression on his face. He said, "Congratulations, you've finally stepped through the threshold of Emperor Jiuxing. The end of the martial path is just around the corner." Gu Hong indifferently said, "This is all due to Master's training. I heard that junior sister Narcissus has returned?" Braun's mouth slightly twitched. He nodded and said, "She has returned. That little girl is too willful and dared to run out alone. I've already punished her to the Cliff of Repentance." Gu Hong narrowed his eyes and said, "The space on the Cliff of Repentance is chaotic and all kinds of negative energy flows. Junior sister Narcissus's cultivation is too weak and I'm afraid she won't be able to endure this suffering. It's all my fault. If I didn't go into seclusion and accompany junior sister on a trip, then there wouldn't be so many problems." Braun said, "Even if she can't endure it, she still has to eat. She's looking down on me, her father, more and more. As my eldest disciple, cultivation is the most important thing. You can't be distracted. Yes, disciple will solemnly follow master's instructions." After Gu Hong finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Fan and said, "Is this the one who accompanied junior sister Narcissus back, Li Yunxiao?" Yi Fan knew that this person in front of him was the Gu Hong that Braun had mentioned before. He knew that this person wasn't a good person, so he didn't have a good impression of him. He only politely replied, "I am Yi Fan. Li Yunxiao is my big brother." "Oh, so it's brother Yi Fan." Gu Hong said unhurriedly, "I heard that your big brother is very powerful." This time, junior sister Narcissus went out to sea. "It was all thanks to your big brother's escort. I wonder if that's true?" Just as Yi Fan was about to answer, Braun interrupted, "Narcissus went out to sea this time to find the person with the god fire, and that person is Li Yunxiao." Gu Hong said, "Oh? Level 10 divine flame?" It seemed that Li Yunxiao really had some skills. Where was he now? This disciple wishes to meet him. Braun's face sank. "What are you going to do?" Gu Hong didn't seem to see Braun's expression. His tone was still indifferent as he said, "I heard from the other juniors that Li Yunxiao relied on his strength to beat up 3 juniors as soon as he entered the sea forest. I was thinking that these juniors weren't skilled enough, so they deserved to be beaten up." However, they can't tarnish Master's reputation. Therefore, as the eldest senior brother, I can only take the risk of being beaten up and take the initiative to fight for Master's reputation. Braun indifferently said, winning and losing in battles is a common thing. How can you tarnish my reputation? Even if it's the Sea Emperor's bloodline, can they never lose? Only after losing will they know how to win. Gu Hong said, Master is right. The three juniors have tried to lose, but they have become even more courageous in their cultivation. As the eldest senior brother, I also want to taste defeat so that I can work harder. Braun's heart was filled with anger, but he couldn't control the eldest disciple in front of him. He could only say, Li Yunxiao wants to light the 7-star lamp. It's not a good time to fight. Gu Hong nodded, then I'll quietly wait for him. Yi Fan was already angry from the side. He coldly said, since you know you will lose, why do you want to humiliate yourself? Gu Hong turned around, staring at him. Yi Fan could not help but feel a great fear, and his body began to tremble. Gu Hong. Braun's eyes turned cold, extremely dissatisfied. Yi Fan felt his whole body relax, the fear instantly disappearing. However, his whole body was covered in a layer of cold sweat, sticky. Gu Hong softly snorted, turned around and walked out of the hall. I'll go see junior sister Narcissus first, then wait for Li Yunxiao to beat me. Watching him arrogantly leave the hall, Yi Fan swallowed his saliva, saying with difficulty, what's going on? Why do I feel an unparalleled fear when he just stared at me? Braun's face was gloomy. After a long time he said, when Li Yunxiao lights the 7-star lamp, I will immediately open a space channel to send you away. Yi Fan was shocked, looking at the disappearing back of the hall, a lingering fear appeared on his face. Braun's body flashed, his projection disappeared from the hall. In a gloomy side hall, a snow-white curtain hung from the dome. Below it was a complex and gorgeous cloud net bed, covered with silk and satin, from time to time wafting a light fragrance. A woman was quietly lying on the bed, surrounded by all kinds of spirit flowers and plants, sleeping peacefully. Her peaceful face was as white as jade. Her face was beautiful, dignified, and benevolent, very similar to Narcissus's. The cloud net bed was surrounded by a strange arrangement of copper lamps, shining with a faint green light. The ground was engraved with strange lines, connecting all the lamps together, all pointing towards the bed. A slightly large life palace lamp was placed in front of the woman's bed. A slightly hunched white-haired man sat cross-legged in front of the lamp, 2 fingers pressed together, pointing towards the wick. The wick constantly emitted a thin golden light, like the radiance of the sun, under his fingertips. The hall was quiet. The man sat cross-legged like this, no one knew how long, no sound coming from his mouth. Braun slowly opened his wrinkled eyes, and a hoarse voice came from his throat. His aged appearance was completely different from the previous projection outside the hall. It was impossible to see that he was the Lord of the Four Seas, a peak powerhouse. Instead, he looked like an old man on the verge of death. 1,000 years of wind and clouds are all gone with a smile, 10,000 generations of Feiyang illuminate the past and present. Braun muttered these 2 sentences describing Gu Feiyang. After you divined in defiance of the heavens, you left behind this poem. Now that the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang has come to the sea forest, everything is predestined. But since it is predestined, why did you divinate in defiance of the heavens? I don't want the honor of the Sea Emperor, I don't want the peace of the world, and I don't want the power of the divine realm of 10 directions. All I want is to be with you. Braun's face was sad, 2 lines of tears flowed down, streaking across his withered cheeks. Now our daughter is also in love with that Li Yunxiao. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. However, Gu Hong will definitely not let it go. I can feel that the true spirit bloodline in his body has already awakened. He will definitely kill Li Yunxiao. Do you think I should kill him first? Braun's turbid eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light, like lightning streaking across the dark night sky, flashing and disappearing. His face was full of hesitation, muttering to himself, if I kill Gu Hong, the Cloud Life clan will definitely not let it go. At that time, it will set off a great chaos. This is not what I want to see. Ruowei, quickly tell me, what should I do, what should I do? Braun's face was full of tears, suddenly fell into a struggle. On the Repentance Cliff, the dusky sky became gloomy. Under the influence of some kind of power, the sky was constantly stirring like paste, emitting a dark multicolored light. Looking from afar, a snow-white figure was quietly standing on the cliff, like a proud wind and frost. "Junior sister, you're back." Gu Hong's faint voice sounded on the cliff, slowly condensing into a figure in the sky, also wearing white clothes, slowly walking forward. Narcissus's body slightly trembled, her clear eyes opened, revealing a trace of fear, saying in shock, "Eldest senior brother, why are you here?" Gu Hong revealed a look of concern, saying, "I just came out of seclusion, heard that you were punished by master to stay here, afraid that you would be afraid alone, so I came to accompany you." Narcissus refused, "I don't need you to accompany me, I'm not afraid." Hee hee. Gu Hong chuckled, looking at the constantly twisting space in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "This chaotic space can drop a strange power at any time, even I can't guarantee that I can escape unscathed." Narcissus hurriedly said, "Don't scare me, don't think I don't know, the probability of a strange power falling in this space is extremely low, and most of the time, it's not that powerful." Gu Hong laughed, "Haha, really?" A strange smile appeared on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed. A dark green light flashed in the space above that was distorted like paste, and then a sharp light shot down. "Ah!" Narcissus jumped in fright, hurriedly jumping away. That sharp light exploded under her feet, blasting a hole in the sturdy cliff rock. Gu Hong laughed loudly, "Haha, I said it was very dangerous, right?" Narcissus was bewildered, and said angrily, "Did you do something?" Gu Hong laughed, "Junior sister, you think too highly of senior brother. There are spatial turbulence above, how could I have such great ability?" Narcissus said coldly, "Whether you have the ability or not, you don't need to come here, get lost." Gu Hong's face darkened, and said coldly, "Alright, I'll get lost now, get lost and kill that Xianxia." Narcissus's face instantly changed, and said in shock and anger, What did you say? I won't allow you to act recklessly." Gu Hong's eyes stared closely at her, and at this moment, his face was even more steely, and said coldly, "You really have an unusual relationship with that brat. The fear and panic revealed in your eyes earlier is something I've never seen before. Damn it, that brat is dead for sure. You're not allowed to leave." When Narcissus saw that he was about to leave, she hurriedly flew up to block. Gu Hong's eyes became even colder, pointing a finger high up in the air. Traces of green light appeared in the air, converging together to form a ball, like a large net. It caught Narcissus in an instant, and brought her back to her original spot. Following that, those green strands dispersed, coiling around Narcissus's side, turning into a green ring, directly imprinting into the ground. Narcissus's face changed drastically, and she leaped up again, wanting to rush up. That green light on the ground flashed, an invisible force instantly bounced her back. Narcissus flew into a rage. With a flash of golden light in her hand, the great ingenious sword appeared in her hand. Countless ancient Maha characters gushed out from the sword as she stabbed it forward. Clang, the huge sword stabbed the wall of green light, but it didn't budge at all. Gu Hong looked back and revealed a strange expression. He said coldly, "Junior sister Narcissus's strength has improved greatly. You should cultivate in seclusion here and strive to reach the next level." His entire body flashed and disappeared from the repentance cliff. "Come back! Come back here!" Narcissus screamed crazily on the cliff. The sword in her hand kept slashing in all directions, creating sparks, but to no avail. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, Xianxia, who was quietly sitting cross-legged in the air, had his skin flushed red as if he was ripe. He slowly recovered from his meditation and stared at the lava pillar in front of him. He couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. This heaven and earth furnace was suspended in the sea. If it was used by someone all year round to absorb the raging flames inside, it would definitely be consumed continuously. However, he discovered that no matter how much he and the phoenix absorbed, the surrounding fire element was almost full. It was as if it was endless and would never be consumed. Xianxia stood up. With a flash of light on his body, his red skin immediately returned to its previous smooth jade-like appearance. He opened Tsutsumi and looked down curiously. There seemed to be an extremely strong resistance in the lava. Even his ocular power could only penetrate a few dozen meters and couldn't go any further. However, this depth of several dozen meters allowed him to discover something. the lava seemed to be rising and falling in a rhythmic manner. It constantly surged with raging flames and maintained the environment of the furnace at a stable level. This feels like it's breathing. Could this heaven and earth furnace be a living thing? He immediately thought of this possibility and couldn't help but jump in fright. After pondering for a moment, Li Yunxiao flipped his hand and took out an ordinary 8th grade artifact sword. He directly threw it into the lava. Chi! Chi! As soon as the treasured sword entered the lava, it immediately emitted white smoke, accompanied by the light of the weapon. Before it could shine brightly, it was swallowed up. The entire sword slowly melted inside, and in a few breaths of time it was completely melted. Li Yunxiao's expression was undecided. In the end, he revealed a determined expression, as if he had made up his mind. A light flashed between Xiao Chen's eyebrows, and the gourd's little King Kong flew out and probed the bottom of the lava. The gourd's little King Kong blasted away the mud with a punch and began to sink slowly. A large amount of fire element directly attached itself to the little King Kong's body, burning it red all of a sudden. After sinking for dozens of meters, it reached the limit of what Li Yunxiao could see. With a thought, he made it stop. That was because he was shocked to discover that the gourd's little King Kong's body was gradually melting in the lava, and its surface was already showing signs of liquefaction. If he went any deeper and lost the surveillance of his eyes, who knew what would happen? With a thought, the little King Kong immediately broke the lava with a punch and slowly flew out, standing in the air in front of Li Yunxiao. The color of its body had turned red, like red-hot iron, and it was emitting billowing steam. Although this place was a little strange, it was indeed worthy of being called a furnace. The gourd's little King Kong could also melt such a sturdy gourd in a short time. Since I can't find out the secrets inside, it's fine. However, it would be a pity if I don't make full use of the conditions here. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He reached out his hand, and a white light floated in his palm. It immediately turned into the mountain and river cauldron, and it gradually grew bigger. Then, he kept making hand signs with both hands, and launched seals into the body of the cauldron. The countless patterns on the mountain and river cauldron were immediately activated, and thousands of rays of light shot out, covering the bright red world in a bright white. Boom! The cauldron kept making booming sounds, and a ray of light suddenly shot out from the body of the cauldron toward the lava. Gurgle, gurgle. The mud in the lava was stirred up, and a large amount of heat was released. The ray of light in the mud was getting bigger and bigger, and it opened up a space. The ray of light gradually turned into the shape of a big cauldron, and it was a projection of the mountain and river cauldron. Li Yunxiao made the little King Kong fly into the projection of the mountain and river cauldron, and at the same time, he launched a seal. The mountain and river cauldron turned slightly, and the projection changed accordingly. It was as if a gap had been opened, and the lava surged in, swallowing the little King Kong. Li Yunxiao kept making hand signs with both hands, and directly used the projection of the mountain and river cauldron as a furnace to refine. He was not afraid that the mountain and river cauldron would be melted by the lava. After all, it was a supreme Xian artifact, and it could not be destroyed in this place. However, the cauldron was too strong, and together with the lava here, he was afraid that the little King Kong might accidentally die. The little King Kong in the projection of the mountain and river cauldron was red all over, and it kept growling. It was obviously in great pain. As a half-beast and half-artifact, it did not feel the destruction of its physical body, but this kind of refining went straight into its heart and soul. As the body continued to strengthen, it must have a matching heart. This kind of refining path had never happened before, and Li Yunxiao could only blindly explore and move forward. Especially after reaching the 9th level, it was close to the rules of the heavenly path, and every step was extremely difficult to change. He flipped his hand, grabbed the remnants of the dragon shell that he had used last time, and threw them all out. Then, with a flash between his eyebrows, a ray of light shot out into the air, and a large number of treasures of heaven and earth floated in the air. Most of them were minerals and gems, and they were in different shapes and colors. Some of them were wriggling as if they were about to take shape. These were all the rare treasures that he had collected from the East Sea Palace. He glanced at them one by one, and his fingers kept pointing down. One by one, the treasures flew into the projection of the mountain and river cauldron in the lava. Each of the treasures had a strong spiritual nature, and they even had self-defense. When they fell into the projection, they would shake and release a ray of light, but they were quickly swallowed by the lava. After a total of hundreds of treasures, Li Yunxiao waved his hand, and a ray of light swept through the air, collecting all the treasures. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. After slightly replenishing some of his strength, he began to slowly refine, like a chef cooking a delicacy. He was not in a hurry. After a day, Li Yunxiao, who had been closing his eyes beside the mountain and river cauldron, suddenly opened them. His eyes were like lightning, and he looked down in horror. There seemed to be an external force in the lava, constantly stirring the lava and directly attacking the projection of the mountain and river cauldron. The refining process inside was being disturbed. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Could it be that he had touched something in the lava? He hurriedly flew down and stepped directly on the lava. Half of his body turned golden, and heat waves continued to enter his body through the soles of his feet. He was shocked. Under such high temperatures, the stirring force in the lava could vaguely be seen to be a giant hand. Li Yunxiao suddenly pointed in the air, and a northern sky frigid star sword suddenly shot out. It directly cut through the lava and headed towards the giant hand. The giant hand also seemed to sense the danger. It suddenly clenched its fist in the lava, and two flames spewed out from its fist, turning into a strange weapon, and went to meet the northern sky frigid star sword. Bang! The northern sky frigid star sword was shaken, and the cold light on the sword was completely shattered. It was immediately swallowed by the lava. Although it did not immediately burn red, its light was lost, and the cold was gone. It began to heat up. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. That hand could actually turn objects into weapons. It clearly had an extremely high level of intelligence. He grabbed in the air, and the sky immediately turned into a giant green hand that fiercely rushed towards the lava. Boom! The giant hand's 5 fingers pierced into the lava, and with a whoosh, it directly grabbed the entire projection of the mountain and river cauldron. Then, Li Yunxiao slapped in the air, and a fire creation art shook the lava. Another pillar of fire rushed out, and directly dragged the projection of the mountain and river cauldron into the sky. The mountain and river cauldron also changed. As the projection rotated slightly, the power on the body of the cauldron seemed to become stronger. The light of the projection gradually became more solid, and it seemed to split into two, turning into 2 cauldrons. 2 pillars of fire continuously rose from the lava. One supported the light of the mountain and river cauldron's projection, and the other supported the true phoenix flame's absorption and repair. The entire lava space suddenly became somewhat narrow. The giant hand in the lava had lost its target. It slowly reached out and grew longer. This time, its target was Li Yunxiao. Whoosh! The entire hand separated from the lava, and its entire body was the same color as the lava. It was also constantly emitting hot bubbles, and in the air, it grabbed towards Li Yunxiao. Humph! A trace of coldness flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. As the arm grabbed, it sealed the surrounding space. It turned out to be the Jiutian Emperor's Ji. Then, there must be a strong cultivator from Emperor Wu controlling this arm. He formed a seal with both hands, and the true demon form appeared behind him. On the form's arm, there was a shadow of a blade, and it directly slashed towards the giant hand. Bang! The shadow of the blade directly slashed the giant hand, but it actually couldn't cut the hand in half. It directly blocked it, and couldn't advance any further. A wave of power came from the giant hand, and it suddenly shook off the shadow of the blade. Then, it merged in the air, and slowly lost the shape of the hand, and gradually, a human figure appeared. This person's body was still made of lava, and his body constantly emitted heat waves and bubbles. However, when his eyes suddenly opened, they were as deep as the abyss. Impressively, they were the eyes of a cultivator. "You are Li Yunxiao?" After that person stared at Li Yunxiao for a while, he took the initiative to ask. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Am I that famous? Even in the sea forest, in the heaven and earth furnace, any random monster knows my name?" "Humph. That's right. You can go and die now." After that person confirmed it, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Li Yunxiao, and directly punched towards his head. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. His body flashed with a golden light, and one of his arms turned into a brilliant golden light, and he fiercely grabbed Pa! The fiery fist blasted into his palm. Circles of flames and heat waves spread out in all directions, impacting the two's bodies. The golden radiance on Li Yunxiao's body wavered under the impact of the flames. That person's pupils shrank as he mocked, so you have an innate divine body. You do have some skills. He retracted his fist and kicked out fiercely, aiming at Li Yunxiao's forehead. His speed was as fast as lightning. Humph. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly. No matter how fast his opponent was, it was impossible for him to be faster than the light in his eyes. His body moved slightly, and the surroundings became blurry, leaving only an afterimage. That kick landed directly on the throat of his afterimage, and his entire head slowly turned into afterimages and dissipated under this kick. A cold voice sounded behind that person. Let me see what kind of divine being you are. That person was shocked. After that kick, he knew that he was in trouble. At this moment, an extreme sense of danger surged in his heart. Without turning his head, he punched the back of his head. Whoosh! A sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared. With a flash of cold light, Li Yunxiao held the ice frost sword in his hand. In an instant, that person's fist was split open, and Li Yunxiao slashed along his arm. Damn it! That person bellowed in shock and anger. His arm was cut vertically, and the other half fell down. That broken arm was still filled with boiling lava, and it was no different from flesh. However, where it was cut open, there was an additional layer of thin ice. Ah! What sword is this? That person screamed, and his eyes were filled with horror. He kept twisting his body, letting the lava flow towards the wound. His entire arm slowly recovered, but the scarlet color had faded by more than half. The ice frost sword was the coldest thing in the world. Although it was suppressed in this environment, it was also the nemesis of these hottest things. Li Yunxiao stood with his sword and said coldly, as I expected, it's just a divine sense. You want to kill me with just a wisp of divine will? Are you an idiot? After the man recovered from his shock and anger, he was exposed by Li Yunxiao. His eyes flashed with a sinister light as he said coldly, you are indeed not an ordinary 6-star Emperor Wu. Otherwise, my divine sense would be more than enough to kill you. Li Yunxiao said coldly, hiding a divine sense in the lava, who exactly are you? This divine sense couldn't have been waiting for me, right? I'm afraid it's been lurking for countless years. That person's expression changed drastically, and a strong killing intent burst out of his eyes. I can't let you live. Turning his head, he saw the 2 columns of fire. Grinning viciously, his body flickered and he disappeared on the spot. Li Yunxiao's expression turned serious. He teleported and caught up to his speed and trajectory. With a teleportation, he appeared above the projection of the mountain and river cauldron and slashed downwards. Poochie! That person just happened to appear and was instantly cut in half by the sword force. It's useless. I have an immortal body here, unless you refine my divine will. But is that possible? Half of the body that was cut in half instantly returned to human form and punched the projection of the mountain and river cauldron. The other half turned into a long spear in the air and shot towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. He turned into a lightning bolt and retreated a few meters. He appeared beside the mountain and river cauldron and struck the cauldron. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron turned slightly, and the projection shook violently. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared on the fire column and a hole slowly appeared. That person's pupils shrank. He saw a fist intent suddenly burst out from the pitch-black hole and the surrounding space exploded. Bang! That person's fist immediately collided with the fist intent and turned into a burst of lava. That person's entire fist was gone, but he didn't care about it at all. Instead, he looked at the face of the little King Kong inside the fire column in shock. What are you refining? A puppet? Just as he was stunned, a Jiutian Emperor's Ji pressed down and directly locked the space around him, making it impossible for him to move. You're just a divine will. Do you think you're so powerful? I'll refine you in minutes. A cold light flashed across Li Yunxiao's face. After losing half of his body, that person was very weak at the moment. He shouted in shock and anger, you scum, I'll cut you into pieces. Even if it's just a divine will, it's not easy for you to defeat me. He suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The lava below immediately turned into a countercurrent and was sucked into his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. His entire body suddenly swelled up and gradually turned into a ball. He looked cute, but his eyes were full of ferocity. He made a seal with one hand. Suddenly, countless strange symbols appeared on his body and covered his whole body. These symbols seemed to be hollowed out and constantly shot out terrifying flames. Li Yunxiao understood his intention the moment his body swelled up. His face darkened and he snorted coldly. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. His eyes flashed with a bloody light, and strange symbols appeared around his pupils. The entire space changed. Ah? This is... That person was shocked to find that he was in a world of ice and snow. He was surrounded by extremely cold ice rocks, and a bone-piercing chill attacked his body. Even his body, which was made of lava, couldn't help but feel the chill and shiver. Illusion. You're an expert in illusion. That person shouted in shock and anger. Illusion is fake after all. Let's see how you can stop me from self-destructing. He changed the seal with his hand and shouted, explode. All of a sudden, the countless magic symbols on his body shone brightly, blossoming with an intense fiery light. Then, his entire body exploded. Boom! A huge impact exploded, and the entire world of ice disappeared instantly. The scene returned to the heaven and earth furnace, and a terrifying heat wave spread in all directions. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold. He was afraid that the impact would affect the two fire pillars. His eyes widened and he was about to use his divine skill to erase it. Suddenly, the cry of a fire phoenix came from the pillar not far away. All the impact seemed to have stopped in time and froze in an instant. Then, it turned into a gust of wind and was sucked into the pillar. Li Yunxiao's body trembled as he looked at the fire pillar in shock. He could vaguely see the shadow of a phoenix appearing on the fire pillar, but it disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to normal. The terrifying power of self-destruction was completely devoured just like that. In this scorching environment, even Li Yunxiao couldn't help but drip a drop of cold sweat. That voice just now was very spiritual. Could it be that the phoenix's true spirit has been awakened? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The phoenix, an ancient true spirit, was an immortal bird that could be reborn from the ashes. This remnant flame had been passed down for many years, so it was inevitable that it contained a wisp of the phoenix's thought or will. Li Yunxiao couldn't refine it thoroughly, so he couldn't understand the whole truth of this flame. The Phoenix clan was ranked among the top real spirits even in ancient times. It isn't strange for them to have left some means to be reborn before they died. He thought about Archaeosaurus, the descendant of a real dragon, which was ranked lower than the phoenix among the ancient true spirits, but he still managed to survive until now, let alone the phoenix. A thought suddenly flashed in Li Yunxiao's mind. Besides Archaeosaurus, were there any other real spirits in the realm of heaven martial arts? As he thought about this, he felt his throat become dry. If the true flame in the pillar of fire really transformed into a phoenix, then it would be impossible for him to control it. Moreover, he didn't know what kind of temper these true spirits had. They might even spit out a mouthful of fire on the spot and burn him to ashes. His face became gloomy. He stared at the fire pillar, lost in his thoughts. After a long while, he sighed. It seemed he had made up his mind. He didn't think too much, so he turned around and went to another fire pillar. After the previous attack, the small King Kong from the calabash sunk back into the mountain and river cauldron's projection. It didn't feel any pain anymore. A large amount of fire elements kept scouring its body, but it was still expressionless and indifferent. However, Li Yunxiao could feel its existence, as well as the silent and magnificent power under the body of this mysterious weapon. He closed his eyes and started to refine it. The light of the mountain and river cauldron became stronger and stronger. The whole refining process was coming to an end. On the cliff of the Red Sea, the bone rainbow suddenly opened its eyes. Boundless flames of anger gushed out of it. Bang, the rock under his feet suddenly cracked for 1,000 miles, turning into dust. It was like a mountain had collapsed. Countless boulders and debris fell into the sea. He stared at the sea gloomily, his eyes emitting a fierce light. Li Yunxiao. These 3 words seemed to have been uttered with a great deal of strength. The sea below also surged unceasingly, and waves of roars began to appear. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the sea. It instantly turned into a magnificent figure in golden armor. The figure slowly raised its eyes. With a lazy expression, it shouted, "Gu Hong, what's wrong with you? I'm under orders to guard the worldly furnace. Are you looking for a fight?" The bone rainbow's face turned green. It raised its hand and pointed at the person. It said fiercely, "Xianxia, I'm going down to kill someone. Get out of my way." Xianxia's eyelids twitched. He shouted, "How dare you? If I let you go down and kill people as you please, what's the point of guarding this place?" The bone rainbow said coldly, "I don't care. I have to kill the person down there. If you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for killing you too." Haha. Xianxia raised his head to the sky and laughed. A look of disdain and contempt flashed through his eyes. "Did you think that after becoming a 9-star martial emperor and awakening the Cloudlife clan's bloodline, you would be able to slaughter gods and demons? Childish. You're asking for it. Even if Master blames you, you can't blame me." The bone rainbow didn't say anything else. Its figure flashed and it flew towards Xianxia like a rock spreading its wings. Its face was cold, and it looked like it was looking at a dead man. The lazy expression on Xianxia's face disappeared, and his expression darkened. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his left hand quickly drew circles in front of him. Flashing rune balls appeared in front of him, and fiercely shot towards Gu Hong. The rune balls were of different sizes, colors, and the power they contained was also different. They created ripples of different depths in the sea. Gu Hong's pupils shrank. The power contained within these rune balls encompassed the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and they constantly influenced each other. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets countless. Humph. He coldly snorted, and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. His body immediately shone brightly, and runes appeared on his skin, covering his entire body. An extremely strong power surged out of his body, and poured into his palms. Immediately, 2 huge green palm shadows appeared in the sky, and in an instant, thousands of them bombarded down. Bang! 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 The palm shadows that filled the sky fell like rain, and continuously destroyed the various types of rune balls. The scarlet sea shook, and monstrous waves rose up, surrounding the 2 of them a kilometer away, and roared. Gu Hong's eyes were cold, and his hands formed a seal in front of him. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous aura was emitted from his body. A white light slowly rose, and with a clang, unfolded in the sky, and turned into the shape of a saber. The huge saber let out a sound that stirred people's hearts. Before the saber fell, the sky had already been shaken by the saber intent, and it split apart. Gu Hong put 2 fingers together, and pointed at the sky, and coldly said, "Tai Yuan blade." Clang! The saber suddenly fell like a mountain, and heaven and earth seemed to split, and the sea was instantly split in half. It was as if everything in the world had been completely severed by that saber. A grave expression appeared on Xianxia's face. He withdrew his disdainful expression from before, clasped his hands in front of him, and shouted loudly. A golden light appeared in his hands, and within it, a small golden sword continuously rotated, and slowly grew larger. Xianxia suddenly grabbed the sword, and the entire sea shook. With him as the center, a golden light radiated out, and the surrounding thousands of meters were filled with endless sword light. Tens of thousands of sword shadows densely hung in the surroundings. A cold sword light, 5 lakes and 4 seas. The tens of thousands of sword projections instantly condensed and converged into the golden sword from all directions. The sound of the golden sword's clashing rang out incessantly like silver bells. Under the blinding golden light, Xianxia raised his sword and thrust it through the air. Bang! The huge saber slashed the golden sword, producing a deafening sound. Countless cracks appeared on the blade that was as bright as the moon. With a ping sound, it shattered like a precious jade falling to the ground or a pearl plate shattering. It turned into moonlight that filled the sky and scattered into the sea. However, the golden sword continued to gather and did not disperse. Instead, it grew brighter and brighter in the air. Xianxia put his hands together, and golden light surged on the surface of the crimson sea. In an instant, countless sword shadows broke through the water and shot toward the sky. The entire sky above the sea was filled with golden light. With the golden sword as the center, countless tiny sword shadows started to spin. Gu Hong's expression changed drastically and he said in terror, You actually cultivated the sword domain divine ability. The runes all over his body suddenly flickered, and a ray of white light appeared behind him. A pair of wings appeared on his back, and he instantly teleported 5,000 kilometers away. Since you're here, let's fight. Zuya's sarcastic voice echoed. The golden light in the sky changed, and a sword intent was transmitted along with Gu Hong. It was like a maggot in a bone that could not be removed. Zuya, you dare to kill me? Gu Hong's expression changed drastically. He watched in horror as the sword intent slashed down. The vast sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. He hurriedly crossed his hands in front of him. Strands of green light that were as thin as hair floated out and interweaved in front of him. They condensed into a shield mirror that protected him. Pung, the sword intent slashed down, and the shield mirror only lasted for half a breath's time before disintegrating. The sword's momentum did not diminish, and it slashed down on Gu Hong's body. It shattered the two wings behind him, and his entire body fell to the ground under the suppression of the sword intent. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose into the sky, and a deep pit was torn in the incomparably sturdy island. Humph, what a joke! Zuya spat in disdain. His figure flashed and disappeared in the vast sky. If you didn't have any misgivings, you would have died millions of times just for the crime of burying your divine sense in the heaven and earth furnace. A huge crack opened up on the island, startling countless birds and beasts. Soon, everything quieted down. Hua! A beam of light flew out from the crack, shattering a large piece of rock. Gu Hong was in a sorry state. He directly lay on the ground facing the sky, panting with all his might. His eyes were filled with fear and hatred. The injuries on his body were shocking, especially on the two sides of his back. It was as if a piece of bone had been dug out, and soon, the ground was covered in blood. Pfff, he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of extravasated blood, and his complexion rapidly weakened. Zuya, you deserve to die. You damned beast. I will definitely kill you in the future. Rage attacked his heart, and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He took out a stalk-like object and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, his expression kept changing. Then, he took out a golden jade pendant, raised his hand, and formed a few seals in the air. All of them converged into the golden token, and he slapped it in the air. The golden token immediately spun twice, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into nothingness. A few days later, huge waves once again rose on the Scarlet Sea. A passage directly opened up on the surface of the sea. Li Yunxiao turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, appearing in the sky. He turned back to look at the sea, and seemed to sense something. His brows furrowed slightly, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, flying towards the Sea Imperial Palace. You're here. A figure appeared in the sky above the Sea Imperial Palace, gradually condensing into bronze appearance. His face was filled with excitement and joy. Li Yunxiao nodded, and said, Many thanks for Lord Sea Imperial's help. The divine fire has already undergone a great change, and lighting the 7-star lamp won't be a problem. Braun said, I've tried countless times in the past few years. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. My heart is already very calm. Li Yunxiao smiled, and said, This time, you won't be disappointed. I hope so. Braun sighed, and said, Come with me. He turned into a beam of light and flew over, wrapping around Li Yunxiao, and disappeared into the sky. In the next moment, the side hall filled with copper lamps flashed, and Li Yunxiao's avatar appeared. Ah, you! When Li Yunxiao saw the Sea Emperor's true appearance, he couldn't help but exclaim. Although he knew that the Sea Emperor's avatar was only a projection, and he guessed that the Sea Emperor's true body was old, he didn't expect it to be this bad. Where was the slightest bit of dignity? He was like an old man on the verge of death, sitting in front of his life lamp, constantly using his true essence to protect the bean-sized light. Haha. Braun was very indifferent, and said with a smile, Even the world-famous Gu Feiyang can be scared? Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, and said, the Sea Emperor of the Four Seas, respected under the heavens, has become like this, anyone would be scared. Braun laughed, what's the use of the Four Seas, respected under the heavens? Even if I enter the 10 directions divine realm, what's the point without the person I love? He had a lonely expression on his face as he raised his head to look at the woman on the cloud gauze bed with pity and love in his eyes. Li Yunxiao said with a serious expression, although people of our generation are not heartless or unfeeling, we should focus on the martial way without any distractions. Braun said, there are 3,000 rules in the world, the Grand Tao also has 3,000 rules. Who said that pursuing martial arts can't pursue love? Li Yunxiao was surprised, thinking for a moment, and said, there is no rule, but a person's energy is limited. My life is limited, but the Grand Tao is boundless. A trace of dignity flashed on Braun's face, and he said solemnly, my Grand Tao is to be with her, there is no other path. Li Yunxiao's heart shook, Braun's words pointed to his heart, it seems he has fallen into the path of love, unable to extricate himself. It was no wonder that his martial arts cultivation had regressed. Otherwise, with his divine transcendence realm, even if he had been spending his true essence here for several years, his cultivation would not have regressed. In that case, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't force you. Li Yunxiao looked at the woman on the cloud bed, and indeed looked very similar to Narcissus, then let me try. As long as Lord Sea Emperor can extricate himself from this, relying on the divine arts and what I hear, it may not be impossible for him to restore his cultivation. Braun's body shook, he didn't respond to Li Yunxiao's words, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic, and only said excitedly, good, good. His eyes were full of excitement and hope, his whole body trembling. His left hand continuously pointed in the air, and several golden runes flew out, flashing and disappearing. A purple formation appeared on the dome, Braun softly chanted an incantation, the fingers of his left hand constantly changing. Every time he made a move, the purple formation changed a bit. Finally, with a cha sound, the formation was opened like a key, directly splitting into 2 halves. You can come in. Braun said slowly, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Yunxiao could naturally feel that the formation was extraordinary, and with the strength of the Sea Emperor's magical power, it took a lot of effort to unravel the formation, it could be seen how powerful it was. He carefully observed the arrangement of the formation on the ground, and soon understood it, he walked in a certain direction to the cloud bed. The woman, who looked very similar to water deity, lay there peacefully, as if she was in a deep sleep. Braun calmed his excited mind, and said, try it. Li Yunxiao nodded, and directly closed his eyes, one hand forming a seal in front of him, unexpectedly entering meditation. Braun didn't rush Li Yunxiao, he knew that Li Yunxiao was adjusting his state. This was a process of perceiving the power of the elements. Only when one is completely integrated with the elements can the elemental power be exerted to the greatest extent. He had waited for so many years, he didn't mind waiting a bit longer. An hour later, Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his clear eyes had turned into 2 clusters of flames that burned and danced continuously. Within the flames, a faint shadow of a phoenix could be seen, roaming the world. Braun's turbid eyes suddenly became clear, his old face glowing at this moment, the wrinkles on his face gradually dispersing. Li Yunxiao raised his hand, and a flame gathered at his fingertip. It pulsed, emitting a huge amount of energy as it slowly moved towards the Life Palace lantern. The flame at his fingertip changed into a myriad of forms, as if it was a living soul. Braun said excitedly, it really is the repaired phoenix true flame. This spiritual aura is like it's coming to life. The more powerful the flame, the more excited he became. He said, be careful. The sun essence on the lantern suddenly lit up, and Braun felt more than half of the essence energy in his body being sucked out. His expression changed greatly, and his left hand formed a seal, trying to cut off the suction force, but he didn't dare to be too fierce, fearing that the lantern would be extinguished. Li Yunxiao's fingertip suddenly froze, as if it was blocked by an invisible force. The lantern emitted a 9-colored light, layer by layer, constantly attacking the flame in Li Yunxiao's hand. Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change, as if he had already expected it. His left hand formed a seal, drawing 3 strange runes in the air, and slammed them down one by one. Bang! The sound of bubbles bursting resounded, and the nine-colored light completely disappeared. The Life Palace lantern seemed to feel the aura of the phoenix true flame. The simple carvings on the lantern suddenly lit up, and a purple smoke floated up, slowly turning into a gray two-horned monster. The monster had two horns on its forehead, one gold and one silver. The monster's face was hazy. Dohua. Li Yunxiao was startled, and ripples appeared in his calm eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. Braun's expression changed greatly, and he asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "This is just an afterimage of the Dohua. I don't know why Rouwei's body has this thing, and now it has turned into the palace guardian beast." "Nothing." Li Yunxiao collected his thoughts, and became calm again. Braun relaxed a little, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart. Huidou, who had turned into the guardian beast of the palace, was silent. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he tried to bite Li Yunxiao. The two horns on his forehead flickered with gold and silver colors, as if there were electric sparks passing between them. Li Yunxiao had seen Shang's true form before, and he knew that the horns were the strongest part of the Dou and Hui tribe. Therefore, the moment the gold and silver colors appeared, his eyes turned into blood moons, and his eye technique was activated. Mirror style. Under his gaze, Huidou's remnant soul opened his mouth wide and revealed a look of horror. The next moment, the shadow of Huidou's remnant soul was directly imprinted in Li Yunxiao's right pupil, becoming clearer and clearer. The voice and shadow above the copper lamp disappeared without a trace. Li Yunxiao abruptly closed his right eye, and his left eye shot out rays of light. The moment Huidou's remnant soul dissipated, Li Yunxiao's divine fire quickly pressed down. Puchi! The wick of the natal palace lantern suddenly ignited, and a 3-foot-tall flame burst forth. Ah! The woman on the cloud net bed suddenly screamed. Braun's body shook violently, and he flew to the front of the bed. He saw that Rouwei's face was full of shock, and then slowly disappeared, and finally returned to her previous sleeping appearance. The natal palace lantern on the head of the bed burned brightly under the phoenix fire, and the flame slowly shrunk until it was the size of a thumb, and then stabilized. Compared to the soybean light that Braun was guarding, it was much brighter. "Rouwei, Rouwei!" Braun called out a few times, but there was no response. Two strings of tears flowed down the face of this peerless expert. He grabbed Rouwei's hand and gently placed it on his cheek, as if to let them feel each other's warmth. Only then did Li Yunxiao open his right eye, and saw that Huidou's remnant soul was constantly struggling in his eye technique space, and slowly dissipating. At this time, the 7-star lantern on the ground also began to change. The divine flame on the natal palace lantern flickered with the shadow of the phoenix. At the same time, the 56 lamps inside and outside the lantern also projected the shadow of the phoenix, and the flames on the lantern seemed to be subservient, worshipping the natal palace lantern. Li Yunxiao relaxed, and happily said, "My condolences, Lord Sea Emperor. Fortunately, I did not fail to live up to your expectations." Braun gradually recovered from his grief and nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." Li Yunxiao said, "This can only keep her life hanging by a thread. If you want to completely save her and change her fate, you must find the legendary heavenly fortune pill." Braun said, "I have also inquired about various ancient books, and there are no less than 10 ways to save Rouwei, but each of them is a heaven-defying treasure, or simply doesn't exist in this world. The last time the heavenly fortune pill appeared was several tens of thousands of years ago, and there is no clear record of it." Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Braun said, "Being able to keep Rouwei's life hanging by a thread is already a great help. This way, I can free up my hands to do more things." Li Yunxiao said, "That's good. With Lord Sea Emperor's ability, there should be a way. I will also pay more attention on my side." "Thank you very much," Braun said. He thought of Rouwei's last words after the divination, which were directed at the person in front of him. Maybe Li Yunxiao could really find a way. Braun suddenly felt a little hope and confidence. "Before, I said that if you can fill in the 180 characters of the ancient Maha text, you can comprehend 500 characters. What do you think?" Li Yunxiao smiled, stretched out a finger, and said, 1,000 characters. Braun stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "How can you take advantage of me like this? Since you saved Rouwei, I'll write 800 words, no more." "Deal." Li Yunxiao immediately agreed, his eyes shining. Bronze eyes held a strange smile. You can choose 800 characters, how much you can master is up to you. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but frown, looking at Bronze's strange smile. Could it be that there is something else? Bronze waved his hand and the two disappeared from the side hall. In the next moment, he found himself in a world of whiteness, and he was surrounded by hundreds and thousands of enormous bronze pillars that seemed like a forest of pillars. On top of each pillar was a statue of a fierce beast, some overlooking the earth, some looking up at the sky. It was a vivid and lifelike scene. However, after Li Yunxiao entered, he realized that no matter where he was, it was as if hundreds or thousands of ferocious beasts were staring at him. He felt his hair stand on end. The bronze pillars were densely engraved with all kinds of ancient Maha text, and all of them were missing strokes. Li Yunxiao could be considered a knowledgeable person. He knew that this space was similar to a supreme-grade profound artifact, an existence that existed at the beginning of the world. It was specially used to store these bronze pillars and imitate the power of laws of the ancient Maha text. He could feel that there was an extremely powerful restriction hidden here, and it seemed to be related to the fierce beasts on the pillars. If an outsider broke in alone, the restriction would have already been triggered. Bronze said, "See for yourself, choose which 800 characters you want to learn. If you want to leave, I'll be able to sense it with just a thought." Li Yunxiao looked over one by one. There were a total of 233 bronze pillars here. The numbers didn't seem to have any special meaning. The number of characters on each pillar was different. Bronze didn't explain further and directly left. Li Yunxiao wasn't in a hurry to read the characters. Instead, he was interested in the bronze beasts. The bronze beasts on the 233 pillars were of different races, none of them repeated. Li Yunxiao didn't recognize more than half of them, the rest were basically only seen in ancient books. Walking over to a slightly larger pillar with more characters on it, Xianxia raised his head to look at it. At the top of the pillar was a 5-clawed golden dragon, looking arrogantly ahead. But Li Yunxiao couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end, feeling as if the dragon was staring at him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. This should be the effect of the mysterious restriction buried here. If he were to break the bronze pillars or commit any other illegal acts, he would immediately fall into an extremely dangerous situation. These 200 ferocious beasts should all be true spirits that existed in the ancient times. The Sea Imperial Palace's inheritance really is much older than the Saint Realm and God-transforming sea. The various information and materials are much more complete. Moreover, he discovered that the size of these bronze pillars were arranged according to the strength of the true spirits on them. For example, ancient true dragons, heavenly phoenixes, and other such existences were relatively large pillars. After observing for a long time, Xianxia didn't discover anything else, so he began to read the incomplete characters. Xianxia's eyes released his power, staring at the characters on the pillars, wanting to directly imprint more than 2,000 incomplete characters into his mind. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from the pillar, instantly dispelling his power. His eyes actually became hazy, unable to see the characters on the pillars clearly. Shocked, Li Yunxiao hurriedly put Tsutsumi away. Under his normal gaze, he was able to clearly see the characters on the pillars. The 5-clawed golden dragon that was originally looking arrogantly ahead had actually lowered its head, its eyes glinting fiercely as it stared at him. Li Yunxiao's expression became uncertain. Only then did he discover that the restriction here was even stronger than he had expected. Even the incomplete characters were not allowed to be casually memorized. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He could only obediently start to choose the characters. He casually pointed at a large character on a bronze pillar, and a long wing sound came from the bronze pillar. Immediately, the incomplete character shot out a bright light, projecting in the air. A ball of golden light appeared in the projection, slowly expanding like seaweed, and changing shape, appearing stroke by stroke. With every stroke, there was an ancient and peculiar feeling rippling out. Li Yunxiao's heart was wild with joy, his eyes suddenly widening, forcibly memorizing the formation of this character. It was like the creation of heaven and earth, thousands of laws were born one by one, and finally, a complete ancient character appeared. The projection suddenly erupted with a blinding light, the entire space trembling. Li Yunxiao's heart also violently beat. As the ancient Maha character formed, he only felt boundless ancient intent and the laws of heaven and earth flowing around him. He hurriedly closed his eyes, beginning to silently immerse himself in this kind of law, slowly comprehending without distraction. A few months later, inside the Sea Emperor's palace, a ray of light flashed and Li Yunxiao's figure emerged. Bronan and Yifan had been waiting for a long time. Yifan was pleasantly surprised. "Big brother Yunxiao, you've advanced to high-level Emperor Wu?" Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed as he smiled. "You've also made great progress." Yifan smiled. "It's all thanks to Lord Sea Emperor's guidance." Bronan, who was sitting upright, leaned forward with a smile, propped his chin on his hand, and said with a playful smile, "Li Yunxiao, have you mastered 800 characters?" Li Yunxiao looked up. Although Bronan's temples were still grizzled, his demeanor and temperament were much stronger than a few months ago. It seems his body was slowly recovering. "I've learned a total of 633 characters," Li Yunxiao replied. Bronan leaned back and smiled calmly. "Every character contains a great deal of power. If you don't have the corresponding cultivation and forcibly comprehend it, you will only end up with cultivation deviation. Now do you understand why I chose the 5 white characters? It's not that I'm stingy, it's really out of consideration for you. But I didn't expect you to forcibly increase your cultivation to 7 stars Emperor Wu in order to learn a few hundred characters. It's also unexpected. But forcibly increasing your cultivation also caused great harm to you, right? Otherwise, with your 7 stars Emperor Wu cultivation, you should have been able to learn 700 characters. Li Yunxiao didn't mince words, he smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, I had enough treasures on me. When I discovered that I could only comprehend 490 characters, in order not to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I could only take a risk and forcibly increase my cultivation. Although I reached 7 stars Emperor Wu, my foundation is extremely unstable, so I had to go into seclusion to stabilize it." Bronan smiled. "You can only blame yourself for being too greedy. All opportunities have their own destiny, you can't force it." Li Yunxiao said, "Heaven's will is constant, but a gentleman should never stop striving for self-improvement. These are the extra 180 characters in the 2 divine arts. Lord Sea Sovereign, keep them well." He formed a seal with both hands, and a golden light flashed between his brows. An image shot out and turned into a light screen in the air. Ancient Maha characters appeared one after another. Bron's expression suddenly became dignified. Golden light blossomed in his eyes as the 180 characters appeared one by one in his eyes. Beside him, Yifan's eyes were wide open as he continuously forced himself to remember. However, to his horror, he discovered that not only did his eyes hurt, the yuan power in his body had also become chaotic, as if it was about to go berserk. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Several hours later, Li Yunxiao had evolved all 180 characters. He looked as if he was about to collapse. Bron wasn't much better. He had to forcibly memorize these 180 words, which consumed even more essence force. The 3 people in the main hall were in a state of closed-door cultivation. It was extremely quiet. Suddenly, a voice as sweet as silver bells rang out. "Imperial Father." A white light flashed outside, and Narcissus's figure instantly appeared in the main hall. The space in front of Bron blurred, condensing into a projection. It was dignified and solemn, emitting the pressure of a superior. Li Yunxiao knew that Bron didn't want his daughter to see his true appearance. Presumably, he had been concealing it all these years, so it wasn't convenient to point it out. "Humph, directly entering without notifying me, too impudent." Bron's expression sank as he angrily shouted. Narcissus smacked her lips and muttered, "Didn't I shout outside?" She looked at Li Yunxiao and smiled. "It's good that you're fine. I was worried that Bonhong would find trouble with you." When the 3 people heard this name, their expressions changed slightly. Bron coldly said, "Bonhong is fine, why would he find trouble with Li Yunxiao? If you talk nonsense again, you can scram back to the cliff of repentance." Narcissus revealed a look of lingering fear, hastily waving her hand. "No, I don't want to go." "Imperial Father, you don't know, but Bonhong personally told me that he wants to deal with Li Yunxiao. You must properly punish him and send him to the cliff of repentance for a few years." "Impudent!" Bron coldly shouted, "I know what I'm doing." Li Yunxiao looked at him and shook his head. This Bron was also a person who was strict on the outside but kind on the inside. He had no choice but to pretend to be a strict father. Narcissus looked wronged, pursing her lips and not saying anything. Bronze said, "Please don't blame her. She has been neglected in her daily life, so she has developed an unruly temperament." He was still as cold as before, but the two understood in their hearts. After a few polite words, Li Yunxiao directly stood up and said goodbye. Bronze's ice-cold expression finally melted, and he said with some reluctance, "The sea forest is a rare holy land for cultivation. With your talent, if you stay here, it will only take a few years for you to reach the peak of martial arts. Why not consider staying?" "That's right, you should stay." Narcissus's heart was also slightly rippling, even a little sour feeling, so she hurriedly urged them to stay. Li Yunxiao sighed, "This is indeed a good suggestion, but there are several things in my heart that I am worried about. I must return to the continent." He looked at Yi Fan and said, "Little Yi, you can consider Lord Sea Emperor's proposal. Moreover, with Lord Sea Emperor's personal guidance, you will certainly make rapid progress." Yi Fan shook his head, "I will follow Brother Yunxiao. If you want me to stay, I will go." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly, "Why do you have to do this? Staying with me will only delay your cultivation." Yi Fan said seriously, "The ancestor said that on the path of the martial path, other than the accumulation of cultivation over a long period of time, the most important thing is fortuitous encounters. Only through constant training can one obtain fortuitous encounters. In this period of time with Brother Yunxiao, my cultivation speed is faster than ever before." Bronze smiled, "What Yi Fan said is reasonable. Both of you have transcendent grade profound artifacts and are chosen by the heavens, so I will not force you to stay." Narcissus hurriedly said, "In that case, I will also go with Brother Yunxiao to train. I feel that my cultivation has been increasing very quickly during this period of time." Bronze's face darkened, "What are you doing? Go back and cultivate." Narcissus angrily stamped her foot, unconvinced, "Why don't I need to train? I am now the owner of a transcendent grade profound artifact. If I smell it on me, am I not chosen by the heavens?" Li Yunxiao's face darkened. "Narcissus is the princess of the four seas, every action of hers has great implications, you can't be willful." Narcissus said, "Don't you have the world god steel? When I have nothing to do, I will stay in the world god steel to cultivate. If there is a problem, call me out to solve it." "Pfft. Call you out to solve it?" Braun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Call you out to weaken the strength of your own side? Go back." Water deity stomped her feet and said loudly, "No. I refuse to accept this. We are both the owners of transcendent grade profound artifacts, why should I stay here to cultivate?" Braun's eyes turned cold, a wave of power rippling out from his body. "You can leave if you want, but when you have refined transcendent grade profound artifact, I will let you go." The wave of power pressed down, instantly teleporting Narcissus away. The light on Braun's body disappeared, the dignified projection breaking like a water mirror, revealing the old body behind. Li Yunxiao said, "Actually you don't need to worry, if Narcissus really wants to leave, I can take her with me. Now that the East Sea Palace's mine has been excavated, the world god steel will be full of spiritual energy for a few decades." Braun shook his head, "Li Yunxiao, your fate is extraordinary, but even if you are the chosen one, it may not be smooth sailing, on the contrary there may be more twists and turns. I am not cursing you, but you may fall one day, the possibility is very high. I have already lost my wife, I don't want to lose my daughter as well." Li Yunxiao nodded, "I can understand Lord Sea King's thoughts." Braun said, "Since the two of you have decided to leave, I will send you on your way." He pondered for a moment, then flipped his hand, a green talisman appeared in his palm, turned into a stream of light, and shot towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao grabbed at the air, only to see a glittering array formation drawn on it. The talisman kept spinning, emitting an extremely strong and vast power. He said in shock, "A single-use defensive talisman?" Braun said, "Yes. The value of this talisman is immeasurable. It can even withstand an attack from a peak 9-star powerhouse. Take it as a gift from me to you." Li Yunxiao was smart, immediately understanding the meaning. "Lord Sea King is worried that I will be chased by the bone rainbow and won't have the strength to protect myself?" Braun laughed, "Although you are the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, without the peak strength of your past life, it won't be easy to escape from the four seas again. Moreover, I know how strong my disciple is, if you fight him you will lose more than you win. A trace of arrogance flashed on Xianxia's face. He didn't care at all. But he also understood the value of this talisman. It would be a waste if he didn't take it, directly putting it away. In that case, many thanks. Braun saw through his thoughts, didn't explain further, smiled. All right, I will send you two off. You are welcome to come back at any time. Suddenly, a bronze-colored round profound artifact appeared in his hand, engraved with all kinds of patterns. Looking closely, there were the sun, moon, and stars. It was a starry sky chart. This interstellar disk can break through space and directly send you to the continent, but there is a certain amount of risk. But with your abilities, you won't mind it. The interstellar disk immediately shot out beams of light, directly projecting the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above the Great Hall. Then, a beam of starlight shot down, enveloping Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan, and instantly collecting them. The two were simultaneously pulled in by the starry sky's power, disappearing in an instant. Braun looked at the interstellar disk revolving, then he sent a spell seal into it. Immediately, all of the light disappeared, falling back into his hand. The entire hall suddenly became empty. He was the only one left, and his silhouette seemed a little lonely. Suddenly, space fluctuated and Zuya's figure stepped out, asking, "Did you send them away?" Braun put away the star-crossing plate. It has been sent 30,000 nautical miles away. I can't monitor the space after that. I can only wish them a safe journey. Zuya said, that kid Bone Rainbow left Sea Imperial Palace a month ago. He probably wants to kill them halfway. A haze flashed in Braun's eyes. That kid is narrow-minded and vicious. If it wasn't for the bigger picture, I wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. Do you think Li Yunxiao and Bone Rainbow can escape from him? Zuya folded his arms in front of him. I cut off that kid's cloud wings a few months ago. Normally, it would take a year or so for him to recover his strength. However, the Cloud Life clan is a true spirit descendant. I don't know how strong their bloodline is. What I'm most afraid of is that kid asking for help from the family. Braun frowned. Although Bone Rainbow is narrow-minded, he still has the self-respect of a powerhouse. With my understanding of him, even if he really wants to kill Li Yunxiao, he will do it himself. It's impossible for him to borrow the strength of others. Zuya said, then let's hope that Li Yunxiao and Bone Rainbow can return to the continent safely. Although that kid will definitely chase after them. There are countless powerhouses in the human world. He won't be able to do as he pleases. It would be best if a human powerhouse could make a move and kill this brat. Braun smiled bitterly. If such a thing happens, then as the master of the four seas, Bone Rainbow's master, I will have to go to Holy Domain to seek justice like I did in the past. Haha, who asked you to be the Lord of the Sea? Zuya laughed heartily and said, however, I remember you saying that someone deliberately set up a trap to harm Gu Feiyang. Can you tell him about it this time? Braun's eyes flashed. That matter was not pursued to the root, so all the clues were cut off. With my identity, I can't speak without evidence. Moreover, the current Li Yunxiao is definitely stronger than Gu Feiyang in the past. His strength is enough to investigate everything. Zuya said, that's true. That divine evolution art is so mysterious. I really want to steal it and take a look. He sighed and turned around, turning into a ray of light and disappearing from the hall. Only Braun was left. His expression changed as he slowly sank into contemplation. No one knew what he was thinking. After Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan were sucked into the star-crossing plate, a yellow light enveloped them tightly, and they flew through the endless darkness of the night. The yellow light was in the shape of a five-pointed star. Like a meteor, it flew into the distance. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, Little Yezi, can you break through the star power of the transastrolabe so that we can find our own way back? Yi Fan was startled and asked, what's wrong? Isn't it very safe inside the star power? Could it be that Big Brother Yunxiao is afraid that the Bone Rainbow will track us? After all, Li Yunxiao was not the kind of person who was afraid of trouble. Unexpectedly, Li Yunxiao nodded without hesitation and said, that's right. I'm afraid that the Bone Rainbow has already made arrangements and will directly intercept us in the void. Yi Fan looked around and said, this star power is very strong, but it's not impossible to forcefully break it. However, I'm afraid that there will be a mistake. I'm afraid that we will have to drift in the void for a long time. He unwillingly asked, Big Brother Yunxiao has also seen the Bone Rainbow? Is he really that powerful? Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, I only met a strand of his divine sense, that's all. It already exploded. As for whether he is that powerful, I don't know. I'm just afraid that when we meet him, he will still be under the Sea King's control. If we kill him at that time, the Sea King will come out and cause trouble. If we can control the passage, we can directly go hundreds of thousands of miles away and wait for him. Ah. So Big Brother Yunxiao has already prepared to fight him? Yi Fan was shocked and said, Are we really going to kill him? After all, he is the Sea King's eldest disciple. Moreover, he has a complete inheritance of the true spirit bloodline. If we kill him, won't it cause a lot of trouble? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, so what if he is a true spirit descendant? The East Sea's royal family is a descendant of dragons. Didn't we still dig up their nest? The Qiyun beasts are not famous among the ancient true spirits, so the inheritance of their bloodline won't be very powerful. I understand. I'll try to see if I can escape from this star power. Yi Fan immediately sat down. The Noah's boat flickered between his eyebrows and his divine sense began to radiate out. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. There was an extremely important reason that he did not mention. It was that he was very worried about leaving such a dangerous person beside Narcissus. No, this star power is still too strong. Yi Fan tried for a while and suddenly became distressed and said, How about I forcefully break it? Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said seriously, No need, it's already here. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and looked in the direction of Li Yunxiao's gaze. In the darkness in front of him, a silver-white nebula rotated, and a huge figure slowly rose from it. What? What kind of supernatural power is this? Yi Fan jumped in fright, truly stunned by this scene in front of him. The huge figure was expressionless, and his eyes were half closed. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, then punched the meteor that was flying towards him. Be careful. Li Yunxiao warned. He got up and moved forward. His hands formed a seal, and a defensive light immediately shrouded the two of them. Boom! The figure's fist blasted down, and the entire meteor immediately cracked. Countless starlight scattered in all directions. Under the power of the fist, a hole was instantly formed. Like a star exploding, endless light bloomed in the dark night. Li Yunxiao suddenly put his hands together and slapped again. Rumble! The power of the shock was removed by his palms. He suddenly grabbed Yi Fan and directly teleported away. Boom! The place where they were just a moment ago suddenly exploded. A sky lit up, and a world of sea and sky appeared. The silhouette also slowly disappeared into the void. The next moment, Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan appeared above a sea. They couldn't see the end of it, and they didn't know how far they were from the sea forest. The two of you came in a hurry and left in a hurry. As the eldest disciple of the Sea King, I really feel uneasy that I didn't properly entertain the two of you. Gu Hong's voice sounded in the sea and sky. About 100 meters in front of them, the sky shook, and slowly, two figures appeared. Gu Hong's face was cold and fierce. Behind him was a tall and sturdy man. He looked like a strong man. Looking at his face carefully, he realized that it was the person who had punched in the void. Li Yunxiao's heart became vigilant. He didn't know what kind of magical power Gu Hong had, but at least the person behind him was absolutely not simple. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my mysterious profound sex territory? Suddenly, 7 or 8 spaces in the surroundings rippled. A large number of experts suddenly appeared, and all of them glared at them. Mysterious profound sect? Li Yunxiao gawked and said, Is this the North Sea? The sea forest was located at the intersection of the 4 seas. It wasn't strange for Braun to send them to the North Sea. Perhaps it was to avoid Gu Hong's attack. However, he didn't expect that they would be intercepted by the opposite party. The cultivators who came out of the void spaces were furious at first, but then they all became stunned and amazed. Whether it was Li Yunxiao or Gu Hong, their auras couldn't be clearly detected. When their divine senses swept over them, they felt an unnatural sense of danger. Especially Gu Hong and Gu Hong, they didn't look like humans at first glance. Only God knew where these experts had come from. You, friends, who are you? Finally, an old man of mysterious profound sect came forward with a bewildered expression and said, "Mysterious profound sect is here to handle a big matter. I hope the four lords can accommodate us." A cold light flashed in Gu Hong's eyes. The old man was scared and retreated several steps. He was extremely vigilant and frightened. Li Yunxiao couldn't help but ask again, "Is this the North Sea? Could it be that you are one of the top 10 sects of the Northern Territory, mysterious profound sect? Your sect lord is called Wang Gong?" "Yes." The elder was delighted. Li Yunxiao's appearance was rather amiable. He hurriedly flew towards him and said, "My sect master is Wang Gong. I am Miao Xian sect's great elder, Jia Xinghu." Li Yunxiao swept a glance at this great elder. He also had the strength of Emperor Jiuxing. Mysterious profound sect was worthy of being one of the top 10 sects of the Northern Territory. "I wonder what you are doing in this sea region. Is this place far from the Northern Territory?" Jia Xinghu said, "We have laid down a formation here in order to capture the North Sea poisonous toad. We have been guarding this place for more than 3 months. We finally have some signs of success. Who would have thought that the four of you?" Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said in shock, "Rank 9 sea beast North Sea poisonous toad?" He looked down at the sea region below and said with a strange expression, "Could this be the nest of the poisonous toad?" Jia Xinghu said, "Yes. It isn't easy for us to guard this poisonous toad. I hope the four of you can accommodate us. Mysterious profound sect will be very grateful." Li Yunxiao's eyes turned and he said with a smile, "Mysterious profound sect's strength is extraordinary. I have long heard of it. It just so happens that I have something to report to your esteemed sect." Jia Xinghu frowned and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "Has First Elder heard of the name Li Yunxiao?" Yi Fan almost choked. He looked at Li Yunxiao from the corner of his eyes, not understanding what he meant. "Li Yunxiao?" Jia Xinghu muttered, "It sounds a little familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it before." At this time, a mysterious profound sect disciple's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly came forward and whispered a few words in Jia Xinghu's ear. Jia Xinghu's expression immediately darkened. He said in a stern voice, "Friend, are you talking about that Li Yunxiao who killed 2 of my sect's young masters in Rain Peak City?" Yi Fan's expression changed greatly when he heard this. He immediately revealed a look of shock. Li Yunxiao said in all seriousness, "It is that Li Yunxiao." Jia Xinghu's expression was gloomy. He said in a low voice, "Do you know the whereabouts of that person?" Li Yunxiao shifted his gaze and glanced at Gu Hong. "Ah." Jia Xinghu's expression instantly turned ashen. He said in shock, "He is Li Yunxiao?" Gu Hong's body exuded an extremely cold and gloomy aura. Although he stood on the surface of the sea without saying a word, he looked at them coldly, as if he was looking at dead people. The burly man behind him gave him a completely unfathomable feeling. Although he stood there, it was as if he did not exist. Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, "He is not Li Yunxiao, but he knows where Li Yunxiao is. Great Elder, this is what it means to wear out iron shoes in vain. If we can capture these people and ask for Li Yunxiao's whereabouts, Lord Sect Master will definitely reward us handsomely." The mystic profound sect martial artist who had just explained revealed an excited expression, as if he could see a huge fortune coming towards him. "Humph." Jia Xinghu glared at him fiercely, his face extremely gloomy, and did not utter a word. Li Yunxiao revealed a shocked expression and said, "What, does your sect not want to take revenge for the 2 dead young masters?" Jia Xinghu's expression changed a few times before he slowly said, "Revenge naturally has to be taken, but the poison toad must also be caught. Let me clarify this matter first." He shouted towards Gu Hong from afar, "You too, I am Mystic Profound Sect's great elder Jia Xinghu, do you too know Li Yunxiao?" Gu Hong frowned, revealing a strange expression, not understanding the other party's intentions. Jia Xinghu waited for a while, but did not receive a reply. He cursed in his heart, then said, "Regardless of whether you two know Li Yunxiao, please excuse us and do not hinder us from capturing the North Sea poison toad." Right now, he only hoped that these 4 strange people who had suddenly appeared would quickly leave. As for the murderer of the sect master's son, it did not have much to do with him. If it were not for his subordinates watching, he would not care about this matter at all. A group of human scum, wasting my time. Gu Hong's expression turned cold. He raised his right hand, and a large number of runes immediately appeared on his arm, flickering one by one. Jiaxinghu's heart shook, and he shouted, "Not good, everyone be careful." The Emperor Jiaxing aura on his body instantly exploded, and a large saber appeared in his hand. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood. "Tsk. Scum." Gu Hong spat out a mouthful of saliva in disdain as a sneer flashed across his face. His figure flashed and he charged into the midst of the mystic mystery sect's disciples. He laughed evilly as he swung his arm. Crackle. The runes on his skin flew out one by one and exploded in the air. Bang. 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 7 or 8 disciples of the mystic profound sect were instantly blown to pieces. They did not even have the time to scream. Go to hell. Jiaxinghu instantly appeared behind the bone rainbow and furiously slashed down with his saber. The saber chi swirled with a hurricane and its might increased by several times. The bone rainbow didn't dodge or evade. It directly turned around and raised its rune-covered hand to grab it. Courting death. Jiaxinghu's pupils constricted. He was both shocked and furious in his heart, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. Xiaoqin wanted to use his physical body to receive a full-powered attack from him? That was boundlessly arrogant. In the entire Tianwu continent, perhaps only Ao Cheng Kong, who had cultivated his physical body to the pinnacle, would have such courage and strength. Thinking of this, the strength on Jiaxing's tiger saber became even fiercer. Bang! The edge of the saber slashed onto the palm of the bone rainbow and was directly pinched by his 5 fingers. A tyrannical saber energy seemed to have nowhere to vent as it directly exploded out from the palm and rushed in all directions. Rumble. The entire sea was set off by the raging waves, continuously spiraling into the distance. Li Yunxiao and Yi Fan were also shocked, revealing a look of shock. That was the full power of the Emperor Jiaxing's saber, and he actually used his physical body to resist it? And looking at the appearance of the bone rainbow, it seemed that he was still able to do it with ease. Jiaxinghu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Other than fear in his eyes, there was only fear. Hee, the bone rainbow laughed sinisterly and stared at him coldly. He said in a cold voice, "Tell me, are you a scum?" Jiaxinghu's head was filled with cold sweat. His face was as ugly as it could be. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. The mystic profound sect is one of the 10 great. I hate scum like you the most. When you fail, you find all sorts of excuses, or you kneel and beg for mercy without any integrity. The bone rainbow's face darkened as he mocked, "You can go die now." He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. Bang! A piece of the saber was actually broken off by him. Under the infusion of his origin energy, the saber let out a mournful sound. Following the palm of the bone rainbow, it shot forward. Jiaxinghu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was, after all, an expert who had experienced hundreds of battles. He calmed his mind as he got off the horse in a panic. His left hand formed multiple seals and directly entered the saber. Buzz. Although the saber was broken into pieces, it was still a rank 9 profound artifact. After it let out a strong cry, it moved horizontally and formed a saber light to defend. Bang! The entire body of the bone rainbow pressed forward. That palm seemed gentle, but it directly pressed into the saber light. When it hit the saber body, a clear and crisp sound was produced. Furthermore, what made Jiaxinghu scared out of his wits was that the saber shard pierced through the saber body and shot towards his chest. Pooh! His chest was instantly pierced by the shard. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This time, all the mystic profound sect disciples' faces turned pale. They were completely stunned in the sky, and all of them were petrified. Their Emperor Jiaxing's expert was an existence that could run amok in the continent. But he was actually sent flying by an unknown and strange brat in just 2 moves. Li Yunxiao's face also became abnormally gloomy. He finally began to take the words of the Ocean Emperor seriously. Jiaxinghu fell into the sea and hurriedly stabilized his body. He tapped on his body several times to stop the bleeding. He shouted in a low voice, "Activate the 6 arts water lightning array and kill these 2 people." The mystic profound sect disciples that were scattered in the sky reacted one by one. In an instant, they turned into scattered dots and landed on the surface of the sea one by one, occupying different positions. The first person made a hand sign with both hands. After that, everyone else followed the first person's changes. Very quickly, the sea surged and dozens of water pillars rose. After reaching a height of more than 10 meters, they gathered into a water ball. On the surface of the water balls, hundreds of blue runes appeared. It was a spectacular sight in the sky. The bone rainbow was also very patient. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, like a cat playing with a mouse. He looked at everything in front of him mockingly. The first mystic profound sect disciple shouted angrily, 6 arts water lightning, boom. Everyone's hand signs changed. The dozens of water balls in the sky suddenly spun towards the bone rainbow. This was originally a formation that they had prepared to deal with the poisonous toad. Xianxia shouted, don't be negligent. Quickly use the formation. Everyone was shocked. After the water balls flew out, they did not dare to stay idle. They quickly made hand signs. The water balls that filled the sky spun towards the bone rainbow. They contained an extremely strong power. Under the effect of the countless runes on the surface, they became violent. Xianxia's face sank. He made a hand sign with one hand and shouted, explode. The water ball that rushed in front of the bone rainbow immediately exploded with a boom. Countless water arrows shot out from it and shot in all directions. There was no way to escape. The other water balls were affected by the first one. They also dispersed and turned into sharp arrows. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a blue sea of arrows. They scattered and intertwined with each other. All of them shot towards the bone rainbow. TCH. What a disappointment. I thought I would be able to find something more decent. The bone rainbow sneered disdainfully. His eyes were full of mockery. He clasped his hands in front of his body. A defensive light floated from his body and formed a barrier to protect the area 3 feet away. Bang 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 bang. The countless arrows landed on the barrier, causing ripples to appear, but they were unable to damage it in the slightest. As for the tall and sturdy man standing on the surface of the sea, he did not move at all. The water arrows that landed on his body were like raindrops. They only wet his clothes. Xianxia's face became abnormally ugly. At this moment, an even bigger water pillar rushed out of the sea. It turned into a huge water ball that spun in the air. Every Miaoxian sect disciple's face was ashen. They were sweating cold sweat. They were doing their best to support the water ball in the air. Xianxia looked coldly at Li Yunxiao and Yifan. He said angrily, how long do the two of you plan on watching? If I'm not wrong, these two people were originally your enemies, right? Just thinking about it made him angry. Originally, he was just catching the North Sea poison toad. For no reason, he was dragged into this storm. Moreover, the opponents were so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. Not mentioning the number of disciples that died, the remaining disciples, including himself, might not be able to leave alive. Just thinking about it made him dizzy. Just who did I offend? He hated that he could not slap Li Yunxiao and Yifan to death. Now, his only hope was to hold on for a while longer. He had already sent a message back to the sect to ask for help. As long as he could hold on until the sect leader arrived, everything would be fine. Li Yunxiao's eyes widened. With a strange voice, he said, "My lord, you must be joking, right? Even you, a 9-star martial emperor, were unable to withstand a single attack from him. As for me, I am merely a 7-star martial emperor. Wouldn't I be throwing my life away if I were to go up? Pooh." Xianxia was so angry that his injuries flared up. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed incomparable hatred. But now that the enemy was in front of him, he could not care less about Li Yunxiao and Yifan. He thought to himself, after I take care of the enemy in front of me, I'll skin these two people and pull out their tendons. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and instantly flew to the huge rune water ball. He shouted angrily, "Go." With a change of hand seal, the water ball suddenly flew forward under his control. Yifan muttered softly at the side, "Big brother Yunxiao, is it really all right for us to be like this? After all, these two people were lured over by us. It has nothing to do with them." Li Yunxiao snorted coldly, that's right. It has nothing to do with them. Then why are they still fighting? It means that this has nothing to do with us. They were the ones who wanted to fight. We are naturally happy to see it. He said it casually, but his heart was getting heavier. Not only did the bone rainbow's strength exceed his expectations, the strength of the tall and sturdy man behind him was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out his strength. When Yifan heard what Li Yunxiao said, he was stunned. He felt that what Li Yunxiao said made sense. The burly man who had been standing on the sea had his eyes half closed since he appeared. He looked like he was dozing off. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Be careful." Gu Hong's face flashed with displeasure and he snorted, "Shut your mouth. Do I need you to remind me of such a small trick?" The burly man was not angry, but there was no longer any sleepiness in his eyes. Instead, his eyes were like water as he watched quietly. Jiao Xinghu stepped on the water ball and the seals in his hands were constantly changing. Every time he did it, it was extremely strenuous. The injury on his chest was getting worse. The dozens of mystic sect disciples on the water were also pale. They clenched their teeth and used all their strength to cooperate with Jiao Xinghu's technique. They also knew that if this strongest attack still couldn't kill the other party, then everyone would be in danger. Splitting spin. Jiao Xinghu suddenly shouted and jumped into the air. His body flashed and he once again pulled out the broken profound weapon from before. He gritted his teeth and slashed down. The water ball began to transform the moment he leapt into the air. The upper body of a person slowly formed on top of the ball. It was a half-body giant spirit completely formed from water elements. It faced the sky and roared. It raised its fists high, held them behind its head, and fiercely smashed towards the bone rainbow. The arms of the water elemental giant spirit were full of violent runes. When it clenched its fists, it turned into a huge shadow of a hammer, causing the sky to rumble. Gu Hong's face was ferocious. He put his hands together in front of his body and made a seal. His skin was suddenly covered with all kinds of runes and a terrifying aura came out. Clang! A white light rose behind him and suddenly turned into the shape of a blade. With a light shout, it slashed at Jiao Xinghu and the water elemental giant spirit. Wherever the blade light passed, there was a bleak white world. Li Yunxiao's figure suddenly moved, and he directly teleported and disappeared on the spot. The burly man standing on the sea in the distance narrowed his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the sky. The sky was like a curtain that was pulled by him. A huge suction force was born, and everything in the world fell toward his hand. Even the battlefield nearby was affected by this force. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared in the air. His expression didn't change as he turned into a bolt of lightning. He moved dozens of meters through the air and moved towards the bone rainbow. The burly man's face sank and flashed with anger. He lifted his foot and was about to take a step forward. Gu Hong's expression was ice-cold as he shouted, "Don't move, let him come." That voice was filled with incomparable dignity and pride. He looked at Li Yunxiao's figure as if he was beneath him. Li Yunxiao's lips curled into a cold smile as he scoffed, "You're too arrogant. But do you have the strength to do so?" A cold light flashed in his hand, and the ice frost sword instantly shot out. As the sword light flashed, the entire sky changed color and became dark and gloomy. What? Gu Hong was shocked. Not far away, the burly man's pupils also shrank, and he became somewhat worried. After the night fell, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky and shone down. Dawn appeared in the clouds, and the first rays of the morning sun slowly rose. Sword skill, light of the morning sun. Ancient Mahakasayapa words shot out from the frost on the cold sword and circled around the body of the sword. There was also the cry of the sword spirit. Wherever the sword light passed, a white mist appeared. Actually, after the cold air on the sword body came out, it condensed into tiny ice crystals in the air and directly froze everything. Gu Hong's expression immediately changed. The strength of this sword intent was far beyond his expectations. If it was a one-on-one fight, he naturally wouldn't panic. However, at this moment, his blade chi was fighting Jiao Xinghu and the water elemental giant spirit. He didn't have such a powerful avatar to take care of. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, and a sense of danger surged from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, his hand's seal changed. The white blade chi that had already condensed into shape stagnated in the air, as if it had suddenly been drained of its strength. It became a rootless tree without a source, and its power was greatly reduced. Behind him, two rays of white light suddenly appeared. With a zing sound, they transformed into a pair of wings and spread out in the air. Behind Gu Hong's ferocious face, a faint illusory image of the true spirit appeared, as if it had spread its wings and overlapped with him. Countless feathers on the white wings stood up, and looking closely, they were actually formed by the blade chi. The wings spread out in front of Li Yunxiao, and it was as if thousands of blades had slashed through. In an instant, thousands of blade shadows appeared, and a terrifying blade chi burst out. Li Yunxiao was shocked. That true soul phantom was a creature that had feathers and was covered in scales. It was a creature that lived on land, water, and air. He had seen this creature in the bronze pillar forest before, and it did not seem to be ranked highly among the true souls. However, at this moment, it seemed to have merged with Gu Hong, and the pressure it emitted was like a mountain, causing his body to shake and a surge of fear in his heart. This was the natural advantage that a superior emitted against an inferior. He had experienced this feeling not long ago, when he faced the true body of the Archaeosaurus. However, the feeling of suppression was very different. The latter completely suppressed him to the point that he couldn't move, but this time, it only hindered the circulation of the origin energy in his body. You dare to have any ideas on my woman, die. Gu Hong laughed sinisterly. It didn't care that the blade behind it had been shattered by the water elemental giant spirit and the Jiaxinghu. It directly flapped its wings and slashed towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's expression was ice cold. The illusory image of the phoenix flashed between his eyebrows, and a cry that transcended time and space could be heard. It broke through the true spirit pressure in an instant, and the long sword fiercely struck forward. Bang! The blade chi and sword chi clashed with each other, causing countless piercing sounds, like the cries of thousands of birds, tearing the sky into countless pieces. After Li Yunxiao struck out with his sword, he felt that the blade chi was difficult to block, and it was rushing towards him. He suddenly retracted his sword and stabbed out again. In an instant, tens of thousands of afterimages were formed, constantly bombarding the blade chi on the sea, and completely shattering it. At this moment, Jiaxinghu was overjoyed. When he saw Li Yunxiao make a move previously, he didn't have much hope. After all, the opponent only had the strength of the 7-star Emperor Wu, and was basically trash that could be killed in one move. However, the sword intent phenomenon that followed made him ecstatic. Following that, Gu Hong completely ignored him and withdrew the power on the blade chi, allowing him and the water elemental giant spirit to work together to instantly shatter the blade chi, and fiercely strike his body with a blade and a hammer. At this moment, it was already too late for Gu Hong to block the attack. He suddenly turned his head, and his sinister face instantly turned into a beast, no different from the true spirit behind him. He directly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. The sky suddenly trembled, and a large number of green threads floated out from the runes on his body. They immediately intertwined outside his body, and condensed into a green silk net, blocking in front of him. Puchi! Under the blade, the green silk net was directly cut into two. The power of the blade did not diminish, and immediately after, it chopped down on Gu Hong's shoulder, and a stream of blood spurted out. And the water elemental giant spirit's fists also smashed the green silk net, and the fist power directly hit Gu Hong's chest. After this punch, the water elemental giant spirit instantly disintegrated, turning into a puddle of seawater, and fell down. Puff! Gu Hong fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood, and directly flew tens of meters away on the sea surface, revealing an extremely cold and gloomy gaze. The blade wound on his shoulder was shocking, and directly split open the bone. His entire arm was almost hanging down. And the injury on his chest was even more shocking, completely caved in, and his back bulged. Who knew how many bones inside were broken? Jiaxinghu looked at Gu Hong, who was desperately panting in the distance, and his heart was filled with fear. Even this still couldn't kill him. As the water elemental giant spirit dissipated, the tens of Miaoshuan sect's disciples immediately lost their strength. One by one, they half sat and half knelt on the sea surface, and along with the undulation of the sea, they completely lost their strength. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. The reason why he suddenly made a move was because there was value in making a move. Previously, when Jia Xinghu and the others made a move, they were completely unable to restrain Gu Hong. Even if he made a move, it would be useless, so he had been quietly waiting for an opportunity. But he did not expect the other party to be so conceited, and also so valiant, to actually forcibly resist the attack of the three of them. It was almost equivalent to 3 Emperor Jiuxing experts joining forces. Puff. Puff. Gu Hong once again spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and his entire person became extremely weak. To be able to force me to this extent, you dregs should be proud. Although he continuously spat out blood, the corner of his mouth held a trace of a cold smile, and it was getting colder and colder. Jia Xinghu was scared by his gaze, and forcefully mustered up his courage, and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Hong said coldly, "I'm laughing at you for not knowing that death is imminent." Nonsense. The person who is going to die is. Jia Xinghu angrily rebuked. Just as he was about to scold and try to stall for as much time as possible, he suddenly stopped. His eyes abruptly revealed a look of terror. He saw that his body had unknowingly been entangled by countless fine green threads, which had burst out from the other party's roar earlier. After those green threads were severed by him, they were then blasted away by the water elemental giant spirit, but they did not disappear. Instead, they broke into countless short existences, and unknowingly, they had attached themselves to his body. What made Jia Xinghu scared out of his wits was that those fine green threads were actually constantly moving, as if they were alive, and even burrowing into his body. He hurriedly threw away the saber in shock, and immediately formed a seal with both hands. Countless golden light surged out of his body, and the Jiutian Emperor Qi was like a fountain, exploding out of his body. He desperately resisted, and wanted to shatter these green threads. However, the green threads seemed to be able to devour the Emperor Qi, and they immediately became restless. From afar, Jia Xinghu seemed to be wearing clothes that could flash. Gu Hong sneered, "These green maggots are terrifying spiritual insects that rely on our Qiyun clan to survive. Once they attach themselves to your body, they will continuously nibble away at the Emperor Qi in your body until your strength is exhausted. Then, they will burrow into your body, and then, hee. Cold sweat dripped down Jia Xinghu's forehead, and his body trembled in fear. He desperately said, "Lord, we have no enmity between us. This is a misunderstanding, this is really a misunderstanding." He was on the verge of tears. Misunderstanding? Gu Hong sneered, "There has never been a misunderstanding between me and trash. Weak strength, plus offending me, is a capital crime." Li Yunxiao looked at the green maggots on Jia Xinghu's body and felt a chill. He watched Jia Xinghu constantly use Emperor Qi to shatter the green maggots, which immediately turned into 2 smaller ones, as if they could continue to break down and never die. What, are you afraid? Li Yunxiao. Gu Hong laughed sinisterly, ha, I won't let you die so easily. There are methods 10,000 times worse than being eaten by green maggots. I will use them on you one by one, as the result of touching my woman. What? You are Li Yunxiao? Jia Xinghu suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Li Yunxiao in disbelief. His eyeballs almost fell out, and his face was filled with shock and sluggishness. Li Yunxiao touched the bridge of his nose with some embarrassment and said with a bitter smile, "Yes, it is me." "Why, is Great Elder looking for me?" Puff. After Jia Xinghu got the confirmation, he looked up and vomited a large mouthful of blood. He vomited for a full half a cup of tea's time. In the end, his whole face turned pale. The countless green maggots directly drilled into his body, and he lost consciousness. He fell backward, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. But what was terrifying was that before his body fell into the sea, his limbs began to disappear bit by bit. His whole body was eaten by the green maggots in less than a breath's time. Then a green light flashed and directly flew into Gu Hong's body, disappearing. Ah? Great Elder! Many Miaoshuan sect disciples cried out in sorrow. Many people even cried out. It was unknown whether they were sad for the death of Great Elder or sad for their own fate. A disciple of Emperor Wu Level pointed at Li Yunxiao and said with grief and indignation, "It was you who killed Great Elder." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "Why is this friend's words so illogical?" He was clearly the one who injured and killed your grand elder. In the end, not even his corpse was left. It's truly pitiful. How can you blame it on me? This? You. Anyway, if it wasn't for you, Great Elder wouldn't have died. That person was rendered speechless for a moment and did not know how to refute. He could only angrily insist that it was Li Yunxiao. Yes, it's all your fault. You're Li Yunxiao. You didn't reveal your identity and caused the first elder to fight with the other party, resulting in his death. Another disciple also stood up angrily and criticized. Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "What a joke. No one asked me. Do you think I'd stupidly announce my name? Moreover, it was he who killed your companions first. Great Elder was taking revenge for your fellow disciples, and that's why he fought with the other party. If you don't believe me, ask him. Even without me, would he let you go?" The crowd of mystic profound sect disciples couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the bone rainbow. After those green maggots returned to his body, it was as if they brought nourishment. The clearly visible knife wound on his shoulder was currently slowly recovering. Li Yunxiao's face fell when he saw N. The bone rainbow saw everyone look over at him and said with an icy cold hideous grin, "A bunch of human trash, so what if I killed? What's with all the crap? I'll send you all to see your first elder in a while." Tisk. All of the mystic profound sect disciples trembled all over, all of them shuddering. They only felt their entire bodies turn cold, each and every one of their faces turning green. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, "How is it? Do you believe it now? Your first elder's death can't be blamed on me, right?" That disciple's expression changed several times before saying, "It was a misunderstanding on our part previously. Lord Yunxiao, please don't blame us. We hope that we can join hands to resist the enemy and seek a path of survival together." Right. I hope that Lord Yunxiao can lead us to seek a path of survival. The disciples also chimed in one after another, their faces filled with anxious anticipation. Li Yunxiao said with a bitter smile, "If it was just this person in front of us, it would be easy. But the man behind him is even more unfathomable. The chances of victory are slim. How far is this place from your mystic profound sect? Did you ask for help from the sect?" The disciple said, "First elder has already sent a distress signal to the sect, but the mystic profound sect has yet to arrive at the coast. If they want to send experts over, I'm afraid it will take a while. Distant water cannot put out a nearby fire." Li Yunxiao said gloomily, "The sect doesn't even have a branch near the coast? Then why did you come to the North Sea to catch the poison toad? Now you've caused trouble." Another disciple said, "There is a branch near the coast, but the strength of the person in charge is limited. We didn't want to come either. Isn't it for the wedding gift of Tang Xian in Scarlet Moon City? It seems that old Master Tang Qing asked the sect master for the North Sea poison toad. Tang Xian? He's getting married?" Li Yunxiao was stunned, and said with a strange tone, "The war in the East Sea has already calmed down. Who is he marrying?" The disciple revealed a suspicious look, and said, "Could it be that Master Yunxiao hasn't been in the mainland recently? The war in the East Sea has already calmed down for half a year. Young Master Tang Xian is marrying the daughter of the former Scarlet Moon City Lord, Jiang Churen, Jiang Ruobing." What? Li Yunxiao was shocked, and an uncontrollable surge of energy burst out from his body. The surrounding seawater rolled up in waves, swirling around him. Without dissipating, he suddenly grabbed the disciple with his hand and grabbed him by the neck. "Who did you say Tang Xian is marrying?" The disciple's face immediately turned red. Looking at Li Yunxiao's murderous gaze, his body trembled like a sieve, and his throat made a cracking sound. Yi Fan was also shocked, not understanding why Li Yunxiao was so angry. He had never seen such an expression on Li Yunxiao's face. He cautiously reminded, "Big brother Yunxiao, you choked him until he couldn't speak." Crack! The disciple's neck directly broke into a small piece. Li Yunxiao's fingers tightened a little, and then gradually loosened. The disciple coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, and said in horror, marrying Jiang Ruobing. "What? Don't kill me. What? I'm just telling the truth. Tang Xian is marrying, not me. Please. Please don't kill me." "What? Towards the end, the disciple directly burst into tears. In the distance, Gu Hong looked at the situation and revealed a shocked expression. However, his injuries were slowly recovering, and he was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he watched with interest. The other disciple of the mystic mystery sect was shocked, but Li Yunxiao's name was also very famous, and he was known as the #1 rising star of the younger generation. They had also heard of him, and vaguely guessed something, and hurriedly said, "Master Yunxiao, please calm down. This matter is known to the world. Master, you can ask anyone to find out." Li Yunxiao threw the disciple into the sea, and his face was covered with a layer of frost. His eyes were also gloomy, and he said coldly, "Tell me everything you know." "Yes." The disciple's forehead was also dripping with cold sweat, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, "We don't know much either. We only know that young Master Tang Xian will marry Jiang Ruobing in 3 months. The Crimson Moon City has already sent out invitations to the world to celebrate the couple's wedding, and to celebrate the defeat of the East CC clan. The sect's analysis is that they are flaunting the strength of the Crimson Moon City, and announcing to the world that the Tang clan has become the #1 family in the Crimson Moon City." The coldness in Li Yunxiao's eyes became more and more intense, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Hee, 3 months, the disciple was startled, and he did not seem to understand. "Master, what did you say?" Li Yunxiao was incomparably cold. He merely snorted softly, but the killing intent that seeped out from it was as if he viewed all life in the world as mere ants. That person only felt a chill run down his spine. His entire body trembled, and he did not dare to ask again. "Are you done discussing?" Gu Hong's voice slowly rose, and he said, "I am looking forward to a little surprise." "Don't be like that great elder who is a good-for-nothing." The mystic mystery sect's disciples all paled, and they hastily gathered a mouthful of yuan qi and ran a few hundred meters away, hiding behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes shifted, and he also said coldly, "I originally wanted to play with you a little longer, but I am not in a good mood right now, and I need you to cheer me up." "Oh? Haha. I will definitely make you very happy." The knife wound on Gu Hong's shoulder was almost healed, and the part of his chest that had caved in from the attack was gradually recovering as well. There was a cold smile in his eyes. "Xiao Yezi, come into the Universe God Monument first." Li Yunxiao made a gesture with one hand, and his entire body became cold. There was no expression in his eyes at all. There seemed to be a flash of light in the brawny man's turbid eyes, and he opened his eyes slightly. "Yes." Yi Fan was shocked. He felt a terrifying aura from Li Yunxiao, or rather, a terrifying emotion, which made him shudder. He immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew into the space of the Universe God Monument under the guidance of Li Yunxiao's will. Gu Hong's eyes dilated, and he revealed a shocked expression. Then, his body suddenly flashed, and the air exploded. There was a whirlpool on the surface of the sea, but he had already lost sight of him. Li Yunxiao's expression was cold. His left hand remained the same, and his right hand held a cold frost sword. Suddenly, there was a ripple of sword essence, and he stabbed somewhere in front of him. Bang! There was a ray of golden light in the air, and it scattered in all directions. Gu Hong's figure gradually appeared in the golden light. His arm had unknowingly turned into the shape of a shining white saber, and he blocked in front of him. His expression was also getting colder. "Interesting." He spat out 2 words, and his body flashed in the air. He spun one round to the side at an extremely fast speed, and a ray of saber light slashed down. Boring. Li Yunxiao's sword light turned, and a 10 feet long white sword aura rolled up in the air as if it had a mind of its own, and it chased after Gu Hong and slashed. Bang! The saber and the sword clashed again, and there were tens of thousands of rays of golden light, as if a scorching sun had appeared on the surface of the sea. Gu Hong's face grew grave. From the sword light earlier, he could tell that his opponent's sword essence was far stronger than his understanding. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated him. Li Yunxiao was still forming hand seals with one hand, his expression unchanging. His entire being exuded a sense of stillness, forming a contrast with the movement of the long sword. It was as if his entire being was gradually blending into the sea. This stillness was filled with a terrifying power, causing Gu Hong's hair to stand on end. Actually, Li Yunxiao's heart was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Right now, he was only suppressing the anger in his heart to prevent himself from losing his mind. Tang Xian's marriage with Jiang Ruobing must have had some hidden story that he did not know, and it must not have been Jiang Ruobing's intention. To the end of time, Jiang Churan sacrificed her life to save him. Now that his wife and daughter were being bullied, a boundless anger continued to burn in his heart. Under the surface that was like a layer of frost, was a violent emotion that was about to erupt. His cold face gradually turned slightly red, as if blood was rushing to his head. His eyes flashed coldly, as if 2 rays of light had suddenly appeared in the pitch-black night. Gu Hong's body trembled. Within that burst of cold light, he could actually feel his opponent's boundless anger and coldness. His heart sank, and he shouted in his heart, "Not good. Die." Li Yunxiao suddenly spat out a word, and the entire sea and sky darkened. Everyone's heart trembled. The burly man in the distance also widened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. Chi! 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 Li Yunxiao turned into 3 shadows, stabbing his sword 3 times in the air. Each sword carried a zing-zing sound that rippled between the sea and the sky. The shadows did not disappear. At first glance, it looked like an external incarnation. The 3 sword intents were like a peacock spreading its tail, suddenly merging into one. An unprecedented coldness and sword intent condensed on the cold sword, and the sound of the sword pierced through the 9 heavens, slashing the stars. The sword slashed across the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. Ah! Boundless coldness and fear surged into Gu Hong's heart, and his face instantly became incomparably pale. At this moment, all of his strength was ignited, and he no longer dared to hold back. True spirit transformation. When Li Yunxiao's peacock spread its tail and struck out 3 sword intents, he suddenly retreated in shock. An ancient will of the firmament gushed out from his blood vessels and flowed through his body like boiling water. All of a sudden, those strange symbols on his skin brightened up and turned crimson. The shadow of the true spirit, Yun Xing, appeared behind him and gradually overlapped with him. Wherever the shadow went, the symbols disappeared and turned into multicolored scales that covered his entire body. Xing! A pair of pure white wings suddenly opened behind his back, and the feathers on his body were as sharp as swords. Following the changes in his body, Gu Hong's face revealed a hideous expression of pain. Gray lumps protruded from his forehead, covering his entire head. The illusory figure finally merged into his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was bone-chilling. He stared ferociously at the sword intent that was coming towards him from the sky and piercing through the sky. He immediately, and the wings and red, and his body, he Xing, and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Slowly, it condensed into a bright red saber behind him and chopped down ruthlessly. Taiyuan blade. With a slash of his saber, a mass of true essence energy exploded from his body. The killing intent that had been pressing down on him loosened, and his entire person was like a saber god descending to the mortal world. His aura suddenly climbed to the peak. Ga. The endless sky shattered, and the entire sea and sky turned dark, as if the end of the world had come. In the chaos, only the blade light and sword chi were left. Like an exploding sun, countless beams of light shot out in all directions. In the face of this apocalyptic power, everyone felt abnormally small and powerless. At this moment, on the coast of the North Sea, within the residence of the city lord of Dingtian City, a group of stately pavilions stood tall in the verdant manor. There were several huge spirit-gathering formations in the surroundings, continuously sending in spirit chi for the use of the mansion. At this moment, although the whole mansion was still full of spiritual chi, it was dead silent, giving off an evil feeling. Do you really want to die? I'm a Saint Region law enforcer. If you kill me, there'll be no place for you in this world. In the main hall of a mansion, a man kept retreating in horror. He was covered in blood, and there were strange black patterns all over his skin, constantly eroding his body. It was extremely painful. However, the greater fear came from the indifferent young man in front of him, who approached him with an evil look on his face. The young man sneered and said, "You're from the Saint Region." "That's right." The young man's figure flashed, and a black light flashed. The next moment, he appeared in front of the law enforcer and slapped him with his palm. The law enforcer was shocked. He knew that the young man in front of him was powerful. He clenched his teeth and punched with all his might, aiming for several vital parts of the young man's body. Bang! The young man's body was directly penetrated by the chi of the two fists, but only a mass of black flames burst out. Then, he immediately returned to his original state, and his palm slapped into the law enforcer's body. The law enforcer's eyes widened in horror, and a black aura immediately surged through his body. His entire face twisted, and he immediately became sluggish. Then, his expression gradually changed, and his widened eyes slowly flashed with a demonic light. Subordinate greets master. The law enforcer's injuries healed in an instant, and his strength increased by another level. He immediately knelt down, his face filled with excitement. The city lord of Fixed Sky City, who was also covered in blood, was dumbfounded when he saw this. The young man smiled and said, "That's right. I want to know everything you know about the Saint region." The law enforcer quickly said excitedly, "Master, as long as you eat me, you'll know everything I know." MHM. The young man pressed his palm down on the law enforcer's head, and the law enforcer instantly turned into a mass of black flames and was absorbed into the young man's body. The young man's expression started to change, and it was like a layer of black clouds brushed past his face. Soon, it became clear. So the entrance to the Saint region is there. The young man's eyes lit up, as if he had obtained the answer he wanted. The city lord of Fixed Sky City said miserably, "You're crazy. You're really crazy. You still want to go to the Saint region to seek your own death. Haha. Forget it. Someone will take revenge for me soon. Haha." The city lord of Fixed Sky City laughed loudly as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Aside from him, everyone else in the city lord manor was dead. The young man glanced at the city lord and said, "Never mind. Your strength is passable. It is not a disgrace for you to be my food." The young man raised his hand and was about to end the city lord's life when his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction of the sea in shock. This power. The city lord of Fixed Sky City also seemed to have sensed something. There were faint energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the sea. Clearly, there was an expert displaying his martial arts in the distance. Whoosh, a black light flashed in the hall, and the young man in front of him instantly vanished. The city lord of Fixed Sky City was stunned. He looked at the corpses all over the ground in shock, as if he could not believe that he had survived. After a long time, the city lord slowly recovered his wits. His eyes were filled with grief and rage as he turned into a beam of light and left the hall. At this moment, on the sea thousands of kilometers away from Fixed Sky City, sabers and swords clashed, and heaven and earth collapsed. Aside from light, there was only darkness in the sky and sea. Between the light and shadow, a pair of sharp eyes stared in all directions, revealing a cruel light. "You should be proud to be able to force me to use my true soul transformation. In the face of such a terrifying power, how much of it can your weak human body withstand? However, I do not wish for you to die so easily." The bone rainbow flapped its scarlet wings. A red light flashed in the sky, and his entire body disappeared. "I see you. Be torn to shreds by my wrath." In the next moment, he appeared in a patch of darkness without any light. His arm turned into a scarlet saber and slashed through the air, tearing apart the night sky. Just as he attacked, a pair of strange eyes suddenly flashed in the darkness, causing his entire body to tremble. He involuntarily cried out in shock. "You," Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice came from the darkness. "Does the true soul transformation make your mouth bigger? It is indeed an incredible ultimate technique." The pair of eyes flashed in the darkness. Then, a sea of stars appeared, shining like a gorgeous night sky. "TCH. How is this possible? Under such a powerful shock, how are you still safe and sound?" The bone rainbow was greatly shocked. His entire body was uncomfortable, and he could no longer remain calm. Moreover, in the darkness, the light of countless stars all converged into a single point. Then, a translucent white sword appeared, constantly enlarging in his eyes. "Sword technique, star destruction." Li Yunxiao's leisurely voice sounded. There was no longer the roar and anger from before, nor was there the suppression and coldness. The bone rainbow could feel that his emotions had returned to calmness, and it was that kind of extreme calmness. It was as if all the anger from before had been poured out by the sword. However, this kind of calmness was even more frightening than the anger. His heart continued to sink. Bang! The saber that the bone rainbow's arm had turned into was completely shattered by the sword. The cold sword intent did not have any temperature. It came down from the sky, piercing towards his chest. Whoosh whoosh. The bone rainbow's wings suddenly flapped, and he turned in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks of electricity shot out from the twisting of the wings. Not only did the space twist, but even the sword intent became distorted. The feathers that were like sabers were also shattered by the blue sword intent. The cold sword frost finally stopped in front of his chest. The bone rainbow looked at the translucent white sword in fear. The cold air constantly emitted from the sword, robbing his body of warmth. He felt his entire body go cold. All the darkness in front of him dispersed. Li Yunxiao's figure also appeared. He was holding a sword with a cold expression. Although there were no visible injuries on his body, his breathing was extremely disordered. It was obvious that he had used up a lot of energy. The bone rainbow said seriously, "You are very strong, stronger than I expected. However, the one who won in the end is me." His face suddenly became ferocious. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of green light. At such a close distance, the green light was as fast as lightning and shot towards Li Yunxia's entire body. Upon closer inspection, the green light was made up of several tens of thousands of fine hairs. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and a ball of black light emerged from his body and turned into the devil sky armor. Pong, 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 the countless green lights struck the armor like a drizzle and shot out densely. Countless tiny green maggots flew around his body and constantly shot into the black light on the surface of the armor, trying to find a gap to burrow in. In a few breaths, all the green maggots burrowed into the black devil aura, and the devil flames on the surface of the armor kept rolling. Li Yunxiao revealed a strange expression. He changed the stance of the sword in his hand and pulled it out from the opponent's dual feathers. There was a series of sparks as he dodged and retreated dozens of meters. Gu Hong didn't chase after him but revealed a sarcastic expression. "My green maggots have tarsal bones, and your life is in my hands. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." He retracted his wings and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, his expression changed and revealed a shocked expression. Li Yunxiao's expression was still indifferent as he said, "The true spirit transformation is indeed powerful. The words that come out of your mouth are more awesome than the previous." He formed a seal with one hand and suddenly yelled out. The devil sky armor suddenly expanded to 7 feet in size and revealed its true form from the black devil flames. The countless green maggots on it were directly shaken off, and none of them actually entered his body. Moreover, the green maggots that were shaken off seemed to have lost their spirit and looked dispirited as they flew around in the air. Gu Hong was shocked and said in fear, "How can this be? My green maggots can swallow everything. Even a 9th grade mystic artifact can burrow a hole in it. Even the Jiutian, the arch aura, can't hurt it at all. How can this be?" His eyes were filled with disbelief, and the expression of the burly man in the distance became grave. His breathing became heavy, and it was as if with every breath he took, his origin power would circulate in his body, and he would not be able to resist the urge to attack. The bone rainbow was connected to the green maggots, just like his Dharma treasures and profound artifacts. At this moment, he could clearly feel the weakness of these maggots, as though they would never be able to recover. However, he didn't know that Li Yunxiao was even more astonished. The demonic aura could corrode all things, and these little bugs should have been dead the moment they came into contact with the demonic aura. However, after struggling on the surface of the demonic sky armor for such a long time, it seemed as if nothing had happened. It was just that their spirits were dispirited, which showed how terrifying these bugs were. "Damn it! I don't believe it." The bone rainbow was enraged. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed in the air and didn't disperse. It sprinkled directly on the green maggot. At the same time, the bone rainbow quickly made gestures with both hands. The green maggot was attached to their bodies to survive. After absorbing the blood essence, it shone brightly and was unusually excited. Like a flying insect under the sun, it turned into a ball of green gas and flew toward Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and the illusory image of a phoenix flashed between his eyebrows. A red cloud flew out and instantly turned into a sea of fire. Above the sea, the illusory image of a heavenly phoenix soared and chirped. The bone rainbow's heart trembled. The true spirit bloodline in his body trembled because of the phoenix's cry, and it was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. The burly man's expression changed drastically, and he finally looked appalled. He exclaimed, "Ancient heavenly phoenix!" Just as the bone rainbow and the burly man were in shock, the green maggots were devoured by the phoenix's divine fire. Crackling sounds could be heard as most of the green maggots were burned into ashes. Ah! It's really the heavenly phoenix fire. The bone rainbow's body trembled all of a sudden. The scales on his body began to turn up, and his face became extremely distorted. A faint illusory image slowly emerged from his body. It was the true spirit, and it was full of fear due to the heavenly phoenix's cry. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He did not expect the phoenix true fire to have such a miraculous effect. Many green maggots flew out of the fire and fled toward the sea. The Miaoxian sect's disciples were also dumbfounded, but they were wild with joy. As long as Li Yunxiao won, they would be able to save their lives, so they secretly prayed. All of a sudden, the sea surface exploded, and a frightening aura surged. Just as everyone's expression changed, a red light flashed across the sky from the waves. It was dazzling as it swept across the sky and swept away all of the green maggots, causing them to disappear from the sea. Ah! Everyone was stupefied. When they looked at the sea, they saw a humongous shadow slowly rising from the sea. Two bell-sized red eyes floated on the surface of the sea, and they stared at the people with flickering fierce lights. The burly man's pupils shrunk, and he exclaimed, "Azure Spirit Green Golden Toad? Why is there such a mutant here?" Li Yunxiao also looked down in shock. There was a giant toad floating in the seawater. It was about 70 to 80 feet tall, and there were many golden lumps protruding from its back. Its eyes were bloodshot, and they were emitting a ferocious light. It was definitely not an ordinary North Sea poisonous toad, it seemed to be something more formidable. Ah! Ah! The bone rainbow shrieked a few times as the illusory image of the Chuyun beast kept peeling out of his body. He watched in fear as the toad ate his parasitic maggots, and he was dumbfounded. The immense pain was not only from his body, but also from his soul, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Whoa! The illusory image of the Chuyun beast was finally peeled out of his body, and it dissipated in the sky. He instantly returned to his original state, and he became extremely dispirited. His skin was so pale that one could almost see his blood vessels. The bone rainbow swayed a few times in the sky, and finally, it fell head first into the sea. Croak! The sound of a toad came from under the sea. The toad opened its mouth, and its scarlet-red tongue swept towards the bone rainbow like lightning. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the scene in shock. Their hearts were filled with doubts. Was such an expert going to be eaten by a toad? Humph! A cold snort was heard, and the burly man gently stomped his right foot. A blue light flew across the sea, and its speed was unimaginable. Moreover, the man's entire body disappeared from the sea with a stomp. The azure spirit jade golden toad seemed to have sensed danger, and it suddenly retracted its tongue. Pah! It broke through the sea's surface, and its huge body directly rushed out of the sea like a huge rock flying on the sea. All the mystic mystery sect disciples felt as if a cloud had covered the sun. There was a flash of light in the sky, and the burly man's figure directly appeared above the toad. He stood there, and coldly looked at the huge mouth. He revealed a trace of a sneer, and his 5 fingers grabbed the air. Rumble! The sky trembled, and the space under his fingers violently collapsed. Slowly, a small mountain appeared, and directly bombarded the toad's mouth. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he looked at the small mountain in shock. The small mountain was majestic, and the mountains were covered with flowers and trees. There were all kinds of green, emerald, green, and there were even flying insects, birds, and beasts running around. Ah! It's actually a real mountain. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and his scalp suddenly went numb. He almost exclaimed, moving mountains and overturning seas. This kind of supernatural power that only appeared in legends was actually directly in front of him. Gua gua. The azure spirit jade golden toad also noticed that something was wrong, but it was too late to dodge. It cried out twice, and the protruding lumps on its back suddenly shrank, and all of them appeared with golden and green ripples, as if they were all sucked into its stomach. Immediately, a colorful light flashed from its mouth, as if a treasure was being born. A huge wave of energy was spat out from its mouth, and it bombarded the small mountain. As the small mountain fell, it continued to grow, and was almost 1/10 the size of its body, covering the toad's mouth. Indistinctly, the birds and beasts in the mountain could be clearly seen, and they seemed to have fallen into a state of panic. Rumble. The azure spirit jade golden toad fiercely spat out a mouthful of energy, and it immediately blasted the mountain into pieces, sending rocks flying everywhere. However, the mountain directly exploded above its mouth, and the huge rocks all rolled into its mouth, filling its mouth in a matter of minutes. It could not even make a sound, and only a low whimper could be heard. Not only that, after the mountain was blasted, it seemed to have returned to its original form, and the huge rocks bombarded its body one after another, like a waterfall of Jyotian rocks, and it saw stars. Everyone was shocked to see the azure spirit jade golden toad struggling in the sky. It had swallowed more than half of the boulder in its mouth, and its body had doubled in size. Its belly was so full that it had protruded out of its skin. Gulp. The azure spirit jade golden toad's stomach let out a cry, and it finally could not withstand the impact of the huge rocks, and directly fell from the sky. The mystic sect disciples below only felt that the shadow in the sky was getting bigger, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Rumble. The seawater was smashed open, but the rocks continued to fall, and the azure spirit jade golden toad disappeared into the water, and no one knew where it had hidden. The burly man watched as the azure spirit jade golden toad disappeared, and he coldly snorted. Only then did he raise his head to look at Li Yunxiao, and the fierceness in his eyes intensified. Under his gaze, Li Yunxiao felt that the space around him was instantly locked, and his expression changed drastically. The burly man said, "You injured the young master, but I won't kill you, but you have to follow me back." Li Yunxiao's expression darkened, and he stared at the burly man in front of him with full vigilance. From the power he had just displayed, even if he was not at the peak of 9 stars, he was not far from it. An existence like this was enough to be the overlord of the world, and yet he was someone else's servant. At this moment, he could slightly understand the difficulties of the Sea King. The strength of the Cloud Life clan was indeed somewhat unexpected. "Kill me? Are you also a true spirit body, and your mouth is so powerful?" Li Yunxiao sneered, and his expression was arrogant. The burly man's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Are you leaving or not?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "Leave? If you put down the person in your hand, I can let you leave." After knowing the strength of the Cloud Life clan, Li Yunxiao was even more determined to kill Gu Hong. He was not at ease leaving such a person in the sea forest. Courting death. The burly man flew into a rage and sent a kick over. A ray of light spread out from the tip of his foot and turned into a net of light. It spread across the sky like a spider's web and covered the sky. He actually wanted to capture Li Yunxiao alive. Li Yunxiao was so angry that he laughed, arrogant. "What's the use of being a slave even if you are strong? Your character of being willing to be under others has decided that you will be like this for the rest of your life." The sword light in his hand flashed and he sent out 3 swords. The first sword was ordinary, the second sword was extremely fast, and the third sword was extremely slow. Slash heaven, slash earth, slash man. Poochie. The 3 sword lights flashed in the sky and the light net was directly cut open in the sky. Moreover, the sword lights circled around and directly attacked the burly man. "Ignorant fool." The burly man shouted angrily and clenched his right hand into a claw. A vortex condensed between his 5 fingers and the entire space twisted like a fried dough twist. The 3 sword lights were instantly annihilated in it. Moreover, the rotational force did not decrease and the area within 100 feet became a little blurry. A dot of light lit up in his palm. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He realized that the space was suddenly pulled tight. Not to mention teleportation, even if he turned into lightning to escape, it was already impossible. With one palm, the space within 100 feet was completely under the opponent's control. A huge force pulled him slowly towards the center. The dot of light in the burly man's palm became stronger and stronger. A mini Xian artifact appeared in it and constantly swallowed and spat out sharp light. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. That mini Xian artifact was actually a several feet long saber. The pitch-black surface of the saber was flickering with a blazing light. He knew that the burly man was waiting for an opportunity. As long as his body lost control in this vortex, it would be the time for the black saber to slash out. It seemed like the other party already had the intention to kill. Since that is the case, Li Yunxiao shouted lightly. The world power flashed in between his eyebrows and a white light spread out. The power of the earth appeared in the sky. His body was like a nail that was directly inserted into the whirlpool, and he instantly stopped moving. The burly man's eyebrows twitched, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Li Yunxiao then raised his hand again, and countless black dots flew out from his palm. Each of them contained an extremely strong power of wind and fire, and they scattered in all directions. The black pieces immediately surged into the vortex, and the surging power of the divine fire, under the effect of the wind, burned the sky scarlet red. Looking from afar, it looked like a sea of fire that was about to refine the sky. Steam spread out in all directions. The disciples of the mystic mystery sect below were all dumbfounded. Their faces were illuminated red by the flames that filled the sky, and their hearts were incomparably shaken. Many people still remembered that when the Miaoshuan sect issued a kill order a few years ago, this Li Yunxiao was only a one-star revered martial artist. Even the Emperor Jiuxing would not be able to match up to such a divine power that could overturn rivers and seas and move the stars. The burly man's face sank. The countless black pieces within the flames had disappeared without a trace, but they were definitely hidden within the flames and could attack at any time. Moreover, the shape of the heavenly phoenix that was slowly condensing in the sea of fire shocked him even more. In ancient times, the Cloudborn clan was originally a vassal of the heavenly phoenix, and the clan he belonged to was a vassal of the Cloudborn clan. The difference in level was too great. Although his extremely high cultivation allowed him to forcefully withstand the pressure of this superior being, the fear that came from his bloodline made his heart tremble and feel irritated. Under the cry of the heavenly phoenix, he wanted nothing more than to turn around and leave. After Li Yunxiao released the crocodile, he transformed into his transcendence golden body. Each of his hands held a profound weapon, and they all smashed into the vortex, along with the rotating power, towards the burly man. The sword case on one of his arms opened, and 24 northern sky-chilling star swords flew out, instantly forming a sword diagram, like stars decorating the sky. The 24 swords flashed coldly in the sky, constantly releasing sword chi, and the sword diagram also changed with the power of the vortex, drawing out endless sword talismans, but never falling into it. What? The burly man was shocked and looked up at the sky. The complexity of the sword diagram was completely beyond his imagination. Every change triggered thousands of sword talismans, as if they were revolving with the power of his rotation. Oh no! He cried in his heart. Although these methods were not enough to threaten him, he was carrying the bone rainbow in his hand. Under such a powerful force, it was difficult to protect the bone rainbow. He suddenly clenched his right hand, and the rotating power instantly stopped. The entire sea of fire in the sky instantly separated, and all the black pieces appeared. The 1,000-year overlord blade, the hammer, the imperial bell, and the other profound weapons also froze. Even the thousands of sword talismans on the sword diagram suddenly froze, as if time and space had directly stopped. Profound sealing blade. The several feet long blade in the burly man's hand was suddenly unsealed, and the blade chi was like a flowing galaxy, reversing the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Wherever the blade light flashed, there was a dazzling silver light, and the surging power completely compressed the air. Extremely deep holes in the space appeared in the sky and rapidly expanded. Bang! 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 All the profound weapons and black pieces in the sky were suppressed by the power of the blade, and they all collapsed, turning into shooting stars. The heavenly phoenix shadow directly collapsed with the blade, and the sky full of fire clouds disappeared. Li Yunxiao's expression turned cold, and with a thought, the thousands of sword talismans and the 24 swords in the sky slashed down, rushing into the blade light, and the sound of a golden spear and armored horse clashing could be heard. the thousands of sword talismans exploded under the fierce blade chi, turning into rays of sword light that crisscrossed the sky. Many of them shot into the sea, shaking up countless waves. The disciples of the mystic mystery sect all dodged in fear, scared out of their wits. Bang, bang, bang. The 24 northern cold star swords also collapsed under the blade chi, turning into fireworks that flew everywhere. Li Yunxiao's hands formed a seal, and a black hole appeared behind him, slowly turning into the true demon giant spirit, standing on the sea. The devil palm turned in front of him, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. Li Yunxiao's hands were constantly changing, and all the profound weapons that were knocked away flew back, all thrown into the vortex, like ingredients thrown into a pot. There was an astonishing devil flame rising. The burly man's face was filled with killing intent, and this slash, especially after the heavenly phoenix shadow, made the blood in his body that was suppressed burst out. With one hand protecting the bone rainbow, and the other holding the long hilt saber, he walked in the sky step by step, and every step caused the sky to shake. That originally abnormally burly body also seemed to have changed, and his skin turned vermilion brown, showing some signs of demon transformation. Li Yunxiao's face was pale, and at this moment, he had no yuan qi left. Devil flame constantly surged out of his body, and with a loud shout, the true demon giant spirit's palm burst out with a black light, and the countless profound weapons that sank into the black vortex suddenly blasted forward. The burly man's pupils shrank, and the saber drew a snow-white cold light in the air, and slashed down from the sky. Bang! The saber chi streaked across the sky, like the clouds dispersing to see the sun, and in an instant, it pierced into the devil cloud, and split it open. Countless black devil chi madly surged, and all of them attached to dozens of profound weapons, and turned into a devil, roaring and biting towards the burly man. The burly man was shocked, and suddenly held the saber horizontally in front of him, forming a ball of green light, and protected himself in it, so as to avoid hurting the bone rainbow. The countless devil collided with the green light, and directly exploded. Only the devil that attached to the profound weapons were fiercely shaken away. Li Yunxiao was also stunned, as his cultivation continued to increase, the devil chi seemed to become more and more powerful. The burly man's face was cold, and the long saber in his hand spun, slightly shaking off the surrounding devil chi. He loosened his hand, and his 5 fingers clenched, and turned down. Boom! The sky trembled, and a pitch-black hill suddenly appeared in the sky above Li Yunxiao, and suddenly pressed down. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and he said in shock, moving mountains and overturning seas. A huge shadow flew down at high speed, and it continued to grow bigger in the sky. It was a real mountain. The azure spiritual jade golden toad was a rank 9 demonic beast, and its power was unfathomable, but it was still hit by the move, and now it was nowhere to be found. The mountain in front of him seemed to be even bigger than the one that had hit the azure spiritual jade golden toad. The mountain had not yet landed, and the power was already pressing down on Li Yunxiao, making it hard for him to breathe. He suddenly formed his transcendence golden body, and his 3 heads and 6 arms were filled with a brilliant golden light. The 3 heads all stared angrily, and they let out a loud roar. The 4 gates on his body opened, and an unparalleled power filled his entire body, and his 6 arms seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, a white light flashed between his eyebrows, and many experts in the Universe God Monument, regardless of their power, were summoned. Many people felt their bodies stiffen the moment they appeared, and their faces turned pale from the boundless emperor's aura and the pressure of the mountain. Duan Yu said in fear, "Can't you offend some normal enemies?" He was already a high-level martial venerable, but under the boundless pressure, his heart still beat wildly. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Stop talking nonsense! Everyone, work together and hold this mountain. This is a real mountain." What? Everyone was shocked, and they looked carefully. Not only was it a real mountain, but there were waves of spiritual pressure coming from the mountain, and its power was even greater than that of a real mountain. Everyone's face was covered in cold sweat, and they could no longer be bothered to be long-winded. They all worked together, and they roared as they attacked with all kinds of ultimate skills. A ray of origin power appeared in the sky like a mushroom, and it rose into the sky, supporting the mountain. Rumble! The speed of the mountain's descent suddenly slowed down. The burly man's pupils shrank, and he revealed a look of shock. His face instantly darkened. He exerted more strength in his hand that was holding the saber. Rays of saber light blossomed on the saber's body, forming many circles. Li Yunxiao's 6 arms were like pillars supporting the sky, supporting the huge mountain, and he shouted, "Xiao Chuan, smash it with one sword." He was currently completely relying on the power of his body to resist. Otherwise, if he was in his peak state, he would be able to split this mountain with one sword. Mo Xiaochuan's face turned pale, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said firmly, "Okay." Clang! The heavenly punishment demon sweeping sword flew out from his body, and turned into a huge sword shape that was over 30 meters long, and instantly laid horizontally under the mountain. Mo Xiaochuan formed a seal with both hands, and the huge sword immediately returned to its normal state and fell into his hands. He closed his eyes slightly and chanted a spell. One seal after another landed on the sword. With every strike, an ancient Maha character popped out, and it was accompanied by a violent aura, as if it was gradually being unsealed. Li Yunxiao's heart moved. He knew that the devouring true spirit's remnant soul was sealed inside the sword, but he didn't know to what extent Mo Xiaochuan could control it. The evil spirit glared and suddenly said, "It's so troublesome to let you use your sword, why don't I do it with my axe?" He directly flew out from the bottom of the mountain. Everyone immediately felt the pressure on their bodies increase, as if they were about to be crushed into pieces. Vincent's divine body's power was unleashed to the limit, but his eyes were still wide open. He roared, "You damn dragon, you're just trying to be lazy." The evil spirit grinned and said, "Hee hee, of course not. Watch me split the mountain with my axe." His eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the axe suddenly changed. With a loud roar, he smashed towards the mountain. Boom! The bottom of the mountain trembled, and countless rocks collapsed. A huge crack appeared on the entire mountain. Everyone felt the pressure suddenly ease, but it immediately pressed down again. Red dust gaze reflects the bright moon. At this moment, a jade-colored sword ray soared into the sky and directly slashed into the crack. Rumble! The entire mountain was split into 2 halves from the middle and split apart in an instant. Everyone felt as if the sky was collapsing. Ah! Bin Sun suddenly roared, and the divine body on his skin shone brightly. "Dead dragon, lend me a hand." The evil spirit's pupils shrank, and he immediately understood what he wanted to do. He laughed loudly and said, "Haha, wonderful. Let him have a taste of being hit by a mountain." Roar! The evil spirit roared, and his body turned into a half-dragon form. Together with Bin Sun, he pushed the split half of the mountain towards the burly man. The mountain collapsed as if the sky was collapsing. The burly man's expression changed greatly. The demons around him were still continuously attacking his saber light barrier. He immediately shouted and poured all his strength into the saber. 8-direction saber battle. The pitch-black saber in his hand flashed, and a snow-white saber light shot out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Countless devils were annihilated by this saber strike, and a saber chi soared into the sky, blasting towards the half of the mountain. Boom! The huge mountain was split apart by his saber. Bin Sun and the evil spirit instantly separated and turned into 2 rays of light that attacked the burly man from the left and right. Quafu chasing the sun. Splitting mountain with one axe. The burly man was extremely shocked. The strength of these 2 people was not below Li Yunxiao at all. Furthermore, he had continuously executed powerful martial skills. Furthermore, he had to split his attention to take care of the bone rainbow. Immediately, he felt even more pressure. Boom! A fist and an axe fiercely smashed into his saber. A shocking force spread out in the air, and the 3 of them were sent flying. This was especially true for the burly man. In order to protect the bone rainbow, he had to bear all the pressure himself. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and tasted blood in his throat. He retreated a few hundred meters in the air before stopping. However, before he could stabilize himself, he was shocked to find a terrifying aura descending from the sky. Mo Xiaochuan's figure flickered in the air. Under the sword style, a terrifying beast shadow was faintly discernible. Jade Shadow Chi Sword returning intestines. 1,000 dazzling righteous art slashed down. Black and white colors appeared in the sky, turning into a Tai Chi diagram that spun and condensed into a sword light that swept across the sky like a meteor. What made the burly man's heart tremble was that under the sword energy, there was a vague aura of the true spirit. It directly suppressed his blood vessels and made them tremble. What's going on? His heart was filled with shock. Under the sword light, the violent aura was like a giant beast that could devour the heavens and the earth. It made him extremely terrified. Profound sealing saber. Forcefully suppressing the fear in his heart, he suddenly raised his saber. The black saber body and the snow-white saber light were the same as the sword intent in the sky, giving people a kind of ink-like sadness. Boom! The burly man was afraid that the bone rainbow would be injured. He suddenly stood up and faced the impact of the two forces. In the end, he was shaken and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no longer as calm as before. His eyes were filled with fear. Under the sword, Mo Xiaochuan's face also turned pale. The heaven-punishing demon sword disappeared from his hand and returned to his body. The entire sky and sea fell into silence again. Everyone's expression was cold and murderous. The mysterious sect disciples resting on the sea were all extremely nervous. They watched carefully, afraid that if they were careless, they would be caught in the aftermath and die without a burial place. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He shouted, "Surround him, don't let him escape." He found that the burly man already had the intention of retreating, so he immediately shouted. Although he didn't have much of an advantage at the moment, it was the best time to kill the bone rainbow. Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't miss it. 6 rays of light immediately flew around the man. They were Bin Sun, Evil Spirit, Mo Xiaochuan, Young Emperor Hao Lian, Little King Kong from the Gourd, and Crocodile. They surrounded him. The rest of the people's strength was a bit lacking. They all stood behind Li Yunxiao and watched. The burly man said coldly, "Do you think you can kill me?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "The one we want to kill isn't you, but the person in your hands. Do you think you can still protect him under our siege?" The burly man's body shook. He said in disbelief and anger, "You really dare to kill young master? Do you know who young master is?" Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He said, "It's hard to understand. Where did you guys get such a strange way of thinking? You guys always wanted to kill me, and now you're asking me if I really dare to kill you. Forgive me for not understanding your logic with my intelligence." Haha. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and said fiercely, "Young Master Yun's logic is that whoever dares to kill him, he must kill them. Who cares if you're the Heavenly Emperor or some demon? Quickly accept your death." The burly man's expression became abnormally ugly. If he was alone, not to mention retreating unscathed, even if he went berserk, he had great confidence in killing everyone on the other side. But now, he was being restrained everywhere. "If I can't protect young master, I'll definitely risk my life to kill all of you." His face was filled with malevolent anger. He looked like he wanted to make both sides suffer. Their race was implanted with restrictions when they were born. They lived for the cloud life race. Unless their cultivation broke through 9 stars pinnacle Emperor Wu and entered transcendence and sainthood, it was impossible for them to break free from the restrictions. If Gu Hong died here, not only would he be tortured to death when he returned, but the cloud life race would also vent their anger on his clansmen. Otherwise, with his Emperor Jiuxing's body, who would be willing to be a servant? Li Yunxiao's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to see the determination and resolution on the burly man's face. He was a little hesitant. Forcing an Emperor Jiuxing to go crazy was definitely not an action that he knew the consequences of. If he insisted on killing Gu Hong, he really did not have the confidence to escape. But if he missed this opportunity, with the strength of the cloud life race, it would be difficult to get a second chance. Moreover, with Gu Hong's evil intentions towards Narcissus, when Li Yunxiao thought of this, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A fierce look burst out, and he said coldly, "Gu Hong, you must die today." Everyone's heart trembled. They already knew Li Yunxiao's determination. They all revealed dignified expressions and slowly circulated the yuan qi in their bodies. The burly man's body trembled, as if he couldn't believe it. He roared madly, "You really want to force me? You really want to die together with me?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't care if I force you or if I die together with you. I only care if Gu Hong dies or not." The golden light on his body lit up again. Behind him, a huge demon shadow stood on the sea. At the same time, it also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 faces of the demon's shadow all had their eyes closed. Their expressions were solemn but ferocious. Each of the 6 arms was holding the shadow of a weapon. Under his determination, the burly man's heart couldn't help but tremble. He felt a little satisfied and took a step back. Mo Xiaochuan and the other 5 also took a step back, maintaining the best distance to attack. Li Yunxiao's expression suddenly changed. One of the eyes on his head suddenly opened and looked into the distance. A few thousand meters away, a gray figure appeared in the sea. It stared at him with a complicated expression. That person's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Dijia. The mouth on the head spat out 2 words, and its pupils shrank. Although the demon master's doppelgangers all looked the same, due to the difference in strength and countless years of changes, their temperaments were completely different. Dijia's expression was very ugly. Ever since they parted in the dragon transformation pool in the bone burial ground, although he had obtained part of Dijun's body and refined it, which greatly increased his strength, it seemed like his demonic cultivation was not even as good as Li Yunxiao, who only had 1 demon origin fruit. Li Yunxiao suddenly thought of something and said, "Dijia, help me kill this person in front of me." Dijia was dazed. Clearly, he was completely surprised. He sneered, "Li Yunxiao, what did you say? Did I hear wrong?" Li Yunxiao said, "You didn't hear wrong. Help me kill this person in front of me, and I can tell you the whereabouts of an Agarine." "What?" Dijia's body shook. Cold light appeared in his eyes. "You know the whereabouts of an Agarine?" Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "But I only know the whereabouts of 1 Agarine. And your brother Di has already obtained the 4th doppelganger and the rainbow." "What did you say?" Dijia's face instantly paled. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. He shouted in shock and anger, "You're lying to me." If it was really as Li Yunxiao said, then he would completely become prey, and there would be no hope of recovering his true body. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, "Can't you tell if I'm lying or not? That rainbow already has its own intelligence, and is my good friend. Now that we have a common enemy, you and I should let go of the past and be friends, not enemies." Dijia was overwhelmed by this information. He had also sensed the birth of his 4th devil body. Now, he finally understood why he had been so depressed and scared all this time. "All right. Help me find an Agarine and tell me about Di. I'll help you kill this person." Dijia was also an extremely intelligent person. He made his decision immediately. He turned into a demonic flame and flew across the sky. "Damn it." The burly man was shocked and furious. Dijia's overwhelming demonic aura was clearly not easy to deal with. The addition of a powerful enemy made him go crazy. "You forced me to do this. I want everyone to pay the price." The pitch-black saber in his hand suddenly released a white saber light. It turned into circles of waves that rolled up in the sky. The seawater evaporated and a terrifying saber intent spread out. Apart from little King Kong and the gourd, the rest of the 6 were shocked. They took a few steps back and watched warily. Dijia's demonic flame rushed over. He turned into his real body and stepped on the water. He stared at the saber chi with a serious expression. He turned into demonic flames once again and flew directly into the true demon giant spirit behind Li Yunxiao. He hid within it and disappeared without a trace. Li Yunxiao was shocked. Suddenly, some information appeared in his mind. His pupils shrank and he was overjoyed. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The 3 faces of the true demon spirit were solemn and solemn. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, one of the faces twisted and turned into Dijia's appearance. He slowly opened his eyes. 6 weapon phantoms flew out of his hands and circled around the giant spirit. The 6 arms were in different postures. Some formed hand seals, some formed fists, and some formed palms. The 3 faces were all chanting. A terrifying aura seemed to descend slowly. Li Yunxiao's 6 arms formed the same hand seals as the true demon spirit behind him. Even their forms were synchronized. The burly man's pupils shrank. His expression became more and more serious. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more crazy. white saber light kept forming, increasing the power of the saber world. Suddenly, the entire sea and sky trembled. It was like the world's heart had beat. Everyone shuddered. Li Yunxiao suddenly shouted, "Retreat!" The 6 of them were startled. There seemed to be a majestic force descending from the true devil giant spirit. They all turned into rays of light and flew away. Only 6 waves could be seen on the surface of the sea. On the true demon giant spirit, the eyes of the face that looked like Dijia suddenly shone brightly. It made a hand seal and spread its 5 fingers, grabbing toward the surrounding weapon phantoms. Pa! Xiaochen casually grabbed the air with his 5 fingers and caught the saber image. The entire sea and sky shook. Time and space seemed to stand still for an instant. The saber shadow actually slowly became solid, turning into a transparent state that was half real and half illusory. At this moment, the sky was like a cake that had been roasted soft, becoming unstable. It was as if there was an invisible hand kneading it at will, constantly kneading it into various shapes. The gradually solidified saber blade started to appear in the blurry sky. The lines engraved on it gave people a feeling that they couldn't look up to it. When they opened their eyes to look, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. It was as if there were endless laws gathering and directly repelling all power, making it impossible to see the true appearance. Under the pitch-black demonic flames, thousands of strange black patterns constantly floated up from the saber blade. They were like pitch-black snowflakes, covering the sky. The entire demonic pattern combined with each other, forming a larger and more complicated pattern. It was accompanied by a black spiral vortex, which was sandwiched in these complicated patterns. It was like a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth spreading out. Everyone in the sea and sky was experienced and knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a strange phenomenon. Even Li Yunxiao himself was abnormally shocked. The burly man became even more frenzied. The world of the saber seemed to be trembling under the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If the other party finished condensing the power of the saber, he probably wouldn't have any more chances to attack. Profound sealing saber. He slashed out with all his strength. The entire sea spun into endless vortexes and soared into the sky. The saber light in the vortex shot out, and the water pillar that soared into the sky also poured down, turning into a roaring dragon on the saber light. This saber seemed to contain the power of the entire sea. Li Yunxiao and Dijia's expressions changed at the same time. Li Yunxiao's 6 arms kept changing hand seals, and rays of golden light floated up. Dijia suddenly pulled out his right hand, and the entire saber instantly solidified. It made a clanging sound, and a terrifying power descended upon the world. Bestowing bone cleaver. Dijia's eyes flashed with excitement and remembrance. He suddenly raised his saber and slashed down from the sky. Boom boom boom. The space collapsed like a bridge, and the entire sea and sky turned black, crashing into the burly man's white world of saber light. Boom. The black and white collided violently, and spun continuously. The entire world turned black and white, without any other color. All the martial artists were shocked, and they quickly fled far away. In a desert far away, a huge formation that occupied an area of 100 acres was activated. Black demonic chi kept tumbling inside the array. In the center, a small black figure was meditating with his eyes closed. The black shadow's body suddenly trembled and it opened its eyes in horror, revealing an expression of extreme shock. Demonic weapon of 6 paths. The demonic weapon of 6 paths has been drawn by someone. Other than shock, there was also fear in this person's eyes. He trembled and said, "Did Dijia obtain the 5th doppelganger?" "Impossible, impossible, I did not sense anything. What is going on?" His expression darkened, and he suddenly became impatient. The chi in his body instantly became chaotic. Ah, damn it! The surface of his body seemed to have formed a layer of blue ice, and upon closer inspection, one could see that the thin layer of ice was faintly pulsating with white flames. His face twisted, and he suddenly grabbed his head. His body jumped into the sky, and he kept rolling. He held in pain. "It's been so long, and you still won't submit to me? You and I are one. Be obedient and fuse with me." Ah! As soon as he finished, he felt a sharp pain in his head. His body twisted violently, and he kept convulsing in the air. Large amounts of demonic qi and white flames came out, dyeing the sky red. In the North Sea, after Li Yunxiao and Di Jia attacked together, the two of them instantly separated. Li Yunxiao was completely exhausted, and Di Jia's face also became extremely pale. The hand that was holding the bone-chopping was still shaking uncontrollably, and half of his body was also shaking. The violent saber energy collided in the air, and soon, the white saber world was completely devoured, and the saber energy shot out in all directions. Several saber radiances shot through the air, and slashed at the burly man from all directions. The burly man hurriedly protected himself with the saber in front of him in shock and anger, but the barrier was still broken. His organs were shattered, and his meridians exploded. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with despair and unwillingness. He opened his mouth a few times, but no words came out in the end. Under such circumstances, the bone rainbow was still under his armpit, well protected, and was not injured. Whoosh! In despair, he gathered the last bit of energy, turned into a beam of light, and flew into the sea. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he did not want to give up. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and said, "You are a powerful warrior worthy of respect." What a pity, in the current situation, he had no chance of escaping. The black and white colors in the sky and sea gradually disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Mo Xiaotuan and the others also turned into beams of light and flew over. They only had to clean up the mess. Splash! At this time, the sea suddenly exploded, and a giant shadow rushed out. A red light swept across the sky like lightning. It was the azure spirit Jade Golden Toad's tongue. It immediately sucked the burly man and the bone rainbow into its mouth, and swallowed them. Ah! This turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. After swallowing the two, the azure spirit Jade Golden Toad's legs kicked in the air, and it moved dozens of meters in the air, and fell into the sea again. The falling direction was the deep sea, where all the Miaoxian sect disciples were gathered. The originally safe place was now directly facing the azure spirit Jade Golden Toad's giant body and cruel red eyes. Run! Someone shouted, and everyone immediately reacted. They abruptly raised their origin energy and were about to fly off in all directions. Pop, pop! Another red light flashed in the sky. The azure spirit Jade Golden Toad's tongue swallowed a large number of Miaoxian sect disciples, and directly swallowed them into its stomach. Its tongue seemed to have a very strong spatial power. As long as the target was within its attack range, it would be able to directly suck them in. The remaining Miaoxian sect disciples were scared out of their wits. They cried to the heavens and the earth as they forcefully used their energy to run away. Gulp! Gulp! The azure spirit Jade Golden Toad called out twice as its giant body fell into the sea, creating a splash. Its two eyes shot out a malicious light, and its cheeks bulged. It suddenly opened its mouth to spit out a large amount of green liquid that turned into a rain of swords. The remaining Miaoxian sect disciples were hit by the green liquid and screamed on the spot. Their bodies were immediately corroded, emitting countless white smoke, and not even their bones were left. The azure spirit Jade Golden Toad's body sank into the sea after spitting out the venom. Li Yunxiao was shocked and angry. Quickly kill this golden toad. He originally wanted to find the Miaoxian sect disciples to ask about Jiangruabing, but they were instantly annihilated. It was not a big deal, he could just find someone else to ask. However, the bone rainbow was swallowed by the golden toad, and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Yi Fan was also shocked. This golden toad must be taking revenge for being hit by the giant mountain. Those two are most likely dead, right? Li Yunxiao's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, "We must see their bodies." After spending so much effort, he could not let it go to waste. Not seeing their bodies made him feel uneasy. Gulp, gulp. The azure spirit Jade Golden Toad continued to sink into the water. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed to sense danger as it looked at the incoming beams of light. Its body suddenly sucked in a breath, and the bulging golden-green lumps on its back all deflated, and its cheeks swelled up. I feel that my popularity is still not enough. Everyone, help me advertise more. If everyone helps Tai pull in a reader, my popularity will instantly double, and I will continue to ask for votes. Bang! The azure spirit jade golden toad spat out a mouthful of green venom. The entire sea exploded like a huge green firework. The venom instantly turned into sharp arrows that shot out in all directions. The evil spirit swung his axe at the venom arrows. With a sizzling sound, the venom corroded his dragon energy and burned a hole on the axe. The other people's expressions changed. The venom corroded the emperor energy and came at them like a storm. Ah! Yu Jiolin let out a cry of agony before one of his arms fell off. It continued to corrode and shrink in the air before eventually disappearing. Are you okay? Duan Yu was shocked. He came to his side and asked in a hurry. They had basically started following Li Yunxiao around the same time, and their strengths were similar, so their relationship was the best. Yu Jiolin's face was pale. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead, but he still shook his head. He couldn't hide the fear on his face. The profound artifact in his hand was so fragile. It melted in an instant and splashed on his body. Although it was only a little bit, a large area was corroded. Fortunately, he was quite alert and cut off one of his arms at the first moment. Otherwise, he would have been completely dead. Yi Fan was shocked. Oh no, the golden toad disappeared. After the azure spirit jade golden toad spat out the venom, its body became more and more transparent in the sea. Finally, it disappeared. Mo Xiaochuan and the others flew down and stepped on the surface of the sea. They spread out their divine senses but couldn't sense the existence of the golden toad at all. Bin Sun said solemnly, the golden toad's tongue seems to have the power of space. It can sweep away everything within a range. It must have mastered some kind of space divine art. Young Master Yun, your art. Li Yunxiao made a hand sign with one hand. His eyes became demonic but soon calmed down. His face was abnormally pale. No, I can't use my essence force at all. Bin Sun said, if that's the case, don't force it. Those two were swallowed by the golden toad. With such a strong corrosive power, I'm afraid they're already dead. Li Yunxiao's face was extremely ugly. His intuition told him that the bone rainbow wouldn't die so easily. Fine, everything has its own destiny. Those who should die can't live, and those who should live can't die. Even if the two of them manage to escape with their lives, we can defeat them today, and even more so in the future. Dijia's face twitched a little. Indeed, no one had improved faster than Li Yunxiao. Dijia's face darkened. He put his hands behind his back and said coldly, I've done what I promised. What about what I want? Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he chuckled, don't worry, big brother. I'll keep my promise. The commotion here is too great, and we're in the northern region. I'm afraid there will be experts coming to investigate very soon. Why don't we talk somewhere else? He rarely allowed others to address him as an elder brother, but when he thought about the fact that the other party was the unparalleled demon lord, it was not a loss for him to address him as elder brother. Several hours later, the two of them appeared in a tavern in Fixed Sky City. A pot of excellent wine was placed in the middle of the tavern. 2 jade cups shone faintly. Sitting across from each other in the tavern that was filled with people, Li Yunxiao filled the 2 cups with wine and started drinking. Dijia's face was gloomy. He was not in the mood at all. With anger, he said coldly, the agarine you said is already in someone else's body. How dare you trick me into making a move? Li Yunxiao smiled, big brother, you've wronged me. I only told you where the agarine was, I never said it was ownerless. Dijia snorted coldly, fine, take me to see that person. It's just a little effort. Li Yunxiao spread his hands and said, I'm sorry, but that person is now my friend, not my enemy. If you want to touch him, you'll be standing against me. Li Yunxiao, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. The demonic origin in your body will be mine sooner or later. Dijia's expression was cold. He slowly clenched his fists, and 2 strands of demonic chi flew around his palms. It seemed like he was going to attack at any moment. Li Yunxiao looked around. There were many cultivators in the wine shop. They had also noticed the strange situation here. They all looked over with strange gazes. There were even a few cold and sharp auras that locked onto the 2 of them in the dark. What made the 2 of them not know whether to laugh or cry was that the strongest of the people who locked onto them was only a high-level martial venerable. They were most likely hired by this tavern. Big brother, don't be impatient. For some reason, there are cultivators everywhere in Fixed Sky City. It seems like they're trying to capture someone. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, although I know you're not afraid, it's better to avoid trouble. What if you meet some peerless expert and accidentally die? It's not worth it. Humph. I must get the agarine. Dijia said fiercely, there's also the rainbow stone. When my true body was split into 5 pieces, the agarine lost its source of demonic power. It will automatically split into agarine and rainbow stone. As long as I get the remaining parts, I can still turn the tables and take back the other clones. He kept the 2 demonic origin vortexes in his hands and suppressed his aura. Only then did he look like an ordinary person. However, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He said in a serious tone, how can your demonic origin be so strong? It's almost equivalent to a clone. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly cried out involuntarily, could it be that you got my 5th clone? Impossible, impossible. If that's the case, I would have sensed it. Dijia shook his head and denied himself. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed. He asked tentatively, under the true demon body, what's with the 6 weapons? How can they be so powerful? Dijia's face darkened. He immediately became cold, why are you asking this? This is not something you should be concerned about. Li Yunxiao smiled and drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. These taverns were all branches of various forces. It was convenient for them to do business. The wine inside was full of ling qi, which was very beneficial to martial artists. Furthermore, the wine shop they were in was the largest in Fixed Sky City. The prices inside were not something that ordinary martial artists could afford. Of course, this little bit of benefit was completely negligible to experts like Li Yunxiao and Dijia. However, it was still enough for them to feel refreshed and comfortable. Brother, you also understand this principle. Everyone should just mind their own business. Li Yunxiao chuckled. Dijia's expression changed slightly. He immediately understood that Li Yunxiao wanted to exchange information with him. He was silent for a while, then said, those 6 weapons are called the 6 Paths demonic weapons. I used them when I was at my peak. Li Yunxiao asked, where are these 6 weapons now? Can I take them whenever I want if my demonic aura is strong enough? Dijia sneered, these 6 weapons are currently reincarnating within the 6 paths. The true demon avatar is my real body. It has a trace of spiritual connection with these 6 weapons. Therefore, when the avatar appears, the shadows of the 6 weapons will appear. If I want to take them all, I will have to be at my peak. Li Yunxiao was shocked when he heard that. He asked, are those 6 weapons all transcendent grade profound weapons? Haha. Dijia couldn't help but laugh. He said, supreme profound level weapons are just a way of saying you lowly humans. Above rank 9 are divine weapons. My 6 paths demonic weapons are heavenly divine weapons. Heavenly divine weapons? Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled. He said, could it be that there are different grades of saint artifacts? Of course. A hint of pride flashed across Dijia's face as he said proudly, it's impossible to forge a true divine artifact in this world. If I'm not wrong, the so-called Noah's Ark of your human race is only a quasi-divine artifact that's close to a divine artifact. Within the divine weapons, they are the same as ordinary rank 9 profound level weapons. There are good and bad ones, but the difference in power is not too great. Above them, there is an even more powerful existence that can crush all divine weapons. That is my 6 paths demonic weapons, heavenly divine weapons. Dijia's eyes sparkled. He seemed to be in deep thought. Li Yunxiao didn't even dare to breathe. The demon lord in front of him was a powerful existence that had existed for countless years. There was no way he would lie to him. Especially as a top alchemist, he was even more shocked after hearing this information. His eyes sparkled. It was as if a brand new door had been opened in front of him. His heart was filled with endless longing and longing. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Tui. A disdainful and sarcastic voice came. A few warriors were sitting at a table not far away. They were drinking. One of them, an old man with a long beard, laughed out loud. He glanced over without hesitation and said sarcastically, "Ignorant kid, you are talking nonsense." The old man wore a long robe with wide sleeves. He looked high and mighty. His aura was completely restrained, showing that he was not weak. At this moment, his face was filled with sarcasm and disdain. After he scolded, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. The noisy environment suddenly became quiet. Many warriors even looked nervous. They lowered their heads and looked at each other secretly. When Li Yunxiao first entered, he also discovered that most of the cultivators in the entire wine shop had an absent-minded look on their faces. Their minds seemed to be completely focused on the few people at that table. It was as if those people had a great background. There was also a man in luxurious clothes sitting at the same table with the old man. He was sitting quietly opposite him. He was wearing a pale blue satin robe. He kept spinning a dark green thumb ring in his left hand. He was obviously a very noble person. There was a light smile on his face. Hee hee. Yeah, boasting shamelessly, how embarrassing. Sitting between the two were two enchanting girls in palace attire. They used lotus-colored scarves to cover their delicate and alluring mouths, revealing a seductive sneer. Both of them were beautiful and charming girls. When their lips curled and their eyes raised, the entire tavern was filled with spring. One of them used her full moon-like upper body to intentionally or unintentionally rub against the old man's arm. The other held a wine cup and held the wine in her cherry lips. She did not swallow it and just stared at the old man. The old man suddenly drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a knowing lecherous expression. His hands began to move. Hee hee, your Dingtian city really has some arrogant people. They dare to talk nonsense. Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao did not deliberately conceal their voices because the vast majority of people would not understand what they were talking about. Moreover, the world was so vast that no one would recognize them in any random wine shop. They did not expect to be cursed at out of nowhere. Haha, these two people are clearly country bumpkins who have never seen the world. They only know how to make people laugh their heads off. The well-dressed man across from the old man stroked his beard and chuckled, "Elder Jiang, don't lower yourself to the level of these juniors. Come, let's drink, don't disturb our pleasure." Jiang Shozhen chuckled and used his hands to pinch the two girls. He swallowed a mouthful of wine and said, "This old man has roamed the world for more than 100 years. Even the sect masters of the 7 great sects will politely greet me when they see this old man. What saint artifact? Never heard of, what kind of toy is this? That's right, who doesn't know of Elder Jiang's fame? We sisters have never seen these two children before. They must be some countryside bumpkin who came here to gain experience. Hee hee, how embarrassing." The one on the left was called Tao Hong. She had a pair of enchanting red phoenix eyes. She stood up, twisting her slender waist as she poured a cup of wine for Jiang Shozhen. But just as Jiang Shozhen was about to take it, she smiled and snatched it away. Just as Jiang Shozhen was about to step forward and take her into his arms, the other woman named Ru quickly pressed her cherry blossom soft lips on the old man's, passing the fine wine in her mouth into the old man's mouth, making Jiang Shozhen feel light as a feather. The other martial artists in the wine shop all gulped and lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at such an unscrupulous and alluring scene, but they also wanted to see it, so they could only sneak peeks to satisfy their craving. The well-dressed man sighed, "Unfortunately, Elder Jiang came at the wrong time. With such a major event happening in Dingtian City, all suspicious people have been severely investigated. This has affected our discussion of official business, and all sorts of transaction procedures will take a lot more effort." Jiang Shozhen hugged the two girls and said with a smile, "No matter, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. However, this matter has really pierced through the heavens. Someone actually dared to completely wipe out the city lord's residence, even daring to kill a sage law enforcer." He lowered his voice and made a gesture of slitting his neck. A trace of fear and shock appeared on his face. The man in luxurious clothing said, "Isn't that so? Fixed Heaven City is also considered a major city in the northern domain. I've never heard of this matter before. Fortunately, the city lord's strength is unparalleled, and he managed to escape." Elder Jiang's eyes lit up as he said, "City Lord is an 8-star Emperor Wu's expert, it's reasonable for him to be able to escape this calamity. This time, the murderer is doomed." I wonder who did it. Do you have any clues? The finely dressed man looked around and seemed to be a little fearful. He said in a low voice, I don't know who it is, but the city lord has already memorized that person's appearance and immediately reported what happened to the sacred region. The image of that person's appearance should be released very soon, and the whole world will be hunting him down. DG's face darkened, and a hint of gloom flashed across his face. However, he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, so such a big thing has happened. No wonder the whole city is on guard. Who is so daring? But he didn't have the time to think about this. He was still shocked by DG's words. Apart from my brother's 6 paths demonic weapon, are there any other heavenly saint artifacts in the realm of heaven martial arts? DGA slowly sipped his wine and said indifferently, when you reach a certain level, you will naturally understand that in the path of martial arts, the peak is just a dream, and the end is just a starting point. Pa. Xianxia, who wasn't far from them, suddenly slammed the table. He couldn't restrain his anger anymore. He shouted, Lad, how dare you talk nonsense here? Fixed Heaven City isn't like your countryside. Talking nonsense is a small matter, but losing your life is a big matter. He thought that after he had rebuked them, these 2 lads would feel ashamed and restrain themselves. He hadn't expected that they would still talk nonsense that no one could understand. They even talked nonsense like the peak of martial arts was just a dream, and the end was just a starting point. The man in luxurious clothes said hurriedly, Elder Jiang, why do you need to lower yourself to the level of these ignorant juniors? There are so many juniors in the path of martial arts like them. The cruel world will make them cry sooner or later. Elder Jiang snorted and his face darkened. He said, what these 2 lads said is really unpleasant. After he finished speaking, he put down his wine cup and turned his head to look outside the window. The man in luxurious clothes understood immediately. He winked at the woman beside him. Tao Hong understood immediately. She stuck out her chest and stood up from Elder Jiang's embrace. She walked towards the 2 of them with a smile on her face. The expressions of the surrounding warriors changed slightly. They knew that these 2 youngsters were going to be in trouble. Many of them had gloating looks on their faces, but most of them were still looking at Tao Hong's swaying body. Many of them swallowed their saliva. Pa. Tao Hong's slender jade-like hand slapped the table. After picking it up, a shiny golden token appeared on the table. There were all sorts of patterns engraved on it, and in the middle was a majestic ancient tree that towered into the clouds. It seemed to be the symbol of a certain sex identity. Tao Hong narrowed her eyes. The charming look on her face disappeared and was replaced with a bone-chilling coldness. You recognize this token, right? Dijia did not move, as if he did not hear anything. He sipped his wine and pondered over his own thoughts. Li Yunxiao glanced at the token. He really did not recognize it, so he could only obediently shake his head. Pfft. In the distance, Ruer could not help but spurt out a laugh. Intentionally or unintentionally, her body leaned towards Xianxia. At the same time, she lightly panted. Hee hee, you don't even recognize the giant wood token. You really are a country bumpkin. Hee hee hee. The surrounding warriors who were drinking also shook their heads slightly. The giant wood token was the highest token of the Divine Wood family clan in Heaven Setting City. And the Divine Wood family clan was one of the 3 major factions in Heaven Setting City. Anyone who possessed this token could do whatever they wanted. The well-dressed man was the second in command of the Divine Wood family clan, Mu Yufeng. He could be considered one of the top 10 people in Heaven Setting City. Yet, these 2 country bumpkins did not recognize him. In the beginning, there were people who doubted the cultivation of Li Yunxiao and Ruer. Now, it was basically confirmed that they were country bumpkins sent out by some remote city to gain experience. Such country bumpkins usually had more power and status in the countryside. Their family clan could basically rule over a village or a town. However, if they did not know how to restrain themselves after leaving the family clan, it would be a tragedy. This was because in a place like Heaven Setting City, any third-rate faction could destroy their family clan at any time. Haha. Xianxia also laughed loudly. His anger had lessened significantly. Furthermore, Ruer's wanton display made him very agitated. He looked at Ruer and licked his chapped lips. Mu Yufeng laughed gently and said, just show some of your cultivation and chase them away. Now, the entire city is under martial law. Try not to cause any trouble. After Tao Hong received the order, she smacked the table and retrieved the huge wood token. A faint killing intent leaked out from her body. She was actually a high-ranked martial saint. She said in a cold voice, do you want to live or die? Choose for yourself? Li Yinxiao smiled bitterly and said, of course I want to live. Pfft. Tao Hong said disdainfully, useless thing. If you want to live, scram immediately. Li Yinxiao's expression did not change. He only raised his head and glanced at Di Jia. Di Jia also had an indifferent expression and said, let's go. It was as if he had no interest in making a move against these people. Without another word, the two of them left the wine shop one after another. Ruer's unbridled sarcasm could still be heard behind them. Hee, Sister Tao Hong only revealed a bit of killing intent and they were scared away. They even came out to gain experience with this level of accomplishment. Hee, how embarrassing. If I were them, I would quickly go home and hide in bed. Hee. Jiang Shozhen laughed strangely and said, sob, I'm so scared. Why don't the two sisters hide in bed with me? Aya, you're so bad. Elder Jiang, you're so bad. Ruer looked angry. She punched Elder Jiang's chest a few times with her tender hands and threw herself into his arms to act coquettishly. Mu Yufeng also smiled apologetically and said, Elder Jiang, you haven't been here for a long time. Tao Hong and Ruer miss you very much. They mentioned it to me many times. It's rare for you to come here. Elder Jiang, you have to accompany them more. Hee, of course. Jiang Shozhen's eyes narrowed into a line. He hugged the two girls in his arms and said slowly, I'll divulge a piece of news to you. There will be a world-shaking treasure in our 10,000 treasure pagoda's auction this time. Oh? A world-shaking treasure? Mu Yufeng immediately became spirited. He knew that Jiang Shozhen's status in the 10,000 treasure pagoda was not low. Any news that he divulged could benefit him a lot. He hurriedly leaned over to listen. Jiang Shozhen smiled faintly and picked up the wine glass to look at it carefully. Mu Yufeng understood. He took out a palm-sized bone box from his body and handed it over. Jiang Shozhen opened it with a smile. A ray of light lit up. His eyes lit up. He immediately closed the lid and put it away with satisfaction. The surrounding martial artists were paying attention to the two people. They pricked up their ears and wanted to hear what world-shaking treasure it was. Jiang Shozhen's gaze seemed to sweep around intentionally or unintentionally, revealing a contemptuous and sarcastic look. He casually launched a barrier, isolating the space of the entire table. The rest of the martial artists in the tavern were immediately disappointed. They could only drink their wine gloomily. They didn't dare to offend these two people. They could only continue to secretly look at Tao Hong and Ruer to feast their eyes and satisfy their cravings. Jiang Shozhen restrained his lascivious look and whispered, I wonder if brother has ever heard of sword-cutting stars? Ah. Mu Yufeng shuddered all over and took a deep breath. He was so scared that he almost lost his mind. He said in horror, could it be that the thing to be auctioned this time is a transcendent-grade profound weapon, sword-cutting stars? The two women beside him also suddenly changed their expressions. After a short period of paleness, their faces became redder and more alluring. The surrounding martial artists looked at the appearance of these people, and their hearts itched even more. They were all guessing what the so-called world-shaking treasure was. Pfft! Jiang Shozhen burst out laughing and sneered. He pointed at Mu Yufeng and said, Brother, if it's really a transcendent-grade profound artifact, sword-cutting stars, would our 10,000 treasure tower dare to sell it? Mu Yufeng thought about it and agreed. Although the 10,000 treasure tower was the #1 chamber of commerce in the world, even if a sacred region obtained something like a transcendent-grade profound artifact, they would not dare to make it public, let alone auction it. If the 10,000 treasure tower really did such a stupid thing, the entire chamber of commerce would be uprooted inexplicably in a few days. Mu Yufeng's agitated mood slowly calmed down and said, then what's the meaning of Elder Jiang? Could it be related to sword-cutting stars? Jiang Shozhen pursed his lips and said, not many people know about this matter now, but it will spread very soon. There's no harm in telling you. Mu Yufeng cursed in his heart. Something that would soon spread, and he actually had the face to ask him for a bribe. The item just now was worth a lot. He suppressed the pain in his heart and said, I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Shouxun's expression became solemn and said, although the item to be auctioned this time is not sword-cutting stars, it's a part of it. Back then, the peerless emperor Wu Gufeiyang combined the three swords into one and refined a transcendent-grade profound artifact, sword-cutting stars, shocking the universe. The item to be auctioned this time is Divine Sword Star Annihilation. Wow. It's actually this item. Mu Yufeng said in shock, even if it's just star annihilation, it will cause a huge commotion, right? Back then, it was said that Gufeiyang died in the heaven-shaking mountain range. I don't know if it's true or not, but after so many years, we haven't heard any news about him. In addition, your sect has this sword, so the rumor is most likely true. Jiang Shouxun rolled his eyes at him and said, Gufeiyang's death is definitely true, and the Divine Sword Star Annihilation in this auction is also obtained by chance. I heard from the higher-ups that this sword has already been damaged. Our 10,000 treasure tower sent people to the deity transformation sea with the sword, and only then did it recover 70 to 80%, but it's still not at its full power. Mu Yufeng said solemnly, even if it's only 70 to 80%, it's still a peerless divine sword. I'm afraid the competition will be very intense, right? Jiang Shouxun smiled. It's a heaven-sent opportunity. It just so happens that Scarlet Moon City's young master Tang Xian is getting married. Old Master Tang Qing is holding a banquet for the whole world, and many people are worried about the gifts. Our myriad treasure tower is also taking this opportunity to think of ways to sell it at a high price. Mu Yufeng pondered and said, Divine Sword Star Annihilation, TSK, who would be foolish enough to buy such a peerless item as a congratulatory gift? Jiang Shouxun sneered, little brother, you don't understand, do you? The Tang clan had forcefully taken control of Crimson Moon City. Furthermore, after the Battle of the East Sea, their influence had skyrocketed. Crimson Moon City's prestige was much higher than when Jiang Churen was still around. Putting aside Old Master Tang Qing's strength, at least in terms of prestige, he was no weaker than the other 6 sect masters. The Tang family has been flourishing in Red Moon City for at least several hundred years. At this time, the earlier the better, the deeper the better. Mu Yufeng patted his head and said in realization, Elder Jiang is right. Look at this blockhead of mine. Sigh, I only know how to cultivate all day. I'm not enlightened at all. Jiang Shouxun smiled and said, little brother is too modest. The Divine Wood clan is considered one of the top 3 factions in Fixed Sky City. This time, the City Lord Manor is in trouble. Will the headmaster not have any thoughts about it? Mu Yufeng's expression changed drastically. His gaze was somewhat hidden and wandering, and he coughed heavily a few times. Haha. Jiang Shouxun laughed heartily and stood up. He bent down and patted Mu Yufeng's shoulder. This old man is also indebted to the headmaster and little brother's hospitality. If there's anything you need, just say the word. Feel free to use the myriad treasure tower's forces in Fixed Sky City. Really? Mu Yufeng was overjoyed. He suddenly grabbed Jiang Shouxun's hand and said excitedly, I thank Elder Jiang on behalf of the headmaster here. Jiang Shouxun retracted his hand and removed the barrier with a wave of his hand. Then, he placed his hand on Tao Hong's thigh and caressed it. He smiled lightly and said, calm down, calm down. Tao Hong only felt her body go limp. She took advantage of the situation and leaned on him. Sweet sounds came from her mouth, and her breathing became heavier. Mu Yufeng chuckled a few times, feeling overjoyed at the turn of events. At this time, several cultivators suddenly walked in from outside the door. Their gazes swept across the wine shop, and then they hurriedly walked over to Mu Yufeng and whispered a few words in his ear. Mu Yufeng smiled lightly and said, Oh? Have the images of the murderer who killed the sanctuary enforcers come over? Jiang Shouxun's expression also changed, and he said, let this old man see it too. I also want to know who is so bold in this world. Not only did he exterminate the entire City Lord Manor, but he also dares to kill someone from the sanctuary. Mu Yufeng smiled and said, that's right. Elder Jiang is experienced and knowledgeable. You've made friends with the world. Most of the powerhouses with such strength are recognized by Elder. The several cultivators took out an image stone and carefully placed it on the table. At the same time, they activated the array on it. A beam of light shot out from the stone and projected into the air, slowly revealing the figure of a young man. Pa! Jiang Shozhen's arm that was holding the wine cup shook violently. The wine cup was directly crushed into pieces, and the fine wine inside was directly evaporated by the chaotic Emperor Qi. His eyes immediately turned white like a dead fish, and his body trembled violently like a sieve. Ah? It's him. Tao Hong and Ruer were also shocked at the same time. The two of them covered their mouths and cried out in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. Looking at the figure in the image that was like a god of death, they felt endless fear envelop them. Dijia's figure was clearly visible in the image stone. Moreover, the image inside the stone was a record of the city lord's memories. Every movement inside was so real and terrifying. He had killed dozens of experts with a wave of his hand. The city lord of Fixed Sky City, who had the strength of an 8-star Emperor Wu, had basically been crippled by him in one move. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Lord Yufeng, what's wrong? The subordinates looked at the expressions of the four and were a little confused. They asked carefully. Mu Yaofeng's face had never been so pale before. He felt as if the air had been sucked dry. No matter how hard he tried to breathe, he felt extremely short of oxygen, as if he was about to suffocate. After Li Yunxiao and Di Jiao left the tavern, they began to stroll around the streets in a swaggering manner. The streets were filled with passers-by and cultivators who were in a hurry. Everyone's expression was very solemn, afraid that they would accidentally get involved in the major event that was happening. Li Yunxiao rubbed his nose and said, I wonder who caused such a huge disturbance that even the sanctuary was alerted. Di Jia ignored him and walked calmly in the middle of the street. He said, How much do you know about the sanctuary? Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, I know a little. Why did you appear here, brother? Could it be? He seemed to have guessed something. The only thing that could attract the Demon Master's avatar was the Demon Master's avatar. Di Jia stopped and said seriously, That's right. I seem to have sensed that the last avatar is in the sanctuary. How is that possible? Li Yunxiao exclaimed. Although he had already guessed it, he was still shocked. But Di Jia's senses could not be wrong. Di Jia said coldly, Why not? His question stumped Li Yunxiao. That's right. Why not? Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Then what do you plan to do now? Go to the sanctuary? His expression changed and he said in shock, Could it be that what happened in Dingtian City? Looking at Di Jia's cold expression, Yi Futian immediately understood. He smiled bitterly and said, You've caused too much of a commotion. You've searched the law enforcer's soul. I'm sure you've already grasped the method to enter the sanctuary. Di Jia nodded and said, That's right. Although I have mastered the way to enter, from the law enforcer's memory, the sanctuary is more powerful than I expected. But after seeing you, maybe I can cancel this trip to the sanctuary. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Are you referring to the great increase in my demonic aura? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Brother, have you ever heard of the great one Xianxia? Di Jia's heart shook and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. You obtained the great one Xianxia and refined it? No wonder you can convert it into Yuanli at will. I thought. He suddenly lost his composure and his face was full of shock. But he slowly recovered and his expression was still serious. He said, I think you only obtained a bit of the great one Xianxia by chance. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, Can I get a lot of that thing? Di Jia said seriously, Indeed, even if it is just a bit, it is still a great fortune. Unfortunately, this bit of Xianxia has already been refined by you. It is completely wasted. Otherwise. He did not hide the dissatisfaction and murderous intent in his tone. Li Yunxiao's face darkened and he said gloomily, What do you mean wasted by me? Must you use it for it is not wasted? Brother, have you ever heard of the spirit power? Di Jia's expression changed and showed surprise. He stared at Li Yunxiao for a while and then a strange smile appeared on his face. Li Yunxiao's hair stood on end under his stare. He bit the bullet and said, if I have heard of it, then I have heard of it. If I haven't, then I haven't. Why are you staring at me like that? I know a friend who likes Tongyang. Do you want me to introduce him to you? Dijia smiled and said, you are really lucky. You must still have a bit of the spirit power in your body. But when you tried to convert it with your Yuanli, you couldn't get what you wanted, right? Li Yunxia's heart shook and he asked, yes. Why is it like this? Dijia smiled viciously and said, if you want to know the answer, trade for it with a pair of rainbow stones. Li Yunxia's expression darkened and he said seriously, other than a piece of rainbow stone, I may really know the whereabouts of a piece of rainbow stone. Really? Dijia was shocked and then he was overjoyed. Obtaining a complete piece of rainbow stone and obtaining a piece of rainbow stone were two completely different things. Li Yunxiao said in a low voice, I am not very sure about this, and I cannot tell you for now. But in the sanctuary, I can find a way to help you find out about your doppelgangers. Dijia's face darkened and he said coldly, I am determined to get the twin neon stones. If you can get them, not only can I tell you about the spirit bright force, I can also tell you the way to enter the 10 directions divine state under the sky. What? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He said in surprise, you have a way to enter the 10 directions divine realm? His mind was in a daze. Dijia's words had shocked him far too much, he had been searching for the 10 directions divine realm for 2 lives. This was the first time he had heard someone say it with such certainty. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Dijia looked at him mockingly and said with a hideous smile, don't forget that I'm a demon emperor. There are very few things in the world that I don't know. He had an extremely arrogant look on his face, as if everything that had happened in the world since ancient times was within his grasp. Li Yunxiao said, can you tell me the way first? When I enter the 10 directions divine realm, it will be much easier for me to find the rainbow stones for you. Dijia's face darkened. He shouted, are you insulting your own intelligence or mine? Heh, heh. Li Yunxiao knew his suggestion was too childish, so he could only laugh awkwardly. The two of them talked casually. They didn't hide their voices or appearances at all. They had already attracted many people's attention. Li Yunxiao's exclamation about the 10 directions divine realm attracted many warriors' attention. When they saw Dijia's face, they all changed their expressions and left in a hurry. Some of them shuddered before transforming into streaks of light and instantly flying away. Over there. Over there. In just a few seconds, there was a commotion. Many strong auras were approaching. Li Yunxiao frowned. He released his divine awareness and sensed that there were more than 100 people. Brother, we can't stay here anymore. Why don't we talk somewhere else? No need, Dijia said calmly. I've said everything I need to say. In the realm of heaven martial arts, I'm the only one who knows the way to become a god. It's up to you whether you can seize the opportunity or not. If you want to be the first person in tens of thousands of years, come to me with the rainbow stones. When Li Yunxiao saw him leaving, he said hurriedly, brother, why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk. By the way, about your clone in the sacred zone, I can. Don't even think about getting information from me through other means. Dijia said coldly, I will investigate the matter regarding the sanctuary, but I cannot sense the rainbow twin stones. Li Yunxiao said, then how can I find you? He still wanted to try his best to keep Dijia. Indeed, as Dijia had said, the only one who knew the secret of becoming a god in this world was probably him, the demon lord who had dominated the past and present. Dijia said, I've already planted a seed in your true demon giant spirit. As long as you want to find me, you'll know where I am. Let's part ways here. After he finished speaking, he ignored Li Yunxiao and turned around to leave. However, Fixed Heaven City was already in a state of turmoil. Dozens of powerful auras rolled over like dark clouds. Humph, you want to leave? Suddenly, a powerful voice came from the sky. Then, countless rays of light slowly gathered to form a large cyan hand. Without any explanation, it broke through the sky and descended. The hand even formed a seal in the air. Its index and ring fingers were like the antennae of a snail, and it pointed directly at Dijia. The entire city was enveloped by this seal, and it was in imminent danger. The buildings on both sides of the streets melted like ice, turning into fine powder that was blown away. The hundreds of martial artists in the surroundings all paled as they looked at the descending attack in horror. They knew that a peerless master had descended. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. To be able to use such a move, it was most likely someone from the sacred zone. Di Jia, who was under the seal, did not show much change in expression. However, his body seemed to be unable to bear the burden and was directly broken apart, turning into large amounts of black demon flames. The demon flames condensed into a large hand in the air. The 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and the surrounding space was pressured into irregular ripples. The fist punched towards the cyan seal. Boom! Like an iron fist, the black flames directly shattered the mirror-like cyan seal and rushed into the sky. It changed directions in the air and was about to escape. Humph, you do have some skills. But since I'm here, you'll have to stay. A few balls of light appeared in the sky, slowly turning into human figures. 3 men stood in the sky, their faces cold and angry. One of them had a head full of white hair and was dressed in a long white robe. The other 2 men behind him wore battle armor that shone with golden light. Their burly bodies exuded a powerful aura. Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He seemed to have some impression of this white-haired old man. He seemed to be a deputy division chief of the sacred zone, but he could not remember his name. It's the Master 8 Heavens! Someone suddenly exclaimed. His voice was filled with extreme shock and joy. The Master 8 Heavens has come in person. Haha, now these 2 murderers will definitely be executed. Li Yunxiao's expression darkened. He looked at the person who had spoken and revealed a look of extreme dissatisfaction. As expected, he had also been treated as one of the murderers. The person who had spoken shrank back into the crowd in fear when he saw Li Yunxiao's gaze. What are you afraid of? With the Master 8 Heavens here, these 2 murderers will no longer have the chance to act violently. Someone in the crowd immediately cheered the person on. The white-robed old man in the sky, the Master 8 Heavens, was furious. He immediately formed a seal with his hand. The dark clouds in the sky rolled like a ball of dirty cotton candy. In an instant, they gathered in front of black flame. An indiscernible power spread out and the space shook. Black flame's escape force was blocked. He formed Di Jia's figure and said coldly, I didn't want to be meddlesome. But since the 3 of you want to die, then die. Clang! More than 10 profound level weapons shot out from his body and floated in the air. All of them were level 9 weapons. They were tainted by the black energy and were under its control. With a thought, they flew forward rapidly. More than 10 9th-tier profound weapons emitted a terrifying sound as the sound waves rippled out. The profound weapons themselves were like devil gods as they flew around happily, tearing the sky apart. The entire dark cloud restriction was split apart like a piece of wood. More than 10 different black trajectories appeared in the sky and slashed towards the 3 people from the sacred zone. When this move was used, everyone in Dingtian City had a drastic change in expression. Just the method of controlling more than 10 level 9 profound level weapons and exerting the power of the profound level weapons to the extreme was enough to make one step into the ranks of the top experts. A few people in the crowd turned pale, revealing extreme fear and horror. It was Mu Yufeng, Jiang Xiuzhen, Tao Hong, and Ru'er who were in the tavern earlier. When traces of the murderer were found in the city, all the sects and families, and even all the martial artists, rushed over. The 4 of them were no exception. Moreover, as people from the Divine Wood family and Myriad Treasure Tower, they arrived earlier than the other martial artists. They only watched from afar as Di Jia and Li Yunxiao chatted merrily on the road, not daring to go forward. Now that they saw Di Jia's method, the 4 of them felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They only felt cold all over. Jiang Xiuzhen and Tao Hong's faces were even paler, without a trace of blood. Master 8 Heaven's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Be careful." His body moved slightly and a sharp chi bloomed in his hand. The cold light shone on the water. A willow leaf thin blade flashed a few times and slashed towards the profound level weapons at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 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 With every slash, a profound level weapon was knocked away. The crowd only saw the dazzling blade radiance flying around him. The dozen or so profound level weapons were all exquisitely controlled. It was not a simple slash. Every slash could appear from extremely tricky positions, instantly suppressing Master Eight Heavens. The two armored men behind Master Eight Heavens also had a drastic change in expression. They hurriedly drew their swords and attacked. Bang! The treasured sword broke. That person's entire body was sliced apart. The upper half of his body flew off. His face was still filled with shock, as if he could not react in time. Ah! The other companion inhaled sharply and revealed a horrified expression. He raised his essence force to the extreme. Be careful. Retreat quickly. Master Eight Heavens' body was also greatly shaken. He hurriedly shouted to the other person. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated his opponent. He was afraid that he had caused great trouble. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a copper hammer appeared out of nowhere. It broke through the void and smashed that man's head into pieces. Ah! All the spectating martial artists opened their mouths in horror. Their eyes were wide open, as if they could not believe what they had just seen. Ah! Damn it! Ba Tianxiang's eyes widened in anger. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Two high-level martial emperors had died in such a cowardly manner. He had completely gone berserk. The blades in his hands became faster and faster, forming a dense net of blades. A layer of green light surrounded his body, constantly shaking off those profound-level weapons, as though he was trying to break out of the net. Dijia sneered and said, "Whether you deserve to die or not depends on your strength." He formed a seal with both hands and spread it out in front of him. Instantly, a black nebula appeared and expanded to dozens of feet in size. Li Yunxiao's pupils dilated and slowly turned into a blood moon. He stared at it closely. When he displayed the true demon form, the profound meaning of this move would appear in his mind. That should be the imprint that Monogatari left in his mana. However, he could not control the essence of it. Now that he saw Dijia make his move, he knew that it was the same move. He immediately stared at it without blinking. After the black nebula appeared in front of Dijia, more than 10 rank 9 profound-level weapons instantly froze in the air and flew back. They all entered the nebula and began to spin along with the black power. It was unknown when the entire sky had turned dark, as if the night sky had suddenly descended. More than 10 profound-level weapons tumbled in the black nebula, like a pot of food being steamed, bobbing up and down continuously. Master Eight Heavens' face was filled with fear. His entire body turned pale. He gritted his teeth and turned into a beam of light, trying to escape. "I can't beat you, but I can at least escape." His actions immediately caused everyone in the city to be taken aback, but no one had the time to ridicule him, because the power that could destroy heaven and earth caused everyone to tremble with fear. Dijia raised his eyebrows and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Escape? The nebula in front of him suddenly expanded. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They realized that the entire fixed sky city, even the entire world, was within this black nebula. Boundless fear spread in everyone's hearts. Many people were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open and they could not speak. The Eight Heavens cultivators were also shocked. Only now did they understand the terror of this move. Their bodies turned cold and they hurriedly circulated their primordial qi to the extreme. All the Jiotian Emperor's qi that they had gathered in their lifetime was poured into the saber. Dijia laughed coldly. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Star Jade, explode. With a soft voice, the entire nebula vortex pressed down on the Eight Heavens in the center. It was as if countless celestial bodies were revolving in the universe. This kind of majestic power was not something a human could hope to achieve. The Eight Heavens cultivators slashed out with their willow leaf sabers in fear. The sabers trembled violently under this terrifying power. The saber had just appeared when it was immediately annihilated, swallowed by the endless darkness. Li Yunxiao stared at the sky in a daze. He could not hide the shock in his heart. In the entire fixed sky city, he was the only one who had clearly seen the profoundness of that move. He had actually drawn out the power of more than 10 ninth-grade profound weapons and condensed them into star jades to explode. Everyone's method of using profound armaments, without exception, was to pour their origin energy into the profound armament to stimulate the profound armament's own energy and use it to subdue the enemy. However, this method of extracting the profound armament's energy out of thin air was simply unheard of. Moreover, he had drawn out the power of more than 10 ninth-grade profound weapons at once. Even a pinnacle 9-star cultivator would be defeated by this move, let alone a 8 heavens cultivator at the beginning of the 9 stars. What made him even more terrified was the faint imprint left in the true demon body. It seemed that every time he used this move, he would throw the profound weapons in his hands into it. And the 6 profound weapons of the monogatari were the 6 demonic weapons. Li Yunxiao felt his throat go dry. He finally understood the terror of the monogatari. If this person in front of him recovered his full strength, who in the world could stop him? Not to mention anyone in the world. Even if all the superpowers joined forces, they would not be able to resist the star jade explosion of the 6 demonic weapons. This was the first time he felt such fear, as well as a sense of helplessness that he had never felt before. But he also realized that while Di Jia had good control over the weapons, he could only use a small portion of the weapon's power. He did not know if it was because this move had a bottleneck or because of Di Jia was too weak. Even so, this person was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had dominated the world. God. Just what kind of people were able to suppress such a terrifying existence back then? Monstrous SSDMs? Li Yunxiao's mind was in a mess. The darkness in the sky gradually dispersed, leaving Di Jia standing alone in the sky. There were still more than 10 Xian weapons floating in front of him. Under his spiritual sense, they all flew back into his body. Even the rank 9 willow leaf knife left behind by Ba Tianxiang was kept as well. These 9th-tier profound armaments were left behind by the experts he had killed. Di Jia looked down at Li Yunxiao and chuckled. Come find me when you get the rainbow twin stones. I look forward to your good news. His body gradually turned into black flames, condensed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the sky. This time, no one dared to stop him. Swoosh! Everyone's gazes immediately converged on Li Yunxiao. Many people immediately retreated, creating an empty space with a radius of several acres. No one dared to approach him. Jiang Xiuzhen, who was in the crowd, also wanted to retreat. But his legs were shaking so badly that he could not move. Mu Yufeng was still fine. Although his heart was also in turmoil, he still maintained the composure of a big shot. He gave a meaningful look to the others. Tao Hong and Ruer understood at the same time. The two of them sandwiched Jiang Xiuzhen on the left and right and retreated hundreds of meters away. But when they looked at Jiang Xiuzhen, their eyes flashed with extreme contempt and disgust. Li Yunxiao recovered from his complicated feelings. He smiled bitterly and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not with that person. I just know him." No one answered. They all stared at him with vigilance. They were all very nervous. I really just know him. What he did has nothing to do with me. Don't accuse a good person. Li Yunxiao explained patiently. Although he was not afraid of these people, he did not want to be blacklisted by the sanctuary and be hunted by the whole world. They are together. I can testify. A martial artist suddenly shouted, I saw them drinking in a wine shop before, they are definitely accomplices. This person was one of the cultivators in the tavern. His companion beside him also shouted, that's right. I saw them too. They were talking and laughing on the street. They are obviously good friends. The person from before said, not only did we see them, Lord Mu Yufeng of the Divine Wood family was also there. He even had dealings with them. Mu Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He turned pale. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Tao Hong and Ruer's faces were also pale. Jiang Xiuzhen was still under Di Jia's deterrence, unable to recover for a long time, and kept trembling. Is it true? Lord Mu Yufeng. A high-level Emperor Wu old man said, if this person is really the murderer's partner, then we have the obligation to capture him and hand him over to the sanctuary. He glanced at Li Yunxiao from the corner of his eye and said, although this person is also a high-level martial monarch, judging from his appearance, he has only recently broken through to the 7 stars martial monarch realm. If everyone works together, we should be able to capture him easily. Mu Yufeng's face paled, beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. After witnessing the might of Di Jia, how could he dare to provoke such a huge trouble? However, if he were to deny it, and the sanctuary investigated, he would have to bear the consequences. The most difficult choice of his life was placed in front of him. He wiped the cold sweat off his face and said, I don't know. I have never seen this person. Lord Yufeng, you. The cultivator from before was shocked and angry. He rebuked, the Divine Wood family is a prestigious existence in Fixed Sky City. I never thought that you, Mu Yufeng, would be so afraid of death that you don't even have the courage to point it out. Many cultivators in the surroundings began to whisper among themselves, showing looks of disdain and ridicule. The people from the other factions in the city all had smiles on their faces. They were secretly delighted. Mu Yufeng's expression was as ugly as cured meat. His eyes were like a dead pig's, but he still gritted his teeth and said, if I have never seen him, then I have never seen him. After saying that, his cured meat face became fiery hot. However, his heart relaxed, as if a huge rock had been lifted off the ground. If he offended the sanctuary, he would at most be punished and punished. He just had to think of a way to deal with it. But if he offended that malefic star, it would be a calamity that would wipe out his entire family. Weighing the two sides, he would rather lose face and lose his reputation than offend that malefic star. Furthermore, he had laughed at the wrong person in the wine shop. He was already grateful that the malefic star did not kill him. Haha, now everyone believes me, right? I am really innocent. Li Yunxiao spread out his hands and turned to leave. Wait. The old high-level martial emperor shouted in a deep voice, his figure flickered and appeared next to Li Yunxiao. He spread his arms to block Li Yunxiao's path and said coldly, even if you are not jackals of the same lair, you at least know the murderer. You must stay here and wait for the people from the sacred region to explain everything. Li Yunxiao said, there is nothing to explain. I just met him not long ago. The elder sneered, whether there is anything to explain or not, it is not up to you to decide. His 5 fingers turned into hooks and grabbed towards Li Yunxiao's shoulder. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. A cold light flashed in his hand and the cold sword pierced out. Pung! The elder was startled. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not only did his hand feel cold, but a chill also crept up his spine. It seemed that the young man in front of him was not as simple as a high-level Emperor Wu. He hurriedly retracted his hand in fright. But it was too late. He could only see blood splashing out. 3 of his fingers were directly cut off by the cold sword. You! The elder was furious. But as soon as his anger rose, he suppressed it. Seeing Li Yunxiao's cold face and the sneer on his lips, he immediately understood that Li Yunxiao had already shown him mercy. His face paled. He hurriedly retreated to the side, not daring to block Yi Chen's way anymore. A few high-level Emperor Wu's elites came out from the crowd. They were planning to join forces to attack. Seeing the situation, they all froze on the spot. Their legs could no longer move. They all had sharp eyes. Just now, Li Yunxiao's sword had been very casual. If he had put some thought into it, the elder before them would have become a ghost under his sword. Mu Yaofeng's eyes were also filled with shock and fear. His palms were covered in cold sweat. He was secretly glad that he had made the choice just now. I will say it again. I am not with that person. Please don't trouble me anymore. When Li Yunxiao finished speaking, he sighed and turned into a bolt of lightning. Originally, he wanted to use the transportation portal in Dingtian City. But now, he changed his mind. He turned into a bolt of lightning and left. He planned to use the transportation portal in the nearest town to avoid being locked down by the people of the sanctuary. After Li Yunxiao left, the entire Fixed Sky City immediately boiled over and became incomparably noisy. Tao Hong's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and said, left? Sob, did they really leave? Only then did her body begin to tremble. Before, she was in a state of being scared out of her wits. Now, tears were streaming down her face. She was so scared that she started to cry. Mu Yufeng let out a heavy sigh of relief. They really left. Ruer was also so scared that she started to cry. She said, Master Yufeng, will they come back? They won't trouble us, will they? Mu Yaofeng's face was ashen as he shook his head. An expert like him would not bother to deal with us. If he wanted to kill us, he would have killed us just now. Mu Yaofeng's words slowly freed the two girls from their fear. However, their faces were still bloodless, and they looked pitiful from being frightened. Humph. The Divine Wood family truly lives up to their reputation. Today's heroic performance is an eye-opener. The cultivator from before stared coldly at Mu Yufeng and said frostily, "I will report everything that happened today to the sanctuary enforcers in a while." Mu Yufeng snorted coldly. "As you wish." After taking a trip to the gates of hell, Mu Yufeng felt exhausted all over and did not care about anything else. Go back, I want to go back. Quickly send me back." Jiang Shouzhen suddenly shouted agitatedly. Quickly send me back. Those two demons will come to kill me. Mu Yufeng forced out a smile and said, "Elder Jiang, they have already left. They won't be coming back." "Who said they won't be coming back? Quickly send me back." Jiang Shouzhen nearly roared. He grabbed Mu Yaofeng's collar and said angrily, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If not for you, how could I have encountered those two demons? How could I have ridiculed them for no reason and offended them? You really are the bane of my life. I have been taking care of your Divine Wood family, but you actually came to harm me." Mu Yufeng felt an incomparable disgust in his heart. He wished he could slap him to death. He still had the face to say that. If not for him ridiculing them, he would not have lied in front of the entire city and embarrassed himself. However, his rationality still won over his emotions. He said, "Since Elder Jiang wants to leave, I will send someone to make arrangements." Jiang Shouzhen heaved a heavy sigh of relief. His entire body seemed to collapse, and he nearly sat on the ground. Tao Hong and Ruo'er did not hide the contempt and disdain on their faces, as well as endless disgust. When they thought of this good-for-nothing thing in front of them, who had used his hands to randomly touch their bodies, they felt like vomiting. After Li Yunxiao flew out of Fixed Heaven City, he changed his direction several dozen miles away from the city. After making sure that no one could catch up with him, he flew in a fixed direction. The nearest town to Fixed Sky City was called Seawood Town. From the map of the northern region that he had bought, this town didn't have a large population, but it had a medium-sized teleportation array that could reach at least 1/10 of the towns in the northern region. He recalled the description of this town in the Jade Scroll. Seawood Town, located in the North Sea, is one of the 31 vassal towns of Fixed Sky City, and is controlled by the Divine Wood family. The northern region was not only the region with the densest spiritual qi in the continent, but it was also the region with the largest territory. It was unknown just how many miles wide it was. Even peerless experts would not be able to fly around the northern region in less than a few decades. In Li Yunxiao's previous life, he had never heard of the Divine Wood family or Seawood Town, but now, he was interested. Not only was Seawood Town the closest to Fixed Sky City, but the map also said that this town produced a kind of divine tree called the rootless green tree. It was said that it was a variant of the eternal evergreen tree, and it could bear a kind of fruit. This tree bloomed once every 30 years and bore fruit once every 30 years. After another 30 years, the fruit would mature. It was called the Spirit Lightning Fruit, and it was a precious natural treasure. As the name implied, this fruit was lightning attributed, and it was extremely beneficial to lightning attribute martial cultivators. Li Yunxiao also knew about this fruit. Although it was a natural treasure, it wasn't extremely rare. He had obtained it before, but he hadn't known it was produced in Seawood Town. There were many thunder attribute heaven and earth treasures in the world, and there were many that could surpass this fruit. However, any heaven and earth treasure was extremely rare, and only this fruit could be artificially cultivated and mass-produced. He hadn't cared about this in the past, but now that he possessed the lightning art, he had already reached a certain bottleneck. If he wanted to make another breakthrough, he would probably need a great opportunity. As for the Spirit Lightning Fruit, it just so happened that it was on the path he was on. It wouldn't take long for him to understand it, and he might be able to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck of the lightning art. He turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly flew through the sky. After a few days, he finally arrived in the territory of Seawood Town. Although he still couldn't see the town, he could see a few streaks of light rapidly flying over. Li Yunxiao stopped and revealed a puzzled expression. He could feel that the streaks of light seemed to be heading towards him. As expected, 3 figures directly appeared in front of him. Among the 3, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a hunchbacked old man, the other was a man wearing a green hat, and his eyes were like a phoenix. The last woman had a wide face and a large body, and she was dressed like a simple farmer's wife. Li Yinxiao could see through the cultivation of these 3 people at a glance. The hunchbacked old man had the strength of a 6-star Emperor Wu, while the other 2 were 5-star existences. He couldn't help but be surprised. Although the overall strength of the warriors of the northern region was higher than that of the other 3 regions, the existence of a middle-level Emperor Wu's cultivation was not easily seen, let alone in such a remote town. Moreover, he had seen 3 of them at once. The 3 people's faces revealed a surprised expression, and they looked a little bewildered because they found that they couldn't see through the cultivation of the young man in front of them at all. The hunchbacked old man looked at Li Yunxiao a few times, and asked with some uncertainty, "Friend, are you going to Seawood Town?" Li Yunxiao frowned slightly, and said, "In this direction, besides going to Seawood Town, where else can I go?" The hunchbacked old man suddenly laughed, and said, "It seems that I didn't get the wrong person. Friend, you should also be here for the spirit lightning fruit." Li Yunxiao said, "Let's not talk about why I'm here, but the 3 of you, why are you here?" The hunchbacked old man laughed, and said, "If you are here for the spirit lightning fruit, then we are here for you." "Oh? If the 3 of you have something to say, then just say it." Li Yunxiao slowly put his hands behind his back, and looked like he was all ears. The 3 people frowned slightly. Although they couldn't see through Li Yunxiao's cultivation, they could see that he was actually around 20 years old, so they didn't think that his strength could surpass the 3 of them. But at this moment, seeing his fearless appearance, they couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The man with phoenix eyes wearing a green hat said, "Then we will say it directly. Friend, you didn't use the transportation formation, but directly flew over from Fixed Sky City, so you must be looking for a lot of spirit lightning fruit. The few of us specialize in receiving guests like you." With Li Yunxiao's intelligence, he immediately understood and said, "You are here to smuggle spirit lightning fruit?" The 3 people's expressions changed, and a gloomy look flashed across their faces, but they quickly recovered. The hunchbacked old man coughed a few times, and said, "You can't put it in such a bad way. What spirit lightning fruit? This is the biggest taboo in Seawood Town, and you will be hunted down. We are only selling spirit lightning fruit wholesale." "That's right, wholesale," the square-faced woman also said. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, "Does Seawood Town have a purchase limit for spirit lightning fruit?" The 3 people were stunned, and they looked at Li Yunxiao strangely again. The man with phoenix eyes even glared and said, "Why don't you know? Are you not here to buy spirit lightning fruit?" Li Yunxiao said, "I really don't know. Please explain in detail." The man's face immediately sank, and he sneered, "Don't try to play any tricks. If it wasn't for the spirit lightning fruit, why would you spend so many days flying over from Fixed Sky City?" Li Yunxiao explained, "I was originally planning to go somewhere else, but something went wrong during the teleportation, and I was directly teleported thousands of miles away from here. That's why I came to Seawood Town, intending to leave through the teleportation formation here. However, I am also very interested in the spirit lightning fruit." In order to prove his words, he raised his hand, and a trace of green lightning flickered on his fingertip before disappearing. The 3 people's pupils constricted, especially the hunchbacked old man, whose eyes flashed with a trace of extreme shock and fear. This was because the power of lightning that Li Yunxiao had just displayed was abnormally pure. Even he, who specialized in lightning cultivation techniques, had to admit that he was inferior. Cough, cough. It's good that this friend is interested in the spirit lightning fruit. The hunchbacked old man coughed a few times before saying, "According to the rules of Seawood Town, anyone can only buy a limited amount of spirit lightning fruit, and they have to go through extremely strict management and registration. Even a high-level martial emperor is only allowed to buy 100 of them." He then carefully stared at the changes in Li Yunxiao's face, wanting to find some clues. This was because he was still suspicious of Li Yunxiao's cultivation. At this age, there was no way that Emperor Wu could reach high level. At least, the 4 prodigies of the north couldn't do it. 100? That's not enough. Li Yunxiao's face darkened, and he snorted, the spirit lightning fruit is only the size of a thumb. For those who specialize in lightning god art, 10,000 is barely enough. TCH. 10,000. The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Clearly, they were shocked by Li Yunxiao's random numbers. The farmer woman said, "How many do you want, friend?" Li Yunxiao retorted, "How many can you provide?" The farmer woman's lips moved, wanting to say something, but she stopped and turned to look at the hunchbacked old man. Clearly, the hunchbacked old man was the backbone of the three. This was very normal. In the world of martial artists, the strong were always respected. The hunchbacked old man said, "We definitely can't take out 10,000. In fact, we don't have much on hand. We just save a little and buy some from other places. So we only have around 1,000. Li Yunxiao sneered in his mind. He knew that the hunchbacked old man was lying. 3 intermediate-level Emperor Wu wouldn't wait outside Seawood Town for a mere 1,000 spirit lightning fruit. He didn't point it out and just said, "If that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. 1,000 is far from what I need. I'll just go straight to Seawood Town." The hunchbacked old man didn't stop him and just stepped aside, "Then there's no other way. Friend, please." The square-faced woman looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her body moved slightly, and the phoenix-eyed man's eyes flashed. Only the hunchbacked old man was still expressionless and calm. Li Yunxiao saw the expressions of the three of them, and he could not help but sneer. Without saying anything, he directly turned into a streak of light and left for Seawood Town. The square-faced woman watched Li Yunxiao disappear in front of her, and couldn't help but say, "Old Tua, it's not easy to find a buyer, and he's also so generous." "Why," Old Tua interrupted, "no need to say anything, this person is not simple, we must be careful." The phoenix-eyed man's expression changed, and he said in surprise, "Old Tua, you mean, his cultivation, could it really be high-level Emperor Wu? I see that his bone age is only around 20 years old, if his cultivation." The three people's expressions were not very good. If what they saw was true, it was too heaven-defying, so heaven-defying that it was unbelievable. The phoenix-eyed man calmed his mind, and said, "Among the rising talents of the Sky Martial continent, the 4 prodigies of the north are the most respected. I have seen young Master Bai Ming Lifeng and young Master Li Feiyu in the past, and they are indeed amazing, but with that kind of talent, being able to step into the middle-level Emperor Wu is already the most." Old Tua said in a deep voice, "Well, this matter is indeed strange, so I have to be careful. But you are wrong about one thing, among the rising talents of the continent, there is still one person who is firmly above the 4 prodigies of the north." The phoenix-eyed man's expression changed. He said in surprise, "You mean the one who was called the first rising talent by the former lord of Red Moon City, Xianxia? The Li Yunxiao?" The square-faced woman was also surprised, and said, "Is this person Li Yunxiao? Red Moon City has put this person on the wanted list for more than a year, and there is no news at all. It is as if he has completely disappeared like Jiang Churin, and I have heard rumors that this person has fallen long ago." Old Tua said, "How can rumors be trusted? Being wanted by Red Moon City, no one's life will be good. This person is very likely to hide somewhere and cultivate for a year and a half before coming out." The square-faced woman said, "Then what should we do?" She rolled her eyes and said, "Why don't we inform Crimson Moon City about this? I heard that the bounty is extremely generous. It won't be any worse than the hard-earned money we earn." Elder Tua rolled his eyes at her and said, "I'm just guessing, but how can there be such a coincidence in this world? It's more likely that he has a treasure that can conceal his cultivation, or that he's not a member of our clan." The man with phoenix eyes nodded and said, "If he wasn't a human, with our eyesight, we would definitely be able to see through him at a glance. He must have some kind of treasure to conceal his cultivation. I should have probed him just now." The square-faced woman's face turned cold, and she said coldly, "Why don't we catch up now?" Elder Tua shook his head and said, "It's still the same, it's best to be careful. If he really needs 10,000 spirit lightning beads, we're the only ones in the entire Seawood Town that can provide them. He'll come to us in the end." The square-faced woman said, "But what if he's just talking nonsense and doesn't need that much? We've hoarded so many goods in our hands, it's seriously hard to sit still." The man with phoenix eyes also said worriedly, "I only hope to get rid of these things quickly right now. If the Divine Wood family discovers it, they'll probably directly grind our bones to dust. A hint of brilliance flashed across Elder Tuo's eyes and he said, "No rush. There's still them holding up this matter. They're even more anxious than us. Furthermore, I heard yesterday that the myriad treasure towers Xianxia also came to this town. It's very likely that he's here for the spirit lightning fruits." Xianxia? The myriad treasure towers chief deacon that's in charge of Dingtian, Dinghai, and the rest of the three cities' affairs? The man with phoenix eyes' face lit up and he said, "If this person really came, maybe there's really a chance to get rid of him. I heard that this person is insatiably greedy and lustful. He's someone who's extremely easy to communicate with." Elder Tuan nodded and said, "A figure of this status coming to Seawood Town, apart from the spirit lightning fruits, I can't think of any other reason. It's just that the moment Jiang Xiuzhen appeared, he's already been targeted by various forces. Wanting to contact him is extremely difficult. But they should think of a way. We'd better continue waiting here for the buyer. As for that young man, Lu Huai, you keep an eye on him. Remember, be careful. Make sure not to do anything out of line." The man with phoenix eyes said seriously, "Yes. Don't worry, Elder Tua." The square-faced farmer woman said suspiciously, "With this person's relationship with the Divinewood family, is there a need to specially come to Seawood Town?" "Humph, what does the Divinewood family count for?" Elder Tuo's face revealed a trace of disdain and contempt as he said, "If not for that faction, just based on a minor character like the Divinewood family, can they also control such a large market in Seawood Town? Although the Divinewood family originated from Seawood Town, they're just puppets. The share of spirit lightning fruits that they can obtain themselves isn't much." The man with phoenix eyes said in a low voice, "If it's really the myriad treasure tower who has the intention to come in, then that's great. We can take advantage of the chaos to rake in a huge sum." The trio looked at each other and smiled. Their figures gradually turned faint and soon disappeared into the sky. After flying for several hours, Li Yunxiao saw the vast and boundless North Sea. There was a small city standing by the shore. A piece of land protruded from the mainland and extended into the sea. It was like an island floating on the surface of the sea. The surroundings were filled with emerald green trees that stretched out for thousands of acres. It was like an emerald green forest. That forest was made up of incredibly tall ancient trees. Their roots penetrated deep into the sea and were not connected to the soil. Countless ancient trees' roots intertwined in the water, forming a dense network that covered the entire beach. Li Yunxiao recognized those gigantic trees. They were the towering ancient trees depicted on the Divinewood family's token. They were also the rootless evergreen trees that produced the spirit lightning fruits. He cast Tsutsumi and looked down. He could not help but be slightly alarmed. There were restrictions hidden in the sea that spanned hundreds of acres. It was as though a huge array formation was hidden in the sea below. It directly enveloped the entire city and all the rootless evergreen trees. Such a huge array formation requires a lot of resources just to maintain its operation. This Divinewood family doesn't seem to be as trash as I imagined. Li Yunxiao stared at the gigantic trees. The faint lightning elemental energy emitted from them made his heart palpitate. His body flashed with crackling lightning as his lightning art was triggered by the massive field energy below. I never expected there to be such a Leyland sea of lightning. The wonders of creation are unfathomable. Li Yunxiao was delighted. With a few flashes, he landed on the ground and flew towards the small city. There was almost no one outside the city. As this place was remote, all the people came and went through teleportation arrays. There were only a few lazy warriors guarding the city gates. They were sitting cross-legged in midair, cultivating. One of them opened his eyes and revealed a look of displeasure as he said, "What's your name? Where did you come from? Name? Which sect? What are you doing here?" Li Yunxiao said, "Li Feiyang. I'm an independent cultivator. I don't belong to any sect. I made a mistake during the teleportation and landed outside the city. I'm here to purchase spirit lightning fruits. I'm a 7-star martial saint." That person raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a look of surprise. His cold expression softened quite a bit as he said, "To have the cultivation of a 7-star martial saint at such a young age, young man's talent is not bad." He took out a jade tablet, drew it a few times in the air, and inserted a few runes. The jade token flickered non-stop in the air. Dozens of golden lights gathered in it and formed some strange runes on it. Then, it flew towards Li Yunxiao. This is your identity token. Keep it well. This is a must to purchase spirit lightning fruits. Any transaction will be recorded on it. This token will accompany you for life. You must use it whenever you come to Seawood Town. Li Yunxiao took the jade token and thanked him before heading into the city. The man looked at his disappearing figure and said, to have the cultivation of a 7-star martial saint at the age of 20, he can be considered a top genius in the continent. What's even rarer is that he doesn't belong to any sect or sect. I wonder if we can take him in. The few people who were cultivating behind him also opened their eyes slightly. One of them sneered and said, doesn't belong to any sect or sect? I can see that this person's aura is restrained. His cultivation of a 7-star martial saint is also unstable. It doesn't seem as simple as it seems on the surface. Another person also said, indeed. Although he's only a 7-star martial saint, I don't know why he gives me a feeling that he's undefeatable. What? The rest of the people were all shocked. The expression of the man who made the jade token changed greatly. He said in shock, could it be a mistake? You have the cultivation of a 2-star Emperor Wu. Furthermore, your martial path is a technique that cultivates the heart. You're extremely sensitive and accurate towards all kinds of unknown things. The man smiled bitterly and said, of course you all know that my martial path is a technique that cultivates the heart. How could I be wrong? That young man just now must have hidden his true cultivation. If I'm not wrong, it's extremely likely that he's already a middle-stage Emperor Wu. Huh. Everyone was shocked. One person said, then did he also hide his age? Perhaps he's an old monster that's over 100 years old? The man shook his head and said, unless it's a legendary technique that defies the natural order, there's no way a person can hide their bone age. Furthermore, even if he cultivates those techniques, my senses can't be wrong. He's really only around 20 years old. Haha, although I've always admired your telepathy, this time I won't believe it no matter what. One person sneered and said, a middle-stage Emperor Wu around 20 years old. Even the 4 prodigies of the north don't have such a heaven-defying ability. The man thought for a while and said, I hope so. I also hope that my senses were wrong. He looked towards the direction of the city, his eyes full of doubt. The man who made the jade token thought for a while and said, everyone has their own ambitions. This person might have his own reasons for hiding himself. As long as he doesn't endanger Seawood Town, we won't care too much. Let him be. Another person nodded and said, that's right. A middle-stage Emperor Wu's cultivation won't affect Seawood Town much. The less trouble, the better. With that, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Everyone else also calmed down and stopped thinking about anything else. They sat down to meditate. Li Yunxiao did not expect someone to see through his disguise the moment he entered the city. He began to wander aimlessly in the city. The number of people entering Seawood Town seems to have increased recently. I can see experts on the level of Emperor Wu on the streets. Isn't that so? There has been a martial law recently. The head of the Divine Wood family, Mu Yuyun, is personally overseeing this place for the great harvest. Yes, this year is the year with the most spirit lightning fruits. Nearly 1/10 of the rootless green trees ripened this time. It's no wonder the world was shaken. Many of the green trees that have yet to reach maturity also bore fruit early due to the powerful lightning field. The next 30 years will probably be the 30 years when the spirit lightning fruit production will be severely depleted. The streets were filled with discussions about the spirit lightning fruits. They were all very excited about this year's great harvest. Li Yunxiao scanned the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that most of the cultivators here were lightning cultivators. The rest were basically merchants. Furthermore, he discovered that there were no branches of the 7 merchant associations here. He could not help but feel it was strange. My lord, this lord. Suddenly, a mischievous lad jumped out and revealed a fawning expression. He said, my lord, are you here to buy spirit lightning fruits? Li Yunxiao sized up the youth in front of him. He looked to be about 15 years old and was only a martial grandmaster. Furthermore, there was a faint heat coming from the youth's body. It meant that he was most likely a fire element cultivator and not a lightning element cultivator. He must be a local cultivator. Li Yunxiao was very knowledgeable and naturally understood what the youth meant. He said with a smile, "You want to be my guide?" The youth knew there was hope when he heard that. He immediately said with joy, "That's right. My name is Ameng. I grew up in Seawood Town. I can definitely bring my lord to buy the best spirit lightning fruits." Li Yunxiao said, "The best? There are grades of spirit lightning fruits?" Ameng said with a smile, "Of course. Mature spirit lightning fruits are also divided into 5 grades: defective, inferior, genuine, superior, and supreme. The energy contained in each grade is very different. Every lord who comes to Seawood Town can only buy a limited number of fruits. If they buy defective ones, they will be crying without tears." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "There are so many things to pay attention to? All right, I'll hire you as my guide." Ameng was overjoyed. "The remuneration I want is very low. Just 5 supreme grade primordial stones a day will do." This price was not considered low, it was equivalent to 50,000 mid-grade primordial stones, but it naturally did not matter to Li Yunxiao. Ameng was good at reading people's expressions. Seeing that the other party did not respond, he knew that his price had been accepted. Other than feeling happy, he also felt that it was a pity that he did not offer more. "May I know your cultivation level?" Ameng asked tentatively. When he saw Li Yunxiao's expression darken, he hurriedly explained, "It's like this. The number of spirit thunder fruits a person can buy is closely related to their cultivation." Li Yunxiao then said, 7-star martial saint. TSK. So high. Ameng was startled and immediately revealed a respectful and envious expression. The man in front of him did not look much older than him, but he did not expect that their cultivation levels were worlds apart. He had thought that he was at most a martial ancestor or a martial emperor, which was why he dared to come forward and recommend himself. If he had known that Li Yunxiao was a high-level martial venerable, he would not have dared to come forward. He held back his excitement and said, "A 7-star martial saint can buy 40 spirit thunder fruits. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find the lowest quality spirit thunder fruit." 40? Li Yunxiao clearly thought that it was too little. When he looked down from the sky, there were at least hundreds of thousands of spirit thunder fruits among the densely packed rootless green trees. Yes, even the Jiutian Emperor Wu only has a limit of 50. Ameng said seriously, "Don't think that it is a small amount, but if all 50 of them are of high quality, it is enough for a high-level martial venerable to use for a year. This is also considered when we set the annual distribution." This amount was similar to what old Tua said outside the city. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "What if it is a high-level Emperor Wu? I heard that even a high-level Emperor Wu can only buy 100? Ameng smiled and said, "That is indeed the case. However, the number of high-level Emperor Wu on this continent is too limited, not to mention a high-level Emperor Wu who majored in lightning is even rarer. Most of the martial artists majored in lightning magic. Furthermore, at their cultivation level, I am afraid that even 10,000 spirit thunder fruits would not be enough for a year. They need to find a purer lightning treasure, so 100 is just symbolic. Otherwise, as long as the major sects send out high-level Emperor Wu, they will be able to divide the entire spirit thunder fruit market." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "I see. How many spirit thunder fruits can be produced every year?" Ameng said, "More than 50,000 when the year is good, but 10,000 when the year is bad." He stealthily leaned over and said in a low voice, "Many of these are meant to be sent to the major forces. Less than half of them are actually circulating in the world. When they're not mature enough, there's no way to buy them on the market." Li Yunxiao said, "I just heard that almost 10% of the rootless evergreens have ripened this year. How much is that?" Ameng's eyes also lit up and he said, "I don't know what is going on this year, but a large number of fruits have ripened. The rootless evergreens bloom once every 30 years and bear fruit once every 30 years. It takes another 30 years for them to ripen. A evergreen tree cycle of ripening fruits is 90 years. Every year, it should have ripened about 1/10 of the fruits. But now, only 1/10 of the fruits have ripened. I estimate that almost 200,000 fruits have ripened, and from the looks of it, a large number of fruits are about to ripen. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, if that is the case, it is really strange. Yes, this year's events are completely baffling. Ameng also had a strange expression as he said, if this continues, there will be a shortage of fruits in the next 10 years, or even longer. Li Yunxiao said seriously, the fruits of heaven and earth have their own spirituality. They will not ripen together for no reason. There must be a reason. Ameng had a blank look as he said, that's not something I know. However, I did hear that the Divine Wood family has indeed sent people to investigate. Li Yunxiao asked suspiciously, do these spirit lightning fruits really belong to the Divine Wood family? Such a huge amount of resources was not something that the unknown Divine Wood family could afford. Just the array formation that he had sensed when he was in the air contained extremely powerful killing intent. If a sect had occupied this town and painstakingly built it over a long period of time, it would have long become famous. It would have been impossible for him to not have heard of it. Ameng's expression suddenly changed as though he was afraid. With a livid face, he said, of course it belongs to the Divine Wood family. My lord, please do not listen to such nonsense. Li Yunxiao said, oh? What kind of rumors? Ameng knew that he had misspoken as he hurriedly said, no, there are no rumors. Let's not talk about this. These matters will not benefit my lord in purchasing the spirit lightning fruits. Li Yunxiao immediately understood when he saw his expression. He had guessed correctly. The Divine Wood family was likely a puppet. After all, with such a large amount of resources, there were many people who were stronger than the Divine Wood family in this seaside region. Even if the Divine Wood family was good at business and sucked up to various factions, as long as they were not strong enough, they would definitely come out to seize the resources. The world was just that cruel. The strong preyed on the weak. Only with great strength could one obtain more resources. He had no interest in who the faction behind the Divine Wood family was. Now, he was only interested in the spirit lightning fruits and the reason for the large amount of fruits ripening. I just circled the area. Why don't I see any merchant associations from the 7 major merchant unions? Instead, there are many small merchant associations? Haha, I do know that. As the spirit lightning fruits don't have to worry about sales, most of the profits are in the hands of the Divine Wood family. Therefore, although the fruits sell well, the merchant associations do not earn much if they resell. Therefore, the 7 merchant associations do not think highly of this market. Ameng secretly whispered once again, however, there are still many small merchants who will privately resell the fruits. If my lord wishes to purchase more than 40, I can think of a way to contact a few sellers. At the very least, there will be 5 or 6 more. However, I can't guarantee the quality. 5 or 6, and there's no guarantee of quality. Li Yunxiao gave a wry smile as he shook his head and said, bring me to buy 40 supreme-grade fruits first. Supreme-grade fruits? Now. Ameng was alarmed. Li Yunxiao asked, why? Is there a problem? No. My lord, there's no need to be anxious. Ameng hurriedly explained, there are 2 or 3 large merchant associations that can sell supreme-grade fruits, but the price is extremely high. If my lord is willing to wait a little longer, once the ripe fruits are plucked from the forest, the price will definitely plummet. I estimate that it will drop by at least a third. He carefully analyzed the situation with the demeanor of an expert. Li Yunxiao could not help but laugh. It's only 40. Let's go. Ameng immediately knew that he had met a rich man. He was extremely excited as he said, then let's go to the largest safflower merchant association in the city. Seawood Town wasn't small. Ameng called for an amphibious vehicle to be used as a means of transport. As the town extended directly into the sea, it was like an island. Most of it was still seawater, and there were very few streets on land. The beasts of that generation of trekking boats seemed to be a mutated type of sea cow. They were amphibious, and their speed wasn't slow. On the vehicle, Li Yunxiao even tested the possibility of smuggling the spirit lightning fruits. It immediately frightened Ameng so much that he wanted to leave without paying the guide fee. Only when Li Yunxiao admitted that he was joking did the youth calm down. However, there was still a lingering fear on his face. My lord, please don't even think about smuggling the spirit lightning fruits. That's a capital offense. I remember when I was 10, there were 7 or 8 experts from Emperor Wu who tried to do this. Not long after, their heads were hung on the city gate. Haha, don't worry. I will definitely not violate the city's rules. You can leave after I buy 40 supreme grade fruits. Li Yunxiao chuckled. Alright. Although Ameng was reluctant to part with his financial backer, he felt a chill when he thought of his words. He knew very well the outcome of smuggling spirit lightning fruits. He was only a martial grandmaster, so he would definitely die if he got involved in such a matter. Li Yunxiao said, "Are all the spirit lightning fruits in the city plucked by the Divine Wood family? Are these rootless evergreens formed by nature or planted by humans?" Ameng said, "The Divine Wood family has specialized personnel to pluck them. As the lightning field in the rootless evergreens is too strong, it is very dangerous for ordinary warriors to stay in there. Other than specialized lightning armor, they also need a golden hammer to knock down the spirit lightning fruits." Golden hammer? Li Yunxiao seemed to have understood something. Metal can subdue wood. This way, the fruit trees won't be damaged. Ameng praised, "My lord is indeed intelligent. If we were to pluck them forcefully, not only would it expend a lot of energy, it would also easily damage the trees. A long time ago, there was no seawood town. It was an island that suddenly floated over from the sea. After slowly evolving, it was directly connected to the mainland. Back then, although there were rootless evergreens, there weren't many. Later on, the Divine Wood family intentionally planted them, resulting in their current scale." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "They floated over from the North Sea?" He thought for a while and said with a chuckle, "The Divine Wood family is truly capable. They can actually nurture natural treasures, and even evolve them to such a scale of 1,000,000. Of course. The Divine Wood family is now one of the 3 major factions of Skyfix City." Ameng said with a look of yearning, "When I become a 4 symbols martial lord, I will apply for a job at the Divine Wood family and strive to get a good job." Li Yunxiao chuckled without saying a word. The boat quickly crossed into the water from the land, but it maintained its speed. Soon, after making a few turns, it stopped in front of a rather large shop. A seawood town was immersed in seawater all year round. Most of the buildings used a dark red stone and a silver wood. They looked like they were wrapped in red makeup. There was an exquisite red flower on the signboard of the shop. It was the name of the merchant association. Although there was a waterway in front of the shop, it was like a broad road. Many warriors walked on the water, chatting and laughing. It was no different from walking on land. "My lord, we have arrived. This is one of the 2 largest merchant associations in Seawood Town." Ameng invited Li Yunxiao out, and the 2 of them stepped on the water and entered the shop. There was some kind of array inlaid on the door of the Chamber of Commerce, which directly isolated the seawater and prevented it from overflowing into the store. As soon as the 2 of them entered, Ameng shouted, "Shopkeeper Qian, come out." He swaggered around the shop with an air of arrogance. Li Yunxiao looked around. It was no different from an ordinary chamber of commerce. However, after Ameng shouted, everyone's eyes focused on him. With an awkward expression, he coughed a few times, indicating that he should not be so ostentatious. "Hey, it's Ameng. What are you doing?" One of the workers revealed an unhappy expression. He looked at Li Yunxiao and immediately understood. "Sir, are you here to buy the spirit thunder fruit?" Ameng hurriedly said, "Of course. This lord is the customer I found. He has a huge deal, so I asked manager Qian to come out and receive the customer." Li Yunxiao's face darkened. Buying 40 fruits was considered a huge deal? Seeing the gazes on him, he immediately blushed and said, "I'm just buying a few spirit thunder fruits. There's no need for manager Qian to come out." The worker glared at Ameng and shouted, "You only know how to cause trouble." Ameng panicked and hurriedly said, "I'm causing trouble? This lord is a big customer, and he wants to buy 40 supreme grade spirit thunder fruits." "What?" The waiter was startled. His eyes lit up and he said, 40? Supreme grade fruits? May I ask where the lord's jade pendant is?" Li Yunxiao handed over the jade pendant. He noticed that many people around him were surprised. After all, the limit of 40 fruits represented the person's strength. Among the many gazes, a man and a woman caught Li Yunxiao's attention. The man's face was like jade, but he had the body of a tiger and the arms of an ape. The woman, on the other hand, had thin shoulders and a slender waist. She was tall and had an oval face. Both of them had the cultivation of Emperor Wu, and they were also sizing him up with a smile. To low-level Emperor Wu didn't mean much to him, but there was something strange about them. Li Yunxiao frowned, as if he had thought of something. I knew it. Lord, you can buy 40 fruits, but are you sure you want all of them? They're not cheap. The worker respectfully handed over the jade pendant, his demeanor humble. Meng's arrogance grew, and he shouted with his hands on his hips, "You idiot, do you think this lord has no money? Go get Manager Qian, your rank is not high enough." The worker glared at Meng and smiled apologetically, "Please come in, lord. Please wait in the VIP room, I will go get Manager Qian." Li Yunxiao wanted to stop him, but seeing the unnatural stares from the crowd, he agreed. As soon as he entered the VIP room, he heard all kinds of whispers from outside. 40? Could that person be a high-level martial venerable? Why does he look so young? TSK, he's just a high-level martial venerable. I even saw Jiutian Emperor Wu come to buy Spirit Thunder fruits yesterday. Yes, the situation this year is indeed very special. The production is too high, but the price has not dropped. Drop? Why drop? With the ruckus this year, Seawood Town won't be able to produce many fruits for at least 10 years. The way I see it, the price has to increase. Hee, you're the only one with brains. It's a pity that the quantity is limited, or else we could stock up more. Only the Divine Wood family can stock up now. As the crowd discussed, Li Yunxiao noticed that the man and woman quickly left the shop. Those two are not demons, and they have extremely powerful bloodlines. Could they be? Just as he was deep in thought, the door was pushed open, and the worker from before walked in with a middle-aged man. Li Yunxiao scanned the man with his spiritual sense. The middle-aged man was also a peak martial monarch. This Safflower Merchant Association was probably not simple. When Meng saw the middle-aged man, his arrogance immediately vanished. He quickly said, "This is Manager Qian, one of the 5 managers of the Safflower Merchant Association." Manager Qian glanced at Li Yunxiao and was secretly astonished. He was startled by Li Yunxiao's young age. He quickly asked, "Sir, are you requesting to purchase 40 peak-grade Spirit Thunder fruits?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's just 40 fruits. Is there a need to be so cautious?" Manager Qian smiled as well. He immediately instructed for tea to be served. Then, he sat opposite Li Yunxiao and said, "This should be Sir's first time in Seawood Town. If these 40 fruits were only superior grade, it would be very easy to obtain them. However, peak-grade Spirit Thunder fruits are scarce, and the price." Li Yunxiao said, "How much is one peak-grade Spirit Thunder fruit? How much are the other grades?" Manager Qian smiled and said, "Haha. A damaged fruit costs 10,000 medial-grade essence stones. A defective fruit costs 100,000 medial-grade essence stones each. A superior-grade Spirit Thunder fruit costs 2 million medial-grade essence stones each. As for the peak-grade Spirit Thunder fruit, it costs at least 5 million medial-grade essence stones each. Furthermore, you will have to wait in line. If Sir is in a hurry, you will have to pay an additional 20% for cutting in line." Li Yunxiao's expression changed. He said sullenly, "That is to say, if I want a Spirit Thunder fruit now, I will have to pay 6 million medial-grade essence stones each? Are you trying to rob me of my essence stones?" Meng repeatedly signaled to Li Yunxiao with his eyes. Clearly, this price was too high and not worth it. Meng directly said, "We are not in a hurry. Let's wait a while longer." Manager Qian glanced at Meng and smiled calmly. "No matter how long we wait, the price will not be lower than this. Although the situation this year is different, with a large number of fruits ripening, this corresponds to the next 10 years or even longer of supply. As for the Spirit Thunder fruit, if it is properly preserved, there will not be any loss of spiritual qi for 10 years. This was something Li Yunxiao understood as well. Although natural treasures were extremely rare, the moment they were formed, the spiritual qi within them was extremely stable. Even without any preservation measures, the loss of spiritual qi would be extremely slow. His heart stirred as he asked, Manager Qian, do you know why all the fruits suddenly ripened at the same time? Manager Qian said with a smile, that is indeed a mystery. The Divine Wood family has already sent people to investigate, but there does not seem to be any results. Even if there are results, it is probably not something people of our level can know. Li Yinxiao knew that what he said was true, so there was nothing else to ask. He said, give me 40 peak-grade fruits now. The few of them were alarmed. Manager Qian was also taken aback. He did not expect Qin Yun to be so straightforward. He asked uncertainly, Sir, are you really buying 40 peak-grade fruits? And you want them in stock? That's a 20% markup. He was afraid that Li Yunxiao did not know what was going on, so he mentioned it again. Meng was also trying his best to signal him with his eyes. Li Yunxiao said with a chuckle, that's right. He threw out a storage bag and said, there's a total of 240 million mid-grade primordial stones. Take a look. Manager Qian jumped in fright as he hurriedly picked up the storage bag with trembling hands. After scanning it several times with his divine perception, he dared to confirm it. He exhaled heavily and said, it's indeed 240 million. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll transfer the goods for you. Transfer goods? Li Yinxiao said in surprise, such a large store doesn't even have 40 peak-grade fruits? Manager Qian said with a wry smile, Sir, you must be joking. These are peak-grade fruits. Just you alone are worth hundreds of millions. How would the store dare to store so many? There are quite a number of other grades of peak-grade fruits, but there are only 10 peak-grade fruits. I'll give them to you now. I'll only need an hour to transfer the remaining 30. He immediately ordered the servants to take good care of them and went to transfer the goods himself. A few beautiful maidservants came in and changed all the tea that was previously served. Immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, this Manager Qian is really practical. He even changed the tea to the best. He took a sip and immediately felt refreshed. He called out to Meng to taste it together with him. Meng said with a wry smile, this is the highest grade red pearl tea. A pot is worth at least 1,000 primordial stones. Sir, why aren't you willing to wait a little longer? He felt sorry for Li Yunxiao and had a complicated expression on his face. Li Yunxiao noticed Meng's guilt and chuckled, it's only 200 million, don't worry about it. Meng smiled wryly, it's only 200 million. Small fries like us don't understand the world of adults. Li Yunxiao took out a pile of primary stones and tossed them to him, these are your payment. Thank you for your trouble. I have nothing else to do, so you may go. Meng counted and found that there were 20 supreme-grade primary stones. Guilt flashed across his face as he handed the stones back, my lord, I can't take these. To tell you the truth, when I brought you here to buy Spirit Thunder fruits, I also received a certain commission. You made more than 200 million in one transaction, so a commission of 3 points is enough for me to use for decades. Li Yunxiao smiled, I told you not to take it to heart. This is a separate matter, and you deserve it. Meng gritted his teeth, fine. Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll take my leave now. He picked up the primary stones on the table, bent down, and whispered, my lord, if you want large quantities of Spirit Thunder fruits, you can try your luck at the Qianshan Tower. With that, Meng put away the primary stones and left without looking back. The Qianshan Tower? Li Yunxiao murmured these 3 words softly and couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Meng was feeling guilty and had revealed some information. Although 200 million mid-grade primary stones was not a small amount, it was nothing to someone like him who had emptied the East Sea Palace and even dug up the Spirit Vein mine. Soon, a beautiful maidservant, escorted by several martial venerables, came in with a golden plate. The plate was round and made of pure gold. On it was a lifelike picture of a rootless evergreen tree with golden branches and green leaves. My lord, these are the fruits you bought. The maidservant smiled faintly and flipped the silver paper on the plate. Several streaks of green lightning stuck to the paper, creating long arcs of electricity. The entire golden plate flickered with crackling sounds as lightning constantly flowed out, like boiling water overflowing in all directions. 10 fingernail-sized azure-colored fruits lay on the plate, continuously emitting the power of lightning. they attracted and repelled each other, maintaining a state of equilibrium. Li Yunxiao took a look and knew that the spirit thunder fruits he had seen in his previous life were the same as these 10 fruits. Is there a secret chamber here? I want to go into seclusion for a while shopkeeper Qian brings over the other 30 pills. The red flower shop is indeed equipped with a secret chamber. My lord, you are a top-notch VIP, so you can naturally enjoy it. The female servant seemed to have a certain amount of authority, so she immediately ordered people to make arrangements. Li Yunxiao said, very good. He waved his hand and collected all 10 spirit thunder fruits. A hint of surprise flashed through the female servant's eyes. She was clearly quite shocked because the other party did not seem to care about such an important transaction at all. However, she regained her composure in an instant and said with a smile, Sir, please follow me. The enthusiasm on her face was even more charming. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Miss, you're quite courageous. You're actually not afraid at all under the flashing lightning. The female servant stared blankly for a moment before replying with a smile, I'm just used to it. Li Yunxiao just chuckled and didn't explain. The female servant felt like her whole body was seen through and felt extremely uncomfortable. Her cheeks turned slightly red. Soon, he was taken into a secret chamber. After watching Li Yunxiao enter, the female servant's smile gradually disappeared and she looked pensive. What do you think of this person? Shopkeeper Qian suddenly appeared behind her without her knowing. The female servant slowly said, this person's strength is not bad and he's very wealthy. He should be the young master of some big aristocratic family. The information on the jade token also shows that he came from outside the city. He claimed that there was an error in the space during the transmission and he fell nearby. Shopkeeper Qian said, does Xiaoran mean that there's no problem with this person? Xiaoran smiled and said, I didn't say that there's no problem with him. There are a lot of doubtful points. For example, you can check the recent transmission records to see if there were any spatial fluctuations. Also, if he came from outside the city, he most likely met those people. After all, those people's spirit lightning fruits are much cheaper than ours. Why didn't he buy them from them and enter the city? Shopkeeper Qian's expression also turned grave. He said, Xiaoran's words are indeed very doubtful. Should I get someone to check more carefully? Xiaoran shook her head and said, there's no need. It's just 40 supreme-grade spirit lightning fruits. There are too many people coming to Seawood Town now. We don't have the energy to investigate one by one. Just give him all the fruits and let him leave as soon as possible. All right. Shopkeeper Qian responded. It seemed like he still had to listen to this woman's orders. After Li Yunxiao entered the secret chamber, he formed a seal with both hands and set up a defense. Only then did he feel relieved and take out the 10 spirit lightning fruits. He stretched out his hand and flicked it. A lightning arc descended and a fruit was directly ejected. Pa! Pa! The balance of the other 9 fruits was broken in an instant. They immediately rearranged themselves and a few of them were even sucked together. Li Yunxiao grabbed the fruit in the air and stared at it for a while. He even carefully scanned it with his divine sense. He pondered for a while and threw it into his mouth. Crack! He chewed it and swallowed it. His face showed a lightning-like green color and there was a flicker of light. The taste is ordinary, but the spiritual qi and the power of lightning are very strong. If consumed in large quantities, it will be very beneficial to the thunder incantation. Li Yunxiao's eyes brightened. Then, he pondered and said, but the effect is very weak. I have to consume it in large quantities. Looks like I have to go to Qianshan Tower or go out of the city to find those 3 people. He grabbed the remaining 9 fruits on the golden plate and threw them into his mouth and swallowed. Crackle! Crackle! Immediately, electric arcs flickered on his body and shot out from his chest to his limbs. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body. What a Puri with thunder power! Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed with joy. He closed his eyes and began to refine and absorb the energy. Ordinary warriors would find a spirit thunder pill to refine after obtaining a spirit thunder fruit. Not only was the effect good, but it was also safer. Only 1 in 10,000 people would swallow it directly like Li Yunxiao did. After a day and a night, Li Yunxiao completely absorbed the energy of the 10 spirit thunder fruits and came out of the secret chamber. Sir, these are the remaining fruits. Please accept them. Shopkeeper Qian had already prepared the remaining 30 fruits. He smiled and presented them to Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao glanced at them and put them away without looking carefully. He said, "Thank you." He turned around and was about to leave. Shopkeeper Qian was startled. Maybe he thought it was too straightforward. He hurriedly asked, "Sir, you have bought enough for this year. May I know if you will continue to stay in the city or leave today?" Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Why?" "Shopkeeper Qian, why are you concerned about my schedule?" Shopkeeper Qian knew he had lost his composure. He smiled and said, "I was just asking. After all, the number of warriors in the city has increased recently. It is better to leave now." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Got it." Shopkeeper Qian's face darkened as he watched Li Yunxiao's figure disappear. After Li Yunxiao left the Red Flower Merchant Guild, he pondered for a while and asked about the location of Thousand Mountain Building. Thousand Mountain Building was only a small merchant guild. Not many people knew about it. As Li Yunxiao was walking in the direction of Thousand Mountain Building, two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They stepped on the water and looked at him with a smile. It was the man and woman who had appeared in the merchant guild. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said coldly, "You two are really patient. You actually waited for me for a day and a night." The man with a tiger's body and ape's arms crossed his chest. He laughed loudly and said, "Don't be afraid. We are not bad people." Li Yunxiao sneered, "If you are not bad people, then why did you wait for me for a day and a night? Is there something good going on?" The woman looked at the man with blame and chuckled. She said, "Although it is not good, it is not bad either. We want to buy the 40 Supreme Grade Spirit Thunder fruits from you." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Fine. Just give me 20 billion mid-grade primordial stones." The two were stunned. Why was it so straightforward? It was completely different from what they had expected. After listening, their faces darkened. The man shouted angrily, "We are buying your Spirit Thunder fruits for your own good. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Li Yunxiao's jaw dropped. He said in shock, "What kind of magical logic is this? You want to buy my things? Is it for my own good? Are the two of you the successors of Emperor Wu Leifeng?" The woman said, "What my senior brother said is true. You have already revealed your wealth at the Red Flower Merchant Guild. Now many people have their eyes on you. As long as you give us the Spirit Thunder fruits, the trouble will naturally be transferred to us. Let us block this calamity for you." Li Yunxiao said, "I wonder if the two of you have Spirit Thunder fruits?" The man snorted, "Why are you asking this?" Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, "I also want to carry forward the spirit of helping others and block the calamity for the two of you." "What?" The man was furious. A violent aura overflowed from his body. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. The woman hurriedly stopped the conflict and said, "Little brother, how about this? Anyway, you have 40 supreme grade fruits. Sell 36 to us. With your cultivation, 4 is enough for you to cultivate for a year. You can buy them next year." 4, is it? Li Yunxiao stretched out his hand and flicked. Instantly, a flash of lightning shot out and turned into a streak that shot into the sky. It was the 4 Supreme Grade Spirit Thunder fruits. They shot up 7 or 8 feet high and fell down. Li Yunxiao opened his mouth and caught them. The 4 fruits emitted a strong crackling sound of lightning and fell directly into his mouth. Crack, crack, crack. Li Yunxiao chewed in big mouthfuls. A large amount of lightning flashed in his mouth. It made the two of them dumbfounded. Gulp. After chewing a few times, Li Yunxiao swallowed it in one gulp. He grinned and said, "Not bad. Very satisfying. How many Spirit Thunder fruits do the two of you have? Take a few to eat." His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he walked towards the two of them. The man and woman were already dumbstruck by his action of swallowing the spiritual thunder fruits. Furthermore, after Li Yunxiao swallowed the spiritual thunder fruits, his chest flashed with bolts of lightning that spread to his limbs and bones. It emitted an extremely strong energy and looked extremely terrifying. The power of lightning contained in the supreme-grade spiritual thunder fruits is no weaker than the full power of a 7-star martial venerable. How could you swallow it, and eat 4 of them at once? The man was horrified and a little scared. Senior brother, don't panic. This person must have a natural lightning attribute body, which is why he can withstand the powerful lightning field. However, he is still a 7-star martial venerable. You and I can crush him with just a finger. After a short moment of fear, the woman suddenly came to a realization. This was the only explanation that made sense. Yes. Junior sister's analysis is extremely correct. Swallowing 4 supreme-grade spiritual thunder fruits in a row, with our cultivation realm, we can also do it. The man's eyes lit up and he revealed a look of realization. He laughed sinisterly. You really don't know what's good for you. To think that the 2 of us were thinking for you, yet you don't appreciate it. Forget it, your blockhead must be smashed with Jiutian Emperor's aura before it will be enlightened. A violent aura exploded from his body. His clothes were immediately torn apart, revealing a stocky back and a bear's waist. It was covered with wild patterns and tufts of long white hair. One last chance, will you give me the spiritual thunder fruits or not? The man raised his hand and made a pouncing posture. His sharp claws flickered with a cold light. Ka-ba-ba-ba. Li Yunxiao threw out a few more spiritual thunder fruits. He opened his mouth and caught them, chewing them to pieces. Damn it. The man's face immediately became sinister. With a loud roar, he pounced forward. A mottled white tiger gradually appeared behind him, emitting an extremely ferocious and brutal aura. Chi-chi-chi. The tiger fist exploded in the air, emitting the sound of a tiger roaring in the forest. The mottled white tiger opened its silver bell-like eyes and emitted a cold light. As expected. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. His right hand clenched and he rushed forward. Bang, the momentum of the tiger's roar crashed into Li Yunxiao's palm. A steady stream of energy pushed forward, and countless strange sounds vibrated in the surroundings. All of them gathered together, and the entire space collapsed, trying to squeeze the center of his palm until it exploded. Hiss 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 hiss, the sound of countless wind waves slicing through the air reverberated through the air. To the man's shock, he discovered that his opponent's palm strike was like an everlasting mountain, not aging at all despite the passage of time. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. TSK. You are definitely not a 7-star martial venerable. The man suddenly woke up and shouted in horror, Junior martial sister, do it. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of fear that caused his heart to tremble came over. Li Yunxiao clenched his 5 fingers and instantly crushed his fist intent. The crazy power turned into a wind blade and spun around his arm. The fist wind and finger bones instantly shattered. Ah! A great pain came over him. What made his eyeballs pop out was that his entire arm was being eroded by the wind. With one touch, it turned into powder. The man suddenly had an illusion that he wasn't facing a person, but a time. Under the gentle breeze, he instantly aged. Not only did his bodily functions deteriorate, but even his mentality became old, like the setting sun at dusk. The woman reacted instantly when she heard her companion's call. She formed a seal with both hands and a green light shot up from her head, projecting in the air. The projection condensed into a demonic face, like a fox or a raccoon. There was a Sanskrit seal between its eyebrows, and it shone with a strange light. The demonic beast's shadow slowly opened its eyes. Its phoenix eyes were slightly raised, and it was beautiful. The woman slowly closed her eyes. Under the appearance of the beast's shadow, her face became even more bewitching and charming. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there was the celestial fox clan. They were enchanting, and their charm was boundless. The fox's shadow opened its beautiful eyes and stared at Li Yunxiao. A strange power rippled in the air. Li Yunxiao's eyes focused, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. It was like a rainbow in the air, turning into a blood-red setting sun. Scram. The word scram was spat out like thunder, shaking the world. Ah! The celestial fox's shadow was instantly dispersed. The woman screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She held her head in pain. The old and hunched man was also struck by the sound wave, and he was sent flying. He landed beside the woman and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. The two were shocked beyond words. Even a fool would know that they had kicked an iron plate, and an iron plate full of nails. The person in front of them was definitely not a little errand boy in the mortal world. The two helped each other up and retreated with horror and fear on their faces. Li Yunxiao walked forward coldly. The two of you are really benevolent. You vomited blood for my sake. It's time for me to do the same for you. The man said with a trembling voice, Who are you? Do you know who we are? We are Tisk. The Tianling Long family? Li Yunxiao snorted disdainfully, an organization formed by a group of people with the ancient true spirit bloodline. In my opinion, you are just a half-human, half-beast monster. The man was instantly dumbfounded. So the other party already knew, and even dared to make a move. It was obvious that the Tianling Long family did not put them in his eyes. The woman gradually recovered from the pain, but blood seeped out of her 7 orifices. Her face became ugly, and she said sternly, Tell us your name, the Long family will not let you off. Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he looked over coldly. Ah! The woman immediately screamed in fear, and quickly turned her face away, afraid to see his eyes. The ancient Heavenly Fox clan's charm techniques were unparalleled. She had inherited the Heavenly Fox bloodline, and could be said to be an expert in spiritual attacks. But she collapsed instantly under the other party's gaze. Just thinking about it made her tremble with fear, and she did not dare to face it head-on. Hand over all the spirit thunder fruits, and you can scram. Li Yunxiao said coldly. Although the range of the battle here was small, there was already a strong energy fluctuation spreading, and many martial artists had probably felt it. Although he was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to cause trouble. The two from the Tianling Long family knew that they could not escape, so they obediently handed over all the fruits and quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Li Yunxiao looked at it, and there were actually more than 200 fruits, but most of them were ordinary fruits, and there were only 5 top-grade fruits. After he put them away, he felt many divine senses sweep over him. God knows how many people were hiding in the empty surroundings. He coldly snorted, and continued to walk towards Xianxia building. A moment later, there was some commotion in the street corner that had already become quiet. The seawater pushed up waves in the small town, and ripples appeared in the sky as well. A few voices sounded one after another. Did anyone see through that kid's true cultivation? Somewhere in the sky shook a few times, and a deep voice was heard. The surroundings were silent, and no one answered. After a long time, an old voice was heard, Even the head of the Shenmu clan can't see through that person's cultivation? Humph. The voice from before coldly snorted, as if extremely dissatisfied that the old voice had revealed his identity. A faint figure appeared in the air, faintly discernible. It was the head of the Shenmu clan, Mu Yuyun. That person defeated the two from the Long family with just a raise of his hand, but his aura is still that of a 7-star martial venerable. Does the head of the clan feel the same way? I thought I saw it wrong. Does that mean that this young man used the strength of a 7-star martial venerable to defeat 2 Emperor Wus in an instant? The old voice was filled with extreme shock. Mu Yuyun said, I can't be sure about that. After all, it's too unbelievable, but this young man is definitely a dangerous person. Everyone, it's best if you don't provoke him, lest you cause trouble. Yes, we naturally won't cause trouble for no reason. Furthermore, this person has offended the Tianling Long family, so there will naturally be people from the Long family to take care of them. The old voice paused, then continued, The 2 young masters of the Long family are currently in the town. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. Mu Yoyin's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. He said, No matter what, we must not get involved. Everyone, please disperse. His figure became fainter and fainter, and slowly disappeared in the sky. The old voice sighed and muttered to himself, The direction that this child is going, could it be? He wanted to say something, but stopped, and did not say anything else. There were over 10 places in the surrounding space that emitted slight fluctuations, but everything quickly returned to normal. Xianxia Tower was located in an extremely inconspicuous place in Seawood Town. It looked like an ordinary house, built with some random red stones and silver wood. It looked a little run down. There was a horizontal board with the words Xianxia Tower written on it. It was bold and powerful, and it revealed a sense of meaning. Li Yunxiao unconsciously looked at the 3 words a few more times, then walked towards the closed door. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot out from the door and turned into a layer of spiritual pressure, blasting towards him. Li Yunxiao frowned. He opened his hand and grabbed at the spiritual pressure. As he grabbed, a golden light condensed from his palm and turned into a sharp rune. He pressed it against the green light, and with a bang, the spiritual pressure dispersed. Huh? A questioning voice came from within Xianxia Tower. A man's voice slowly sounded, "You're stronger than I thought." Oh? Li Yunxiao did not deny it. He sneered, "You mean you know a lot?" The man replied, "Not really. But judging from the strength you used to injure the 2 from the Long family, I realized that I still underestimated you." Li Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and said, "The news actually spread so quickly." The man chuckled, "Seawood Town is only the size of a palm. You only need to look down at your palm for anything. I didn't want to see you at first, but you might be an interesting person. Come in." The closed door suddenly opened, and a faint light could be seen inside. Li Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. He took a few steps forward and directly entered. The interior of the shop was brighter than expected. The furnishings were no different from those of a normal merchant association. The only difference was that the shop was deserted. There was only a man dozing off in front of the counter. The man actually had the cultivation of the 8-star Emperor Wu. Although his essence energy was suppressed by some kind of energy, it could not escape Li Yunxiao's Tsutsumi's eyes. Li Yunxiao could not help but be shocked. This man was not old, but he had such a strong cultivation. Even the 4 talents of the northern region could not compare to him. He walked straight to the man and said directly, "I want to buy a large amount of spirit thunder fruits." The man's eyes were cloudy. His cheeks were pink, and his teeth were white. He had a heroic look on his face. He asked seriously, "Who introduced you here?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Coming here is not a secret, right? Even a martial grand master like Amang knew of the existence of Thousand Mountain Building." This meant that the smuggling of spirit thunder fruits here was an open secret. The man frowned and said after a while, "Seems like we have been too arrogant these few years. How many fruits do you want?" Li Yunxiao's eyes were like water. He stared at the man and said word by word, "As many as you have." The man was stunned, then he laughed, "Haha, your appetite is really big. I'm just afraid you won't be able to swallow all the fruits." Li Yunxiao smiled and looked at the man strangely, "Whether I can swallow them or not is not something you care about, right? You just need to make a deal with me." The man's lips curled up into a cold smile, "Logically, I shouldn't care. However, I am the one who will make the deal. I am very interested in your identity." Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "My identity is also a bargaining chip? Does it mean that after I tell you, I can give you a discount or free of charge?" "Haha, a discount is impossible. The initiative is in my hands," the man said slowly with a smile on his face. Li Yunxiao coldly said, "If that's the case, then I can't comply." He turned around and was about to leave. The man smiled faintly and said, "By the way, old Tua and the others outside the city are my subordinates. If you do not agree to my conditions, no one in Seawood Town will dare to sell you a single spirit lightning fruit." Li Yunxiao stopped and slowly turned around. "You won't die if you don't seek death. Are you digging your own grave? Digging up graves? Hee, to be honest, although you have some skills, you really have nothing to rely on in front of me." A hint of praise appeared at the corner of the man's mouth, but it was more of a chuckle. "Without my help, you wouldn't have been able to walk out of Seawood Town. The 2 young masters of the Long family are in the city right now. You have injured their people, so you are already dead." "The 2 young masters of the Long family?" Li Yunxiao frowned. He knew a thing or two about the situation of the Tianling Long family. The so-called young master was not the descendant of the current patriarch, but the expert with the strongest bloodline power in the younger generation. The one who was qualified to become the next patriarch was the young master. "That's right. The Long family's young master should be around the same age as you, but his strength The man smiled and said, the Long family's young master of any generation is an invincible existence among his peers. There is no other reason, because those who are qualified to inherit the position of young master are all peerless geniuses with the power of atavism. Those so-called four prodigies of the northern region are really insignificant. Do you think you have the confidence to escape from the hands of two people with extremely powerful true spirit bloodlines? Li Yunxiao said, I'm very curious, why did the Long family's young master come to Ocean Sky Town? Could it be that they are also thunder attribute martial artists? The man nodded and said, that's right, one of the young masters inherited the true spirit meteorite thunder vein and has extremely powerful thunder and lightning abilities. He is determined to obtain the spirit thunder fruit. So, if you don't have much value, I can sell all the spirit thunder fruits in my hands to the Long family. The benefits I will obtain will definitely not be lower than what you have. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, there's no need to act in front of me. If you were willing to smuggle the spirit thunder fruit to the Long family wouldn't have to be a bandit, and old Tua and the others wouldn't have to attract customers outside. A large number of spirit thunder fruit falling into the hands of the Long family is definitely not something you want to see. The man was startled, as if he wanted to explain, but looking at Li Yunxiao's watery eyes, he knew that the person in front of him was extremely intelligent, and immediately laughed bitterly, that's right, you're really smart. But if I don't sell it to the Long family, I don't have to sell it to you either. Li Yunxiao said, if it was before, I would indeed not have any good ideas. But now, I can spread the news that the Tianling Long family wants to buy a large number of smuggled spirit thunder fruit. Who do you think would dare to buy it from you? The man's face darkened, and he said coldly, are you courting death? Li Yunxiao laughed, don't be so nervous, you guys need to sell a large number of fruits, and you don't want the Long family to obtain them, and I want to obtain a large number of fruits, but I definitely can't let the Long family obtain them. Between us, there is a natural business relationship, there is no such thing as initiative, our positions are equal. The expression on the man's face changed. After pondering for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. As long as you are not a member of the Long family, I can consider giving you a portion of the spirit thunder fruit, but you must prove 2 points to me. First, you have enough financial resources to buy the spirit thunder fruit, and second, you must have the strength to escape from the hands of the Long family's young master. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly, what a joke. If you want to prove it, you have to first take out enough spirit thunder fruit, and then I will take out the corresponding source stones. The man pondered for a moment, then said, the spirit thunder fruit is still in Leilin. Li Yunxiao's expression changed, his eyebrows raised, and he pondered, you mean you don't have the goods, but you have a way to get the fruit from Leilin? The man nodded, I naturally have a small portion, but if the quantity is too large, I have to wait for Leilin to open it before I can go in to get the fruit. A strange look flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes as he asked, behind the Divinewood family, who is the true owner of Seawood Town? The man flicked his sleeves and lightly laughed, you don't need to know that, it has nothing to do with you. Although I have a way, it is an extremely dangerous action. Since you know of the 1,000 Mountain building, then you must believe in our strength. However, we cannot be at ease with your strength and financial resources, so you must at least give me some peace of mind. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then flipped his right hand, and a long metal block appeared in his hand. The metal block was silver in color, and there were a few patterns embroidered around it, making it look ordinary. The man frowned, and stared at the silver metal block for a while. Suddenly, his body trembled, and his face contorted from the shock. He lost his composure and shouted, Heavenly Chasm Medallion. This is the Heavenly Chasm Medallion. His figure flashed, and he actually charged forward, grabbing at the Heavenly Chasm Medallion in an attempt to snatch it. A cold smile appeared on Li Yunxiao's face. With a flip of his right hand, the medallion immediately disappeared into his palm, and he once again slapped forward. Bang! The two palms clashed in midair, and shockwaves spread out in all directions. The man's expression changed, and he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. Luckily, the two of them had only attacked casually. He hurriedly turned around, and clasped his palms together. Then, he curled his fingers, and pushed them in all directions. A whirlwind spread out, and immediately swept away the shockwaves, causing them to disappear without a trace. Sorry, I was too impulsive. The man looked at Li Yunxiao with a complicated expression. Is that heavenly chasm medallion real? Li Yunxiao indifferently said, since you know it, you should naturally know whether it's real or fake. This medallion. Why is this medallion in your hands? There are many people who have this medallion, why can't I have it? Then can you sell it? What a joke. Since you know what the heavenly chasm medallion is, do you think I'll sell it? There's nothing impossible in this world. It's all because the benefits are not enough. You can name a price. Alright, bring me Noah's Arkansas. Forget it, let's continue talking about the spiritual lightning fruits. The man shook his head and laughed bitterly, and at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that he coveted it, but there was nothing he could do. Li Yunxiao was also curious about this man's identity. There were many people who knew about the heavenly chasm medallion, but not many. Can this medallion prove my strength and wealth? The man replied, of course it can. You really don't intend to sell this medallion? The price can be. He quickly noticed that Li Yunxiao's expression had darkened, and immediately changed his words. How many spiritual lightning fruits do you want? Only then did Li Yunxiao regain his composure, the more the better. Even if you give me the entire Lei Lin, I won't find it too much. Haha, the entire Lei Lin. To think that you dare to say that, unless you give the heavenly chasm medallion. Cough cough, that's impossible. The man noticed that the moment he mentioned those 3 words, Li Yunxiao's expression changed, and immediately knew that it was impossible for him to make the transaction. He immediately gave up and shut his mouth. Li Yunxiao pondered, then is it possible for me to enter the Lei Lin? The man said flatly, absolutely impossible. You also know that the lightning attribute divine art has a telepathic ability. It is transmitted through a weak field energy, and it is abnormally accurate. And the entire Lei Lin is under this kind of sensing. Any movement would not be able to escape the divine wood family's detection. Li Yunxiao frowned, then how are you going to enter the Lei Lin? The man smiled, this is our ability. You just need to wait to reap the rewards. The rules of this shop require 1/3 of the price as a deposit. 1/3? Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. The amount he needed was huge, and even 1/3 was a huge sum. After paying the deposit, when can I get the fruit? The man said, within 10 days. Li Yunxiao hesitated for a moment, and gritted his teeth, all right. I'll wait for 10 days. He took out a storage bag and threw it over. Take a look at the things inside and see how much they are worth. After the man received the storage bag, he probed it with his divine sense. Very quickly, his expression changed, and he was horrified. The 20 treasures inside are all rare treasures, and their value is immeasurable. Furthermore, his face revealed a look of suspicion. These treasures seem to belong to the sea race. Could it be that you came from the 4 seas? Li Yunxiao did not answer, and only said indifferently, this is only 1/3 of the deposit. I really want to know how many fruits it can buy. The man's expression was solemn, these things are too precious, and I can't estimate their value. Also, some of them seem to belong to the royal families of the 4 seas, so we might not accept them. Leave these things behind, and I'll give you an answer in 3 days. How about that? Li Yunxiao was not afraid that they would swallow them. Whoever dared to take his things would be courting death. Alright, I'll come back to Thousand Mountain Manor in 3 days. The man was stunned for a moment, stunned by Li Yunxiao's generosity, and immediately became even more curious about his identity. Li Yunxiao was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed. Several extremely powerful auras had already sealed off the entire Thousand Mountain Manor. The man's expression also darkened, and he shouted coldly, who dares to be so audacious? His voice was extremely majestic, causing the entire space to tremble. However, this seemingly dilapidated house was completely unharmed, completely unaffected. The audacious ones are you. A cold voice came from outside, someone injured someone from my Long family and escaped into Thousand Mountain Manor. Quickly hand over that person, and I can spare your lives. 10 figures suddenly appeared outside the door, most of them dressed in the same red embroidered robes and wielding iron blades. The 2 people who were injured by Li Yunxiao were also among them, following behind a man and a woman respectively. The man had a broad face and an awe-inspiring aura, while the woman was dressed in a red silk dress that was as beautiful as fire. She had a vermilion pill in her mouth, and both of their eyes flickered with a cold glint. These two were the two young masters of the Tianling Long family, Odd Ghost and Fei and I. The man laughed coldly. Whether or not someone injured your Long family's people is none of my business. Thousand Mountain Manor is my territory. Even if it's the Tianling Long family, don't be presumptuous. Haha. Odd Ghost laughed loudly outside the door. I was wondering why Thousand Mountain Manor wouldn't do business with us. Only later did I find out that behind Thousand Mountain Manor is the Limitless Realms Murong family. TSK, if not for Leyland's change in Seawood Town, and those fruits caught my eye, I wouldn't have known that you guys were the ones doing the smuggling business in Seawood Town. Li Yinxiao was greatly shocked and exclaimed in shock, "You're a member of Wufeng Realms Murong family?" The man's face sank slightly, and he said in a serious tone, "That's right, I am Murong Hingyu." Li Yunxiao's expression became extremely complicated. Murong Zhu was a member of the Wufeng Realms Murong family, a reclusive sect. To think that he would actually encounter Murong Zhu's fellow sect member here. Murong Hingyu was a little flabbergasted and said, "Could it be that you have a grudge with my Murong family?" Li Yunxiao sighed, "There's no grudge between us." "Does the Murong family have any grudges with the Long family?" Murong Hingyu's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and he said hatefully, "It's not just a grudge, it's simply like fire and water." However, the two sects haven't reached the point of shedding all pretenses. Li Yunxiao could hear the hatred in his tone. Although the Tianling Long family was one of the 7 superforces, the Murong family's strength was not to be underestimated. He just didn't know how these two families got into a grudge, but these kinds of large sects would rarely shed all pretenses in the open. They would mostly fight in the dark. Since Murong Hingyu and Murong Zhu were from the same sect, Li Yunxiao naturally wouldn't let the Long family hurt him. A trace of pride flashed across Murong Hingyu's face, and he said, "You don't have to be afraid. Since you've already paid the deposit, you're a guest of my Murong family. With me here, I definitely won't let the Long family hurt you." Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought of Tianxi's words. Back then, when the world was old and the sky was barren, Murong Zhu actually died to save him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart. Murong Hingyu saw that his face was a little pale, and beads of cold sweat had even appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but frown. "You don't believe in our Thousand Mountain building strength?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. "Since your two sects haven't completely shed all pretense of cordiality, there's no need to make a big fuss here. If they want to keep me here, I'm afraid they don't have the means to do so." Murong Hingyu sneered, "Do you really think they're here for you? They have ulterior motives. Not only can they deal a blow to my Murong family, they can also seize the Spirit Thunder fruit from my hands. Do you think they'll give up such a good opportunity?" Haha. Strange Ghost's laughter came from outside the door. "So it's the Murong family's genius, Murong Hingyu. You're indeed as smart as the rumors say. Since you already know our goal, if you're smart, you'd better obediently surrender. I can spare your life on account of the friendship between our two sections." Murong Hingyu said in a low voice, "If Strange Ghost was alone, I would be able to protect you. But now that both of them are here, I'm not sure if I can win. I'll hold them back for a while, you leave immediately." The two walked out of the shop, and Murong Hingyu coldly stared at the people in front of him. "Young master, it's him." The man who was petrified by Li Yunxiao's primordial astral wind screamed. His eyes were filled with hatred. He still had an old face, and looked like he was 200 to 300 years old. To be able to defeat you in one move, this brat must have some tricks up his sleeve." Strange Ghost stared at Li Yunxiao with an ominous glint in his eyes, and shouted angrily, "Brat, you dare to hurt someone from the Long family, report your sect." Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "When you're outside, you have to rely on your own strength. I don't have the habit of reporting my background." Haha, well said, good. Murong Hingyu laughed and said, "I also hate those people who report their background the most, as if their strength will increase by a bit. I don't know what kind of mentality they have." Strange Ghost was enraged, and said coldly, "Good. I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth." A strange light flashed in Fei Ni's eyes, and he said with a light smile, "This young man is a little interesting. To be able to break the Heavenly Fox charm art with a shout, he must have some ability. I really want to try it out. What a pity, this is the Divine Wood family's territory, it's not our Long family's turn to make a move. Strange Ghost's face flashed a trace of coldness, and he said with a sinister smile, secretly selling spirit thunder fruit is a taboo of the Seawood town, a crime punishable by death. Lord Yuyun, now that the smuggler is in front of you, it's time for your Divine Wood family to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and establish your might. The space trembled slightly, and Mu Yoyun's figure appeared, followed by two old men. As they opened and closed their eyes, they flickered with vigorous emperor chi, showing their extraordinary strength. Morong Hingyu frowned, and said mockingly, the Long family of the Tianling Mountain sure is impressive. Do you need reinforcements to deal with a mere person like me? Strange Ghost sneered, we are not calling for reinforcements, but respecting the owner of this place. If you want to smuggle spirit thunder fruit, the owner of this place will naturally take action. It's not our turn yet, we're just here to watch the show. Fury surfaced on Mu Yoyun's face, and he said in a cold voice, Morong Hingyu, your esteemed sect is also considered a very famous existence among the secluded sections. Why must you do this kind of sneaky and humiliating thing to the sect? If you really lack spirit thunder fruit, just inform my Divine Wood family, and we'll give you a few hundred every year. It won't be difficult to befriend the two sections. Morong Hingyu's face turned red, and he explained, boss must be joking, don't listen to the words of this adulterous couple. Thousand Mountain Manor has been in the Seawood town for a long time, when has it ever done anything against the rules? It's all this adulterous couple's slander. He could admit it in front of the Long family, but he could not admit it in front of the Divine Wood family. Otherwise, if the smuggling was confirmed, it would immediately become a big joke. Strange Ghost angrily shouted, Morong Hingyu, you good for nothing, you dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Morong Hingyu sternly said, Lord Yunyu, this adulterous couple came to me to buy spirit thunder fruit. I sold them according to the city's rules, but they forced me to take out more. I swore I would not comply, and that's why I offended them. They've already bought their own quota of fruits, but they've stayed in the city for a long time. They have ulterior motives, so I hope that you can investigate their intentions and restore the reputation of our Thousand Mountain Manor. Mu Yoyun's expression did not change, and he looked calm. However, he was feeling suffocated in his heart, and he wished he could curse out loud. He could not afford to offend either of these two sections. As for the Morong family smuggling in the city, even Amang knew about it. As the Divine Wood family's boss, how could he not know? However, he could not afford to offend them. In addition, the other party had done it in secret, and did not do it openly. It could be considered as giving them some face, so he could only turn a blind eye. He did not expect to be exposed by the Long family. With his status, he naturally could not ignore it. He turned around and said, do the two young masters of the Long family have any concrete evidence? Odd Ghost's expression changed, and he said it himself. Moreover, this brat behind him is also here to buy the smuggled fruits. We can capture him and interrogate him. Haha, what a joke. Morong Hingyu said mockingly, I said it myself? First of all, I've never said it. Secondly, do you really believe what I say? I even said I'm your father, and you believe me? Morong Hingyu, how dare you take advantage of me? You deserve to die. Odd Ghost flew into a rage, and his uncontrollable anger soared into the sky. Thunder surged from his body, and the sky seemed to darken in an instant. Morong Hingyu was not afraid at all, and he sneered, don't worry, I don't have a son like you who's neither human nor demon. It's still unclear who's taking advantage of who. Lord Yunyu, I hope that you can uphold justice for the Thousand Mountain Manor. His counterattack caused the people of the Long family to be extremely furious. Mu Yoyun was sandwiched between the two factions, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He said, the rules of Seawood Town are as firm as iron, and no one is allowed to violate them. The Thousand Mountain Manor has been operating in Seawood Town for a long time, and we haven't found any violations yet. However, the Long family came to inform us when they found something suspicious, and I admire and like them very much. Now that we know it's all a misunderstanding, everyone can leave. He tried to smooth things over, and was about to leave. Misunderstanding? Odd Ghost's expression darkened, and he said angrily, Lord Yunyu, please wait. Not only did the person behind him injure my men, but he also tried to smuggle the spirit thunder fruits. When that time comes, I'll have to ask Lord Yunyu to take action and eliminate the Thousand Mountain Matter. Mu Yuyun glanced at Li Yunxiao and revealed a troubled expression. If the Morong family really did smuggle the spirit thunder fruits, it would be difficult for him to deal with them. Everyone's gazes converged on Li Yunxiao. Fei Yanai said gently, "Friend, don't be afraid. As long as you're willing to stand up and point out the Thousand Mountain Manor's crimes, we'll write off the grudge between you and my men. Otherwise, to the ends of the earth, you understand." Li Yunxiao immediately shook his head and said, "I don't understand, I hope you all can enlighten me." Fei Yanai was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened and he coldly said, "Are you going to pretend you don't understand, or are you looking for death?" Li Yunxiao said, I understand." He coughed twice, cleared his throat, and sternly said, "I can prove that Morong Hingyu's words are not empty words. Instead, it was the Long family that came out to steal my spirit thunder fruits. May I ask Lord Mu Yuyun, is your divine wood family going to do something about this? You deserve to die." Strange Ghost angrily shouted. He knew that he couldn't accuse the Morong family of smuggling the fruits today, so he didn't care about Mu Yuyun's face and angrily rushed forward. They didn't expect Mu Yuyun to be of any help, and only wanted to lure the people behind the Divine Wood family out. Now that their plan had failed, they couldn't be bothered to say anything. In his rage, his hatred for Li Yunxiao seemed to be even greater than Morong Hingyu's. With one move, he went straight for Li Yunxiao's throat. Lightning flashed in his 5 fingers, and the electric arc connected from head to tail, condensing into a lightning blade. Morong Hingyu's expression changed greatly, and just as he was about to make a move, he heard Li Yunxiao chuckle, "Let me." He rushed in front of Morong Hingyu, and with a strange step, he immediately turned into several afterimages, directly dodging the attack. Furthermore, the afterimages flew in different directions in the air, and all of a sudden, they all disappeared. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Even with their divine sense, they couldn't find where Li Yunxiao was hiding. Morong Hingyu and Fei Ni's faces flashed with a strange expression, finding it hard to believe. Strange Ghost's expression darkened, and he lightly shouted, "Do you think I'll be helpless if you hide?" He formed a hand seal with one hand, and several apertures on his body emitted rings of green light. Only the sound of metal chains being dragged could be heard. Silver chains appeared in several apertures, and suddenly circled around him, then he shouted, "Go!" The chains were like sharp arrows that shot through the sky, causing waves of chi to ripple out. In just a few moments, they pierced through the heavens and locked down the earth. They spread out like a spider web, locking down everything within a radius of several hundred feet. Not only did the chains seal the heavens and lock the earth, but they also created a whirlpool of air that created countless ripples. "Here!" Strange Ghost's expression changed, and he shouted in a deep voice as he suddenly pointed a finger at the void. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a crack appeared at the tip of his finger. In an instant, the crack was torn to a distance of several hundred feet, as if it had been slashed apart by a sword ray. The space around him flickered slightly, and a ripple spread out wherever the finger light passed. Li Yunxiao's figure slowly appeared in the ripples. His chest had been pierced by that finger, but a smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. His entire body slowly turned into fluorescent light. "Damn it!" Strange Ghost shouted and stepped on the chain. He formed a seal with both hands and stamped his foot. Immediately, sparks flashed and the silver chain clanked. An expanse of lightning radiated outwards, forming a sea of lightning and a prison of lightning that shook in all directions. "Let's see how you escape." Strange Ghost's face was livid, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent and anger. "Then I won't escape." At a certain note of the silver chain, the space shook, and Li Yunxiao's figure appeared. He stepped on the chain with both feet, and his eyes were filled with a smile. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts suddenly gathered and spread along the chain, bombarding his body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. All kinds of sparks flashed on his body, and some even penetrated his body, but they could not hurt him at all. It really is the thunder body. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Those who came to Seawood Town were usually thunder cultivators, but some people were born with the thunder body and had a natural affinity with thunder, which made their cultivation twice the result with half the effort. Strange Ghost's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, "No wonder you are so fearless. But if you think that you are immune to my divine powers, then you are gravely mistaken." He suddenly clenched his fists, and 2 bolts of lightning shot out from his palms, lighting up half of the sky. Behind him, a powerful green light appeared, and countless lightning bolts condensed into the shadow of a beast. It was like a thunder god had descended, and it intertwined with all the lightning in the world. Everyone revealed looks of shock and fear. The bloodline of the ancient true spirits was already this powerful, and the odd ghost was even more outstanding. The lightning that filled the sky seemed as if it was about to descend and destroy the world, shocking everyone to the core. Morong Hingyu was also worried, and it seemed that Strange Ghost was even more powerful than he had expected. Fei Ni's face was also cold, and her eyes flashed with coldness. Under the coldness, there was a trace of fire burning brightly. Strange Ghost was her companion, but he was also her biggest enemy. Anyone who was capable could be the young master of the Long family, but there could only be one master. Li Yinzhao stood on the chain and sneered, "Your divine powers are just a show? Humph, you're courting death." Strange Ghost's face was also reflected in a green color under the lightning. He casually slapped his palm forward, and a bolt of lightning shot out, instantly bombarding in front of Li Yunxiao. Then, it suddenly expanded, turning into a fan shape, and slashed down like a lightning blade. Li Yunxiao's left hand formed a seal, and his right hand grabbed at the void. Then, his 5 fingers flipped open, and the immemorial astral wind instantly spun, turning into a wind shield. Hula hula. The lightning blade cut into the wind shield, and made a sizzling sound. It was torn apart by the immemorial astral wind bit by bit, and burst into sparks of lightning. In the end, all the lightning was rolled up by the wind, and all of it started to spin, forming a lightning tornado. It spun on top of Li Yunxiao's palm, flashing with lightning, and seemed to have an astonishing power. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, as if it was inconceivable. Li Yunxiao still stood in the same place, and at this moment, with the lightning tornado spinning around him, he seemed even more quiet, like an abyss, giving people a solemn and strange feeling. Mu Yuyun was also shocked, and his eyes showed deep worry, and he secretly complained in his heart. If the two continued to fight like this, they wouldn't give him any face, but so what? The Long family definitely couldn't afford to offend them, and this mysterious young man's strength was also extraordinary. Moreover, since he was together with Morong Hingyu, he was most likely a genius disciple of some powerful force. Just as he was worrying, suddenly, a decadent voice entered his ears, causing his expression to change greatly. His expression became serious, and he listened carefully, his eyes constantly flashing with joy. Strange Ghost himself was also stunned. Although his slash was not at its full power, it was still very sharp, and should have at least caused the other party to tumble, but it was completely controlled by the other party. "Sure enough, you have some skill. Try this move of mine again." Strange Ghost didn't dare to underestimate his opponent anymore, and a purple light burst out from his eyes. He clasped his fists in front of him, and an electric light extended out, turning into a lightning spear. After the lightning spear appeared, the chains that filled the sky issued a hua 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 sound, like a river rippling in the sky. The lightning that filled the sky suddenly became violent, turning into a lightning dragon, swooping down from the sky, and all converged into the lightning spear. Fei Enai cried out, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. She knew how powerful this move was, but to deal with this young man, he actually had to use such an extreme move. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, as if he also sensed danger. A cold light flashed in his hand, and several golden sword talismans floated out. The cold sword was directly grasped in his hand, and an icy cold chi shot out. The ancient Maha characters on the sword's body bounced up, and were continuously annihilated. His whole body and sword became one, and he was placed under an extremely strong sword intent. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became solemn and tense. "All of you, stop." Suddenly, a cold shout rang out, interrupting the killing intent. The one who spoke was Mu Yuyun, who was standing to the side. His face immediately sank, and he shouted, "The two of you, did you get my permission to make a move?" Everyone frowned, feeling that it was a little strange. Mu Yuyun couldn't wait to get rid of this matter, so why did he suddenly become so confident? Morong Hingyu and the Long family's 2 young masters' pupils shrank, as if they thought of something, and their expressions slightly changed. Strange Ghost's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he coldly said, "You're lucky today, but it's hard to say whether you can continue this good luck in the future." He flipped his hands, and the lightning spear immediately disappeared. The true spirit behind him also retracted into his body, and the lightning that filled the sky dispersed. Hua hua hua. The chains that filled the sky also disappeared, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, restoring the clear sky. Li Yunxiao's heart also moved slightly. With a flash of frost, he withdrew his cold sword. He laughed softly and said, "I wonder who is the lucky one." Strange Ghost angrily pointed at him and shouted, "Brat, you still dare to be stubborn." Fei and I said, "No need to waste time with him, we'll just send someone to keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves Seawood Town, it will be his death." Strange Ghost coldly said, "That's right. At that time, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." Boring. Li Yunxiao disdainfully smiled, and with a flash, he flew from the sky to Murong Hingyu's side. Although his battle with Strange Ghost was interrupted, no one dared to look down on him from the means he had displayed. Even Murong Hingyu's expression changed when he saw him, and his gaze became much friendlier. Mu Yoyin's face sank, and he coldly said, "You guys are really giving my Divine Wood family face by making a move in front of me." It could be seen that he was truly angry, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. Fei Ni's mind raced, and he bowed, apologizing. It was Strange Ghost's impulsiveness. It was because this person spoke irresponsibly, slandering our long family, and Strange Ghost is an upright person, which is why he offended us. I hope Lord Yun can forgive him. Mu Yun waved his hand and snorted, "Forget it. I won't bother about what happened before, and I can understand that everyone is here for the spirit lightning fruit. But this time, the situation in Seawood Town is indeed strange. Not only did it attract a large number of powerful martial artists, I just received news that even the sea race was alarmed." Sea race? Everyone cried out in alarm, and their faces revealed expressions of extreme shock. Li Yunxiao's expression also slightly changed. He had just returned from the East Sea. Could it be that he had to deal with those clowns in the sea again? Mu Yoyin's expression was solemn as he nodded. "That's right. I also just received the news that the sea race sent an envoy, saying that Seawood Town was originally their island in the Northern Sea. They want us to return it to its rightful owner." "What?" Murong Hingyu's eyes bulged as he shouted in a strange voice, shameless to the extreme. "Seawood Town is adjacent to a continent, and we humans have occupied it for thousands of years. I've never heard of such lies." Mu Yun said, "It's obvious. Leyland's abnormality has accelerated the ripening of a large number of spirit lightning fruits. With the current momentum, the ripening area is constantly increasing. Even many spirit lightning flowers are gradually bearing fruit." Everyone's expression was solemn as they were surprised and overjoyed. "If this continued, wouldn't they all bear fruit?" Mu Yun said. "The sea race has never set their eyes on the spirit lightning fruits. Perhaps it's because there are too few fruits every year, so they don't think much of it. But this year, the output has increased by dozens of times. Anyone would be tempted." Murong Hingyu's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "They really think that we humans are easy to bully. If the sea race abides by the rules, we can sell them according to the quota. If they don't know what's good for them and make unreasonable requests, then we have to teach them a lesson." Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Has the Divine Wood family found out the reason for the spirit lightning fruit's abnormality?" Mu Yun glanced at him, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He said, "We haven't found the reason yet. Although Leyland's area isn't large, it's a sea of lightning. All kinds of divine senses are disrupted, and we can only observe with the naked eye. We haven't found anything abnormal." Li Yunxiao frowned. "How is that possible? To ripen such a large number of spirit lightning fruits, it's impossible without astonishing Imuchi. Has your esteemed sect not considered that this is a sign of the birth of a peerless item?" Everyone's heart shook, and they all stared at Mu Yun. Mu Yun cursed inwardly and said with a bitter smile, "I've naturally thought of this. Not only within Leylin, I've even sent people to investigate the surrounding thousands of sea regions. From the Jiutian Sea to the Deep Sea, I didn't miss anything, but I didn't find anything." Li Yunxiao fell silent. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss with the sea race. If they really coveted the spirit thunder fruit, they would have made their move long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. Then, the sea race's target was most likely the peerless wood item that could accelerate the ripening of the spirit thunder fruit. He firmly believed in his heart that an extremely powerful divine item of wood had surely appeared in the world to cause such a phenomenon. Now that the sea race had appeared for no reason, it seemed to prove this point. Mu Yuyun continued, now that the sea race has intervened in the matter of the spirit thunder fruit, things have become extremely complicated. You are all dragons and phoenixes among men, the best of the human race. I would like to ask for your help to protect Seawood Town from being invaded. A red shadow flashed by, and Fei and I laughed softly. Lord Yuyun must be joking. The Divine Wood family had been in charge of Seawood Town for hundreds of years, and no faction had ever dared to invade it. From this, one could see how powerful the Divine Wood family was. It was enough to deter all thieves and thieves. Although our long family has some prestige, there are no elders here at this moment. Odd Ghost and I have limited strength, so we don't dare to rashly participate in such a major event. Her meaning was clear. She didn't want to be involved in this matter. After all, Seawood Town didn't have much to do with them, so there was no need for them to be used by the Divine Wood family for free. After all, the sea race wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew how deep this pit was? Odd Ghost also remained silent, as if everything was decided by Fei and I. Morong Hingyu's expression changed slightly, as if he couldn't make up his mind. He was different from the Long family. The Morong family had long been in this pit, so they obviously couldn't let the sea race take away the benefits. A cold smile flashed across Mu Yoyun's face. Fine, then everyone from the Long family, please return. The sea race this time seems to be very powerful. I plan to gather everyone to deal with them, and discuss how to distribute the Spirit Thunder Fruit. Distribution of the Spirit Thunder Fruit? Odd Ghost's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, aren't we going to follow the previous rules? The benefits of Seawood Town had nothing to do with him, but the Spirit Thunder Fruit was a major matter that concerned his cultivation. Coincidentally, he was stuck at a bottleneck in his cultivation. After learning of the Spirit Thunder Fruit's strange phenomenon, he firmly believed that it was an opportunity given to him by the heavens, which was why he came to Seawood Town with Fei and I. Mu Yuyun coldly said, young Master Long doesn't need to worry about these matters. I'm afraid that Seawood Town won't be peaceful for a while. Young Master Long has already purchased the corresponding share, so you can leave now, lest you get dragged into the muddy waters and be implicated. Odd Ghost awkwardly said, ahem, Lord Yuyun, you're treating me like an outsider. Although Seawood Town is the Shenmu family's territory, it is also the human race's territory. If the foreign races want to interfere, I, Odd Ghost, will be the first to object. Fei Ni's expression changed slightly, and he forced a smile. Since Odd Ghost has agreed, I won't stay out of it. However, this is no small matter. I'll send a message back to the sect later, and ask for the elder's instructions. Only then did Mu Yoyun's expression soften. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the Long family, so it was better to stop before going too far. Morong Hingyu also said, although the Morong family has been in seclusion for many years, they are still a part of the human race. We will not shirk our duty when it comes to righteousness. Mu Yuyun revealed a smile and said, I'll thank everyone in advance. His gaze turned and landed on Li Yunxiao. From the battle just now, this person was definitely in existence on the level of a high-ranking Emperor Wu, and his strength could not be ignored. Sir's Jade Pendant is registered as a 7-star martial saint, Li Feiyong. This strength and name must be fake, right? But no matter, as long as Sir is willing to help, you will also get a share of the Spirit Thunder Fruit. Li Yunxiao smiled, I'll go take a look as well. If there are enough benefits, it doesn't matter if I help. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. Although everyone had the same thoughts, these words were too blatant. Mu Yuyun also appeared slightly awkward, and said, my Shenmu family will naturally not treat everyone unfairly. The development of Seawood Town still requires everyone's attention. Tomorrow at noon, I'll be waiting for everyone at my residence. Before that, I hope everyone will give me some face and not cause any more trouble. Strange Ghost said, Sir, don't worry, I will definitely give face to the Shenmu family. But once we leave Seawood Town, I will definitely take Li Feiyong's life. Morong Hingyu mocked, from your words, it seems like other than Seawood Town, the entire world is your Long family's territory. A fierce look flashed across Strange Ghost's eyes, and he said coldly, Morong Hingyu, you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Li Yunxiao laughed involuntarily, no need to waste your breath on them. I've seen many inheritors of the true spirit bloodline, and they all have one thing in common, which is that they like to say harsh words to boost their morale. Haha, Brother Feiyang is right. Morong Hingyu laughed, and said, little do they know that this kind of behavior is extremely childish, and it shows their weakness and vanity. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark. Strange Ghost's face turned ashen, and lightning constantly flashed across his face. It was obvious that he could not suppress his anger any longer. Fei Ni's beautiful eyes turned, and looked Li Yunxiao up and down, and said with a smile, Your Excellency is indeed courageous, but it's a pity that you're still too young, and do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Strange Ghost, let's go. She seemed to be the core of the Long family. Strange Ghost snorted angrily, and with a wave of his sleeves, more than 10 Long family members immediately turned into rays of light and left. Mu Yuyun also looked at Li Yunxiao a few more times, not knowing where he got the confidence to go against the Tianling Long family. You too, take care. He also turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Morong Hingyu watched everyone leave, and his expression slowly became serious. A light flashed in his hand, and a storage bag appeared. He handed it over to Li Yunxiao, and said, Brother Feiyang, there's a change in this situation, take this deposit back first. Li Yunxiao frowned, and said, What, are you going back on your word? Morong Hingyu shook his head, and said, How is that possible? My Morong family has been selling the Spirit Thunder fruit for more than a year or two, when have we ever broken our promise? But now that there's been a series of unforeseen events, I'm not sure if I can guarantee the safety of the channel. How about this, I can promise Brother Feiyang that the Morong family can get their hands on the fruits, and I'll sell them to you first, but the price can't be low. Li Yunxiao knew that although these hidden aristocratic families didn't care about worldly affairs, and didn't dominate the world, they would still have a branch power hidden in the world, and they would exchange resources and gather information, so he immediately agreed. Morong Hingyu said with a smile, In the past, I heard that among the young experts of the world, there's the 4 prodigies of the north, the 3 heroes of the west, and the 7 stars of the east. To be honest, I've met a few of them, and I was very disappointed. I thought that the young generation of the world was mediocre. Only today did I realize that the famous those who are good at fighting have no illustrious reputation, is talking about Brother Feiyang. Li Yunxiao said, Those people you've mentioned are all peerless experts that only appear once in 100 years. The Morong family's position is very high, so their vision is naturally high. In the past, Morong Zhu was also a rare talent in the world. I think Brother Hingyu's future achievements will definitely be above him. Morong Hingyu's expression changed, and he revealed a shocked expression, You also know my uncle's name? Li Yunxiao's heart moved, and he sighed inwardly, as expected. I've heard of him before, but unfortunately, he died young. Li Yunxiao's face revealed a sorrowful expression. Morong Hingyu's face was full of suspicion, and he stared at Li Yunxiao, and said, My uncle was indeed talented, and was the family's #1 genius. But in the Sky Martial continent, there aren't many people who know his name, and my uncle himself is like a meteor that flashes by, so not many people remember him now. Who are you? Li Yunxiao said, I'm a friend, not an enemy. With that, he did not care about Morong Hingyu's shocked expression, took a big step, and disappeared at the corner of the street. Morong Hingyu stared blankly for a while, then slowly collected his thoughts, and carefully pondered over Li Yunxiao's words. Li Yunxiao walked alone on the street, people came and went in an endless stream, and circles of water rippled under his feet, but his heart was incomparably melancholy. Although Morong Hingyu was older than him, in front of him, he was a junior, and his talent was extremely good, even not below Morong Zhu. His heart was somewhat comforted. A green light flashed in his hand, and a jade token appeared. It was what Ning Qiue had left behind. Li Yunxiao stared at the jade token, the coldness in his eyes was terrifying. Now that Ning Qiue and Tianxi were together, they were in an extremely dangerous situation, but he did not have the strength to fight Tianxi at all. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a Long family warrior dressed in red clothes and wielding a blade. The man's face was ice cold as he shouted, Li Feiyang, Lord Strange Ghost invites you to go outside the city to settle a personal grudge. Li Yunxiao kept the jade pendant and said slowly, Why should I go? the man seemed to have expected it. He sneered and said mockingly, "Weren't you very stubborn just now? Why are you a coward now?" Li Yunxiao looked at him lazily and said, "A coward is a coward. You." The man immediately felt a lump in his chest, as if he had punched out and directly hit cotton, causing him to be unable to exert any strength and feel uncomfortable all over. "Are you going or not?" "Nope." "Do you want to hide in Seawood Town for the rest of your life?" "It depends. Maybe it's true." The man was completely speechless. He had thought of all kinds of situations before, but he did not expect it to be like this. He said angrily, "If you have the ability, hide in Seawood Town and don't leave for the rest of your life." Li Yunxiao laughed, "If your master has the ability, then hide outside the city and wait for me for the rest of his life." Trash, trash. The man was extremely angry and cursed a few times. Knowing that it was useless to provoke him, he stomped his feet and left. Li Yunxiao watched the man leave and could not help but chuckle. He could basically see through strange ghost strength, and he could take care of him in a few moves. On the other hand, Feienai gave him an unfathomable feeling, and that feeling, he was not unfamiliar with it. Heavenly Phoenix blood vein? Interesting. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and disappeared from the street. In a corner of Seawood Town, there was a long cordon. No one was allowed to approach within 100 feet of it. Only 2 teams of warriors were on guard throughout the night. Suddenly, a figure flashed by and a middle-aged man appeared. The expressions of the 2 teams of martial artists turned solemn. The middle-aged man glanced around and said, "Keep your eyes peeled. The higher-ups have just informed us to enter the highest state of alert during this period of time. Not even a fly can be let in." Highest alert state? But what happened? One of the martial artists said with a surprised look on his face. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said, "Don't ask. I don't know the specifics either. In short, it won't be anything good. Tomorrow, the higher-ups will send another team to double the security perimeter to ensure the absolute safety of the passageway." Everyone was shocked. Doubling the number of people and narrowing the perimeter meant that the defense had increased by 4 times. Hee, if it's all trash like you, no matter how many people we send, it'll be useless." A cold voice rang out, and it was filled with extreme contempt and ridicule. The middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. With a shake of his hand, a sharp blade suddenly appeared, emitting 3 different colors of light. Without turning his head, he slashed behind him, like a peacock spreading its tail. A black shadow rushed over, laughed strangely, and flew directly into the 3-colored blade light. Bang! Poochie! The sound of weapons clashing rang out, and the middle-aged man's head flew up. His face was full of shock and despair. Blood gushed out from the headless neck like a fountain, hissing in the wind. It was extremely miserable. "Ah! Commander!" The martial artists on both sides were filled with grief and indignation. In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard, and figures rushed forward to kill. "Haha, the anger of the weak has no power. Go cry in hell." The black shadow laughed wildly, and instantly split into several afterimages to kill the crowd. A series of slashing sounds rang out, and in a few breaths, the 2 teams of people were all cut into pieces, and blood splattered across the sky. The entire area within the cordon became miserable and deathly silent. "Third brother, this is not our North Sea. It's better to restrain yourself." A faint voice came from the sky. There was no emotion, and it did not sound like a human. "Humph. A bunch of scum, so what if I kill them? Do they dare to say the word no?" The black shadow turned into a human figure, and his whole body was covered in a black robe. His face was pale and cold, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Don't underestimate humans. I recently heard that the East Sea royal family's lair was destroyed by a human. Not only did they lose all their treasures, but even their deep-sea mineral veins were also dug up." "Haha. Second brother, you're praised as a wise man, and you actually believe this kind of brainless rumor?" The black-robed man said sarcastically, "Robbing the East Sea's treasures and digging up the deep-sea mineral veins, even a god-state powerhouse can't do that, right? Moreover, if this is true, it can only mean that the group of earthworms in the East Sea has completely fallen. Is that so?" Then how did ninth brother die? Shut up. Don't mention this person in front of me. The black-robed man's pale face became even colder, and he said sternly, fortunately, he died early, otherwise, I will completely send him to hell, never to reincarnate. The voice leisurely said, after all, ninth brother is father's son, of the same bloodline as you and me. Since he died, we still have to be sad. The black-robed man laughed madly, haha, indeed, we should be sad. His face suddenly twisted, and he said fiercely, I'm so sad that I can't kill him with my own hands. Which bastard killed him? I'll definitely tear that bastard's body into 10,000 pieces. The voice said, I heard that the human is called Xianxia, the same person who dug up the East Sea mineral veins. Xianxia? A murderous look flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he said coldly, this person is already on my kill list. As for digging up the East Sea mineral veins, it's simply nonsense. If this matter is true, it will be the greatest humiliation of the sea race in billions of years. How will Xianxia still have the face to lead the East Sea? The voice sighed, and said, when I first heard it, I also thought it was a rumor, but now it's spreading like wildfire in the four seas. Moreover, Lord Xian has not shown himself for a long time, and it has been Madame Xing handling the political affairs. When the Four Seas meeting starts, everything will naturally be known. The black-robed man said coldly, isn't there news that that person will also come? We'll know when we ask him. The voice said, yes, such a Ewood divine item has appeared, he naturally won't let it go. Perhaps he is our greatest enemy this time. The black-robed man's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, then don't talk nonsense. Get it before everyone else, and leave the mess for them to clean up. Even if they find out that we did it, do these trash have the guts to come to North Sea to steal it? After the black-robed man finished speaking, he immediately turned into a black ray, and charged into the realm line. This area was abnormally quiet, clearly no one had set foot in here for a long time. After a few flashes, Black Glow turned back into its human form and stopped again, looking ahead with a cold expression. Just a few dozen meters ahead, there was a row of martial artists sitting quietly in the air. Every one of them had a serene expression, and they were in a meditative state. Within a radius of 300 meters, it was silent, and the atmosphere was very solemn. There were 9 martial artists, and their auras were all restrained. There was not a trace of origin energy ripple, and they were like statues. The black-robed man stared at the 9 people, and his knuckles cracked as he said coldly, make way, or die. The 9 people's positions were very strange. They were not simply in a row, and the distance between every 2 people was very meticulous, as if there was some kind of rule. The person in front slowly opened his eyes, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He shouted, what a dense killing intent. You killed all the guards in front? The black-robed man laughed loudly, and said, ha ha ha, what's the use of keeping those trash? The 9 of you are still acceptable. If you know what's good for you, you can live. That person's eyes burst with anger, but he still suppressed the emotions in his heart, and slowly closed his eyes, not caring about anything. Seeking death. The black-robed man shouted angrily, and with a wave of his hand, more than 10 black streaks slashed through the air. Pong, 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 a power suddenly appeared in front of the 9 people, and it flickered like a mirror. It directly blocked all the black streaks, and they were unable to harm the 9 people. The black-robed man raised his eyebrows, and with a sneer, he took a step forward. A black aura surged from his arm, and it directly turned into a huge black dragon claw, which fiercely clawed at the void, boom. There was a tremor above, and the dragon claw seemed to lift up the space. Like a curtain, it was like it was being torn apart. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, and his left hand formed a seal as he spat out cryptic dragon language. An unstable spatial vortex instantly appeared in the dragon claw, and it grew larger and larger. Under the power of this spatial vortex, the 9 people not far away also began to distort their bodies. The leader's expression darkened, and he formed a seal with his hand as he shouted, activate the array. A golden light rushed out from his body, and a strange pattern floated on his hands as he formed a seal, and he flew into the sky. The other 8 people opened their eyes at the same time, and their clones formed a seal with both hands, and their positions were also changing according to a certain direction. Golden array symbols bloomed from the 9 people's hands, and they turned into a misty golden light that gathered in the sky, instantly forming a huge golden barrier. The sun was like a wheel, and it rotated around the 9 people. The originally wrinkled space immediately returned to normal, and the 9 people's expressions did not change. Golden light shone on each of their faces, and they each formed a seal and sat down. The black-robed man's expression darkened, and he shouted, "It's useless." The dragon claw suddenly clenched, and the space suddenly tightened. An unparalleled power that could collapse the heavens and crack the earth instantly retreated, and it crushed towards the golden barrier. Boom! The space trembled under this huge force, and it directly crashed into the golden barrier. It was like a chariot was constantly bombarding and crushing, and the surface of the golden barrier also shook violently, but it could not break through. Humph, damn it! The black-robed man's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with anger. He turned into a black streak of light and rushed forward. The leader of the 9 people narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Open!" He changed his hand seal, and the 8 people behind him changed their hand seals and positions at the same time. The golden energy shield suddenly expanded, covering an area of tens of feet. The man in the black robe was caught off guard and was directly covered by the energy shield. His expression changed drastically. The 9 figures immediately rushed toward him, and each of them stepped on a different position in the space. There was some kind of hidden battle formation, covering the sky and covering the earth. The man in the black robe roared angrily. His black robe suddenly burst open, and a vast dragon might came out of his body. Boom! The entire golden energy shield shook, and the dragon might directly turned into a black dragon, coiling around the man's body, looking at him coldly. At the same time, the man clenched his hands in front of him, and a dragon roar rose from Xianxia. All kinds of strange runes flew out of his body, directly condensing into 9 pitch-black talisman balls in front of him, shooting toward the 9 people. North Sea royal family? The 9 people were all shocked, and continuously changed their positions in the air to avoid the black talisman balls. Humph, dragon trapping extreme whirlpool. The man put his hands together, and the shadow of the dragon coiled around him, spitting out a dragon roar, shaking the golden energy shield. The 9 talisman balls spun rapidly under the dragon roar, disintegrating one by one, and finally condensing into a huge black whirlpool. This black whirlpool was only the size of a millstone at first, but as the man continuously changed his hand seals, it instantly expanded by 4 or 5 times, filling the entire golden energy shield. The entire space was under the tearing force of this whirlpool, and the energy shield also shrank, as if the air was gradually being sucked out. A large amount of golden light shot down from the energy shield, sucked into the whirlpool, and shattered. Not good. The 9 people were shocked, and the leader shouted, "Third soldier style." Everyone's expression became serious, and they all formed hand seals and struck at the void space. The power of the golden energy shield suddenly strengthened, and under the flash of golden light, condensed into a 10 feet tall giant foot. The moment that giant golden foot appeared, the spirit chi within a 10 feet radius was instantly sucked out, and countless runes surged out of the foot, dancing in the air. Boom! The giant foot shook a bit, and suddenly stomped down. The entire space instantly exploded from the pressure, and an ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. In an instant, it ignited into flames, burning in all directions. The golden foot stepped directly into the black vortex, stirring up boundless black gas. The entire whirlpool trembled like a sieve, collapsing and spreading. The man's expression changed abruptly, and the seal in front of him turned into a fist. The hibernating black dragon suddenly raised its head, and its eyes flickered with an ominous glint. Tyrant Dragon Fist. The black fist light streaked across the sky like a meteor. Under the power of the fist, a black dragon roared, constantly compressing the barrier's power, trying to break open all the restrictive spells. The expression of the leader of the 9 people didn't change. He just made a hand seal and shouted, "The 7th trick." Suddenly, the 9 of them changed their movement techniques and lined up in a straight line. Countless golden runes suddenly appeared in the air, instantly condensing into the shape of a sword, and swiftly slashed out. Boom! The sword pierced through the fist projection in an instant, and the entire black dragon began to crumble as it screamed in agony. Wave after wave of chi spread out in all directions, shaking the barrier and bouncing back, sending out countless ripples. Everyone's body became dazed. The man's eyes revealed a look of horror. The sword projection directly smashed through all his defenses, and with the momentum of a mountain, it blasted towards his body. A gray armor broke out of his body, and countless tiny runes appeared on it. Like heavy rain falling on a calm lake, countless ripples spread out, and condensed in front of the man, forcibly resisting the sword projection. Bang, 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 bang. The runes on the armor were annihilated, and eventually all the light disappeared. Countless cracks appeared on the entire body of the armor, and with a bang, it exploded. The sword projection also reached its limit, and collapsed, turning into specks of golden light and dissipating. All of them floated into the sky, and were absorbed by the barrier. The second trick. A cold shout came, and the 9 people changed their movement techniques again, disappearing into thin air. The next moment, they appeared around the man, formed different seals, and struck forward. 9 different forms of golden light appeared, and instantly joined together, turning into a golden cauldron, directly trapping the man inside. Countless golden runes rotated on the cauldron, and there were hundreds and thousands of tiny runes connected, forming a formation within a formation. A ball of golden light flashed and turned into a dazzling giant rune. It directly appeared on the body of the cauldron, and with a boom, it suddenly pressed down with the momentum of a mountain, causing the golden cauldron to tremble. A suffocating pressure instantly descended, and the man from the northern sea was trapped in the golden cauldron. His face suddenly turned pale, and he revealed a look of shock. "You want to kill me? Dream on." He roared again, and scales constantly turned over on his skin. Layers of black dragon chi surged out, turning into vortexes that rushed in all directions, wanting to break the golden cauldron's seal. The huge golden runes suddenly flashed, spun in the air, and slammed into the boundless dragon chi, dispersing it with a rumble. The man's mind was shaken, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes flashed with resentment and panic. Only then did the expressions of the 9 people outside the golden cauldron relax, and they became peaceful. Each of them formed a seal, sat cross-legged in the air, and closed their eyes to cultivate. From time to time, they would form seals to maintain the golden cauldron's circulation. They were actually trying to refine him alive. The giant golden rune slowly rotated, suppressing all the dragon chi around the man. A large number of runes and golden light surged out from the light cauldron, intertwining in the air and constantly rushing towards the man from the northern sea, wantonly destroying his body. The black dragon scales exploded one by one. Looking from afar, there was only a patch of golden light in the sky, and a few figures were faintly discernible inside. Due to the power of the boundary, no sound could be heard, and it was still quiet and peaceful outside. Suddenly, a large amount of pink appeared in the sky, like fairies scattering flowers in the clouds, and fell with the wind. The pink was actually a speck of dust. It looked like pollen, but also like dust. They floated down and fell directly into the boundary. The 9 experts trembled, and they all opened their eyes in horror. The leader exclaimed, "Not good. There's still an enemy hiding in the dark." Another person said in horror, "The reverse 9 palaces reversal formation can block all attacks and objects. What's going on with this pollen? It can actually pass through without any obstruction." The 9 people were all shocked. The amount of pollen was increasing, and it floated down. Although they hadn't discovered anything strange, it gave the 9 people a bad feeling. The leader said in a low voice, "You guys continue refining. I'll deal with the person outside." He changed the seal in his hand, and his whole body turned in the formation. He directly appeared in the sky 100 feet above. His eyes suddenly opened, and a green circle appeared in his eyes. He looked toward the sky. "You overestimate yourself." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. That person was shocked, and he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The danger of death immediately enveloped him. He suddenly put his palms together and shouted. Suddenly, golden light flashed on his body, and it was as bright as the sunset. The 8 people in the boundary below changed the seal, and a large number of runes surged out of the golden boundary. They gathered into a sword, and whistled up to slash. "Everything is under this king's observation. It's just SOSO." A cold voice sounded, and then the temperature plummeted. A transparent skull appeared in the air. It was the skull of a dragon. Its eyes were filled with ice crystals, and it opened its mouth to spit out a dragon's breath. The dragon's breath was like Jiotian water falling into the world. It turned into a water dragon, and it roared as it rushed down. Above the waves, the dragon's body coiled in the air, and like a giant silver lock, it directly trapped the huge sword in the air. What? The 8 people below were shocked, and they revealed looks of horror. The leader in the sky had a moment of relief, and he hurriedly turned around and struck out a golden seal, slapping it on the dragon's skull. Bang! Under the strong wind, the blue ice crystals in the deep eye sockets of the dragon's skull jumped, and the entire skull trembled under the power of the golden seal. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the void and gently placed it on the dragon's skull. It seemed so abrupt, but it was also very natural. It gave people a feeling that it shouldn't be, but it should be. The hand was old and powerful, and the fingers were slender and white, without a trace of blood. Under the comfort of this hand, the dragon's skull suddenly quieted down, and the blue ice crystals also became stable. The hand raised its index finger and lightly touched the dragon's skull. The 2 ice crystals on the transparent dragon's skull suddenly jumped, and as if they suddenly came to life, they shot out 2 sharp lights. The pupils of the leader suddenly shrank, and a feeling of extreme danger welled up in his heart. He suddenly shouted, "First defensive style." The expressions of the 8 people below changed, and they suddenly formed hand seals to change their positions. The barrier suddenly opened, and countless golden runes flew up into the sky. It was like a huge mushroom was constantly growing, and it was like an umbrella. When the finger touched the dragon's skull, the ice crystals in its eye sockets tumbled like seawater. The entire skull was placed in the waves, and under the hand's grasp, it was like an ocean. Water skill, moon dance steps. An extremely powerful water element power burst out from the dragon's skull, as if all the water of the North Sea had been sucked out, and the world was instantly immersed in the ocean. The leader immediately felt an unparalleled power, and he was not facing an ordinary pool of water, but an ocean. Bang! The golden seal under his palm was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the leader of the 9, he occupied an extremely important position in the formation. With the loss of control, the light of the entire formation immediately dimmed. The ocean fell, and finally smashed into the constantly expanding barrier. Bang! The barrier's power immediately blocked the North Sea water, but the ocean was endless, and after a few breaths, it finally exploded. Rumble! The entire sky fell into chaos, and water poured down. Any power in front of this ocean seemed extremely small and helpless. The leader of the 9 couldn't care less about his injuries. He returned to his position in a flash and shouted, "Defend! We can definitely block it." The 9 joined hands again and attacked together. A large number of runes floated out of their bodies and formed hand seals in the air, forming a mirror of light that hung in the air. Boom! The water directly hit the mirror of light, causing it to tremble violently. Space trembled like a sieve, and the 9 people's bodies trembled incessantly, as if they were about to shatter. Hee, it's useless. You're already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was the man inside the golden cauldron. He was looking at the 9 people with an evil smile. The hearts of the 9 people went cold. A bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Everyone looked at the ground out of the corner of their eyes. The pink dust from before had formed a layer on the ground, like fallen flowers after autumn, spreading all over the ground. The man grinned and said, "This thing is not pollen. There is a mysterious phenomenon above the 4 seas called pink crystal dust. This thing is refined from the crystal dust and has an extremely strong spatial ability. That's why it can penetrate your formation and fall." Pink crystal dust? The 9 people trembled. They lived in Seaside City all year round, so they naturally knew about this thing. The man laughed and said, "After my second brother refined this thing, not only can it penetrate all formations, but it also has an extremely powerful spatial explosion ability." As soon as his voice fell, the pink crystal dust on the ground seemed to be blown by the wind and was swept up. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion, and the ground instantly collapsed. The golden barrier was blasted open, and the mirror of light in the sky collapsed and shattered. The boundless power of the explosion surged in all directions and directly engulfed the 9 people. The 9 people were completely focused on forming hand seals to resist the monstrous flood. How could they withstand this kind of bombardment? They were instantly blasted to pieces. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The man's laughter came from within the violent energy. The flood in the sky instantly condensed and slowly dissipated. The entire land was a barren wasteland, and all traces of it were washed away by the seawater. The seawater slowly flowed downwards and converged into the sea. The man freed himself from the golden cauldron. Apart from a maniacal smile, there was also an angry expression on his face. He said coldly, "Second brother, your attack was too timely. It happened just as I was about to enter the gates of hell." Clearly, he was blaming the other party for acting too late. In the sky, the hand holding the transparent dragon skull retracted. Then, with a shake, a man in white appeared. The white-clothed man's face was cold and expressionless, as if he did not have any emotions. Although the attacks of those 9 people aren't strong, their defense is flawless. I need to see it clearly and have absolute confidence before I make my move. Only then can I hit the target. By the time you see it clearly, I'll already be dead. These 2 were the crown princes of North Sea, Ruenzong and Runwu, who were ranked 2nd and 3rd. Runwu said coldly, "If you didn't see it clearly, you wouldn't have made a move even if I died, right?" Ruenzong's expression remained unchanged as he said, "If your life is at stake, I'll take action by force. But if the situation isn't right, I'll leave with 1 strike." Runwu's face twitched and he snorted heavily. It was unknown whether he was angry or speechless. He changed the topic and said, "Now that all the obstacles have been swept away, let's quickly enter Lei Lin and find the peerless wood." Ruenzong nodded and put his hands behind his back. A large amount of pink crystal dust gushed out from his body and floated in the air. He closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, he opened his eyes and countless pink crystals flew back into his body. He took a few steps in the air. A golden light bloomed from his hand, crackling and flashing like lightning, and he threw it forward. Crackle! Crackle! The golden lightning ball spun in the air and then pulled out streaks of electric arcs that spread like a curtain of light. A green spell formation that was about 30 meters wide appeared in front of the 2. "Is this the entrance?" "You hit it well." Runwu's eyes flashed with excitement as he licked his lips. Ruenzong looked at the green spell formation for a while and said, "This spell formation isn't simple." Runwu snorted in disdain, "You have that pink crystal dust. You can just seep it in and blow up the spell formation." Ruenzong said, "That's not what I'm concerned about. Before we came, we did some research on the Divine Wood family. Among the human factions, they can at most be considered second-rate. However, from the 9 of them joining forces, they were actually able to injure you and force me to use the pink crystal dust and moon's dance. If it's only a second-rate faction, then what kind of existence are the first-rate human factions, or even the 7 super factions, as well as the sacred domain that surpasses the 7 super factions?" Runwu's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice, "It's impossible for it to be a second-rate faction. There must be a mistake in the intelligence. Those scum that provided intelligence actually dared to defile their duty. I'll skin them alive when I get back." Ruenzong said, "What you see might not be true, and what you hear might not be false. You have to observe more." Runwu said impatiently, "What's there to observe at a time like this? Hurry up and blow up the spell formation." Ruenzong didn't say a word. Instead, he raised his hand and grabbed a transparent dragon skull in his hand. A faint pink glow appeared in the eye sockets, growing brighter and brighter. The dragon skull suddenly spewed out a pink mist from its mouth. It was the pink crystal dust, and it revolved around the skull. Runwu stared at the dragon skull, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He was filled with envy. The pink crystal dust danced around the dragon skull, and the entire sky suddenly became gorgeous. It was like countless falling flowers, and there was a desolate beauty to it. Suddenly, the dragon skull in Ruenzong's hand trembled, and he clenched his fist. The skull emitted a layer of light, and it instantly condensed into a pink dragon shadow that roared behind him. Runwu's expression changed as he exclaimed, "What's going on?" "Roar." The pink dragon's shadow slammed into a space, and with a boom, it seemed to have encountered a huge resistance. It was as though it had slammed into a wall, and its body trembled, nearly collapsing on the spot. The space shook violently, and vertical cracks appeared as it was pushed back. A silhouette slowly appeared. "Who is it?" Runwa's expression sank, and he shouted furiously. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. "I wanted to ask who you two are," the figure said slowly. The figure said slowly. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at the pink dragon's shadow. His expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, "Pink crystal dust?" His voice was full of shock and disbelief. Ruinzong's expression also changed. His indifferent face seemed to turn cold, and he pointed at the sky. The pink dragon's shadow instantly flew back, and directly hovered above him. It raised its head and stared at the person in front of it. Ruinzong said, "How do you know that this is pink crystal dust?" "I have refined it. If you don't have a deep understanding of it, you won't be able to tell at a glance." After a brief moment of shock, the man suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Your so-called refinement is to smash the crystalline state into powder, right? Apart from the shape, I can't see any difference between this powder and crystal dust." Ruinzong said, "That only means that you have a deep understanding of pink crystal dust." That person nodded, more or less. "I have studied it for a while." Runwa frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Why are you wasting time with him? We don't know where he came from, just kill him." Ruinzong's eyes flashed, and he said, "This person is not simple. He is definitely not a 7-star martial saint." The person who suddenly appeared was Li Yunxiao. He originally wanted to sneak into Leilin to investigate, but he didn't expect to meet the 2 crown princes of the North Sea. Li Yunxiao sneered, "I don't know where I came from? The 2 of you are the ones who don't know where you came from." The corpses of the martial artists in front. His gaze swept around, and he said, "Also, there was a fierce battle here just now, and the smell of the expert's blood hasn't dried yet." "Did you two do it?" Runwa said coldly, "So what if I did?" His expression was extremely gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Li Yunxiao put his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "It's nothing. I was just asking." "Ask your sister." Runwa shouted angrily, "Go and die." His figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. A black light shot directly towards Li Yunxiao, and at the same time a thunderous sound flashed in the sky. A pitch-black dragon suddenly appeared, and it opened its claws and rushed down. "Black dragon!" Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank. "You are the crown princes of the North Sea?" He stretched out his hands, and a strong wind spun on his right hand, and a cluster of flames appeared on his left hand. The 2 elemental forces merged in front of him, and a bang sounded. The fire spread with the help of the wind, and it formed a great wind fire wheel that was more than 10 feet wide, and it kept spinning. Li Yunxiao's face became hazy under the flickering flames. His left hand drew a circle in the air, and he formed a hand seal in front of him, while his right hand slapped forward. The great wind fire wheel immediately whistled out, and it rolled towards the black dragon. In the next moment, he immediately retracted his right hand, and formed a hand seal in front of him. Instead, he put 2 fingers on his left hand together, and formed a sword stance, and pointed in the air. Chi! A cold sword aura shot out, and the sky was instantly split open. With a bang, it slashed on something. Runwa's figure suddenly appeared, and he looked at the 5-fingered dragon claw in his hand with a shocked expression. There was a clear sword mark on it. At this moment, the black dragon that fell from the sky didn't even have time to show its might before it was sucked into the great wind fire wheel, and it completely lost control. Not only was the light on its body disintegrated by the 2 elemental forces, but the entire great wind fire wheel also spun towards the sky, and it became smaller and smaller as it flew towards Jiutian. The 2 from the North Sea were stunned. They looked up at the flying great wind fire wheel and the black dragon, and they were both stunned. Runwa's expression gradually became serious. "That cluster of flames just now, where did it come from? And where did the divine wind come from?" Li Yunxiao didn't answer the question, and he said, "I know, you are from the North Sea's royal family. I didn't expect that the ones who coveted the spirit thunder fruit were from the royal family." Sneaking into my clan's territory, and doing such a dirty thing, do you have any shame? Runwoo immediately shouted angrily, bastard. This Seawood Island belongs to North Sea. You shameless humans dare to forcefully occupy it. Li Yunxiao said, looks like you are going to deny it to the very end. It's no wonder. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept admitting to being a thief, not to mention you see royalty. Making irresponsible remarks and slandering us is a capital offense. Runwoo was enraged again. His figure disappeared from where he was and appeared above Li Yunxiao in the next moment. He opened his claws and clawed down. After that exchange just now, he didn't dare to be careless. His entire body had already transformed into a dragon. Black gas shot out from his 5 claws and formed a small net in his palm. With a sound, the net expanded to several meters in size. Rays of black light intertwined in the air and flashed with array light as it pressed down. Li Yunxiao said in surprise, I'm not from North Sea, and I'm not under your rule. What right do you have to convict me? He said unhurriedly. His figure flashed in the air and retreated several meters. His right hand reached into the void and grabbed the heavenly light sword case, holding it horizontally in front of him. His left hand made several hand seals and struck them into the case. Every time he did so, there was a flash of golden light. Streaks of silver light flashed on the sword case, and countless patterns appeared. Go! Li Yunxiao shouted and pointed at the sword case with his left hand. Instantly, 9 rays of cold light shot out and lined up in front of him. They fanned out and flew up. The 9 northern sky cold star swords pierced through the black net and slashed at Runwoo. Runwoo's eyes widened. He quickly turned around and clawed at the 9 swords. Bam! 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 His black claws were incomparably sturdy as he forcefully resisted the iron swords. One strike after another blasted away all 9 swords, causing sparks to fly. At the same time, the black dragon power erupted from his body like a volcano eruption. It formed a black cloud and flew out, trying to suppress the 9 swords. Li Yunxiao let out a soft cry as his hand seals changed in the air. Jiutian seizing the moon. The northern sky-chilling star sword drew a few streaks of cold light in the air. With a clanging sound, it split apart and formed a sword diagram in the sky. It was 100 feet wide and slashed down in unison. Chi chi chi. Every cold sword pierced straight into the dark clouds. Tiny silver vortexes appeared around the swords and dispersed the dragon chi. The 9 swords were arranged according to a set pattern, hovering around Runwoo. The formation also pressed down from the sky, trapping Runwoo within it. At the same time, boundless sword chi spread out, converging into a golden sword talisman, which spun and slashed down. Runwoo was shocked. The power emitted by the 9 swords were actually rank 9 existences. Furthermore, the power of the sword diagram had completely suppressed his dragon force. He could not move his body and could only watch as the sword talisman fell. Second brother! Runwoo screamed in horror. Blue veins popped up on his face, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. Ruinzong's pupils shrank, and he could no longer sit still. His figure flashed, and he rushed over. Li Yunxiao was already on guard. He sneered, and a cold light flashed between his eyebrows. The King Kong from the gourd rushed out and roared with a King Kong fist. A tiny ice fiend heart flame flickered on the tip of the fist. With an extremely horrifying aura, it blasted out along with the fist wind. Bang! Ruinzong suddenly took a deep breath. Although he did not recognize the flame, he could sense the danger. He suddenly formed a hand seal with his right hand and turned it into a palm. Pink crystal dust floated around the dragon palm, making it look like a dream. Crackle! Crackle! The pink crystal dust let out an extremely faint sound, and condensed together, instantly wrapping around the dragon's palm, forming a transparent pink crystal. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he had an inexplicable feeling of unease. However, the fist of the King Kong from the gourd had already arrived. The fist wind carried the ice fiend heart flame and struck the pink crystal dust, producing a sound of glass shattering. Bang, bang, bang. The pink crystal dust exploded under the fist of the King Kong from the gourd, and a pink cloud sprayed out and dispersed. Li Yunxiao's heart beat wildly, and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no!" He teleported, and a surge of mental strength spread out from between his eyebrows, radiating toward the King Kong from the gourd. He wanted to teleport it away. However, it was too late. The cloud of pink crystal dust immediately engulfed the King Kong from the gourd, and it disappeared on the spot. Li Yunxiao's countenance changed, and he was extremely furious. The pink cloud had the same function as the pink crystal dust on the sea, and it could teleport people aimlessly. Apparently, the King Kong from the gourd had been sent away. Bang! 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 Since Li Yunxiao's mind was distracted, the nine-sword sword diagram not far away lost his control, and Ruinzong seized the opportunity to forcefully break it in dragon form. Roar! A black dragon rushed out of the sword diagram, and it looked down from the sky. There seemed to be a hint of mockery in its eyes, and it directly landed behind Ruinzong before transforming into a human form. The 9 northern sky-cold star swords were all sent flying, and they stabbed into the ground far away. The swords were trembling incessantly. Li Yunxiao couldn't care less about this, and his countenance became extremely unsightly. He stared at Ruinzong and said coldly, "Where is my puppet?" Ruinzong's countenance didn't change, and he said quietly, "Since you understand the pink crystal dust, you should know its function. The teleportation is random, and it has no destination. How can I know where it went?" Li Yunxiao also knew about this situation, but he only questioned him with a glimmer of hope. The King Kong from the gourd was a half-beast half-weapon, and it was also something that he had refined. As long as it was nearby, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, he couldn't sense it at all, and it was obvious that it had been teleported to an unknown place. Li Yunxiao's countenance was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flickered with a sharp killing intent. He said coldly, "If that's the case, then the two of you can stay on this island forever." Under his extreme anger, the 9 northern sky-cold star swords in the distance immediately sensed it, and they all flew up, forming a row in the air, and flew down. Several sword rays flew out from the heaven light sword case in his hand again, and they also lined up and shot down one after another. Ruinzong's countenance changed drastically. He was trapped in the 9 swords just now, and naturally understood the power of this sword formation. Moreover, more than 20 swords had flown out at once, which made him even more frightened. However, when he saw his elder brother beside him, he immediately calmed down, and said with a cold smile, "Since you know that my second brother has mastered the pink crystal dust, you are already in an invincible position, and can teleport anything. What right do you have to keep us here?" Li Yunxiao's countenance was gloomy, and he shouted, "What a joke! Do you think you are invincible just because you have mastered some spatial abilities? Besides, the pink crystal dust is just a tool of his, how can you talk about mastering it?" Li Yunxiao quickly made hand signs with both hands, and the 24 northern sky-cold star swords formed a formation in the air, shooting out tens of thousands of silver sword chi, which densely intertwined in the air, forming a terrifying sword net that fell down. After taking away his gourd, little King Kong, he was determined to kill the two of them. In fact, Ruinzong was also wronged. If it weren't for the terrifying ice fiend Heartflame, he wouldn't have revealed his trump card so quickly. To put it bluntly, he also didn't want to. The intertwining sword net with dazzling silver light was directly sliced into pieces wherever it passed, leaving nothing behind. The 2 crown princes' countenances changed drastically, and an extremely terrifying aura of death surged in their hearts. Ruinzong grabbed the transparent dragon skull and shouted sternly, "Pink boundary." A large amount of pink crystal dust suddenly sprayed out of the dragon skull's eye sockets, forming a vortex that spread out in the surroundings. As it spun, the countless crystal dust seemed to be instantly frozen, condensing into a transparent pink crystal wall. Chi, 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 chi. The countless sword nets fell and instantly covered the crystal wall. Streaks of horrifying sword chi shot into the crystal wall and disappeared without a trace. Looking carefully, there was a thin hazy light on the outer layer of the pink crystal wall, and all the sword chi that shot into it was directly teleported away. It couldn't damage the crystal wall at all. "Ha ha ha, what did this king say just now?" Ruinzong Wu laughed maniacally, and his face was hideous. He almost lost his life in the hands of Li Yunxiao, and now that he saw that Li Yunxiao couldn't do anything about it, he was extremely happy. Swish, suddenly, a silver sword light pierced through the space and directly shot in. Chi, Ruinzong Wu was careless, and the sword light flew past his face, leaving a shallow wound. The two crown princes from North Sea were shocked, and they revealed extremely shocked and incredulous expressions. They were very clear about how powerful the spatial boundary formed by the pink crystal dust was. Unless one had the power to break through the boundary, it was impossible to break through. Accident. Accident. This is definitely an accident. Ruizong Wu's eyes flashed with extreme fear, and he said in a panic, the pink crystal wall teleported all the sword chi. It is normal for one or two to teleport in. Ruizong's face was gloomy, and his eyelids kept twitching. Although this explanation was reasonable, he still felt very nervous. Swish, swish, just as he finished speaking, two more swords came in, and the space inside the crystal wall was cut open with black cracks. Runwa swallowed with difficulty. Just when he was about to say that it was an accident, another three sword lights shot past him with a so-so-so sound. Ruizong's eyes were filled with shock. He knew better than anyone else the power of his skill. For sword chi to break through the wall one after another, it was not something that could be explained by probability. The only explanation was that his opponent's sword formation had the power to break through the boundary. The reason why only a few swords went in was because the power of the sword formation had not been unleashed yet. Otherwise, his pink Bysema would have been completely destroyed. Ruizong Wu completely shut his mouth. Other than fear, there was only paleness on his face. Although the scattered sword chi had no effect on them, Xianxia's strength had deeply shocked them. The two of them looked at each other, and they revealed looks of shock and suspicion. The Divine Wood family was known as a second-rate faction of the human race, and the joint formation that they revealed was perfect. If not for Ruizong's secret help, they would not have been able to break it. Furthermore, this random youth who had appeared out of nowhere had completely suppressed them with a single move. Could it be that the human race's strength had reached such a terrifying level that they could leave the marine race in the dust? Ruizong immediately got rid of this negative emotion and thought to himself, that's impossible. When His Majesty the Sea Emperor ruled the four seas and the army forced the sanctuary, the other party didn't even dare to fart. If the human race is really so strong, how can the Sea Clan live peacefully in the four seas? There must be something wrong. After understanding this, Ruizong immediately calmed down. Although there were sword lights breaking through the wall from time to time, it was of no use at all. Li Yunxiao also saw this. His face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Do you really think I can't break this crystal wall?" He turned the sword case in his hand, and silver light flowed on it. Suddenly, the sword chi all over the sky dispersed, and the 24 northern sky-cold star swords all flew back. Then the sword case turned again in his hand and disappeared. Li Yunxiao made a sign with both hands, and the pupils in his eyes turned into blood moons, and a strange mark appeared. His pupils suddenly focused, and everything he saw turned into nothingness. Ruizong's heart suddenly trembled, and a very bad feeling welled up in his heart. Although he didn't understand why, and he didn't believe that the other party had the ability to break his pink crystal wall, he felt that a disaster was imminent. Suddenly, a fierce voice came and shouted, "Who is it? How dare you kill the people of my sect? You deserve to die." That stern shout was like a sword light, reverberating in the sky and arriving in the blink of an eye. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled, and he showed a look of surprise. His pupils suddenly shrank, but it was only a moment of hesitation, and then he put away Tsutsumi, looked coldly at the two crown princes of the North Sea, and his figure directly disappeared in the sky. Ruizong and Runwa suddenly felt relieved, and the fear of impending disaster suddenly disappeared. Both of their faces turned pale, and there was a look of lingering fear. At this time, the sky shook, and the person who shouted directly appeared in the sky. He was dressed in a grey robe, and his expression was stern. His eyes flashed like sword lights, and he stared down fiercely, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. Under this gaze, the two crown princes trembled, as if everything inside and outside had been seen through by the other party. Both of their faces turned green, and their moods fell to the bottom. They even forgot about their shock and fear. How could any random person be in existence that they could only look up to? The man scanned the surroundings and frowned slightly. Then, he said in a cold voice, "Did you kill the 9 people from before?" Both of them remained silent. If they answered truthfully, the next moment, a killer move would be unleashed, so they might as well keep their mouths shut and feign ignorance. Humph, since you don't want to answer, then there's no value in living. Die. A murderous look flashed across the man's face. With a point of his finger, an invisible sword flew out from the sky and slashed down. Bang! Both of them were shocked. Rage burst out of Ruinzong's eyes. The pride of a king made him feel extremely ashamed and resentful. He suddenly grasped the skull, and the pink barrier condensed again. Bang! The invisible sword directly slashed at the pink crystal wall, causing a white sword light to vibrate. The sword was not teleported away, but it was blocked. Huh? The man in the sky looked surprised. He raised his eyebrows slightly as if he found it unbelievable. What is this thing? How can it withstand my sword? Ruinzong felt depressed. The words seemed to be sarcastic, which stimulated his dignity. He, who had always been calm and indifferent, also became furious. He shouted, "Don't look down on me." He loosened his grip on the skull and gave it a light pat. The skull immediately began to spin around him. Then, he formed a hand seal and reached into the void again. Another dragon skull appeared in his hand. Then, he reached out 4 times in succession. Suddenly, 4 transparent dragon skulls that were almost identical began to spin in the air. However, the light jumping in each skull was completely different, and they flew around Ruinzong. Ruinzong's eyes were filled with shock, as if he was extremely afraid of this move. He could not help but take a few steps back and transform into his half-dragon form, vigilantly defending. Huh? You do have some skill. No wonder their reversed 9 palaces formation couldn't stop you. If you have any powerful moves, show me. Let me see what you 2 earthworms are capable of. That person sneered disdainfully. His face was filled with disdain, but his eyes were fixed on the 4 dragon skulls, and they shone brightly. Ruinzong was shocked. He immediately understood that this man had seen through their identity. There was nothing to worry about anymore. He madly urged the 4 skull in his hand. In addition to the blue and pink lights, there were also silver and green lights. The 4 skulls were shaking violently. It seemed that controlling 4 at once was very difficult for Ruinzong. His face became paler and paler. Haha, if Mr. Fengyuan wants to see my sea race's ultimate skill, why not let me show you? A wild laugh sounded. The entire sky roared as if a storm had suddenly arrived. The sky changed color. Then, with a flash of lightning and thunder, a big red fireball appeared in the sky out of nowhere and fell down like a meteor. The fireball seemed to be on the sea, breaking through the wind and waves. The sky was filled with lightning, and it seemed even more powerful. A terrifying power rushed out from the fireball and locked onto Mr. Fengyuan. It seemed like it was going to attack with all its strength. Mr. Fengyuan's face sank, and his eyes flashed with shock. "It's you?" His voice was filled with extreme shock and doubt. Haha. It seems that Mr. still hasn't forgotten your old friend. The large fireball flipped in the sky a few times. Just as it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly stopped. A tall and sturdy figure appeared and slowly landed on the ground. This person's eyes had 2 colors, thunder and fire. One was filled with lightning and the other with fire. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. His face was cold, and he looked very demonic. Ruinzong and Ruinzong both revealed expressions of joy. Since this person had appeared, he would definitely save them. Mr. Fengyuan's face violently twitched. He was incomparably gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard." Haha. Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard laughed wildly. "After so many years, I didn't expect you to still remember me. TSK, do I really have that much charm?" Mr. Fengyuan pointed at the sky, and the sword that slashed the pink crystal wall instantly disappeared. He flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Aren't you from the Eastern Sea? Why did you come to Seawood Town?" Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard sneered, "Qin Fengyuan, do you humans like to talk so much? This seat cultivates the dual elements of thunder and fire. Since a peerless would appeared here, naturally, I'm here to seize the treasure. Are you here for a vacation?" Qin Fengyuan said coldly, "I don't care if you're here for a vacation or to make friends. However, if you have any designs on this peerless wood, then scram." A chill exploded from his body, and boundless sword will spread out from his body. Even the air was turned into threads under this terrifying sword will. Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard sneered, "Back then, you weren't a match for me. Now, you're even less of a match for me. Are you really going to get beaten up by me again?" Chen Fingyuan's expression changed, and his eyes spat out flames of anger. He shouted, "This Seawood town's Lei Lin is under the jurisdiction of my saber and sword sect. Do you want to become enemies with my saber and sword sect?" Ruinzong and Runwa shuddered, revealing expressions of shock and realization. No wonder these few people had such terrifying cultivation. So the real owner of this place wasn't some second-rate divine wood family, but one of the 7 super forces, the saber and sword sect. Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard frowned, crossed his arms in front of him, and said in a clear voice, "I don't care if Lei Lin is yours, but peerless items have always been ownerless. Those who are capable will get it." "Humph, those who are capable will get it." Chen Fengyuan sneered, "If you don't scram, I'll immediately send a message back to the sect. There will be experts stronger than me coming. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's expression changed, and he said coldly, "Humph. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first, then enter this Lei Lin, take the Yi Wood, and return to the Eastern Sea. Let's see who can catch up to me." He stomped his foot, and immediately, a bolt of lightning spread under his feet. With a boom, the ground cracked for 1,000 miles, and all the seawater evaporated. The ground shattered into pieces. Chen Fingyuan's expression changed, and he shouted, "Good. Stubborn fool, let me see how much you've improved over the years. This place is close to Leyland's Passage. If you want to fight, come with me." His expression was stern, and he turned into a ray of sword light, shooting toward the northern sea. Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard's eyes also revealed a cold glint. He glanced at Ruinzong and Runwu, and said, "With your strength, it's too dangerous to stay here. Come with me." Then, without giving the two any time to think, he waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning bloomed from his body, enveloping the two. Ruinzong felt bitter. He knew that Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard was not worried about them because it was too dangerous, but because this was Leyland's Passage, and they were afraid that they would go in alone to steal the peerless Yi Wood. But with their strength, they did not have the right to choose. Ruinzong immediately recovered his indifference, and said, "Thank you, Lord Thunder Fire Leopard." Although Runwa was also unhappy, he did not say anything. "Okay." Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard responded, and the 3 of them turned into a huge ball of lightning. They soared into the sky, and with countless flickering bolts of lightning, they chased after Chen Fengyuan. After a while, apart from the desolation, there was no one here, and it became quiet. Suddenly, the sky trembled slightly, and a ripple appeared in a certain place. In the center of the ripple, Li Yunxia's figure slowly appeared, and his expression was gloomy. "So the one in control here is Saber Sword Sect." No wonder, his expression changed slightly, and he muttered to himself, "I didn't expect that Thunder Tiger Fire Leopard would also come. I've caused such a mess in the Eastern Sea. I wonder if he will kill me on sight. TSK, who cares? This young master is not someone who can afford to offend. If he really dares to offend me, I don't mind returning to the Eastern Sea again and destroying his nest." A cold expression flashed across Li Yunxia's face. With a flash, he landed on the ground, and looked toward the seal formation that Ruinzong had found floating in the air. After the formation seal was opened, it floated quietly in the air, emitting green light and not moving at all. The entire formation light looked like a huge copper coin with a square opening in the middle. Ripples spread out in all directions with the opening as the center, and countless symbols flashed continuously in the ripples. Li Yunxiao's forehead flashed as he summoned Pu Jinshan and said, "Do you recognize this formation?" Pu Jinshan looked at the formation and revealed a shocked expression. "It seems to be the vitality locking formation." Li Yunxiao said, "Is there a way to break it?" Pu Jinshan was silent for a while and said, "I can try, but I might not succeed. Moreover, I need some time. Other than that, I can only break it by force." Li Yunxiao thought for a while and said, "I understand." What they lacked the most was time. Since Chen Fengyuan could be attracted here, there would definitely be other experts coming. Moreover, Chen Fingyuan's battle with the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard would end at any time, so there was no time for Pu Jinshan to try. He waved his hand and a white light flashed between his eyebrows. The Universe God Monument flew out and emitted boundless power as it smashed towards the center of the formation. Rumble. The Universe God Monument became huge and smashed into the eye of the formation, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble violently. Bang! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the eye of the formation and smashed into the Universe God Monument. Countless densely packed lightning bolts flooded the monument and shot in all directions. Li Yunxiao's expression changed and his body suddenly turned into lightning. Countless lightning bolts pierced through his body and shot towards the back. Pu Jinshan's expression also changed and he hurriedly revolved his origin power to form a light shield in front of him. The lightning bolts continuously smashed into the shield, causing him to retreat continuously. His expression became more and more terrified. The entire universe turned into a green sea of thunder and an endless stream of lightning power penetrated through the Universe God's Monument. Even the Universe God's Monument was suppressed by the power and its surface became dim and lifeless. Li Yunxiao's expression was one of shock and solemnity. The eye of the spell formation was actually the entire Lei Lin. Unless he could destroy Lei Lin in one fell swoop, the power of this formation would be endless and would never dry up. Pu Jinshan's face turned ashen under the countless flashes of lightning. The person who laid this formation is really a lunatic. No, he is a genius. Lei Lin had directly become a part of the spell formation. The weakest link in the spell formation had suddenly become the strongest. Li Yunxiao mumbled to himself, no wonder I've never heard of anyone robbing or stealing such a huge amount of heavenly and earthly treasures. With a wave of his hand, the World Deity Monument instantly flew back from the formation surface and was caught in his hand. Under the assault of the myriad of lightning bolts, the tablet was already completely dim and without light. If it was any other 9th-rank profound artifact, it would probably have been destroyed long ago. As the Universe God Steel flew back, the lightning at the formation eye decreased abruptly and gradually disappeared. The entire formation returned to its previous tranquility, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Pu Jinshan's face was ashen, and he said, Young Master Yun, this formation is already an absolute formation, and it's impossible to break it by force. Why don't you let me try? Forget it. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and said, a person who is able to lay such a formation would not leave any flaws in his technique. The possibility of breaking it is next to nothing. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Pu Jinshan back and mumbled to himself, I am now extremely curious as to how the Morong family's smuggling channel came about. In the sky, a few powerful rays of light flew over and landed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 people appeared in the light, and they were all experts of the Divine Wood family. Not only Mu Yuyun, even Mu Yufeng was among them. When Mu Yuyun saw the formation that had appeared, his face instantly turned ashen. Mu Yufeng hurriedly said, Big brother, when we landed just now, there seemed to be a flash of green light that disappeared. Someone must have been here. Mu Yuyun's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted angrily, all the guards are dead, and even the 9 experts sent by the Saber and Sword sect are nowhere to be seen. This place is a mess, and the heavenly essence-locking formation has appeared. You're telling me that someone must have been here? Do I need you to say that? Pig. Mu Yaofeng's face turned red, and he hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to reply. Mu Yuyun looked around, but he could not sense anything with his divine sense. With a heavy snort, he formed a seal with his hands and sent it out. The seal flew into the heavenly essence-locking formation, and the entire formation burst out with a large number of electric arcs, before slowly disappearing before everyone's eyes. The other expert, the 3rd head of the Divine Wood family, Mu Yulang, said with a grave expression, Big brother, for this place to be so damaged, the person who came is definitely not simple. Why don't we send all the experts of the family to guard this place? Mu Yoyun's face was ashen, and he pondered for a moment. He shook his head and said, although the 9 experts guarding the formation are not as strong as you and me, the might of the reverse 9 palaces reversal formation is boundless. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to break it. Such a powerful barrier has been destroyed. Even if the Divine Wood family uses everything they have, they won't be able to stop the intruder. Mu Yulang was stunned for a moment, and said, then what do we do? Just pretend that nothing happened. We'll wait for the next order. Mu Yoyin's expression slowly relaxed, and he said, the current situation is no longer something we can control. The various powers have infiltrated, and even the Merchant Alliance and the Sacred Region have interfered. There are also people from the Sea Clan, and it's time for the Saber and Sword sect to appear. We only need to listen to their orders. A bright light flashed across Mu Yolong's eyes, and he said happily, Big brother, I feel that this matter might be an opportunity. Maybe we can borrow external forces to fight against the Saber and Sword sect, and escape from their restraints. Mu Yoyin's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, Pig head. Don't spout nonsense. Mu Yulang said unhappily, why can't I say it? Doesn't Big Brother have any thoughts? Mu Yofeng's face was also ashen as he rushed to say, Third brother, you're really muddle-headed. Although most of the profits are taken by the Saber and Sword sect every year, it's good to enjoy the shade under a big tree. We can at least get some soup. If it wasn't for the Saber and Sword sect, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to get any soup. Mu Yulang said unhappily, but this Seawood town is the foundation of our Mu family. It has been owned by our Mu family for generations, why should it be seized by others? Mu Yuyun glanced at him and said indifferently, what you said is very good. Why? Just because they can casually send someone over to exterminate your entire family. In this world, the more strength you have, the more resources you have. If you don't have the strength, then shut up. Mu Yolong's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with rage. Mu Yufeng sighed and said, I only hope that this matter will not affect our long-term interests in the future. Otherwise, our main source of income will be cut off. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to maintain our position in the top 3 just by relying on the business channels in Dingtian City. Mu Yoyin's pupils constricted as he said leisurely, it's easy to lose in chaos, but it's also easy to win in chaos. Perhaps it's an opportunity for our Divine Wood family to control Dingtian City. Everyone's expressions turned cold as they revealed expressions of excitement. Mu Yulang said, Elder brother, are we just going to ignore this place and leave it here defenseless? Mu Yuyun said, this great formation of vitality locking is the strongest defense. There are only a few people in the world who can break this formation. If such a strong practitioner really comes, no matter how many people we send, it will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Let's go. Mu Yuyun said indifferently. Everyone from the Divine Wood family immediately turned into a beam of light and disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, an electric arc appeared in the sky and slowly expanded, transforming into Xianxia's figure. He stood silently in the sky and pondered for a moment before turning into a beam of light and leaving as well. The next day, noon. The Divine Wood family manor opened its doors and met with heroes from all over. There was a solemn atmosphere in the manor. Light constantly flashed in an empty space that spanned hundreds of feet. The people who came greeted the 3 Mu brothers passionately, as though they were friends who had gone through life and death together. After greeting them, they found a chair and sat down. Then, they looked around with cold expressions. The 3 Mu brothers also understood that they were just being polite on the surface. Everyone was here for their own benefits. They had a bountiful harvest of spirit lightning fruits, but they were facing an unprecedented crisis. Not only were various factions infiltrating, even the Divine Wood family manor was powerless. In addition, the sea race was also interfering, making the situation even more complicated. Therefore, the Divine Wood family manor directly sent out a notice, gathering all the factions to discuss the distribution of the spirit lightning fruits. At the same time, they also targeted the sea race, with the intention of joining forces to drive them away. If anyone was absent from this gathering, they would have no chance with the distribution of the spirit lightning fruits. Therefore, various factions, big and small, sent people over. There were also some martial monarch and martial ancestor representatives hiding far away in a corner. Although they could not be seen in public, they still represented a faction. A beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a handsome young man. It was Morong Hingyu. His gaze swept the area, but he did not seem to know anyone. He only nodded slightly at Mu Yuyun before finding a chair and sitting down. His appearance attracted the attention of many people, who began discussing and making guesses. Mu Yufeng bent down slightly and whispered into the ear of an old man, as though he was explaining Morong Hingyu's origins. That old man was Jiang Shozhen. His expression changed slightly, and he could not help but size up Morong Hingyu. Jiang Shozhen originally wanted to return directly from Fixed Heaven City, but he suddenly received orders from the Myriad Treasure Pagoda headquarters to purchase as many spirit lightning fruits as possible. Therefore, he came to Seawood Town. As for Taohong and Ruer, they were still carefully waiting on the two sides with charming smiles on their faces. Although it was disgusting, they still had to force a smile in the face of benefits and power, carefully serving and currying favor. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, and a man and a woman appeared. The man had a broad face and looked majestic, while the woman was dressed in red, like clouds. The aura of the two immediately attracted the attention of many people. The originally noisy area immediately became quiet as everyone's gazes gathered on them. Mu Yuyun personally went forward with a smile and said, "So it's the Long family's odd ghost and Fei and I, the two young masters. Your presence brings light to our humble abode." Everyone revealed looks of shock as they all looked over. The Tianling Long family was one of the 7 superpowers, and it was the most peculiar one among the 7 superpowers. This was because the inheritance inside was not passed down from father to son, or from master to disciple, but a place where the possessors of the true spirit bloodline gathered. The Long family was divided into the inner sect and outer sect. The so-called inner sect was undoubtedly the possessors of the awakened true spirit bloodline. As for the outer sect, not just anyone could enter. Only the descendants of the possessors of the true spirit bloodline could awaken their bloodline in the outer sect. Even if you were the patriarch of the Long family, if your descendants did not awaken their bloodline, they would immediately be sent to the outer sect. Furthermore, the people of the Long family rarely moved around the continent, so the people of the world did not know much about them. It could be said that other than the soul-devouring sect, they were the most mysterious sect. Strange Ghost laughed, "With Lord Yun's invitation, how could I not come?" His words were giving the Divine Wood family enough face. Mu Yoyin's face bloomed into a smile as he personally welcomed them. He held the hands of the two and walked in, constantly saying, "Come, come, please take a seat." The Divine Wood family relied on the resources of the Spirit Thunder Fruit to make friends with many superpowers. The intimacy between Mu Yuyun and the two young masters of the Long family made the other powers jealous. Immediately, all sorts of voices sounded out. All of them were like, "I've long heard of the young master of the Long family, as expected of a dragon among men," and so on. All of them went forward to curry favor. Strange Ghost's gaze turned and landed on Morong Hingyu. He said coldly, "Is that mouth cannon not here yet?" I had invited someone to invite him for a gathering, but who knew that he was a complete coward? He was so scared that his face turned pale and did not dare to come. Morong Hingyu sneered, "The reason why others are not going is not because they are afraid of you, but because they look down on you. How come you don't even have this bit of self-awareness?" Everyone was shocked, and only then did they start to size up Morong Hingyu again. There were not many people in the entire Sky Martial continent who dared to mock the young master of the Long family. "You." Strange Ghost's face darkened. He said angrily, "Good, good. When the matter of the Spirit Thunder Fruit is over, I will make the two of you pay the price." His fist flashed with lightning, as if he was about to lose control. Mu Yoyin's expression changed, and he tried to smooth things over. "The two of you mustn't fight. Any personal grudges can be discussed after the event. Today, in the territory of my Divine Wood family clan, don't forget to give everyone some face." Everyone's complexion changed again, and looked at Morong Hingyu with a strange gaze. Mu Yuyun could also be considered a cunning and ambitious person. When he was dealing with this matter, he actually did not side with either side. It could be seen that in Mu Yoyin's heart, the young man in front of him had the same weight as the Tianling Long family. Everyone immediately raised Morong Hingyu's status to an extremely high position in their hearts. "Humph." Morong Hingyu only sneered and no longer spoke. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Noon was about to pass, but there was no sign of Li Yunxiao. Could it be that something had happened to him? After all, Seawood Town had indeed been filled with experts over the past few days, and it was extremely chaotic. Suddenly, there was another flash of light in the sky, and several people in white appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Mu Yoyin's entire body trembled. He hurriedly went forward and cupped his fists. "So it's an expert from the Saber Sword sect. Sorry for my disrespect." Crash! The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Their expressions turned solemn as they looked at the group of white-clothed people, their eyes revealing an extremely envious expression. The two people from the Long family and Morong Hingyu also looked over, their eyes flashing non-stop. The leader of the saber sword sect was also a young man. He laughed softly and said, I am Chen Feng. Lord Yun is treating me like an outsider. His words, treating me like an outsider, had a double meaning. However, in the ears of the bystanders, it was just a polite greeting from the saber sword sect. He actually took the initiative to express his goodwill to the Divinewood family, and could not help but be greatly alarmed. Although the saber sword sect was on par with the Tianling Long family, their position in the hearts of all the warriors was far above the Long family. Because the Long family was located in a remote location and there were very few people who walked around the continent, their weight in the hearts of the people was not high. As for the other superpower of the northern region, the Divine Firmament Palace, they had also sealed their mountain for many years, gradually losing their supreme position in the hearts of the warriors. Only the Biming family and the saber sword sect were left, laughing proudly in the entire northern region, their might shaking the world. The person who came was actually the son of the sect master of the saber sword sect, and he had such a good relationship with the Divinewood family. At the same time that everyone was shocked, they could not help but re-evaluate the status of the Divinewood family, especially the powers in Dingtian City. Everyone's expression was ugly. Haha. Young Master Chen Feng has personally come. It is an honor to have you bring light to my humble dwelling. It is an honor to have you bring light to my humble dwelling. Mu Yuyun was overjoyed and pulled Chen Feng inside. Everyone looked behind Chen Feng. They had heard that this child was naturally dissolute. No matter where he went, he would have 4 beautiful maidservants, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, by his side. He was the envy of the world, but at this moment, he was nowhere to be seen. There was only a woman who was also dressed in white following behind. Although she was slightly good-looking, she was only slightly above average. What surprised everyone was that Chen Feng, who was walking in front, actually turned around and held the woman's hand as they sat down together. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the woman's face turned red. She wanted to retract her hand, but she was unable to break free. She could only allow Chen Feng to hold her hand and shyly sit beside him. The person beside young Master Chen Feng is, Fei Enai blinked her eyes, revealing a smile that was not a smile. Chen Feng smiled faintly and said generously, my wife, Liang Yui. What? Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Liang Yui, trying to guess her origins. Liang Yui trembled and lowered her head, blushing. However, she could not hide the sweetness in her eyes. Miss Yui, are you from the Tanny Pavilion? Suddenly, a puzzled voice asked. It was Jiang Shoshan. Liang Yui raised her head and nodded. I was indeed a disciple of the Tanny Pavilion, but I left it later. Everyone suddenly realized that she was an outstanding disciple of the Tanny Pavilion. The Tanny Pavilion was considered a big shot in the Merchant League. Although its disciple was not as good as Chen Feng, at least the gap could be bridged. Moreover, Liang Yui's cultivation aura seemed to be even stronger than Chen Feng's. Jiang Shoshan said with emotion, then I didn't get the wrong person. Back then, Song Yang was a master of both martial arts and sorcery in the Merchant League of Yang City. You were the martial arts contestant sent by the Tanny Pavilion. Liang Yui's expression changed slightly, but she quickly recovered. She said, what happened in the past has become a thing of the past. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The so-called thing of the past was not only a thing of the past, but also Song Yang City, the headquarters of the Merchant League. Chen Feng's pupils shrank as if he had recalled something. He said, the matter of Song Yang City is still unresolved. The culprit of the past has now become the overlord of the region. TSK, the Merchant League is really the Merchant League. Merchants valued profits and always believed that profits came first. As long as there was enough profit, they would give up anything. Jiang Shoshan also heard the sarcasm in Chen Feng's words. He blushed and said awkwardly, this matter is too complicated. The Merchant League is still investigating. Investigating? Chen Feng laughed mockingly and said, it's not that there were no survivors. Yui and I were both there. If the Merchant Union is willing to make a conclusion, we don't mind being witnesses. Cold sweat rolled down Jiang Shoshan's forehead as he listened. He couldn't help but wipe his forehead with a handkerchief. How could he make a decision on such a big matter, let alone making a decision? Even continuing the discussion might put his life in danger. He immediately said timidly, "Someone else will take care of this matter. I know nothing about it. Today, we only talk about the spirit lightning fruit." Tisk. Chen Feng snorted in disdain. He had almost died in the Battle of Songyang City. He held a deep grudge against the Four Extremes sect. However, not only was Tang Qing safe and sound, he had even become the Lord of Scarlet Moon City and was on equal footing with the Saber and Sword sect. He also knew that the reason behind it was not simple. There must have been a powerful force involved in order to produce such an absurd result. Jiang Shozhen quickly returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Today at Seawood Town, to be able to see so many experts of the younger generation is truly a blessing in life. The Saber and Sword sect's young master Chen Feng and your daughter, the two young masters of the Tianling Long family, and this young master of the Murong family. They can be considered the most outstanding talents of our northern region. Today, I have broadened my horizons. In the future, I will also have the capital to brag to others, hee hee." With his flattery, not a single one of the three great forces was left out. The surrounding people all revealed looks of disdain. Tao Hong and the other two women also had disdain in their eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. Only then did everyone know that the young master was from the Murong family. However, most of them were still at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of this family before. Chen Feng felt unhappy and said coldly, "The northern region's talents belong to the four prodigies. There is not a single one here. How can you talk about being at the peak? If Li Feiyu of the 10,000 Treasures Tower was here, would you still say such words?" Jiang Shozhen chuckled and said, "The four prodigies of the northern region were also elected by the public. They have not truly competed. Moreover, that was many years ago. I believe that if there is a true battle now, the few of you will definitely be chosen." A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Strange Ghost's eyes. His blood started to burn. He said, "I am looking forward to the other experts." His gaze inadvertently glanced at Chen Feng and Morong Hingyu. Chen Feng said indifferently, "I am not strong enough. Brother Strange Ghost, you should find someone else." Morong Hingyu sneered and said, "Who would look up to a true expert? You still want to fight? TCH, are you qualified?" Bang! Strange Ghost's entire body turned blue. He clenched his fist and the air directly exploded. His eyes were spitting fire. The atmosphere in the arena suddenly became tense. Everyone frowned and secretly thought that Morong Hingyu's words were too harsh. Young people were hot-blooded and eager to fight. Moreover, they cared a lot about face. You scolded him in front of everyone. Who would be able to swallow this anger? Morong Hingyu was not moved at all. He still wore a mocking expression and looked at him coldly, as if saying, "Hit me if you have the guts." Fei Ni's expression changed slightly. Seeing Odd Ghost shooting out lightning from time to time, she seemed to be unable to control herself. She hurriedly opened her red lips, as if sending a secret message. Strange Ghost's expression kept changing, twisting into an extremely unsightly expression, and it was always shrouded in a layer of azure light. After hearing Fei Ni's message, he finally gritted his teeth, "Morong Hingyu, I challenge you now. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one, regardless of life or death." Morong Hingyu extended his index finger and shook it, coldly mocking, "You don't have the qualifications." "Haha, I don't have the qualifications." Odd Ghost was so angry that he laughed, but his expression became calm. He looked at him coldly and said, "I'll give Lord Yuyin face and let you jump around a few more times. Once this is over, I'll send you on your way." He instantly withdrew the lightning energy from his body, folded his arms in front of his chest, and sat down, closing his eyes in silence. He seemed to have sealed his 5 senses and 6 senses, no longer caring about the outside world. Mu Yuyun sighed. This was good, lest the two of them quarrel. He looked at Morong Hingyu with some blame, as if saying, "You're not giving me any face at all." Morong Hingyu chuckled and did not say a word. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. With this, everyone became even more curious about the Murong family. All kinds of whispers quickly spread. Jiang Shozhen was also embarrassed. After all, it was because of his words. He came out to smooth things over. Everyone here is an outstanding martial artist of the northern region. Back in the day, the sacred region gathered all the heroes of the world for a martial ranking. The battle was earth-shattering, and the 10 titled Emperor Wu were born. It became a story that everyone yearned for. Perhaps in a few years, the honor list will be activated again. At that time, all of you will be able to shine and leave your names in history. Everyone's hearts trembled. Thinking of the past, they could not help but reveal expressions of longing. Mu Yuyan stroked his beard and smiled. That's right. For the few young masters and ladies to come to my divine wood family clan is already giving me, Mu Yu Tian, great face. Fei and I restrained her yearning and said with a smile, why are the people of the sea race still here? Could it be that they are afraid after seeing so many heroes gathering? Xianxia laughed and said, haha, that must be the case. He continued to flatter, 2 out of the 7 great forces are here as well as the Murong family. It can be said that 3 great forces have gathered here. If I were a member of the sea tribe, I would be too scared to come here. Haha. Everyone laughed along with him. Although they didn't like Jiang Xiaoxian's character, they felt that what he said was reasonable. Pipa, suddenly, a bolt of lightning inexplicably appeared in the sky. A green electric arc burst out from it and jumped in the air. Pa! The electric arc flashed in the air and slapped Jiang Xiaoxian's face like a slap, crisp and powerful. Jiang Xiaoxian screamed in pain. He hurriedly covered his face and said angrily, Who? Who dares to sneak an attack on me? Although the bolt of lightning was small, it was very powerful. Jiang Xiaoxian's entire head was charred black, his face was black, and a large amount of blood seeped out. A cold voice rang out from the sky. 2 of the 7 great forces and the Murong family are here. We're so scared that we don't dare to show ourselves. It's better for us to hide in the dark. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly. The entire place instantly fell silent and everyone was on high alert. Jiang Xiaoxian immediately knew who it was and trembled in fear. He hurriedly closed his mouth and retreated into the crowd. He covered his face and didn't dare to make a sound. He could only blame his own bad luck. Mu Yuyan's expression froze and he said in a deep voice, Friends from the sea tribe, since you're here, don't be shy and come out. Humph, you guys are so good at talking, how would we dare to come out? Haha, that's right. There are so many important people who will leave their names in history here. TSK, let's go back and gather the army before coming back. Everyone's expression changed greatly. The war in the eastern region had just stopped not too long ago. Although they had defended their cities and didn't let the sea tribe gain the upper hand, they had also suffered heavy casualties. Although the other party's words were full of jokes and threats, they still had to be on guard. Besides, many of the experts here were from the forces near the coast. If a war broke out, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Mu Yuyan said in a deep voice, if the 2 races go to war, our human race naturally won't be afraid. However, that kind of situation won't benefit anyone. I'm sure none of you would be happy to see that. Humph, there's no harm in playing occasionally. A green light descended from the sky, and several dozen figures immediately appeared. Although they were all in human form, they gave everyone a strange feeling. With one look, they could tell that they were not of the human race. The Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and North Sea's Crown Prince were among them. There were also 3 other members of the sea tribe, 2 men and 1 woman, who also had strange expressions. One of the men had a blue face and a small tuft of red hair on his head. The other man had a fat face and 2 large nostrils. The woman, on the other hand, had a delicate appearance. Her entire body emitted a cold aura, and her feet didn't touch the ground. She just quietly floated in the air. However, she was petite. Even though she was floating in the air, she was still half a head shorter than the others. Behind them was a row of fierce-looking men. They had large bodies and emitted a fierce aura. Everyone stared at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard in bewilderment. Among the dozen or so people present, the aura on his body gave off an unbearable oppressive feeling. It was as if he could annihilate them with just a slight movement of his finger. When the dozen or so people appeared, the atmosphere immediately became extremely oppressive. Although there was no conflict between the 2 sides, they formed 2 distinct auras and confronted each other. Chen Feng said coldly, if you really want to play a big battle, I'll accompany you anytime. Most of the northern region's coast was under the jurisdiction of the Saber Sword sect. As the young master of the Saber Sword sect, Chen Feng naturally could not lose face. Moreover, if they really fought, it was impossible for the Saber Sword sect to bear the responsibility. After all, the northern region was the strongest of the 4 regions, and they were not afraid of the Sea tribe at all. Humph. Ignorant brat, can you make the decision? You have to take responsibility for your words. Runwa's face darkened and he immediately shouted. His voice caused the space to buzz. He wanted to take Chen Feng down a notch. Chen Feng's expression was indifferent as he said, of course. Runwa frowned. He originally thought that the other party would be so scared that his face would turn pale. Who knew that it would not have any effect? Instead, he asked for a rebuff. He immediately shouted angrily, there's no point in talking anymore. We're not here to argue with you today. In terms of arguing, our Sea tribe admits defeat. We're here today to ask you humans to leave Seawood Island as soon as possible. Our Sea tribe will take over. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They were all furious. Seawood Town had been inhabited for thousands of years. Now, a few people came to ask them to leave. Anyone would be furious. Haha, why? Mu Yuyun was so angry that he laughed instead, and said, you guys are blatantly bullying people. Runwa sneered and said, this town used to be called the Seawood Island. It drifted here from the North Sea, and has always belonged to the North Sea. It has been forcibly occupied by the human race for thousands of years. Who is the bully here? Everyone was indignant. All kinds of discussions and curses could be heard. Their emotions were getting more and more agitated. Most of them were shouting go back. A proud expression flashed across Runwa's face as he said, for example, if a dog in your house runs to your neighbor's house and stays there for a few days, then this dog doesn't belong to you, but to your neighbor's dog. How would you feel about that? Everyone was speechless. This analogy was too vivid. They actually could not refute it. They looked at each other in dismay. Haha, everyone here is dressed like snow. Since you understand the reason, then quickly leave. Runwa waved his hand. He had an indisputable aura of a king. Everyone was speechless. TSK, you still say you don't know how to argue and admit defeat. You guys are just pretending to be weak. How scheming. The air shook slightly as a sarcastic voice was heard. Morong Hingyu's expression changed. He was overjoyed. He could tell that the person who came was Li Yunxiao. But at the same time, he revealed a worried expression. He was afraid that Morong Hingyu would offend the Sea tribe and be the first to be attacked. Runwa's expression changed. He also recognized the voice. He said angrily, it's you? Many people frowned. Chen Feng's pupils also shrank. He found it hard to believe. He turned around to look at Liang Yui. He also saw a shocked and doubtful expression. Chen Feng whispered, is it really him? Liang Yui nodded. Then, she shook her head. She was not sure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes had been tightly shut all this time, as if they didn't care about anything that was happening outside. At this moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. Blazing flames danced in one of their eyes while lightning crackled in the other. They stared into the sky with astonished expressions. The space in the sky rippled. Li Yunxiao's figure appeared. He looked down calmly. Ah? Suddenly, someone cried out. It was Jiang Xiuzhen, who was covering his face with one hand. He jumped up as if he had been kicked. He panicked. Mu Yufeng and the 2 girls were also shocked. They did not expect to see Li Yunxiao here. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes darkened, and a murderous intent burst out from them. The murderous intent immediately spread out. Everyone present could feel it, and their faces paled. The murderous intent was so sharp that it made everyone's hair stand on end. They felt a chill down their spine. They were shocked. Fei Ni and Strange Ghost were also shocked. They did not understand why Li Yunxiao's appearance could cause the Sea tribe to lose their composure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were especially shocked. They were almost at the peak of 9 stars. They could not be affected by external affairs. But now, they were also attracted. What made them even more shocked and puzzled was that this kid not only dared to confront the sea race head-on, but he was also completely unafraid of the thunder tiger and fire leopard's deterrence. He was still indifferent, which made people want to beat him up. Kid, you have guts. You are not afraid of anything. You are still alive. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's aura flowed slowly. The murderous intent became stronger. Ruinzong and Runwa's expressions changed drastically, revealing a shocked expression. They didn't expect thunder tiger and fire leopard to know Li Yunxiao, and from the looks of it, there seemed to be some conflict between them. The expressions of the other members of the sea race also changed as they felt the pressure coming from thunder tiger and fire leopard. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Li Yunxiao's expression didn't change. He only raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" "You." The thunder tiger and fire leopard bellowed furiously. Their auras burst out slightly, forming an overbearing gale that swept out. The oceanic race members around them were shaken, and they retreated once more in fright, leaving an open space of 100 feet. At the same time, the members of the sea race were shocked. Thunder tiger and fire leopard were one of the strongest in the Eastern Sea, the leaders of the S-class sea race. Their cultivation had long reached the peak of 9 stars. Even the royal families of the 4 seas had to respectfully address him as Lord Thunderfire. Who in the world dared to disrespect him? They looked at Li Yunxiao as if they were looking at a dead man. When Chen Feng and his wife saw Li Yunxiao, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled bitterly. Their infuriating expressions didn't change at all, but they were also deeply worried for him. Chen Feng's expression was slightly anxious, as if he was waiting for someone. "You think I don't dare to kill you?" Thunder tiger and fire leopard said coldly. "It's not about whether you dare or not, but whether you can." Li Yunxiao was calm, but his tone was tit for tat. "Haha, arrogant. Today, I'll kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll kill you as an example to others." Thunder tiger and fire leopard slowly clenched their fists in the air. Crackling sounds could be heard from their joints. A bolt of lightning revolved around their palms, turning into a sea of lightning that grew stronger and stronger. The sky changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, and the entire city became incomparably dark as if it was night. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. Under the intimidation of thunder tiger and fire leopard's peak strength, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't even muster up the will to fight. Everyone circulated their origin energy to the peak, bitterly resisting that vast power. Mu Yuyun was both shocked and furious. Under the might of the heavens and the earth, even he felt the vital energy and blood in his body surge uncontrollably, as if they were going to break out of his blood vessels and spew out. The rest of the weaker ones were even more terrified, all of them shivering in fear. Chen Feng's face darkened. A purple light flashed between his eyebrows, and a ray of sword chi shot out. It turned into a long snake that slithered in the air above everyone. The long snake flicked its tongue, and the purple light on its body lit up. Liang Yui also raised her right hand, and a scarlet fire sword slashed across the sky. Immediately, 10 suns appeared in the sky, and the scorching sun shone for thousands of miles, illuminating a clear sky under the dark clouds. 10 blazing suns revolved around the purple light, forming a strange pattern. With the 2 of them working together, it produced a miraculous effect. The pinnacle pressure instantly disappeared, and everyone was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, they expressed their gratitude to the 2 of them. Fei Yanai and Morong Hingyu both looked at the strange phenomenon of the 10 suns revolving around the dragon in the sky, and revealed surprised expressions. But what shocked everyone even more was that under the might of the heavens and the earth, Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. It was as if he was not part of the world, and did not belong to the sky. Fei Ni's pupils shrank, and he looked at Li Yunxiao's figure, and an extremely strange expression flashed across his face. Although everyone was no longer affected by the pressure, they still revealed shock and panic. If such an expert were to make a move, this place would most likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. And once they made a move, it meant that the negotiations between the 2 clans had broken down, and the final decision would be decided by force. It was extremely likely that it would evolve into another war between the 2 clans. Humph. Thunder Fire Bear, don't be so arrogant. A ray of sword light suddenly flashed in the sky, and instantly split the entire sky. The sword light did not dissipate, and the white light illuminated the sky. An old man appeared in the light. It was Chen Fengyuan, and his face was filled with anger. Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Third granduncle." When Li Yunxiao saw Chen Fengyuan, his eyes flashed. He could sense that Chen Fengyuan's emotions were fluctuating greatly, and his aura was unstable. He was afraid that in the battle yesterday, he had lost more than he won, and was even injured. As expected, the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard grinned, "Haha, old man, you escaped with your face covered in dirt yesterday. I thought you were buried in the sea, haha." His tone was indescribably proud and awe-inspiring. Everyone was shocked, and could not help but feel depressed. It was not easy for an expert to appear who could withstand the situation, but it turned out that he had been defeated by someone else. Immediately, their morale fell. Chen Feng was also bewildered. His third granduncle's strength could be ranked in the top 5 in the entire saber sword sect, but he actually lost to his opponent. He could not believe it. "Shut up." Chen Fengyuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted, "This old man was careless and fell into your trap. Let's fight again today." The white sword behind him suddenly expanded, as if it was going to split the heaven and earth. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had a victorious smile on their faces, but they gradually calmed down and said, "I didn't come all the way here for you. As long as you are willing to hand over the Peerlessy Wood, I will immediately return to the Eastern Sea." The expressions of Ruinzong and the rest of the sea race changed greatly. They wanted to question him, but they held it in. However, their faces were gloomy and unsightly. "Haha, dream on." Chen Fengyuan shouted angrily, "Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from." He was beaten half to death in the battle yesterday, and he could not swallow the anger in his heart. If he was not seriously injured, he would have already fought again. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard smiled and said in a deep voice, "Chen Fengyuan, don't be ungrateful. Once we start fighting, it will not be good for anyone. Today, the 2 princes of the Northern Sea are also here. Once we start fighting, it will not be a simple competition." Everyone was shocked and looked at the other sea race members. Finally, they locked onto Runwu and Ruinzong. Only these 2 looked like they were from the royal family. Runwu said proudly, "Reason, we are not afraid. If we start fighting, we are even more afraid. Reason or soldiers, it is up to you to decide." He had a magnanimous and modest look as he stood with his head held high. "Che. Do you still have any shame?" Li Yunxiao sneered, "You just said that the Seawood town was formed in the Northern Sea a long time ago, so this town belongs to you?" Runwu raised his eyebrows and said, "Of course." Li Yunxiao nodded his head and said, "It is said that when the world was created, the sky was round and the earth was square, there was only one sky martial continent, and there were no 4 seas. But there were ancient almighty beings with unfathomable abilities. They directly caused the sky to collapse, the earth to crack, and the water to gather, which gradually formed the 4 seas. If that is the case, then the entire sea race is an external force. I ask everyone to bring the water of the 4 seas and scram from our territory. This is a load of nonsense." Runwu was shocked and angry. Li Yunxiao's words were extremely far-fetched. Moreover, the creation of the world was just a myth, and there was no need to verify it. All the humans also felt that it was far-fetched, but at this moment, they were united against the outsiders, and they all shouted loudly, "You are right. The entire realm of heaven martial arts was originally a continent. Bring your water and scram." For a moment, instigation and strange shouts resounded everywhere, as well as all kinds of mockery. This made the sea race members glare at them angrily. Li Yunxiao sneered, "It is like a pond suddenly dug in your yard and raised a few toads. Doesn't this pond belong to you?" "Haha, brother Yunxiao, what you said is extremely true." Chen Feng laughed loudly and said, "Now, I don't want this pond anymore. I ask the toads." "Oh, no. Experts, to bring the water of the 4 seas and leave." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Only you can trace the origin of the Seawood town, and I can't trace the origin of the 4 seas? What a civilized and reasonable man." Runwu was anxious. If he couldn't prove that the Seawood town belonged to the North Sea, he wouldn't be able to stand on his side. So, he said, the creation of the world is just a myth. How can it be verified? How can people believe such a vague thing? Morong Hingyu also sneered, ha, 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 how can you prove that the Seawood town belongs to the North Sea? How can you convince us? The sea race man with a small tuft of red hair on his head said, I can prove that the Seawood Island was under the rule of our clan several thousand years ago. Even if it is a proof, as long as you put your mind to it, you can find some. The sea race woman with her feet floating in the air also sneered and said, the drifting of an island is not a simple change. It must have left behind a lot of evidence. Moreover, the Seawood Island is such a big island. Even these rootless verdant trees came from the North Sea. There are still many similar plants left in their original territory. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. If they really found evidence, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, since everyone is confident and feels that the evidence is conclusive, then please collect it and take it out for everyone to discuss. Therefore, the most important thing now is not to talk about the ownership of the Seawood town, but to find evidence. Don't worry, as long as there is sufficient evidence, we will not deny it. Mu Yaoyun's eyes lit up. He immediately understood Li Yunxiao's meaning. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, exactly. As long as you can produce strong evidence, we will not deny it. Let's end today's matter here. If my friends from the sea race want a few more people to stay, I will definitely entertain them with great hospitality. At this moment, everyone understood that Li Yunxiao was stalling for time. He wanted to drag the matter here first. As long as you don't have evidence now, what's the point of saying anything? When the evidence is gathered, the peerless Seawood will have appeared and will have nothing to do with the sea race. Even if the sea race can gather evidence before the Seawood appears, they will have to convince us first. At that time, we will argue with you for another 10 days or half a month until all the benefits are distributed. At that time, the Seawood town won't have much value and the sea race won't want it anymore. Therefore, the crowd began to shout. That's right. Everything in this world can't escape the word reason. As long as you bring out sufficient evidence, we definitely won't deny it. Hurry up and find the evidence. Don't waste everyone's time here. The sea race people were stunned. Runwu shouted angrily, where do you want us to find evidence in such a short time? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, if we can't find evidence for the Seawood town incident in such a short time, then where do you want us to find evidence for the creation of the world? The members of the sea tribe were all stunned and speechless. How preposterous. How childish. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted with a ferocious expression, if you don't want to waste time, then quickly undo the Grand Sky Origin locking formation and fight for the treasures with your own abilities. Chen Fingyuan's face turned cold as he retorted, what, now that you know you're being unreasonable, you want to snatch it? Hee, what snatch? Don't make it sound so ugly. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's red and green eyes flickered as they laughed, a group of childish people. After cultivating for so long, do you still not understand what reason is? Fists are reason. Whoever's fists are bigger gets to take it, this is an unchanging rule. Since when did it become reason with words? His eyes revealed a fierce glint as he glared at everyone and fiercely said, if anyone talks about **t reason with me again, I will fight with fists. Everyone's expression changed greatly as anger appeared on their faces. Chen Fengyuan shouted, old dog, do you think we're afraid of you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard snickered and coldly said, since Mr. Fengyuan is so ambitious, why don't you and I represent the two races to fight? The winner stays and the loser scram, what do you think? Chen Fingyuan's expression changed as he was ashamed and angry. Knowing that he could not defeat the other with his own strength, he remained silent with a gloomy expression. No, this is not good. Li Yunxiao desperately shook his head and pointed at Runwu, let me fight him. The winner stays and the loser scram. Runwu's expression changed greatly as he angrily said, I don't agree. Why should it be you and me? Li Yunxiao smiled, then why should it be Thunder Tiger, Fire Leopard, and Mr. Fengyuan? Why don't we let everyone express their opinions and raise your hand if you want to fight me? Support, absolutely support. The crowd erupted. Although they didn't know Li Yunxiao's strength, seeing Runwa's unhappy expression, they knew that there was a chance. They all shouted with all their might and raised their hands high. The voices of support grew louder and louder, causing Runwa's expression to turn ugly. He looked at the Thunder Tiger and the Fire Leopard as if they were asking for help. The eyes of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard flickered with a cold light. They stared at Li Yunxiao and said sternly, "Since you don't agree to the martial competition, what should we do? In short, don't talk back to me, or I'll be the first to kill." Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, "Since we're going to use martial arts to decide the outcome, we must expand the scope of participation. For the sake of fairness, there are a total of 16 of you, so let's have 16 matches. If it's a tie of 8, it'll be our loss." Everyone looked at the 10 guards behind the sea race. Although they all had the cultivation of Emperor Wu, they were only low-level Emperor Wu. As long as they won these 10 matches, it would be enough. Mu Yuyan smiled and said, "This method is very ingenious and very fair." "Fair my ass." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard bellowed angrily, "If we're going to compete, it should be 3 or 5. Although he looked rough and unruly on the surface, he swept his gaze across the human race and basically had an idea in his heart. Everyone tensed up. The negotiation was finally on the right track from the beginning, and they began to propose conditions that both sides could accept. Mu Yuyun might be the owner of this place, but the true power was still the saber and sword sect. He looked at Chen Feng. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had a confident look on their faces. They would definitely win. As for the other matches, there was almost no one who could defeat the people around him. Moreover, with his strength at the peak of 9 stars, there were no rules in the world that could truly restrict him. Even if he was unlucky and lost, as long as he turned hostile and forcefully snatched the exceptional Yi wood, who could stop him? Chen Feng's figure flashed and landed from the sky. He casually formed a seal and turned it into a barrier in the air to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. Then, he pulled Chen Feng, his wife, and the 3 Mu brothers in. Chen Feng said, "What do you think of this martial art?" Mu Yuyun cupped his fists and said, "Lord Feng Yuan, I think it's feasible. This Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard are extremely powerful. If he goes crazy, I'm afraid the entire Seawood town will fall. It might even affect Leyland and destroy all the rootless evergreen trees." Chen Feng Yuan said hatefully, "That's exactly what I'm worried about. Will the martial art competition be 3 or 5 matches?" Mu Yuyun pondered and said, "As long as Lord Feng Yuan doesn't fight against Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, it's equivalent to each winning 1 match. The strongest people on our side are young Master Chen Feng, Morong Hingyu, and the 2 young masters of the Long clan. I wonder if young Master Chen Feng is confident?" Chen Feng chuckled and said, "I'm not confident, but with that person, we will definitely win the 3rd match." Mu Yuyun and Chen Feng Yuan were both shocked and said, "That person?" Chen Feng revealed a strange expression and said, "How could Lord Yuyun forget about the world's #1 of the younger generation? Don't you know his identity?" Chen Feng Yuan's expression changed and revealed a shocked expression. Mu Yuyun's face was also filled with shock. He said in shock, "The #1 of the younger generation, Li Yunxiao? He's Li Yunxiao?" Mu Yofeng's expression also changed greatly. He said in shock, He's actually Li Yunxiao?" Chen Feng was surprised and said, "What, you all don't know?" Mu Yuyun smiled bitterly and said, "He said his name was Li Feiyong. Who would have thought it would be this person? No wonder he's so arrogant and domineering. He doesn't care about offending the 2 young masters of the Long clan at all. He's just like the rumors say." Chen Feng smiled and said, "The 2 young masters of the Long clan offended him, they're most likely going to be unlucky." Chen Feng Yuan revealed a doubtful expression and said, "Are you really so confident? From what I see, he's only a 7-star Emperor Wu. Even if he has some divine abilities, it's already very heaven-defying for him to be able to fight an 8-star. However, I can't see through the strength of the other party. It's hard to guarantee that there isn't any Emperor Jiuxing." Chen Feng sternly said, "Third great uncle, if Li Yunxiao can't win, then there's no one else on our side who can win." Chen Feng Yuan couldn't make a decision and said, "Mu Yuyun, what do you think?" Mu Yuyun was also deep in thought. After all, this matter was too important. He suddenly frowned and looked at Mu Yufeng, who was at a loss. His face was red and he unconsciously said, "Second brother, what's wrong?" Mu Yufeng sighed and recounted the events of Fixed Heaven City in detail. The few of them were dumbfounded when they heard it. Ridiculous. Muddle-headed. Mu Yuyun berated, as the second in command of the Divine Wood clan, "You're actually so immature in your actions. Your foresight is actually so poor. You've really disappointed me." Mu Yaofeng's face was red. He wanted to say something, but he endured it and let out a long sigh. Mu Yuling said in a low voice, "This matter can't be entirely blamed on second brother. It's all that Jiang Shouxun's fault." Second brother was only trying his best to curry favor with Jiang Shouxun for the sake of the clan. Mu Yuyun angrily shouted, "You still dare to speak up for him? Let's not talk about who the malefic star that massacred the entire Fixed Heaven City Lord's family is. This Li Yunxiao is 100% malefic star. Luckily, he didn't bother with us. Otherwise, the Divine Wood clan would be in great trouble." Mu Yaofeng's expression was also extremely ugly. Thinking of Dijia's heaven-defying divine arts and ruthless methods, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Chen Feng said, "No wonder when Li Yunxiao appeared, that Jiang Shouxun was screaming like a ghost and his face was pale from fright. To think that he's actually related to the tragedy of Fixed Heaven City. He's probably in deep trouble." He actually looked worried. Liang Yui suddenly smiled and said, "Husband, you're worrying too much. Although that Li Yunxiao is arrogant and unruly, he's definitely not a careless person. On the contrary, this person is meticulous and extremely scheming. There are all sorts of rumors about him from time to time, but he's always managed to pull through safely. Now that he's stepped into the late stage of Emperor Wu, he's already completely widened the gap between us." Chen Feng nodded and said, "Back then, the two of us lost to him by just a hair's breadth. It's a great pity. But now, it looks like we'll only have the power to fight him if we work together." Liang Yui shook her head and said, "The current Li Yunxiao gives me an even more unfathomable feeling. It's as if I'm standing before an abyss. I'm afraid that even if we work together, we might not be his match." Chen Feng's expression changed and he said, "Is this person really that powerful? I've heard some rumors about him. He seems to be a wanted criminal in Scarlet Moon City right now, right?" Chen Feng also revealed a doubtful expression and said, "Yui, you should understand the power of this divine ability that we created together." Liang Yui nodded and said, "My intuition is rarely wrong. Just by standing there, the feeling that Li Yunxiao gives me, that feeling." She wanted to say something but stopped, as if it was inconvenient for her to say it out loud. Chen Feng frowned and said, "We're all on the same side here. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to be afraid." Liang Yui responded and let out a breath. She said seriously, "Even third granduncle didn't feel that kind of feeling. It's like I'm facing Lord Father." What? What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Lord Father Liang Yui spoke of was naturally the Saber sect leader, Chen Duantian, one of the 7 sect leaders. Chen Feng frowned and said, "Although I think very highly of Li Yunxiao, your feeling this time is a little wrong." Liang Yui didn't say anything. She also knew that it was extremely absurd to say it. Even she found it hard to believe, but this feeling was very real and real. Chen Fengyuan also had a face of disbelief and said, "All right, no matter what, from your conversation, if this Li Yunxiao fights, his chances of winning are very high. But there's a problem. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard definitely won't let me fight other opponents." Chen Feng said, "I think so too. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard definitely want third granduncle to fight. Even if Li Yunxiao can win, it'll only be 1 win and 1 loss. There's still one more crucial round. The third person will definitely be chosen from young Master Hengyu and the 2 young masters of the Long family." Mu Yuyun suddenly said, "If he can't win, why don't we expand the battle to 5 rounds? The 2 young masters of the Long family and young Master Morong are all extremely powerful. Furthermore, they intentionally suppressed their cultivation, so it's impossible to detect them. But I estimate that they should be above the 8-star Emperor Wu. These descendants of the noble clans all had treasures that could suppress their auras. Normal divine senses could not detect their strength." Chen Fengyuan happily said, "If all 3 of them have the strength of the 8-star Emperor Wu, then our chances of winning the 5 matches will be higher." Mu Yuyun said, if that's the case, then it's settled. If Mr. Feng Yuan and Li Yunxiao have one win and one loss, then only two of the three need to win. Chen Fengyuan removed the barrier. Mu Yuyun loudly said, since the sea race has proposed a martial duel, we will gladly agree. In order to display the strength of the two races more fairly, why don't we make it a best of 5? The loser must leave Seawood Town immediately. The sea race was silent. They all looked at Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard with him as their leader. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed, all right. I hope you won't go back on your words when you lose. Mu Yuyun said, a man without words cannot stand tall. In this bright world, the heroes of the world will bear witness. Whoever goes back on their words will become the laughingstock of the world. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were startled. Now that they had said that, if they were to lose, they would be too embarrassed to snatch their items. After thinking for a while, he said, all right. Then I, Mr. Feng Yuan, will start the first match. He soared into the sky with a ball of lightning in each hand. Lightning flashed on the balls, illuminating the sky. Beneath his feet was a fiery cloud. It was as if he was riding on a cloud as he flew high in the sky, looking extremely majestic. Everyone's gazes gathered on Chen Fengyuan. Chen Fengyuan's face was cold with a flash of shame. He angrily said, this old man admits defeat. There's no need to compete. Crash. The entire human race was in an uproar. There were all kinds of shock, astonishment, anger, and curses. What the hell is this? We just agreed to a martial duel and now he admits defeat in the first match. Is there some kind of plan? Losing is a small matter. Integrity is more important. This is a disgrace to the human race. TCH. What 7 super forces? They only know how to show off in front of their own people. Cowards. Chen Fengyuan's face turned red with embarrassment. He wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. At this moment, someone also said, let's wait and see. Since we proposed 5 matches, the first match's forfeiture must be within our expectations. Everyone, stop cursing. That's right. Go ahead if you have the ability. That sea race member is obviously in existence at the peak of 9 stars. If we forcefully make a move, wouldn't we be asking for humiliation? At that time, it would be a huge blow to our clan's morale. We might as well just admit defeat. That's right. Mr. Feng Yuan isn't invincible. As long as he can win in the end, it's a victory. After various voices of understanding rang out, the insults and ridicule gradually weakened. Haha, at least you know your place. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard retracted their auras and landed on the ground. They said disdainfully, which one of you is up for the second match? Mu Yuyun thought to himself, Chen Fengyuan directly admitting defeat was indeed a huge blow to the morale of his team. He had to turn the tables. He raised his head to look at Li Yunxiao and said, young Master Yunxiao, what do you think about this match? Gongzi Yunxiao? Fei Ni's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, Yunxiao? Li Feiyang, Li Yunxiao. He's Li Yunxiao? As soon as these words came out, the entire arena became incomparably silent. In the blink of an eye, it became an uproar. What? He's the number 1 rising star, Li Yunxiao? The one who defeated the sea race's crown prince in Red Moon City and became the most wanted man in Red Moon City, Li Yunxiao? Exclamations of bewilderment could be heard from all directions, and shock was written all over their faces. Jiang Shozhen's mouth was wide open, completely dumbfounded. The person he offended actually had such a great background. The number 1 rising star, as long as he didn't die prematurely, would definitely become the peerless Emperor Wu or an overlord. He even had the heart to cry himself to death. Tao Hong was even more shocked. Thinking back to the wine shop in Fixed Sky City, when she released her Yuan Qi to scare the other party away, she was both ashamed and afraid. Morong Hingyu and Strange Ghost were also stunned for a moment, each revealing a different expression. What? He's the Li Yunxiao who killed Ruinshang? Shock flashed across Runwu's face. His eyes were complicated, but there was more resentment, killing intent, and unwillingness. Ruinzong's eyes also turned cold, his face extremely gloomy. There were many familiar faces in the arena. Li Yunxiao already knew that it would be difficult to hide his identity, so his eyes turned and he said, "Since Lord Yun has chosen me, I naturally will not refuse." His eyes focused in the direction of the sea race. Who's next? In front of the sea race, except for the two crown princes of Ruinzone, the other three all had an eager expression. Wait. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted. Strange Ghost stood out with a gloomy face, coldly saying, "The second match is of great importance. I will not allow any random person to go on stage." Mu Yoyun's face darkened, bluntly shouting, "Strange Ghost, young master, Li Yunxiao's strength is known to the world. There is no one more suitable than him for the second match." Strange Ghost sneered, "Known to the world? He only killed a crown prince of the sea race. If I'm not wrong, his strength is at most 7 stars. Emperor Wu." Mu Yuyun said, "Cultivation is important, but there are also many examples of people winning above their level." Strange Ghost sneered, "Haha, winning above their level? Those are all small fries at the bottom. With some techniques and divine abilities, they may be able to cross a few stars, or even a realm. But after reaching high-level Emperor Wu, who has seen someone win above their level? Lord Yun, I'm not targeting him, but the second match is too important. If we lose, we will be in a very passive position." Humph. Chen Feng snorted, coldly saying, "I think there is no problem with Li Yunxiao going up." Strange Ghost shouted, "If he loses, will you take responsibility?" Chen Feng's face changed. He was about to stand up and argue, but Liang Yui stopped him, shaking her head, signaling him to calm down. She glared at Strange Ghost, sat back on her chair, and said coldly, "Then who does Brother Strange Ghost think is suitable for the second match?" Strange Ghost proudly puffed out his chest, "Fei and I are the best candidates." For a moment, the whole place was silent. After all, Strange Ghost was right, the second match was too important. Although Li Yunxiao was very famous, no one had actually seen his true strength. They had only heard that he had defeated a Northern Sea Crown Prince and was praised by the former city lord of Crimson Moon City. No one knew the truth. Strange Ghost and Fei Ni's identity, Tian Ling Long Clan's young master, was the best proof of their strength. Chen Fengyuan slowly opened his mouth and said, "Since the odd ghost young master is so confident, then it's great. Moreover, in the 5 matches, you two are also included, so it is not a big deal to fight one match earlier. Let Strange Ghost young master fight this match." Strange Ghost smiled faintly, "I will not disappoint you." He looked at Li Yunxiao with disdain, then walked forward with his head held high. Fei Enai did not make a sound, she only stared at Li Yunxiao, the light in her eyes flickered. Li Yunxiao also noticed it and raised his brows, "Young Master Fei Enai, is it really okay for you to look at me like this in public?" Fei Enai blushed and glared at him angrily, her red lips parted slightly, "You're Li Yunxiao, that's great, it saves me the trouble of looking for you all over the world." Li Yunxiao asked curiously, "Looking for me? Do we know each other before?" The corner of Fei Ni's lips curled up, she chuckled, "We didn't know each other before, but now that we do, we will soon cross paths again." Li Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed the other party's thoughts. He could not help but sneer and did not say another word. The conversation between the two baffled the crowd, but the focus soon shifted to Strange Ghost. After all, this match concerned the reputation of the human race, and more importantly, the benefits of everyone present. Once they lost, everyone would have to leave Seawood Town, and everything would be for naught. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard scoffed softly, it was hard to tell if it was disdain or mockery, then he turned to the people from the Sea Tribe and asked, "Which one of you wants to fight?" "Me." Apart from the 2 Crown Princes, the other 3 almost shouted at the same time, their faces filled with eagerness to fight. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard glanced at Leap Zone, then his gaze swept across the 3 people. "My request is simple, if you don't win, you die. Do you still want to fight?" "Yes." The 3 shouted at the same time, their faces filled with confidence and determination. "Humph." Strange Ghost's expression sank, he coldly snorted and muttered, "A bunch of reckless fools." Only then did the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard nod in satisfaction. His gaze swept across the 3 before landing on the chubby sea race member with 2 meatballs on his temples. He said, "Gaz, you'll go." "Yes. Thank you, Lord Thunderfire." Gaz's face was filled with ecstasy, laughing loudly as he stepped forward, "Human race brat, come and die." The other two had a disappointed look on their faces. Strange Ghost was so angry that he laughed instead. Haha, what a reckless fool. Mu Yun said in a low voice, this is not a good place to fight, everyone moved to the wilderness 1,000 miles away. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky and led the way in a certain direction. In fact, this place was very close to the North Sea, so it was the best place to fight on the sea. However, Mu Yun was afraid that the Sea tribe members would perform better on the sea, so he directly pointed to the suburbs and flew there first. Haha, no matter where we go, the result will not change. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed loudly, disappearing in a flash of lightning. A moment later, over 100 people appeared 1,000 miles away from Seawood Town. Although the crowd was surging, it was quiet, nervously staring at the two people on the stage. The two people's auras were restrained, coldly staring at each other. Moreover, there seemed to be a secret technique suppressing their cultivation, making it impossible to see the real situation from the outside. Strange Ghost suddenly said, step out for the second match, your luck is really bad. Gaz was stunned for a moment, then laughed, his laughter becoming louder and louder, ha 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 ha, no matter how many matches it is, I will win. Strange Ghost sneered, if it was against Li Yunxiao or Morong Hingyu, the chances are indeed high. Unfortunately, your opponent is me, the Long family's young master. Morong Hingyu's face immediately darkened. Li Yunxiao looked indifferent. After a few glances, he felt bored and sat cross-legged in the air. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Everyone was stunned. Strange Ghost's eyes flashed with anger when he saw him like this. Gaz laughed and said, fortunately, it was a martial art, not a verbal art. Otherwise, I would have lost. Humph, the result will be the same. Nothing will change. Strange Ghost's face turned cold. His body gradually faded and became almost transparent. Haha, I like to tear people like you apart. Let me vent to my heart's content. Gaz laughed wildly, and his face instantly darkened. He let out a loud shout, and the heavens and the earth trembled violently. Ha! His figure disappeared and appeared in front of Strange Ghost almost at the same time. He slapped down with his palm. Pa! Pa! The space caved in. Strange Ghost's almost transparent body was shattered and turned into countless lightning bolts. Humph! Strange Ghost's cold snort came from within the lightning bolts. Then, the sound of chains being dragged could be heard. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with chains that looked like a nebula. They covered the sky in layers, like the orbit of a star. Gaz's face turned serious. Under the nebula chains, the entire space changed subtly. He could clearly feel the sky suddenly stiffen. It was as if he was locked by layers of chains. He was completely imprisoned. He tried to flick his finger. Suddenly, his face changed. His strength was suppressed by more than half. Ha ha ha, are you desperate? Strange Ghost laughed mockingly. His shadow slowly appeared on one of the chains above. He looked down mockingly. My Heaven Yuan Qi lock can seal the sky and earth. Anything within the 5 elements cannot escape its attack. Li Yunxiao, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He was surprised. He had seen this iron chain before. It was silver in color and did not have the ability to seal Yuan Qi. It seemed that Strange Ghost had held back when he fought with him. What interested him the most was that the sealing effect seemed to be the same as his demonic Yuan Qi lock. It was just that the target was different. He suddenly thought of whether or not this Heaven Essence Qi lock could seal the power of the Devil Essence. Strange Ghost proudly said, my chain has 3 transformations. This is only the most basic Heaven sealing lock, and you are already completely helpless. Would they still be able to have fun together? Haha. He laughed wildly, but his hands didn't stop making hand seals. The chains around him kept swaying, creating shadows around him, and the sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Silver light flashed around Odd Ghost, and the nebula chains rippled, transforming into countless rays of silver light that turned the entire world silver. Not only that, but the entire cluster of stars seemed to suddenly break apart, turning into countless sharp arrows that rained down like raindrops. Gaz's expression changed, and he roared furiously. His body trembled slightly under the surge of origin power, and his face twisted and turned outwards. It was extremely ugly. The tuft of red hair on the top of his head blossomed like a peony, and he transformed into his half-demon form. Boom, he clenched his fist in the air, and a bolt of blue lightning appeared in his hand. With a pull, it spread out like a film of water, turning into an electric shield. Bang! 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 The tens of thousands of arrows kept blasting on the electric shield, creating bolts of lightning that shot out. The entire sky was a sea of lightning. Gaz curled up his huge body and hid behind the electric shield, his face full of anger. Humph, useless. Strange Ghost's eyes narrowed, and he snorted coldly. The silver chains that filled the sky kept swaying up and down, and the silver light slowly turned golden. Rings after rings of golden chains fell down, dazzling everyone's eyes. Clang, clang. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Gaz's eyes widened, and he was shocked to find that he was tied up without him knowing. Ah? Exclamations came from below, and most of them were from the human race. Their voices were filled with joy and excitement. Xianxia's eyes also narrowed. Even he didn't know how the chains tied up Gaz's space ability. No wonder it can lock everything. Clang. Gaz struggled fiercely, and the golden chains clanked. Instead, they tightened even more, directly cutting into his flesh. The golden chains coiled around his arm, and kept moving forward. Finally, they bound the hand that was holding up the electric shield, and all the lightning disappeared. Strange Ghost's mouth curved into a victorious smile. Haha, you can't break free from my sky essence lock. Just accept your death. Tens of thousands of silver arrows appeared in the surroundings, and they shot down. Gaz's face was solemn, but he didn't panic at all. He only said calmly, "It does have some tricks up its sleeve. If it was someone else, they might really lose." What? Strange Ghost's eyes narrowed, as if he sensed that the attack wouldn't go so smoothly. The peony-like red hair on top of Gaz's head suddenly spread out, and with a boom, a terrifying power descended. The strands of red hair seemed to have come to life. They were like venomous snakes that spread across the sky and coiled towards the silver arrow. No matter how many silver arrows there were, they weren't as many as his hair. A large amount of red hair flew into the sky and scattered. Like a fairy scattering flowers. The golden chains and silver arrows could no longer be seen in the sky. There was only a sea of red hair like layers of clouds. Both of them were nowhere to be seen, and they were both trapped in the clouds. Everyone looked at the sky full of moving hair and felt their stomachs churn. They wanted to vomit, but they were even more shocked and aghast. Fanny's pupils shrank, and she revealed a worried expression. Chi! An azure lightning suddenly flashed in the sky, and the entire sea of red hair was split open. Strange Ghost's figure rushed out with a lightning blade in his hand, and he slashed down with both hands with a furious expression. Lightning Essence Blade. Boom! A thunderclap came from the sky, and a flash of lightning fell down, directly shooting into the lightning blade, and the sea of red hair. Chi-la! Countless strands of red hair turned into dust, and the sea of red hair exploded, shooting out tens of thousands of lightning bolts like a silkworm breaking out of its chrysalis. Within the shattered sea of red hair, rays of golden light flashed, and the chains in the sky formed a spiral cloud again. However, tens of thousands of lightning bolts flickered, and all the hair was blown away. Gaz's face was filled with hatred, and the red hair on his head once again turned into the shape of a peony. Ha! His opened eyes suddenly turned blue, and they became brighter and brighter, crackling with lightning. With a loud roar, two beams of light shot out. Whoosh! The blue lightning bolts pierced through the air, and it was extremely sharp. After shooting out these two lightning bolts, Gaz's entire body lost its spirit. Even his skin became dull, and the peony on top of his head lost its color. Strange Ghost's expression darkened, and his left hand formed a seal. The golden chains in the sky suddenly formed a nebula pattern, and layer after layer spread out in front of him. Above the chain whirlpool, countless azure lightning bolts flashed like a sea of lightning. Bang! Bang! Two streaks of blue lightning rushed into the sea of thunder and lightning, constantly shaking the chains, swaying in the sky with a hua-hua sound. The nebula thunder sea couldn't stop the two blue lightning bolts, and the chains constantly shook with golden light, shooting out in all directions. Strange Ghost's expression darkened, and he revealed a shocked expression. His right hand grasped at the sky, and an azure lightning blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. Bang! The thunder blade slashed the blue light and directly cracked it. Under his horrified gaze, the thunder blade shattered with a ping and turned into countless specks of green light. What? Strange Ghost's heart was in turmoil, and he screamed in horror. Bang! After the blue lightning pierced through the lightning blade, it struck his body, and suddenly blossomed into a beautiful blue lightning flower, like a firework in the sky. All the people below opened their mouths, and their eyes revealed shock. Did we lose? Question marks appeared in everyone's mind, and their expressions became extremely ugly. If they lost this battle, it would be almost impossible to turn the tables. Roar! Suddenly, the sky and earth shook violently, and an incomparably violent sound shook the sky, and the entire space was compressed and distorted. Daisy was shocked, and his somewhat dispirited eyes suddenly lit up, and blue lightning bolts condensed again. In the sky, an azure light floated, and a violent and ferocious aura spread. Within the azure light, Strange Ghost's face was unusually ferocious, and his ferocious eyes didn't look like a human at all. Behind him, a huge phantom slowly condensed, and it occupied half the sky. The phantom's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, and they only knew that it was the image of an ancient ferocious beast. Connecting it to Strange Ghost's identity, everyone understood that it was the projection of an ancient deity. The remnant power in its bloodline had circulated for thousands of years, and one day, it would explode with the aura it contained. Stare. The phantom of the deity suddenly opened its eyes, and it looked down from the sky. Everyone shuddered, and those eyes seemed to be staring at each and every one of them. Fear spread from the bottom of their hearts, and many people's legs went soft, and they desperately circulated their yuan power to resist. Fei and I also revealed a shocked expression. The deity's transformation was the ultimate move of every martial artist with a deity's bloodline, but the degree of transformation varied according to one's cultivation and the strength of the bloodline. She had a detailed understanding of Strange Ghost's power, and the degree of transformation at this moment was already beyond the scope of Strange Ghost's control. Looking at its ferocious eyes, it seemed that it had lost its self-consciousness, and it was being controlled by the bloodline's ferocious aura. Xianxia's pupils also shrank, and he quietly watched the changes. He had fought with descendants of the deities many times, and the best of them were Ruinxiang and Gu Hong. Their path of cultivation was to continuously stimulate and condense their bloodline, and they seemed to have an innate advantage over ordinary martial artists. However, among the top martial artists in this world, not one of them didn't rely on their own arduous cultivation to reach their current level. Strange Ghost raised both of his arms. Lightning surged out of his body and surged into the shadow behind him. There were also countless strange runes that he had never seen before in the lightning. Roar! The meteorite thunder true spirit let out a fierce roar, and its body trembled, as if it was about to condense into a solid body. A terrifying and violent aura rushed out and the sky was filled with the sound of thunder and wind. Gaz couldn't stay calm. The blue light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger, but he couldn't hide the fear in his heart. The huge phantom of the true spirit in the sky was a huge blow to his mind. Just this pressure alone was enough to make him feel like he couldn't resist it. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shouted, "Calm your mind, don't be afraid. This is just a phantom of the true spirit. It's powerful, but it doesn't have any power." Hearing this, Gaz calmed down a little. He formed a hand seal and circulated his yuan qi. His light blue skin glowed again. A blue hand seal appeared on his head. The red hair also bloomed and formed a formation. Large amounts of blue lightning surged out of Gaz's body and spread out like waves. He seemed to be standing on top of the waves. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard frowned and glared at Mu Yuyun. At this moment, they understood why Mu Yuyun chose the outskirts. Gaz's move combined the power of the sea and used thunder and lightning to stir up the waves. It could achieve twice the result with half the effort, but now it was suppressed on land. Roar! Odd Ghost suddenly roared at the sky. Its voice was no different from the phantom of the true spirit. The violent power on its body was indescribably strong. He formed a hand seal in front of him. Then, his body slowly floated up and tilted forward. Rumble! The sky suddenly split open, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, causing the entire world to collapse. Everyone was completely stunned. Under that boundless pressure, it was practically impossible for them to move. Apart from the lightning meteor in front of him, there was only darkness. Ah! Gaz also went all out. He gathered all his strength on his palms and fiercely attacked the sky. The blue waves on the ground instantly gathered together and converged into one body. His hair, which was coiled into a peony shape, unraveled and formed a formation around his palms. It transformed into a fierce attack that rushed into the clouds. Boom! The two forces intersected in an instant. Both were lightning, but they were cyan and blue in color. Strange Ghost was a bloodline inheritance, while Gaz was born with a lightning body. The two forces only lasted for a moment before the blue lightning shattered. The green lightning fell like a meteorite and blasted on Gaz's body without any suspense. It shook the sky and spread out in all directions like a dragon. The entire world was filled with lightning and thunder. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Not only did the sky shatter, even the earth cracked. After the lightning dispersed, a pitch-black crater quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. The deep pit was still emitting lightning, and the surroundings were constantly flashing with crackling sounds. Who won? A question mark appeared in everyone's mind. It was also the question they were most concerned about. They all raised their heads and looked into the deep pit. Haha! Old dog Thunderfire, we've won this round. Chen Fengyuan laughed heartily, his face filled with pride. Everyone was ecstatic. Although the deep pit was so dark that they couldn't see the bottom and Strange Ghost and Gaz, since Chen Fengyuan said so, it meant that they had won. Everyone immediately cheered. On the Sea Race's side, everyone's faces were extremely ugly. The woman who was suspended in the air shouted angrily, "Gaz is really trash." Tui. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's face darkened and coldly shouted, "Bullsh*T. How did you win? Let the kid who won come out and show me." Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Their minds were filled with question marks. Did they win or not? Fei Ni's figure moved. A red flame flashed and she flew into the deep pit. In a few breaths' time, she flew out again. This time, she dragged a man in front of her. His entire body was pitch black. It was Strange Ghost who had lost control of his transformation. Even he himself was completely trapped in the power of the lightning. Fei Ni said slowly, "Strange Ghost only fainted, but your Sea Race's people were smashed into pieces. The outcome is clear." Lord Thunderfire still has doubts? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard snorted, "Fainting is considered a win? What a joke." Moreover, if this girl didn't go down to save him, it would be hard to guarantee that this kid wouldn't die. Isn't this breaking the rules of the competition? Chen Fengyuan angrily said, "Old dog, you want to deny it." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard snorted, "Humph. I deny it? The outcome hasn't been decided yet and you're interfering with the result. This is the result of this competition. If this girl didn't go down to save him, it would have been a draw." A draw? Do you still have any shame? The human side didn't agree and began to shout and curse. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's face darkened. His aura immediately spread out. With a loud boom, it was like a mountain pressing down on them. Everyone immediately shut up. He pointed at Fei Ni and coldly said, "If you don't agree, then force out the pill you just gave him and throw him back into the pit. Let's see if he's dead or alive." Fei Ni pursed her lips. She obviously wouldn't agree to this suggestion. Afraid that Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard would suddenly attack, she quickly flew back to her original position and placed Strange Ghost back in place. "Humph, you're feeling guilty." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered, "If you want to deny this draw, then there's no need to continue the competition." Muyu Yun's face was also filled with anger. If this is a draw, then the final result of the remaining 3 matches will be 2-2. How will the winner be decided? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard snorted, "Very simple. There might even be a draw in the following matches. Even if the final result is 2-2, we'll just have to add some extra matches." Chen Fengyuan transmitted his voice, "If we add extra matches, it will be more advantageous for us." Looking at the remaining 4 people, one of them is only a peak 7-star Emperor Wu. Mu Yun, you can win against him. Mu Yun was a genuine 8-star Emperor Wu. Although he was only at the primary level, as long as there were no accidents, suppressing a 1-star cultivator was not a problem. One had to know that after stepping into the high level of Emperor Wu, unless one was truly heaven-defying, it would be very difficult to challenge a higher-level cultivator. This was also why he and Chen Fengyuan didn't think highly of Li Yunxiao. If it weren't for Chen Fengyuan's recommendation, they wouldn't even consider sending Li Yunxiao up. Fine. I'll let you deny this once. Don't do it again. Mu Yun's face was cold as he shouted, next match, it's your turn to send someone up first. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered and turned to the remaining 4 people, which one of you wants to go up? The conditions are still the same, win or die. Me. The flesh-faced man and the woman shouted at the same time, fighting to be the first to go up. The flesh-faced man's face darkened as he shouted, and Lin, why are you stealing the limelight from me? This match must be won. I'm the best candidate. The woman said angrily, you stupid pig, shut up. I don't think you're as strong as Gaz. It's not a big deal if you get sliced alive, but it's a big deal if you embarrass the Sea Tribe. The flesh-faced man's face twitched violently as he roared in rage, and Lin, you be *tch, you're asking for death. He immediately launched a punch at Lin without any warning. Boom! The fist tore through the air, and the fist projection rippled through the surroundings. And Lin's figure was shattered by his punch, but it was only an afterimage. What? The flesh-faced man's heart jolted as he felt a sense of danger descend upon him. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Stop! Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared as lightning flashed through their eyes. An arc of electricity shot forth and exploded in the air with a bang. A mirror-like light shattered in the air, and Lin's figure emerged. However, her face was still filled with killing intent as she stared coldly at the flesh-faced man. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared, silence. If anyone dares to move, I'll make sure they can't move for the rest of their lives. After reprimanding them, he turned toward Ruinzong with a meaningful look in his eyes. Your Highness, are you not going to fight? Ruinzong's expression remained calm as he shook his head. I don't like to fight if I'm not confident in winning. Humph, if you want to win the next round, I think you're the one with the highest chance. Why be so humble? The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes glinted as they stared at Ruinzong as if they wanted to see through him. Ruinzong raised his head and looked into the distance to find a person standing there calmly. His pupils contracted slightly as he said, I'm afraid that my opponent will be that person. I'm not confident that I can defeat him. And Lin and the flesh-faced man both wore peculiar expressions as they looked toward the person in the distance. It was none other than Li Yunxiao. They didn't bother to conceal their conversation, so the humans heard it clearly. They all looked toward Li Yunxiao with doubtful expressions. After witnessing the battle of the odd ghost, that earth-shattering power was already deeply ingrained in their hearts. It represented the peak strength of the younger generation. No one believed that Li Yunxiao could be stronger than the odd ghost. Thus, after hearing Ruinzong's words, all sorts of expressions appeared on their faces. Some pondered, some doubted, and some disdainful. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard nodded. Yes, that person is indeed troublesome. However, if you go up, you should have a 50-50 chance of winning. Ruinzong calmly said, that's too low. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said, all right, I won't force it. He raised his head and pointed at Lin. You go up this match. You can only win. You can't lose. And Lin was overjoyed and hurriedly said, hee hee, there won't be another match. She glowered at the flesh-faced man before flying off. If they won this match, the Sea Tribe would have 2 wins and 1 draw. There would be no need for further matches. And Lin's gaze swept across the humans before landing on Li Yunxiao. She crooked a finger at him with a disdainful smile. Brat, I've heard that you're very powerful. Do you dare to fight me? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expressions darkened with rage. He didn't think that Lin would provoke Li Yunxiao right from the start. Others might not be aware of Li Yunxiao's strength, but he had only just arrived from the East Sea, so he was well aware of his strength. His actions were completely suicidal. In truth, Enlin had also been provoked by their conversation and was extremely unconvinced. That was why she wanted to show off her strength. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard thought about it. If Li Yunxiao were to fight and lose, then no one would be able to resist Ruinzong. They only needed to win one more match to ensure that they wouldn't be defeated. With this in mind, they didn't say anything. Everyone's eyes gathered on Li Yunxiao. He said, "Have you really decided to challenge me?" And Lin said proudly, "Of course. A human that even Lord Ruinzong is wary of. I, and Lin, really want to fight you. I also heard some rumors about you in the East Sea. Although they were exaggerated, it was enough to prove that you are a worthy opponent. I, and Lin, don't kill nameless trash." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's face twitched, their eyes clouded over. The East Sea royal family's nest had been dug out. As the leader of the East Sea cultivators, he also lost face. There were many rumors about this in the outside world, but most people didn't believe them. However, as time passed, the world would slowly learn about it. If they couldn't kill Li Yunxiao, this humiliation would never be washed away. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's clouded eyes flashed with intense killing intent, but it disappeared in a flash. His heart suddenly shook, and his eyes turned slightly. He saw Ruinzong looking at him in surprise, as if sensing his thoughts. He said in a low voice, "Are the rumors true?" Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expressions darkened, and they snorted loudly. Ruinzong's heart shook violently, and monstrous waves surged in it. His usually indifferent expression instantly turned pale. He was also dubious about the rumors. Although he wouldn't refute them directly, he still didn't believe them in his heart. At this moment, Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's attitudes were tacit agreement. The East Sea royal family's nest had been dug out. Ruinzong was completely thrown into disarray. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard frowned. The process is very complicated. This brat is indeed very strong, but not as exaggerated as you think. Don't be nervous. The most important thing now is to win the martial art and obtain the Peerless Wood. After that. Intense killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he transmitted his voice coldly. After that, I will personally tear that brat to pieces. Ruinzong nodded with a pale face. Only then did he calm down a little. On the human side, Li Yunxiao retracted his aura and descended from the sky, saying, "As you wish." He took a step forward and headed towards the center of the field. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe too loudly. Everyone was waiting to see just how strong this rumored #1 rising star was. And Lin smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, you have the aura of an expert. I just don't know if your strength matches up to your reputation." Li Yunxiao's lips curled up, "You'll know once you try." He was not the least bit worried that the human race would lose. He was certain that he would win. After that, if anyone lost a match, he would immediately call for Bin Sun to come out and play the last match. At the very least, they would be able to go into overtime. "Very well, I like to fight with experts, and I like to fight with competent experts like you even more." And Lin stuck out her tongue and licked her lips hungrily. She suddenly became dazed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chi. In the next moment, a black dagger suddenly pierced through Li Yunxiao's throat, and blood splattered. Li Yunxiao's eyes were filled with fear and despair. His hands waved continuously in the air, and then he clutched his throat, letting out a low roar of pain. However, he could not stop the blood from bubbling out of his throat. Ah! Everyone's mouths were wide open, and they involuntarily let out an ah. They were completely stunned. They originally thought that it would be an earth-shattering battle, but it ended just like that. Morong Hingyu's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He could not believe what he saw. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was indeed so real. Li Yunxiao was really killed. Chen Feng and his wife were also stunned, and they stood there dumbfounded. Pfft! Suddenly, someone laughed out loud. Jian Shozhen could not help but laugh wildly. "Haha, what #1 rising star, it's too funny. Haha." He held his belly and laughed so hard that he bent over. It seemed that the louder he laughed, the more he could dispel the humiliation brought about by his cowardice. TSK. He's actually such a good-for-nothing. Fortunately, I didn't go up, otherwise I wouldn't be interested at all. The fierce-looking member of the sea race sneered disdainfully. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were stunned for a moment. The scene in front of him was so real, but he still felt that something was wrong. Moreover, that feeling was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that he became a little restless. Li Yunxiao covered his throat with both hands. His eyes began to roll back, and he gradually lost his vitality. Behind him, a pure white hand appeared on the black dagger, slowly transforming into the figure of Enlin. She also frowned. She felt that it shouldn't be so easy, but the truth was right in front of her. Chi. She slowly pulled out the dagger. She pulled it out very slowly. The blood on Li Yunxiao's throat let out a whistling sound, as if it was singing a low dirge. Enlin slowly closed her eyes, and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. She hummed a few times along with the whistling sound of the wind. Finally, the dagger was completely pulled out. Enlin kicked Li Yunxiao's butt, sending him flying. He fell to the ground and twitched. This is too disappointing. If I had known earlier, I would have let that stupid pig come up. She waved the dagger in her hand and put it away. She shouted at the human race, I request to continue fighting. This is simply an insult to me. Everyone in the human race looked at each other in dismay. They were all dumbfounded and rubbed their eyes. After rubbing their eyes several times, some of them even slapped their heads and pinched their arms. They finally confirmed that what they saw was not a dream. F*CK, the number one rising star of the younger generation. You've caused us so much trouble. Everyone began to cry out loudly. They glared at Mu Yuyun and the people from the Saber Sword sect. It was obvious that they were reprimanding them for randomly sending people. Chen Feng sat on his chair in a daze. He stared at Li Yunxiao's twitching body in the distance, unable to believe what he was seeing. Suddenly, his pupils constricted violently. He jumped up from his chair and shouted, all of you, shut up. Watch this quietly. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. His entire face turned pale. He could not believe what he was seeing. Ah? Fei and I also suddenly cried out in shock. He covered his mouth and revealed a look of extreme shock. In an instant, the entire arena became silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. Ah? On the sea race's side, Runwu and the flesh-faced man also trembled and revealed looks of horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chen Fengyuan muttered to himself in shock, even I was fooled. Everyone was fooled. This kind of illusory technique. This level, on the arena, where Enlin had been standing, had become Li Yunxiao's. He still had a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had not moved at all. And the twitching body on the ground in the distance had become Enlin. The arena was so quiet that not even a ghost could be seen. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and everyone couldn't help but shiver. They felt an incomparable chill in their hearts and rubbed their eyes again. They could no longer tell whether it was real or not. Jiang Shozhen's mouth was so wide open that a watermelon could be stuffed into it. His eyeballs bulged like lanterns and looked like they were about to explode. He beat his head with all his might, trying to wake up from the illusion. But apart from the excruciating pain, there was no change in the world. How? How is this possible? Enlin lay on the ground and struggled to stand up. She covered her throat with both hands and her eyes were filled with horror. Li Yunxiao said calmly, isn't it good to live in an illusion? To die slowly in the midst of what you think is a victory. What a happy defeat. Why wake up? Die? Ha ha ha. Enlin suddenly laughed. Every time she laughed, blood would gush out of her throat, but she still laughed. Suddenly, she asked, do you believe that there is an immortal body in this world? Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, an immortal body? Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in surprise, could it be that you are, that's right. I'm a water demon with an immortal body. How can you kill me? Enlin's face suddenly became cold and she laughed wildly. She suddenly grabbed her throat with her hand and her face twisted. She stuck out her long tongue, which was very scary. But there was still a cold smile on her twisted face. She let go of her hands and her throat was squeezed to the thickness of a chopstick like plasticine. Suddenly, with a bang, it bounced back to its original shape. There was no wound on it. Ha, ha, ha. Any injury on my body can be healed in an instant. No matter how powerful you are, you can't kill me. Ha, ha. And Lin laughed proudly, and the light in her eyes became colder and colder. The faces of all the humans changed as their faces turned green. If they couldn't even kill him with that, how were they supposed to fight against him? Li Yunxiao said, can't be killed. What if I cut you in half? Pfft. Cut in half by you? Is that possible? And Lin stuck out her tongue and shouted angrily. Try it. A cold light flashed in Li Yunxiao's hand and an icy sword suddenly appeared in his hand. An extremely cold aura was emitted, which made people shudder. And Lin's face changed drastically. She could also feel the sharpness and coldness of the sword. It seemed that the other party really wanted to cut her in half. She flew into a rage and disappeared into the sky. Li Yunxiao laughed coldly. He thrust his sword forward and said, Here. Bang! There was the sound of a bubble bursting in the sky. And Lin's figure appeared. She bent to the side in the air and dodged the sword. The sword was too sharp. The rule of sharpness rotated and cut a large piece of her skin, revealing fresh red flesh. Damn it! And Lin was furious. She flipped her upper body backward and stomped on the blade with one foot. With a bang, the blade shook along with the sky. A large amount of cold air gushed out and swayed under the sunlight. A thin layer of ice formed on her right foot. A bone-chilling coldness surged up from the bottom of her foot, and she gradually lost consciousness. Oh no! And Lin was shocked. She twisted her waist and kicked the blade away with her numb right foot. She used the momentum to charge forward. Her left hand formed a seal and slapped in the air. A ray of blue light expanded from her palm, spreading out into countless concentric circles, rippling outwards. A black light flashed in her right hand and a dagger appeared. She tossed it in the air and it turned into a long black saber. She slashed down. The Sea tribe lacked arcane masters and profound artifacts, so most of their profound artifacts were very simple. Many of them were black blades. The two killing moves were very close to Li Yunxiao. The cold sword had just been kicked away and could not be retrieved. And Lin's eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Li Yunxiao looked at her proud expression and smiled. He placed his left hand in front of him and formed a seal. A golden light appeared behind him and transformed into a golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. What? Everyone was astonished, and they were extremely shocked. Li Yunxiao held the thousand-atom tyrannical saber in one hand, and an extremely powerful artifact concealment sound reverberated from the blade. The saber light flowed like water. Thousand-atom like snow, dream like night, soul suppression saber. An ancient sound came from the saber. The space it stirred was like grinding teeth. Like water, it slashed into the palm power. Clang clang clang. Like a knife being sharpened, the blade shook incessantly, and the might of the palm was suddenly broken. Like a deflated balloon, it exploded in all directions with a bang. He swung the hammer with his other hand. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and golden ancient Maha characters appeared on the hammer, flashing in the sky before disappearing. Suddenly, the lightning around the hammer increased in intensity, and circles of lightning star rings appeared. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, layer after layer, stacked on top of each other. The entire sky immediately turned green, and a huge lightning ring hung in the sky like a pendant. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape in horror. Under this lightning field, everyone felt their bodies tremble. The lightning field radiated outwards, and it was as if it had an infinite suction force, wanting to suck everyone in. Furthermore, most of the cultivators here were lightning cultivators. Under the influence of the field energy, they felt a strong reaction. Electricity continuously shot out from their bodies, shocking them. And Lin's face was also filled with horror, especially after the might of her palm was broken, and her aura was instantly dispersed by the saber projection. Black Blade was also suppressed by Lei Xinghuan's field, unable to advance any further. She watched in horror as Li Yunxiao raised the hammer in his hand and finally smashed it down. Her eyes were instantly filled with terror. The hammer once again blossomed with golden ancient Maha characters. Suddenly, the lightning in the sky shook, and the rings of stars scattered in all directions. Pili pa la. Electricity continuously flowed on the black blade, and the entire body of the Xian artifact seemed to be electroplated, turning silver. Not good. And Lin completely panicked now. With a loud shout, she suddenly shrunk into a thin streak of lightning and fled into the distance. Boom! Li Yunxiao's hammer finally smashed down, and a huge pitch-black crater appeared in the sky. The entire black blade was knocked into the void, and no one knew where it went. The rings of stars in the sky rippled violently, as if a boulder had been thrown into water. Countless lightning bolts surged up, and a large number of lightning runes surged out. Under the hammer, they arranged themselves according to a certain pattern and bombarded in Lin's direction. The entire sky shattered, and the sea of lightning rolled, crushing everything. The lightning escape technique was one of the fastest escape techniques in the world. However, under the huge lightning field that filled the sky, the lightning that Lin transformed into was greatly disrupted. She could only escape 1,000 feet after a few breaths, and it was better to fly in the sky. Rumble. The might of Li Yunxiao's hammer finally crushed the lightning that Lin transformed into. Lin's true form was revealed, and her face was filled with shock and horror. She opened her mouth wide, but the lightning and thunder in the sky made it impossible to hear her cries of anguish. The entire sky and earth were covered in a sea of lightning. Everyone's faces were illuminated by the lightning, and all of them wore expressions of shock and horror. Although the entire place was deathly silent, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Even he, who was at the pinnacle of 9 stars, could sense the faint threat emanating from Li Yunxiao's body. If they didn't kill this brat today, there would be no end to their troubles in the future. The surging sea of lightning lasted for about 10 minutes before slowly disappearing. The entire sky was already in tatters and riddled with holes. Terrifying gales swept through the sky from the void. And Lin had already been completely charred black. Aside from the fear in her eyes, her entire body was smoking, and she finally fell to the ground. Bam! She fell to the ground in a daze, and like a small roasted animal, she remained motionless. Li Yunxiao had already retracted his spell and descended from the sky. I wanted to cut you into pieces, but things didn't turn out the way I wanted, he said calmly as he shook his head. Sigh, life doesn't always go your way. He shook his head and sighed. Everyone's faces were drenched in cold sweat. No one dared to laugh, and no one dared to make a sound. They were still completely immersed in the lightning storm, unable to come to their senses for a long time. Clap. 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 Mu Yuyun was the first to clap his hands. Spectacular, spectacular. You truly deserve the title of the #1 rising star of the younger generation. Although he was praising Lin with a smile on his face, the fear in his eyes had yet to dissipate. His expression was a little sluggish and wooden. An extraordinary splendor flashed across Fei Ni's eyes, but at the same time, there was an additional hint of indescribable seriousness. Keek keek, the sound of teeth chattering suddenly traveled over. Jiang Xiuzhen was already scared out of his wits, and his entire body was trembling violently. Everyone's gazes shot over. He hurriedly covered his mouth, wanting to reduce his fear. But no matter what, he could not stop his 2 rows of teeth from chattering. In the end, he directly stuck his hand into his mouth. Only then did that sound of teeth chattering stop. But that appearance was already terrified to the extreme. Mu Yufeng was extremely disdainful in his heart, secretly thinking about how this person was so cowardly. How did he manage to become a deacon of the Myriad Treasure Tower? He was probably a bootlicker type too. Chen Fengyuan also only came back to his senses at this time. Sizing up Li Yunxiao anew, only then did he stroke his beard and said with a big laugh, "Old lightning fire dog, how's this match? That little lass is still roasted and lying on the ground right now. We didn't touch the scene. Don't shamelessly say it's a draw when the time comes." Humph. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expressions were abnormally ugly as they said, "You guys win this match. Next match, Ruinzong, you go." Right now, Li Yunxiao already made a move. With his observations, Ruinzong's shrewdness was deep, and his strength was robust. It was likely hard to find a match among those present. Ruinzong's expression changed slightly, and he glanced at Li Yunxiao with abnormal apprehension before slowly walking up. Mu Yoyin's eyes turned intent. Looking at both sides, he said, the powerhouses that can still make a move on our side are young Master Hengyu and young Lord Fei and I. I wonder which of the two will go next. Fei Ni's gaze swiveled, and she said slowly, I'll do it. She raised the rainbow-colored feather robe draped over her body. Heat waves spread out from her body, and her entire person walked forward. Everywhere she passed through, it all turned into scorched black. Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly. That aura that assaulted his face was indeed the phoenix bloodline. Fei and I walked past Li Yunxiao, her gaze seemingly shooting a glance at him imperceptibly. Not good. That's... Suddenly, the thunder tiger and fire leopard gave a loud cry, their gazes looking over into the distance. They saw a stretch of azure light flashing above Seawood Town, like a large expanse of azure clouds drifting over, getting brighter and brighter. Li Yunxiao was also abruptly startled. Withdrawing his divine sense from Fei Ni's body, he looked over into the distance. Mu Yuyin exclaimed in surprise, the peerless Yi-Wood. The peerless Yi-Wood is about to be born. Everyone's heart was in a frenzy. The heaven and earth anomaly far away was definitely a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. Heaven and earth anomaly, haha. The great formation of essence locking can no longer hold back the birth of the rare treasure. The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed maniacally. His entire body suddenly turned into a giant ball of lightning, and he broke through the sky in an instant. Not good. Chen Fingyuan's expression changed drastically, and he said, it must be Li Yunxiao's shocking divine ability that created a giant lightning field, and it instantly matured the rare treasure. The peerless Yi-Wood must not fall into that old dog's hands. His body flashed, and he turned into a godly sword, tearing through the sky and chasing after Chen Fengyuan. Li Yunxiao also turned into a ray of lightning at the first instant, and he headed straight for Seawood Town. His speed was so fast that he actually caught up with Chen Fengyuan. Next was Ruin Zone. After a moment of hesitation, he also turned into a gust of wind and flew over. Fei Ni's expression changed, and she raised both her arms. Immediately, a shocking flame surged out of her body, and rushed straight for Yunxiao. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they only felt that the heat was unbearable. Their skin immediately lost all moisture, and they began to crack. Fei Ni's entire body melted into the flame, and she immediately turned into a phoenix. With a flap of her wings, she traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. What's there to compete for? Hurry up and snatch the peerless Yi-Wood, and the spirit thunder fruit. No one knew who shouted, but everyone woke up with a start. They angrily rushed towards Seawood Town. Hundreds of rays of light soared into the sky, but they were already too far away from the few people before them. In the sky above Seawood Town, the entire sky had turned into a strange green color. Occasionally, there would be lightning flashing and jumping. Sometimes, there would be a bolt of lightning that would shake the ground and create a deep pit. The people in the town all looked at the sky in horror, and they fell into a state of extreme fear. The crowd was like ants fleeing out of the town, and there was no order at all. In the sky, a ball of lightning whizzed past, and instantly turned into the figure of a thunder tiger and fire leopard. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked down at the sea of lightning in the Leylin. At this moment, the Leylin was densely packed with lightning, and layers of green smoke and lightning burst out from within. The entire grand heavenly lock formation emitted 7-colored light, and it seemed like it could no longer suppress the energy within. Another 2 rays of light flashed in the sky. Li Yunxiao and Chen Fengyuan arrived at almost the same time, and they both looked down at the scene below in shock. Haha, this power. This power of thunder. And lightning, even this seed also feels distressed. The thunder tiger and fire leopard laughed wildly. One of its eyes turned into thunder and lightning while the other burned with fire. Its body emitted a terrifying aura. Li Yunxiao's expression was also very serious. At this moment, all the thunder energy was suppressed below. If it broke through the formation, it would cause an unimaginable explosion and the entire Seawood Town would vanish in an instant. Mr. Fengyuan, can this formation be dispelled? Li Yunxiao asked worriedly. Chen Fengyuan was also worried. Leylin could explode at any time, and the method to dispel the formation is very complicated. The meaning behind his words was very clear. It was too dangerous to dispel the formation. Now that the thunder and lightning were rumbling below, no one would be able to withstand it if it was released. The green thunder and lightning were like clouds, floating out from the nine-colored halo of the formation. They were like precious gems smoking under the sunlight. The scene was very beautiful. The sky was pale green, like a fairy tale, but also like the end of the world. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Li Yunxiao frowned. Although he could not bear to see Seawood Town turn into ashes, he was not a saint. He would not agree to take this risk. Chen Fengyuan said, "We can only wait and see." He raised his head and stared at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard also raised their heads and said coldly, "Old man Fengyuan, you look like you want to die." Chen Fengyuan's expression was very gloomy. With the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard here, it would be too difficult to obtain the peerless wood. However, his side strength was not enough to chase them away. "Old dog, we agreed to use martial arts to decide the outcome. Are you going to go back on your words?" "Haha, martial arts? Fine, it will take some time for the wood to appear. Let's continue." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard crossed their arms in front of their chest and sneered. Hundreds of rays of light came from afar and looked down in shock. Not good. Many people's expressions changed, and they flew down into the city to rescue their families and belongings. With the addition of this group of martial artists, the city became even more chaotic. Those experts were enraged and killed people one after another. Mu Yoyan's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, "Second brother, third brother, the two of you lead the team to maintain order and clear the passageway in an orderly manner. Anyone who violates the order and kills at will, no matter who they are, will be beheaded without mercy." "Yes." Mu Yufeng and Mu Yuling hurriedly responded and left after receiving the order. Chen Fengyuan said coldly, "If you want to continue, then let's go back to where we started." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed and said, "Haha, go back to where you came from? No, 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 this place is good. I've heard that when a divine object is born, it'll be a very rare sight. I don't want to miss it." Chen Fengyuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Under the illumination of the green light, the atmosphere above Leilin became abnormally oppressive. Everyone's palms were sweating. The oppressive atmosphere and the throbbing lightning made it difficult to breathe. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "The Great Heavenly Origin Lock Formation has already become a part of Leilin. If it's broken by the lightning, it'll be the same as a martial artist self-destructing. The Supreme Wood might not be able to appear in its entirety." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said, "What do you mean by that?" Li Yunxiao said, "I think we should work together and think of a way to resolve this crisis." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered, "You want to borrow this seat's power to save the ants in Seawood Town, right?" Li Yunxiao smiled faintly and spread his hands, saying helplessly, "Since you're so confident that the Supreme Wood won't be damaged, just pretend I didn't say anything. Moreover, among everyone here, the one with the highest chance of obtaining the Supreme Wood should be the one to worry. I'm really being a busybody." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression darkened. "Then what method do you have to resolve this crisis?" "If I think it's feasible, then we can give it a try." Everyone's eyes gathered on Li Yunxiao. The current situation was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Even a peak 9-star expert couldn't come up with a good idea, so what could he possibly have? Li Yunxiao said, "It's actually very simple. Right now, Leilin is like a giant balloon. We just need to cut a hole and slowly let the air out." "Childish." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard sneered, "The entire formation is connected to Leilin. How can we cut a hole? Can you guarantee that cutting a hole won't cause the entire balloon to explode?" Li Yunxiao said, "Exploding the balloon is just the worst-case scenario. It's the same as the balloon bursting on its own. As for how to cut a hole..." His eyes turned to Ruinzong and smiled, "This crown prince should have a way." Ruinzong's expression changed. He knew that Li Yunxiao was referring to his pink crystal dust and firmly rejected the idea. "Impossible. Right now, Leilin is too dangerous. If we fail to cut a hole, this king will be the first to bear the brunt and die without a burial place. If you were in my shoes, would you do such a thing?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Of course not. But if we cut a hole and there's still a chance of survival, and if we don't, we will die without a burial place. Would you do it?" Ruinzong flew into a rage and became extremely vigilant. He coldly shouted, "You want to kill me?" Li Yunxiao smiled and shook his head, "No, no, no, I'm just asking." He looked at Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard with a smile that didn't seem like a smile and said, "Lord Thunder Fire has been at the peak of 9-star for a long time. If you can absorb and refine the peerlessy wood, your chances of taking another step forward will increase significantly." Everyone frowned. Taking another step forward from the peak of 9-star? What kind of realm would that be? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard shuddered as if Li Yunxiao had poked their weak spot. They turned around and said, "Crown Prince Ruinzong, this matter is indeed a little dangerous, but the reward is also very generous. It's worth the risk." Ruinzong's expression changed greatly. With a flash, he retreated several hundred meters away from Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. Then, he coldly said, "Lord Thunder Fire, are you trying to force me to my death?" Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said, "How is this suicide? Li Yunxiao is right. The thunder energy stored below is too terrifying. If it explodes, it will very likely injure the peerlessy wood. How about this? As long as Crown Prince is willing to take the risk, all the spirit thunder fruits below will belong to His Highness. What do you think?" Everyone's expression changed greatly, and they were unable to restrain their anger. Under the terrifying thunder and lightning, all the rootless green trees had already blossomed and bore fruit. There were more than 1,000,000 of them. This was a shocking fortune. Many people sneered inwardly. When the time comes, chaos would ensue. Whether it was the peerlessy wood or the spirit thunder fruits, it would all depend on one's own abilities. Ruinzong's furious expression finally eased a little, but he still sneered and said, "If I can obtain 1,000,000 spirit thunder fruits, then there's no harm in taking the risk. But how can Lord Thunder Fire guarantee that I can obtain them?" Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard were overjoyed to hear that Ruinzong was willing to go down. They hurriedly said, "With my peak 9-star strength, I will kill anyone who dares to disobey." Chen Fingyuan's eyes emitted a sharp glint and he was about to shout. However, when he saw Li Yunxiao secretly winking at him, he suppressed his anger. At this moment, the most important thing was to remove the continuously accumulating thunder energy. As for the distribution of the peerlessy wood and the spirit thunder fruits, they could only act according to the situation. Ruinzong's expression was extremely gloomy. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard had already spoken to this point, and they seemed to be getting more and more impatient. If he continued to refuse, it would be difficult for him to have a good ending. He angrily stared at Li Yunxiao and coldly said, "Fine. I will take the risk, but I have a condition. Li Yunxiao must go down with me." Everyone's gazes immediately converged on Li Yunxiao with different expressions. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he cursed Ruinzong 100 times in his heart. The other party was taking revenge on him. Ruinzong proudly said, "This plan was proposed by Li Yunxiao. How do I know that he isn't trying to trick me? I can only work with peace of mind if he personally goes down with me. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it." That makes sense. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said, "Li Yunxiao, all the humans in the city are in danger. Whether we can save them or not depends on you." Li Yunxiao's expression was extremely gloomy. If the terrifying power below erupted, even he wasn't confident that he could withstand it. "Li Yunxiao." Morong Hingyu called out to him and shook his head with a solemn expression, indicating that he shouldn't go down. Ruinzong coldly said, "Lord Thunder Fire, if Li Yunxiao doesn't want to go down, that's fine. As long as Lord Thunder Fire can twist his head off, I am also willing to take the risk." This was already a blatant venting of personal anger. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes lit up and he sneered, "That's easy." He originally wanted to kill Li Yunxiao, so now he had even more reason to attack. His aura surged as he walked step by step towards Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, "Fine, I will go down with you." "Humph. Kid, it turns out that you are also afraid of death. I thought you were fearless." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery, but they inwardly felt that it was a pity. "There's no time to lose, let's go." Li Yunxiao's gaze swept past the two, then he turned into a ray of light and flew down. Morong Hingyu's face was anxious, stomping his feet. Even Fei Ni's expression became solemn. The rest of the people were expressionless, just watching quietly. Ruinzong said, "Then this king will go down. I hope that Lord Thunder Fire won't forget the promise just now." Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard laughed loudly. "Haha, this king's words carry enormous weight. You quickly go down." Ruinzong nodded, then turned into a ray of light and chased after Li Yunxiao. Soon, the two appeared in front of the grand heavenly essence locking formation again. At this moment, the formation had already revealed itself. 9 layers of multicolored light spread out continuously, containing extremely strong lightning. Ruinzong said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, you want to harm me, how can I let you do as you wish?" Li Yunxiao said, "You're overthinking it. I really just wanted to dispel the lightning energy inside to prevent it from causing great damage. As for the matter of you losing my puppet, I will personally kill you." "Humph, don't be so pompous." Ruinzong didn't believe him at all and sneered, "If there really is a peerless wood, it's better for you to blow it up than for the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard." His expression changed as he said, "You're not dreaming that you can obtain it, are you?" Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "Since it's a peerless divine item, it already has a master. You can't force it." Ruinzong stared blankly, then snorted heavily and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at the formation and said, "What do you think our chances of survival are if we blow an opening?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "What's the point of thinking about this now? Just be careful." "Humph." Ruinzong snorted angrily and blamed everything on Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao stared at the formation and said, "Throw the pink crystal dust into the intersection of the formation and lay in. It should cause the least damage." Ruinzong said, "Okay." At this time, Li Yunxiao couldn't lie to him. He grabbed a dragon skull in his hand and in an instant, a large amount of pink dust flew into the air, dazzling everyone's eyes. The pink dust was blasted into the formation by the dragon skull before disappearing into it in a flash. Everyone in the sky had extremely powerful divine senses and could clearly see the situation below. They all revealed happy expressions. But at the same time, they clenched their fists and were extremely vigilant. Ruinzong's complexion was also pale. He licked his dry lips and even his breathing became more cautious. After the pink crystal dust seeped into the formation, it seemed to boil and tremble violently, like the dust in a cup moving irregularly. Ruinzong's expression became serious and his left hand formed a seal in front of him. The pink dust inside suddenly stopped moving and began to condense in one direction. A large amount of pink light gathered together and formed a fist-sized crystal ball, pink and transparent. Li Yunxiao stared at the sphere, which kept spinning under the light of the lightning. The crystal surface of the sphere was like a dream, giving off a feeling that it was not real. Feng, Li, Hong, Ruinzong began to spit out a series of obscure dragon language words. Every time he made a hand seal, he would change it. After a few chants, he finally stopped. Explode. The last word was clearly spat out, and Li Yunxiao heard it clearly. After spitting out this word, Ruinzong turned into a whirlwind and flew several dozen feet away. A large amount of pink dust sprayed out from the dragon skull in his hand, condensing into layers of crystal walls that lined up in front of him, forming layers of defense. Bang, sure enough, the pink crystal ball within the array formation exploded. There was no visual impact, but the pink color suddenly disappeared, as if a piece of space had collapsed. Following that, pieces of black fragments shot out from the collapsed area. Each fragment continued to expand, devouring all the spatial energy. Boom, finally, a fragment crashed into the array formation from the inside, and the corner of the array light instantly caved in. Immediately, there was a second fragment, a third fragment. The entire process was completed in an instant. The moment the pink crystal ball disappeared, Li Yunxiao also instant shifted away. At the same time, a large amount of black demonic patterns flew out from his body, condensing into the demonic sky armor and covering his body. The corner of the array formation finally shattered, and a pitch-black space extended out and rushed into the outside world, stretching for more than 10 meters. Following that, the black space slowly shrunk until it disappeared. Success? Everyone in the sky felt their hearts skip a beat as they watched nervously. After a corner of the great heaven essence locking array was blasted open, they could see the terrifying electricity inside, and there were lightning bolts shooting out from time to time. Li Yunxiao controlled the thunder art, and he could feel the terrifying power of the thunder. His expression became extremely ugly as he said, "There is a gap, but there is no thunder energy leaking out. What is going on?" Ruinzong, who was behind several pink crystal walls, frowned and was very puzzled. It was as if a dam had burst, but the water was not flowing out. Li Yunxiao stared at the gap for a while, and a cold light flashed in his hand. Instantly, several sword chi shot out. "What are you doing?" Ruinzong was shocked. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, his heart jumped to his throat again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword chi struck the great heaven essence locking array, directly cutting the array light into several pieces. The incomplete array formation collapsed in an instant, and the 9-colored light suddenly disappeared. The entrance of the array was wide open, and it was completely revealed to everyone. When the martial artists in the sky saw Li Yunxiao make a move, they all turned around in shock and flew thousands of meters higher. Only when they saw the array formation completely disappear and the terrifying sea of Leyland's electricity appeared did they slowly descend. Lightning flashed on the tens of thousands of square meters of the sea, and densely packed rootless green trees stood side by side. Every tree bore plump fruits, swaying under the lightning, as if they were in a very happy mood. When everyone saw such a horrifying scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. Above Leylin, there was still the same cyan lightning cloud as before. The loss of the array formation's shackles did not cause any more energy to dissipate. All fruits, all the rootless green trees have borne fruit. Mu Yuyun looked around in a daze, and said in horror, even the trees that had been harvested last year have borne fruit, and the quality. Chen Fengyuan swallowed with difficulty and said, all of them are top-grade fruits. Apart from Ocean Sky Town, which was still in chaos, and a large number of people were fleeing, the hundreds of martial artists in front of Leyland's passage were all silent, looking at the terrifying lightning energy in horror, their minds almost blank. Morong Hingyu said solemnly, such a terrifying lightning field, even among everyone here, not many people dare to enter, right? Ruinzong said in a low voice, the key is that Leyland's field energy is too strong, and divine sense is useless. How can we find the peerless wood in the tens of thousands of square meters of sea? Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expressions flickered. It's normal for a divine object to have such a phenomenon. Maybe the time is not right. As long as the time is right, it will naturally appear in front of everyone. Runwa was also very excited, and said, then we'll wait here for the time. Although he did not count on the peerless wood, the value of these millions of top-grade spirit thunder fruits was simply immeasurable. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? Everyone's heart trembled, and they saw a bolt of lightning directly rush into Leylin, disappearing in a flash. Damn it! Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared, and also turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after it. To obtain a peerless divine object, apart from absolute strength, great opportunities were also needed. He could not let others snatch the opportunity first. You really are a scourge. I should have killed you first just now. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard entered Leylin, and immediately lost track of Li Yunxiao. Inside, there were dense lightning, and divine sense could not sense anything at all. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's entire body had turned green. It was unknown whether it was because of anger, or because of the lightning. On the surface of his skin, there was a green electric current that flowed like water, isolating Leyland's lightning energy and preventing it from harming his body. More figures rushed in, and they were Chen Fengyuan and the others. No one was willing to let the peerless would be taken, and they all held a trace of hope. Some of the weaker ones gritted their teeth and rushed in, but within a few breaths, they were directly blasted into pieces by the lightning, and not even their bones remained. Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said coldly, whoever dares to have any improper thoughts, don't even think of leaving alive today. Everyone's expression changed, and then they scattered in all directions, each looking for their own opportunities. It was unknown whether they heard it or not. Morong Hingyu was very calm. With a flash of golden light, a golden hammer appeared in his hand, and a wind bag appeared in his other hand. He began to knock the spirit thunder fruits. Runzong also wanted to look for that chance. After seeing Morong Hingyu's actions, he pondered for a moment, and also took out his golden hammer to knock the fruits. There were indeed not many people who could remain calm in the face of temptation. Right now, the entire Ley Lin was full of top-grade spirit thunder fruits. If they could knock them for a period of time, it would be enough for them to use for several years. Li Yunxiao quickly ran through Ley Lin. Although his divine sense was completely useless, he still had the power of Tsutsumi, and he could see many things that others could not. But after running for a period of time, he almost ran through a large area, but he did not find the slightest abnormality. He stopped and carefully observed a tree. The inside of the tree was also filled with endless lightning, and there was nothing else. The energy of this myriad lightning field was very evenly distributed, and he could not sense any source at all. It was as if every tree was the source. How can this be? It was not only Li Yunxiao who had this question. At the same time, all the lightning experts were at a loss. They all used the same method, which was to sense the strength of Ley Lin's electric potential. The flow of the electric current would inevitably flow from a high electric potential to a low electric potential, and it could not be reversed without external force. It was like water always flowing to a lower place. But what surprised everyone was that the electric potential of each rootless green tree was almost on the same level, and there was no difference in strength at all. In other words, the source of the lightning that filled the sky was these millions of rootless green trees. It can't be like this, there must be a problem. The left eye of the thunder tiger and fire leopard flashed with lightning, and all of a sudden, it gathered into a ball of lightning and shot out from its pupil. Bang! The ball of lightning hit a rootless green tree, and the tree instantly broke. The huge trunk fell, but in the midst of the dense lightning, the bark of the trunk constantly overflowed with green light, and the same went for the leaves. Crash! The pupils of the thunder tiger and fire leopard shrank, and they opened their mouths wide in shock. The tree trunk exploded with green lightning energy, and in an instant, the entire trunk was completely disintegrated, turning into lightning and disappearing into the air. Not only the trunk, but the other half of the stump also spewed out green lightning, and in the end, it disintegrated on its own, leaving not a single leaf or branch behind. At this moment, in front of Li Yunxiao, there was also a rootless green tree that had been destroyed. In an instant, it turned into dust and returned to the green lightning. Not only are the spirit thunder fruits ripe, but even the rootless green tree has turned into pure lightning energy. What is going on? Li Yunxiao was shocked. He had chopped down several green trees in a row, and they were all the same. Could it be that the thing that was born here is the wood element of the 5 elements? Li Yunxiao thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Everything in the world was within the 5 elements, and they were all derived from the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements. Everything that could be seen in the world was the effect of the 5 elements. Only the most basic elemental power could turn the 10,000 acres of Ley Lin into pure energy. Li Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly, and began to sense the changes in the surrounding elements. He had a high level of attainment in the thunder divine art. Soon, he had integrated himself into the pure lightning energy, and became a part of it. The sky was filled with a joyful mood. Every single lightning element, other than the pure energy, was filled with joy. It was like water entering the sea, or birds returning to their nests. There was a feeling of homecoming. Li Yunxiao was surprised to find that after he became one with the lightning element, his divine sense was no longer obstructed. Instead, he could borrow the power of the lightning element to expand his divine sense in all directions. In an instant, the entire 10,000 acres of Ley Lin was under his perception, and he could sense every minute change. In the Ley Lin, there were more and more people who had given up on searching for the peerlessy wood, and they all began to knock on the spirit thunder fruits. Fei Ni turned into a fire phoenix, and flew across half of the Ley Lin. After finding nothing, she turned into her real body, and after a moment of silence, she also began to take out a small golden sword, and began to knock on the fruits. Suddenly, her face darkened, and with a bang, her entire chest turned into a flame that spun open, revealing a hole. A sharp ray of lightning suddenly appeared, and directly penetrated through the hole, shooting into the distance. With a boom, a large number of rootless green trees were destroyed. The green trees that had been chopped down also turned into lightning, increasing the energy in the surroundings by a lot. Fei Ni's silhouette flashed, and a ball of red flame rose into the air. He turned around vigilantly, and stared coldly at the dark green lightning zone. Eh? Cries of astonishment sounded from within the lightning region, filled with shock. Next, countless lightning talismans flashed and churned, slowly transforming into the form of a thunder tiger and fire leopard. They stared at Faye and I in disdain. I am very curious. Divine sense cannot be used here. How did you detect my sneak attack? When Faye and I saw who it was, his face changed dramatically. He said angrily, Lord Lei Hua, the 9 Stars Peak Emperor Wu actually knows how to sneak attack. The thunder tiger and fire leopard chuckled and said, sneak attacks are just a way to win. The important thing is to win, not the method, right? Faye and I cried bitterly in his heart. He didn't understand why he was targeted by this person. He even resorted to sneak attacks. It seemed like this person was determined to kill him. She shouted angrily, as a 9 Stars Peak expert, don't tell me you don't have a proud heart of martial arts. Unscrupulous methods will only invite ridicule. Hee hee. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes turned cold, and he grinned maliciously, unscrupulous methods are exactly my heart of martial arts. His silhouette flashed, and with a bang, he appeared in front of Faye and I, and fiercely punched down. The shadow of the fist enlarged several times, and his entire arm turned into a long streak of lightning. It drew a large arc of electricity in the air, blasting away all the lightning energy in the surroundings. Bang! Although Faye and I was already aware of this, under the opponent's all-out attack, he simply couldn't escape. His body was smashed into pieces, and he turned into streaks of flames that fell down. Before the flames fell to the ground, they scattered in the air with a bang, and shot out in all directions. Humph! This kind of small trick, childish. The thunder tiger and fire leopard sneered, raised his hand, and clenched his 5 fingers. His entire fist crackled with lightning, and with a bang, a ring of lightning burst out. It was extremely similar to Li Yunxiao's Thunder Star ring, but also slightly different. Boom! The speed at which the ring of lightning spread was almost instantaneous, and it swallowed all the flames in an instant. Bang! 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 The scattering red flames were annihilated, and only the one that escaped to the east was struck by the ring of lightning and transformed into Fei Ni's real body. Fei and I spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The thunder tiger and fire leopard snorted disdainfully. His entire body turned into a flash of lightning, and he directly appeared on Fei Ni's body. He stretched out his large hand, grabbed her delicate neck, and directly lifted her up. Cough, cough, cough. Fei and I violently coughed, and with each cough, she coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The extremely powerful lightning energy in the surroundings immediately dispersed the blood, and not a single trace of it could be seen. TSK, aren't you very good at hiding and running? The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes flickered with mockery as he licked his lips and chuckled. Fei Ni's complexion was extremely pale, and her eyes flashed with fear. Why do you want to kill me? Hee hee, why? The thunder tiger and fire leopard sneered, I am a thunder and fire dual cultivator. Who asked you to have the phoenix physique? As long as I obtain the wood origin source here, in addition to your phoenix flame, I will have more confidence in breaking through my current realm. TSK, using your puny little life to increase my chances of reaching transcending mortality and entering holiness, your life is worth it. Fei and I secretly complained in her heart. She also guessed that this was the case, but she was not willing to die like this, let alone become someone else's sacrifice. She immediately shouted, if you kill me, the Tianling Long clan will not let you go. Just wait for your clan to be exterminated. Humph. The thunder tiger and fire leopard snorted and sneered, as long as I break through to transcending mortality and entering holiness, who knows who will not let go. Maybe your Long clan has a bloodline that I am interested in. When that time comes, I might have to pay a visit. His hand tightened, and his 5 fingers immediately pierced into her soft neck. Bang! Fei Ni's entire body turned into a fire phoenix, and she struggled with all her might. TSK, the more you display the power of fire, the more excited I become, haha. The thunder tiger and fire leopard's eyes flashed with excitement as it opened its mouth wide. Its entire head suddenly turned into a terrifying beast, somewhat similar to a tiger and leopard. It was ash-black in color, and its face was dotted with green spots. It opened its eyes and bared its fangs. After a loud roar, it suddenly inhaled. The fire phoenix immediately flew into its mouth, as if it wanted to swallow it whole. Not far from the thunder tiger and fire leopard, next to a big tree, Xianxia's face gradually appeared. He frowned, considering whether or not to make a move. If the thunder tiger and fire leopard did not die, they would indeed be a great enemy for the wood source. However, with his strength, he was not a match for them. Most importantly, he could clearly sense that there was someone hiding in the dark. Kill! Suddenly, a fierce shout sounded, and the person in the dark suddenly made a move. A dazzling sword chi suddenly appeared from behind a big tree, directly chopping it into pieces, and streaked across the sky. The lightning that filled the sky immediately dimmed under the sword chi, and a path of sword chi suddenly appeared in the sea of lightning, heading straight for the thunder tiger and fire leopard. Humph! You finally came out? The thunder tiger and fire leopard seemed to have sensed it long ago. Its face darkened, and without turning its head, it blasted a punch in the direction of the sword chi. Crackle! Lightning gathered on the tip of the fist, and countless lightning runes rolled out, condensing into tens of thousands of rays of light that met the sword chi. Rumble! Under the collision of the two forces, a terrifying vortex appeared and dispersed in all directions. The entire Ley Lin began to be destroyed, and countless top-grade spirit thunder fruits also disappeared. Chirp! A mournful cry came from the fire phoenix's mouth. It struggled to open its mouth and spit out a bright red flame the size of a thumb, which landed on the thunder tiger and fire leopard's hand. Ah! The thunder tiger and fire leopard immediately cried out in pain and hurriedly let go. The fire phoenix immediately flashed in the air, and fled more than 10 meters away. Then, it spread its wings and flew high into the sky, trying to escape from this place. The thunder tiger and fire leopard looked down at its arm, and a palm-sized burn mark had appeared. Moreover, it could clearly feel that its entire arm was almost completely cooked. Damn it! The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked and angry, and their rebukes contained both anger and a trace of joy. You want to leave? Dream on. The wood origin and your divine fire of the phoenix are what I must obtain today. He flashed in the air and turned into a lightning bolt, grabbing at the fire phoenix. Chen Fingyuan's furious voice came from behind. Old dog, how dare you ignore my existence? A huge sword shot out and slashed at the thunder tiger and fire leopard. The entire land and sea domain that Ley Lin was in was directly cut apart by this sword, and it continuously extended into the distance. The thunder tiger and fire leopard frowned and drew a circle in the air with its right hand. Streaks of lightning spiraled out and danced in the air like ribbons, binding the fire phoenix. At the same time, he suddenly clenched his left hand, and with a bang, his entire arm became several times thicker. His skin turned red, and a large number of fire runes floated out and burned with a whoosh. In an instant, his entire left arm turned into a surging flame arm, and a fiery fist blasted at Chen Fengyuan. Bang! The sword slashed at the fiery fist, and tens of thousands of rays of light shot out. In the azure sea of lightning that filled the sky, the white sword ray and the red flames intertwined and rushed into the sky. Chen Fingyuan's face was full of anger. A shining sword pressed against the fiery fist, and the two forces were in a stalemate. On the other hand, the thunder tiger and fire leopard's complexion was pale. That sword strike just now had already caused his blood to churn, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately suppressed it. The thunder tiger and fire leopard glared angrily, and its eyebrows furrowed. Green and red constantly flickered on its face. Old fool! Do you really want to provoke me to kill you? Chen Fingyuan's expression was ice-cold, and he fiercely said, "Hee, kill me? You do have the ability to kill me, but you will suffer great losses. Let's see how you obtain the peerless E-wood and the phoenix fire." The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked and angry. Chen Fengyuan was right. Even if they could kill him, they would have to pay a great price. Suddenly, the azure space around them darkened, and all the flashes of lightning slowed down. An extremely sharp sword ray cut through the sky, and all the lightning was destroyed. What? The thunder tiger and fire leopard were shocked. Although the sword ray was not as sharp as Chen Fingyuan's, it still made him feel a sense of danger. At this moment, one hand was trapping Fei Ni while the other was suppressing Chen Fingyuan's sword. However, a large amount of electricity surged out from his face, and his entire hideous head twisted backwards. Circles of electricity surged out from his neck, and he actually turned 180 degrees. His entire face was facing backwards, and he opened his mouth to spit out a bolt of lightning. Bang! The lightning landed on the sword ray and created a white light that shot out in all directions. The surrounding trees had already been destroyed. Amidst the tremors, a figure flashed in the air and appeared in front of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. His hands quickly formed a seal and golden light shone brightly. A dazzling golden seal appeared in the air with a large amount of lightning surrounding it. All kinds of complicated runes were mixed together, making it hard to identify. Let's see how many mouths you have left. The figure sneered and pushed his hands forward. The golden seal pressed down on the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's chest. Fury, fury, damn it! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared in anger. It could no longer turn its head and kicked in the air. The kick was as fast as lightning and landed on the figure's body. That person's body instantly turned into a cyan lightning. His entire foot directly kicked in, and the force of the kick penetrated through, turning into a bolt of lightning that shot into the sky. At this moment, the golden seal had already landed on his chest. Bang! The golden seal instantly shattered and turned into countless runes that rushed into the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's body. The lightning around the seal crackled on the Thunder Tiger's chest and crawled in all directions like worms. Humph! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard grunted and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. His mouth was filled with a faint salty taste. He roared and retracted the power in his hands. The Fire Fist even knocked away Chen Fengyuan's sword aura before turning into lightning and escaping dozens of meters away. The Fire Phoenix finally escaped. It circled in the air but did not run away. Instead, it descended and turned back into its human form. It said gratefully, "Thank you, Li Yunxiao." Fei Ni's face was abnormally pale and his eyes were filled with fear. "You're welcome," Li Yunxiao said in a serious tone, but his eyes were fixed in front of him, and he was extremely vigilant. Although he had transformed into lightning and dissolved the power of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's kick, he was still greatly affected. At this moment, the blood in his body was tumbling. If it weren't for his strong physique, the normal 7-star Emperor Wu would have been turned into ashes by that kick. Chen Fengyuan also looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, as if he couldn't understand his strength. Even though Li Yunxiao had easily defeated Enlin, he didn't think that he could withstand a kick from a 9-stars Apex Emperor Wu without batting an eyelid. Fei and I also looked at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. The fear in his eyes slowly disappeared, turning into boundless anger and coldness. He gritted his teeth and said, "This old bastard deserves to die." Although her strength was extraordinary, as the young master of the Long family, she had never experienced any life and death battles. Just now, she had almost lost her life and was scared out of her wits. Now that she was beside Chen Fengyuan and Li Yunxiao, she seemed to have found a sense of security and slowly regained her composure. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard circulated their qi and adjusted their breathing, returning to normal immediately. Then, they glared at Li Yunxiao with a fierce glint in their eyes. "You are indeed a disaster. I should have killed you before." Although Li Yunxiao was very cautious, he still acted carelessly. He snorted and said, "You think you can kill me just because you say so? Do you think you're in the 10-direction realm?" "Haha, that's right." Chen Fengyuan laughed and said, "Even if I lose my life today, I will restrain you. Peerless Wood, Phoenix Fire, don't even think about taking a single one of them." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's faces turned green with anger. They looked around with their eyes wide open, showing signs of worry. The few of them had only exchanged a few moves, but a few hundred meters of empty space appeared around them. All the rootless trees were destroyed in an instant. If they were to really fight, even the tens of thousands of acres of the forest would not be able to withstand a single blow. "Old fart, do you dare to fight in the sky with me?" The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes turned cold. They were determined to kill. If they did not get rid of Chen Fengyuan, their biggest obstacle, they would not be able to win today. They regretted not killing Chen Fengyuan the day before. Chen Fengyuan was slightly moved and hesitated. If they were to fight in the sky, the three of them together would not be a match for the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. However, if they were to fight here, he did not want Lei Lin to be destroyed. Li Yunxiao's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice, "We can fight. Our priority is to stall for time and wait for the Peerless Wood to appear. We have more people and have the advantage." Chen Fingyuan's eyes brightened. He sneered at the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard, "All right, as you wish." The three of them looked at each other and flew into the sky. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's faces darkened. They stomped on the ground and turned into a ball of lightning. This matter concerned the wood origin source and the phoenix flame, so these people in front of him must be dealt with quickly and decisively. In the sky, the four of them faced off against each other. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's eyes flashed. They grabbed the air and a bolt of lightning appeared in their hands. They were about to attack. Li Yunxiao suddenly stopped them. "Wait." The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said coldly, "What, are you afraid?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "I'm not afraid. It's just that our two races have been friends for generations. There is no need to fight to the death. Why don't we sit down and have a cup of tea and talk?" Chen Fengyuan and Fei Yan'ai almost spat out blood. Their faces darkened. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard said coldly, "Do you think I will fall for such a small trick to stall for time?" Li Yunxiao smiled, "Stall for time as long as you can." "Damn it!" The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard roared. The lightning in their hands was like a spear as they hurled at Li Yunxiao. They didn't know why, but when they saw Li Yunxiao's sloppy face, they wanted to tear him apart. The lightning spear flashed through the air, piercing through the layers of space with a paw sound. Li Yunxiao's body trembled under the pressure, and then he was pierced through, turning into rays of light and dissipating. At the same time, a few feet to the left, the space shook. Li Yunxiao's real body appeared with that hateful smile on his face. Chen Fengyuan and Fei Yan'ai were shocked. Under the pressure of the Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard at the peak of 9 stars, he was still able to use the illusion technique. This person's illusion technique had reached great heights. The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard's faces darkened. Seeing Li Yunxiao's confident smile, his heart felt even more stifled. "Let's see how many of my moves you can dodge." He made a grabbing motion with both of his hands, and countless densely packed lightning patterns surged out. They combined in front of him, and transformed into a ball of lightning that spread out like a fan. "Ha!" With an angry roar, the fan-shaped lightning suddenly trembled. Like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, it turned into a crescent-shaped bolt of lightning and slashed out with a loud bang. The moon-shaped lightning energy turned into hundreds of feet wide. Like a flat surface, it cut through the space. Chen Fingyuan's face darkened as he shouted, "Careful!" This slash of lightning energy enveloped all three of them. He was no exception. Immediately, he waved the sword in his hand. Clear ripples spread out like a cold moon. A water-like sword aura surged in the sky and welcomed the lightning moon. Bang, bang! The two forces exploded. Chen Fingyuan's strength was slightly weaker. The green lightning energy immediately swallowed the water-like sword aura and exploded in the sky. It scattered but was not messy. Instead, it turned into a dense green net that fell down. Every line of lightning on the green net was like a steel needle, extremely sharp. Humph! Chen Fingyuan's face darkened as if he was not satisfied with the result of his sword. He angrily followed up with another sword. Chi! With a flash of the sword aura, the entire green net was torn in half. However, it did not disappear. Instead, it flew towards the other two. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change. This level of lightning net did not have much power left. His entire body turned into lightning and in a flash, he passed through the gap in the net. Only a few arcs of electricity appeared on the lightning net. He was completely unharmed. Fei Ni's face changed. She raised both her hands and countless feathers floated out. They condensed in front of her and turned into a red feather fan. She waved it down. Hoo! A nameless godly flame shot out and rushed towards the green net. Boom! The moment the green lightning net touched the flame, a large hole was burned and fell to the side of Fei Yan'ai. Humph! The Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard coldly snorted. The futility of the attack was within his expectations. His left hand formed a seal and his right hand grabbed at the air. Boom! The sky seemed to have been shattered. A golden light flashed in his hand and turned into a 3 zhang long vajra pestle. There were all sorts of ferocious beasts carved on it. As soon as the pestle appeared, the entire sky was filled with surging lightning, shooting out incessantly. The entire sky was illuminated, forming a plane with Leyland's sea of lightning, reflecting each other's radiance. The exchange between the four alarmed everyone below. Chen Fengyuan and his wife, Morong Hingyu, and the rest did not bother to pick the fruits and rushed into the sky. Mu Youyan's expression also changed. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Kill all the members of the marine tribe." A wave of sound waves rippled outwards, attacking Leylin and spreading in all directions. Only Ruinzong, Runwu, the flesh-faced man, and the 10 bodyguards were left. Hearing this, their expressions changed and they became extremely vigilant. In the sky, the thunder tiger and fire leopard also heard the sound and coldly snorted, seemingly unconcerned. With a turn of the Vajra pestle in his hand, a vast force of lightning surged out and slowly condensed in the sky above him. Countless lightning runes danced wildly and were all absorbed into the thunderclouds above. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, like a lightning hell. Indistinctly, the shadows of countless beasts could be seen running around. Li Yunxiao's expression changed and he said in a low voice, "Not good. Mr. Fengyuan, quickly stop this move of his." Chen Fengyuan was also alarmed. In the previous duels, he had not seen his opponent use such an extremely time-consuming move. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Even without Li Yunxiao's reminder, he could not sit still. Rays of sword light flashed around his body and his entire body turned into countless afterimages. Every stab was condensed and did not dissipate. In an instant, the sky seemed to be filled with chaotic sword chi. End of chapter 1260. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.